It is widely acknowledged that the realm of cultivation is characterized by three supreme physiques: the supreme bone, the dual pupils, and the undying divine phoenix body. You possess not a single one. However, your three elder sisters correspond to each one, and even your fiancée is the reincarnation of a female emperor. However, what should have been a flawless beginning has turned into a self-destructive endeavor, as the original self not only harbored intentions of extracting bones and seizing eyes from a young age. Not only has the desire to excavate bones and seize eyes been harbored since childhood. Furthermore, one must also regard the divine phoenix as a steed. Even when calling off the engagement in person, a 3-year agreement was still established. Faced with such a disastrous beginning, one can only wish to languish in resignation and await fate. To your astonishment, as the memories of your former self begin to resurface, you realize that circumstances have taken an intriguing turn. At this moment, the recollection of the earlier conversation among the 4 individuals flashes through your mind, causing your expression to shift dramatically. Ha ha ha, I am done for. All 4 chosen ones wish to end my life. How am I to survive this? The host situation has been detected as exceedingly perilous. The novice gift pack has been successfully distributed. The mission has been updated. The host is urged to assertively tread upon the heads of all destined children, ascending to the illustrious throne of the first prodigy beneath the 100-year reign of the eastern wasteland. Let me perish, yet I stand upon the head of the chosen one. My 3 dear ones and my fiancée. It would be more acceptable if they trod upon my head instead. Wait a moment, isn't there a villainous system? As long as I elevate myself swiftly enough, my fiancée and sisters shall not be able to bring about my demise. To live a day is to count it as a day. Soon, I shall procure a splendid coffin for myself, to ensure a more comfortable repose. In the midst of your delirium, a chilling voice suddenly resounds, causing you to shiver in an instant. What are you still doing here? If you don't eat soon, I might just kick you to death. All right, I'm on my way. No, that's not feasible. I must find a way to survive, after all. If all else fails, perhaps I could seek out a fortunate soul to bring some excitement. At the banquet of the Mu family, all the guests were in high spirits, engaging in discussions about their collaborations for the forthcoming century, as well as the imminent contest of the Eastern Wilderness, a significant competition that occurs only once every 100 years throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness. The 3 most formidable sacred grounds of the Eastern Wilderness have united to host an event aimed at selecting the most talented prodigies throughout the entire region. Subsequently, these exceptional individuals will be welcomed into the sacred grounds, becoming a continuous source of new vitality for their esteemed institutions. The 3 most formidable sacred grounds of the Eastern Wasteland have once given rise to an unparalleled imperial realm. Beneath these 3 sacred sites lie the ordinary sacred realms, followed by the Mujia and several other powerful dynasties. Chun Zhongqian downed the exquisite wine in his cup in one gulp, and with a casual demeanor, proclaimed, "Brother Xing, the battle of the 100 dynasties is soon to reach its conclusion. The exceptional talents, chosen from among these dynasties, will be arriving in Tianjiao City within 3 months. It is time for our esteemed families to make our departure as well. The Eastern Wilderness, Eastern Domain. The 4 prominent families of the Mu, Chun, Lin, and Wan stand unwavering. Yet beneath them, several families are rising with formidable momentum, eager to challenge their supremacy, aiming to displace them from the ranks of the elite. The resources afforded to a first-rate family far exceed those of a second-rate family by tenfold or more, drawing the covetous gaze of countless factions. Muyu nodded with a smile and said, "Setting off tomorrow is just about right. This time, the Qin family is also quite secure. It is much the same as in previous years. Maintaining our current standing is sufficient." Listening to the conversation between the 2 patriarchs, the 3 sisters of Mu Qingying felt a stirring in their hearts. They yearned to grow rapidly, and participating in the grand competition of the talented was a plan they had devised long ago. Once they could join the sacred land, they would gain exposure to a broader world, allowing their cultivation to flourish at an astonishing pace. At that time, all their grievances would be avenged. Their only grievance lies with that despicable brother. As the possessor of the supreme bone, endowed with innate dual pupils, and blessed with the immortal divine phoenix physique, they undoubtedly belong to a realm far more expansive than merely existing in this secluded corner of the eastern wilderness. Upon contemplating this, Mu Qingying promptly spoke. I, along with Wan Qing and Mu Yao, wish to partake in this grand contest of the exceptional. Indeed, father, although life in the family is comfortable, our progress shall remain modest. Mu Wanqing and Mu Yao nodded in agreement repeatedly. In the realm of the Muxu, he set down his wine cup and gazed at the three sisters with a smile. You three are simply indispensable, especially you, Wanqing. The sacred land of Tianxian has specifically requested that I bring you along. His eyes, filled with affection, lingered on the sisters. They were his pride and joy. From a young age, his son exhibited a prodigious talent, while his three daughters, with the passage of time, began to reveal their own extraordinary gifts. In this life, perhaps the Mu family would ascend to greatness under his guidance, and it would not be impossible for them to even attain the revered status of a true sacred land. Thank you, father. The corners of Mu Qingying's lips curled slightly. Although our household is graced by your presence, a rascal, my younger brother is perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of their fortunes. Yet the rest of the family is truly splendid, especially father and the esteemed elders, who have pampered them since childhood. By the way, father, could you possibly take my brother along to participate in the grand tournament of the prodigies? It would allow him to broaden his horizons, for he seems to believe himself a genius, lest he develop an attitude of arrogance. Upon hearing the mention of her three elder sisters, Yu, who had been quietly striving to become inconspicuous, suddenly froze in expression. Second sister, I think I shall refrain from attending. Mu Wanqing's lips curled into a slight smirk. Do you not constantly proclaim yourself as the pride of the Mu family? Why do you hesitate? You must go. This insufferable younger brother was once exceedingly arrogant, often proclaiming in private that he was the unrivaled genius destined to achieve the sacred realm, perhaps even the imperial realm. What has caused him to become so timid now? Ha ha ha. It is of no consequence. He is doomed. The grand competition must exact a severe toll from him. Reflecting on your past arrogance in front of the three of them ignites a fresh wave of anger within Mu Wanqing. She yearns to unleash a fierce beating upon you at this very moment. Mu Wanqing's suggestion indeed stirred a flicker of interest in Mu Yuxing. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time for your brother to broaden his horizons. Prepare your belongings tomorrow and accompany us on our journey. Should you dare to sneak away from the Mu household again, I shall take decisive action against you. Upon hearing your father's warnings and threats, your countenance immediately darkened, revealing a semblance of defeat. If you must go, then go, you muttered, hoping to encounter a fortunate soul who would unwittingly provoke you, thus granting you a pretext to stir up some trouble. The three elder sisters each possess their unique talents that enable them to rapidly grow stronger. I too can achieve such feats. While the three sisters may not engage in combat, others blessed with fortune can. As long as my cultivation progresses more swiftly than theirs, it seems I could also overpower my sisters. The mere thought of this invigorates me, banishing any sense of fatigue. Without waiting for your expectations, seated beside Chun Zhongtian, Chun Yunqi, noticed your intention to attend the Tianjiao Grand Competition. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of her lips. Father, if Mugu is going, then I shall accompany him as well. After all, he is my fiancé. This opportunity will serve to fine-tune our rapport. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Chan Zhongtian, who had been quite nonchalant, was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion and downed several glasses of wine in a fervor of sentiment. Wonderful, wonderful. Yunxi, you have finally come to your senses and decided against remaining a mere idle wastrel. Your father is greatly relieved. Over the past 3 years, he had witnessed how Chan Yunxi, once a diligent prodigy, gradually succumbed to despondency, languishing in lethargy and avoiding any effort. There was even a time when he attempted to persuade her, and she uttered a phrase that would forever be etched in his memory. Father, I no longer wish to strive. Could you not muster the determination to transcend the constraints that bind me? Why must you insist on nurturing your aspirations for me to soar? Why can you not instead aspire to be a dragon in my eyes? I had thought that my daughter's spirit had been subdued by her regression in cultivation. However, with her abilities now restored, so too has her temperament returned to its former state. It seems that bringing her to the Mu family was indeed the right decision. Chun Zhongtian spoke. And as he did, he suddenly directed his gaze towards you, exclaiming with a sense of reflection, "Ah, pastoral song. Just now, I, your Uncle Chun, was indeed narrow-minded, mistakenly believing that your visit to my Chun family 3 years ago was to humiliate Yunxi regarding her broken engagement. Little did I expect that the bond between you and her would be so profound. Entrusting Yunxi to you, I can finally rest easy." Mu Yuxing naturally took over the conversation, speaking earnestly. "You little rascal, remember this. During the grand competition of the celestial prodigies, you must stay close to your sisters and ensure the safety of Yunxi. Do you understand?" Without waiting for a response, the three sisters, Mu Qingying, along with Chun Yunxi, smiled radiantly in agreement. Faced with the unmistakably peculiar expressions of the four women, your fragile little heart quietly shattered. You managed to conjure a smile that was more grotesque than tears. It dawned upon me indeed, the sky has truly fallen. Chapter 005. It seems I truly am a great villain. On the following morning, before the dawn broke and while the stars still twinkled in the sky, the small city within the Su family's secret realm was illuminated by countless luminous pearls, resembling dazzling gems embedded in the earth. Rows of purple gold war chariots, symbols of the Su and Chun families, were stationed outside the teleportation array. The war beasts harnessed by the Su family were black-horned beasts, cultivated over many years, each possessing strength comparable to the spirit sea realm. Black-horned beasts are a variation of pure unicorns, renowned for their ferocity and might. "Yunxi, you shall ride in the same chariot with Qingying and the others," Chen Zhongtian remarked, observing the enthusiastic Su Yu, alongside the yearning gazes of Su Qingying and Chen Yunxi. "Very well, father," Chen Yunxi responded with no objections, accepting the arrangement readily. "Climb aboard. Let us embark. The journey ahead will last 3 months. So relax and do not be overly anxious," Su Yuxing said with a cheerful demeanor. East Wilderness has not witnessed any disturbances for many years. Even in a world that venerates the strong, with both the Su and Chun families traveling together, no faction would dare to act against us. This time, the family head is accompanying us. In a clan, aside from the esteemed elders, the family head is the strongest. The group boarded the chariot, entering its interior. The purple gold war chariot was not only resplendent in appearance, its interior concealed vast potential. Pulled by spirit sea realm beasts, the chariot was equipped with defensive formations capable of withstanding the attacks of essence condensing experts and even those of revered spirits. Moreover, it contained a compact space measuring over 100 square meters. Due to the distinct separation of genders, Chen Yunxi and Su Qingying were not permitted to share the same chariot as Su Yu, which relieved him. Finally, he could enjoy a bit of peace, focusing on his cultivation until they reached the celestial city. Yet, he pondered, as a villain, having withdrawn from his engagement with the destined child, and with his sister also being a destined child, it stood to reason that there must be male destined children as well. If fate were to be more dramatic, perhaps even his own sister could fall prey to such a destined child. The thought sent Su Yu shaking his head vigorously. "Enough of that. Let those destined children be trampled beneath my feet. Although my sister and I share a rivalry, they are not worthy. Let them serve as nourishment for my rise." A chuckle escaped him, but he quickly dismissed such dark thoughts, muttering to himself, "That is rather nefarious." Boom! Just then, as everyone boarded their chariots, the black-horned beasts of the Su family and the serpent of the Chun family pulled the chariot into the teleportation array. The chariot jolted slightly, and Su Yu understood they were undergoing spatial transmission. Forget about that for now. I should focus on studying the system, he thought, relieved to have some rare free time to delve into the intricacies of the destiny of the great villain system. Suddenly, a vibration emanated from his robes. Upon retrieving a jade pendant, a message surged into Su Yu's mind. This was a communication jade pendant, capable of transmitting messages throughout the East Wilderness, even during spatial teleportation. However, the pendant in Su Yu's possession could only receive messages, not send them, a privilege reserved for top-tier powers, which the Su family lacked, as it required a sacred realm artifact craftsman to forge. Saint Sun, the participants for the East Wilderness Grand Tournament have been confirmed, and our people have been arranged to enter. At that time, You may contact them through the sect's secret arts and arrange their actions. Upon receiving this message, a look of confusion crossed Su Yu's face. What is this situation? What saint's son? In his bewilderment, a portion of memories, previously sealed by chains, suddenly unlocked and fused into his consciousness. These were the memories of his original self, Su Yu. Due to the magnitude of the memories, he had only managed to unlock bits and pieces over time, triggered by specific events. For instance, as was the case now, as this vast reservoir of memories integrated into his mind, Su Yu gasped sharply in surprise. Ouch, that hurts. The merging of memories was excruciating. Although the consciousness of the original owner did not merge with his, the experience was not something an ordinary person could bear. Had he not experienced it several times before, he might have fainted from the pain. When the memory amalgamation concluded, Su Yu stood frozen, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside it. What the heck? My identity is indeed that of a born villain. In this new memory, Su Yu was not only the young master of the Su family, but he was also the saint's son of the Imperial Tomb. The Imperial Tomb was a uniquely sinister sanctuary that nurtured assassins and delighted in hunting down all prodigies, possessing means to seize their extraordinary talents or fortuitous encounters, such as supreme bones, dual pupils, and even unique physiques. A natural-born villain, Su Yu as a child was coveted by the saint's son of the Imperial Tomb due to his peculiar roots, capable of assimilating and evolving into a more perfect physique, which led to a successful scheme of possession. After absorbing this segment of memory, Su Yu is left dumbfounded. Does this mean I am taking the blame for him? And that is not all. More critically, the original self had already orchestrated everything. Through the 100 Dynasties War, he arranged for the Imperial Tomb's trained assassins to infiltrate the East Wilderness Grand Tournament, coordinating with him to hunt down all the special prodigies favored by the Imperial Tomb. This included his eldest sister, Su Qingying, his second sister, Su Wanqing, and his third sister, Su Muyao. They were all part of the hunting plan. What Su Yu desired were the supreme bones, dual pupils, and the immortal divine phoenix body. Should he obtain all three, he would surpass everyone and become the most unrivaled prodigy known to existence. However, they had grossly miscalculated the level of Su Qingying and her sisters. All three possessed golden destiny, being rated as future empresses of fate. Just that alone ensured their survival. The best outcome would be for Su Yu to be exposed, fleeing back to the Imperial Tomb, gradually cultivating to an apex existence, only to eventually be slain by his three sisters seeking vengeance. That is the longest he could survive. It appears I truly am a great villain. Su Yu felt like crying, but quickly regained his composure. So what if I am a great villain? As long as I grow stronger, I am the protagonist. Initially believing the original self was a natural-born scoundrel merely seeking to usurp his sister's fortune, he was astonished to find himself a true villain. No wonder his sister and fiancée, he looked at him with disdain. The villainous aura was attracting hatred. No, I must not tread this path. Gritting his teeth, Su Yu banished all perilous thoughts. It is acceptable to use my sister to increase villain points, but killing her is entirely unnecessary. I should explore what functions this system offers for my advantage. Open the Personal Attributes panel. In the next moment, a flash of light enveloped Su Yu, revealing a transparent interface before him, with rows of data continuously refreshing. Destiny of the Great Villain System. Host, Su Yu. Destiny, Deep Purple. Cultivation level, Innate Realm. 9th layer. Title, Master of Self-Destruction. Villain value, 1000. System all. Backpack. Realm Enhancement Card 1. Current task, to ruthlessly trample upon the corpses of all fated children, sever their heads, and ascend to the throne of the greatest prodigy beneath the age of 100 in the eastern wilderness. 0-100. Note, plundering all opportunities from the fated children will yield abundant rewards, such as seizing fortunes, connections, and status, among others. Causing the fated children to falter will also provide rewards. P.S. Naturally, as the innate villainous host, it is imperative to subjugate the fated children, seize their women, and usurp their cultivation. Gazing at this rather unsettling and exceedingly irritable system prompt, so you truly felt an urge to report it. What a wretched system this is. Cannot function normally? It incessantly demands the severing of the fated children's heads, while one must play the role of a villain. Such extremity seems unwarranted. Ahem. Though my heart is weary, nevertheless, despite my exhaustion, Suyu patiently commenced exploring another facet of the system's utility. Meanwhile, within another war chariot, the three sisters, Su Qingying and Chun Yunxi, convened to earnestly analyze the misdeeds Suyu had committed against them. I tell you, back in the day Chapter 006. Then I shall break 2 of his ribs and brew them into a soup for him. The 4 of them sat together, intently listening to Su Muyao recount all the misdeeds committed by Su Yu against her. Their personalities were strikingly different. Su Qingying was aloof and meticulous, embodying a character that would not allow even the slightest flaw. In contrast, Su Wanqing was more carefree and somewhat boisterous, yet possessed a profoundly delicate inner world. With her innate dual pupils, she could see through all illusions, thus perceiving secrets beyond the reach of ordinary eyes. This insight often left her feeling vexed, yet her disposition allowed her to view matters from a unique perspective. Su Miao appeared calm and composed, but in truth, she was particularly susceptible to verbal assaults. Indeed, she was a fragile heart. As for Chun Yunxi, she embodied a different persona altogether. She was someone who could endure for long periods, yet was exceedingly calculating. If she could not win in a confrontation, she would bide her time until she could retaliate, while others might wait 10 years to seek vengeance. She would strike the moment she was able. If she could not, she would outlast her opponent. Moreover, she was exceptionally petty, her meticulousness bordering on obsessive. Taking a deep breath, Su Miao cautiously summoned her beloved true phoenix, her heart heavy as she spoke. You all have no idea. When I was 8, I found the little phoenix. Later, I brought it to that scoundrel, and he became infatuated with it. There was a time he nearly drained the little phoenix's true blood, forcing it back into its egg for rebirth. He even contemplated draining my blood to exchange for his, so he could possess the bloodline of the immortal divine phoenix. As she recounted these events, Su Muyao's anger surged, radiating a fierce determination to settle the score with Su Yu. Listening to Su Muyao, Su Qingying and Su Wanqing resonated deeply with her sentiments. A solemn expression adorned the exquisite face of Su Wanqing as she earnestly addressed Chun Yunxi. You have no idea. I was just 9 years old then, and that little rascal was merely 5. Can you believe it? Such a little brat. And yet he coveted my dual pupils. There was one time he deceitfully lured me into his room, claiming there was a treasure, and then, without warning, he brandished a knife and attempted to gouge out my dual pupils. Good heavens! How can a brother possess such a wicked heart? Su Wanqing lamented with great sorrow. While other brothers feared their sisters due to bloodline pressure, she had been deceived by a 5-year-old child, nearly losing her precious eyes to him. It was nothing short of demonic. Su Qingying nodded slightly, her demeanor serene as she recounted. At that time, he was 6, and my supreme bone was just awakening. Somehow, he discovered this and began to fawn over me. One day, he secretly invited me to the back mountain, claiming he had a gift for me. I went, but halfway up the mountain, due to the tumult of my awakening bone, my cultivation fluctuated. Just as my powers waned, he appeared and shouted, "Big sister, surprised, aren't you?" In the next moment, he knocked me unconscious and dragged me into a cave, intending to forcibly extract my bone. Had it not been for the influence of my supreme bone dissipating, I might have truly lost it that day. As Su Qingying shared her tale, she remained as composed as ever. Yet Chun Yunxi gasped in shock. This little rascal was truly malicious, shifting bones, gouging pupils, draining blood. And he dared to do such things to his own sister. How utterly inhumane. Chun Yunxi gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "This little rascal is no good either." 3 years ago, due to accepting a certain inheritance, my cultivation regressed to the 3rd stage of body refining. I was suffering immensely when this scoundrel, having learned of my plight, came to my home, declaring our engagement null and void. He proclaimed himself the preeminent genius, insisting that a woman stripped of her cultivation was unworthy of being his fiancée, rambling on about it. I can't remember much, but one remark he made has lingered in my mind. You, little brat, I am a genius. If you beg me, I might allow you to become my maid in the future. Upon hearing this, the four fell into a deep silence for a while, before eventually uttering in unison, "Shameless." This was their first time collectively summarizing Su Yu's misdeeds, and they found them utterly despicable. This scoundrel was not only wicked but also extraordinarily brazen and shameless. Yet, they could at least console themselves with the thought that Su Yu had not sunk so low as to be irredeemable. After all, he had never chosen to kill them. He merely sought to shift bones, gouge pupils, and exchange blood. Had he truly been heartless, he might have eliminated them during their weakest moments and forcibly seized their opportunities. This was the one aspect in which they believed Su Yu had not entirely lost his humanity. However, had they known that Su Yu had orchestrated everything for the East Wilderness heroic competition, their perspective would have surely changed. The title of Master of Self-Destruction was not unwarranted. After a lengthy silence, Su Wanqing's eyes twinkled with mischief as she quietly proposed. Isn't their score-snatching segment in the heroic competition? There's no surveillance, relying solely on one's own abilities. Why don't we? Hee. Though she did not explicitly state her intention, it was clear she wished to expose Su Yu to ridicule during the competition, perhaps even to assess his character. If he was truly a born villain, then he must be dealt with. Su Wanqing's suggestion piqued the interest of the other three. Su Miao immediately concurred, stating, "I agree. For all these years, he has never given up on my immortal divine phoenix bloodline, always seeking opportunities to extract it. This time, I shall teach him a lesson." The calculating xianxia also showed no dissent, promptly agreeing, "I, too, support this." With all three in agreement, they turned their gazes towards Su Qingying, under their eager anticipation. Su Qingying revealed a smile and nodded slowly. "I also concur. If that scoundrel brother is not taught a lesson, he will inevitably cause trouble in the future. Moreover, this will provide an opportunity to see if he harbors any other intentions, if he dares to act against us." At this point, Su Qingying paused, then let out a cold laugh. "Huh. Then I shall break 2 of his ribs and brew them into a soup for him. Does he covet my supreme bone? Then I shall give him some to nourish himself. Let us then thoroughly discuss how to implement this plan and also carefully select a sacred ground." All 4 of them were of top-tier aptitude, and entering a sacred ground would be a breeze. However, which sacred ground to enter required deliberation. Only by choosing the right one could they ensure a smooth path in their cultivation. Meanwhile, as the 4 girls plotted against Su Yu, having reviewed the system's introduction and understood the potential of his other identity, suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. How did I not think of this sooner? I could arrange for people to ambush my sisters, then incapacitate them and leave them on the sidelines until the competition concludes. This way, I can avoid the wrathful retaliation from my sister and Xianxia, that fierce girl. Not only that, but I want to be discovered by the people of the Imperial Tomb as someone who is not their holy son. Truly, I am a genius. Upon contemplating this plan, Su Yu finally revealed a genuine smile that emanated from his heart. However, should this plan come to fruition, it would undoubtedly provoke a fierce retaliation from Su Qingying and her companions, akin to a tempest. Achu, what is happening? I have already embarked on the path of cultivation. How could I still sneeze? Chapter 007. Which sister can resist her brother who saves her from fire and water? Once they entered the state of cultivation, time swiftly passed. In the span of 3 months, Su Yu and his companions had traversed countless billions of miles. The vast expanse of the Xiantian continent was indeed monumental. Even the eastern wilderness was so immense that even a sage would be exhausted beyond measure to reach its farthest shores. Without a teleportation array, an ordinary cultivator might find it nearly impossible to escape the 100 dynasties in a lifetime, let alone meet a holy land. At the heart of the eastern wilderness lay Tianjiao City, a grand metropolis constructed collaboratively by the 3 major holy lands. Though referred to as a city, its size was staggering, spanning 3,000 miles. Each of the 3 holy lands governed a distinct sector. As the teleportation array illuminated, The war chariots of the Su and Chun families emerged simultaneously. After the necessary formalities were completed, the members of both families departed hastily. So this is Qinjiao City, Su Yu mused, marveling at its vastness and the formidable auras lurking within its confines. It was indeed a place that had birthed emperors. The resonance of its Tao was unparalleled, far superior to that of any first-rate family-esque cultivation environment. Father, where shall we go now? To the venue of the Tianjiao Grand Competition. We shall arrive just in time, came the reply. Soon, their chariots approached a designated area where all were instructed to disembark. For the site of the Grand Competition forbade any ostentation. Following registration, all eligible prodigies were required to enter alone, with no companions permitted. Before entering, Su Yuxing earnestly advised his siblings, remember, within this arena, gather all the talents from the eastern wilderness under the age of 100. Do not provoke anyone. This admonition was particularly directed at Su Yu, whose flamboyance was well known. On the side, Chen Zhongtian addressed Chen Yunxi. The Tianjiao Grand Competition is not a mere one-on-one contest. It operates on a points elimination system. Stay close to Su Yu once you enter. I understand. Go now, she replied. After parting ways with their families, the 5 siblings stepped into the competition's entrance. Alongside them were prodigies cultivated by the 2 families, all belonging to the Holy Lands, destined to remain within their sanctuaries. Despite their formidable lineage, no one could guarantee that their kin would not provoke a supreme being. If a powerful entity were to descend upon their family, annihilating them, their bloodline would be extinguished. Thus, only by having disciples in each holy land could they ensure the continuation of their lineage. These prodigies exchanged no words with Su Yu and his siblings. After a brief nod, they converged with their respective teams. For them, Su Yu and company were not competitors, merely spectators, and there was no need for protection. Completing a single round would be a commendable feat, as this was a competition for prodigies under 100, not for the young of mere teens or 20s. Unless one were a natural-born supreme, capable of rivaling those with centuries of cultivation at such a tender age. Such individuals existed, but they were exceedingly rare. After all had departed, Su Wanqing and her companions abruptly halted their steps, turning to Su Yu with cold smiles. You little rascal, let us see what you can do in this competition. You want to be able to lounge at home for 10 days or half a month. That would be too lenient given your past transgressions. With no family members present, the 4 ceased their subterfuge. Surprisingly, Su Yu exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he grinned broadly, saying, Second sister, be cautious with your words. How do you know I will be easy to find? Farewell. See you on the competition grounds, he added, striding away with purpose. After all, he held a modicum of influence here. If his 4 sisters managed to capture him, he would surely face dire consequences. The hearts of prodigies were often narrow. He had previously committed numerous transgressions against them. It was a wonder they did not harbor deep-seated hatred toward him, especially considering he had even annulled an engagement with a reincarnated celestial being. He had accumulated quite the burden of self-inflicted misfortune. Finding a secluded corner to wait for the emergence of the competitors from the imperial tomb, he resolved to initiate his plan. Cultivating a lamb that did not wish to slay him would begin with quelling their murderous intent. When they found themselves besieged by the elite assassins from the imperial tomb, he would appear as their savior, and their animosity toward him would surely dissipate, if not entirely vanish. Ha ha ha. The thought made Su Yu chuckle aloud. However, his laughter, echoing in the ears of the others, came across as utterly sinister and arrogant. Watching Su Yu's retreating figure, the expressions of Su Qingying and Chen Yunxi gradually darkened. What does this mean? Su Miao inquired, her tone tinged with gravity. This scoundrel is indeed putting on an act. He feigns fear within the family, yet emerges so brazenly outside. Truly a master of disguise. Is he finally revealing his fangs? Su Wanqing mused, contemplating Su Yu's words. Could he possibly extend his reach into the Tianjiao Grand Competition to target us? Chen Yunxi pondered, inhaling deeply. His laughter just now reminded me of his previous misdeeds, consistently wicked. It's utterly nauseating. Indeed, Su Yu's laughter had been excessively malevolent, dripping with malice. This fellow had been playing a part, all to lower their guard. Su Qingying fixed her gaze on the direction in which Suyu had vanished. I see determination in her voice. I misjudged him. This brat remains unrepentant, still coveting everything we possess. If that is the case, we shall not show him any mercy. Time and again he has crossed our boundaries. I may spare him out of familial ties, but I shall render him powerless. Very well. Let us not waste any more time after the first round. We must advance to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm before embarking on our hunt. Within 3 months, the 4 had ascended from the 9th level of the innate realm to the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. With Suyu's true nature exposed, they could no longer hold back. They must elevate their cultivation to counter his treacherous tactics. Having clarified their objectives, they hastened toward the entrance of the competition. Not long after their departure, a lean figure emerged, bearing a massive sword upon his back. His eagle-eyed gaze fixated on Su Muyao, lost in thought, his eyes glimmering with excitement. The only being capable of resonating with my divine dragon body must be the legendary, undying phoenix body from the ancient era. She is the one destined for me. I must protect her. The earlier man, by their dialogue, appeared to be an enemy. Very well. When she encounters danger, I shall slay him with a single stroke of my sword. That will surely draw her attention. In the mind of the lean youth, an ancient voice echoed softly. You are correct. That woman indeed possesses the undying phoenix body. Go forth. Upon uniting with her, your divine dragon body will undergo a transformative enhancement. Yes, dragon ancestor. Unbeknownst to Suyu, who walked ahead, his heart raced with trepidation, fearing that if he lingered, he might be struck. Thankfully, they had not attacked him upon entry. He hurried into the competition, intending to act once all were gathered. He did not believe that his sisters could resist a brother capable of rescuing them from peril. He chuckled himself. Chapter 008. What the hell? What destiny's chosen one? Why do you repulse me upon arrival? Traversing the passage, Suyu arrived at the entrance, the site of the first trial in the grand contest of prodigies. Submitting his identity token and imprinting a trace of his essence into the rankings, he was granted entry. At the passage's end, a middle-aged man, yawning, urged the arriving prodigies to hasten. Everyone complied respectfully, not daring to express any discontent. For this middle-aged figure was an outer disciple steward of the 3 great sacred lands. Despite being merely a steward, his cultivation was at the profound level, a being they could not provoke. Once Suyu submitted his identity token and infused his essence into the rankings, the middle-aged man finally spoke leisurely. The rules of the prodigy contest are simple. Only those at the innate realm and above may participate. The first trial does not require a talent assessment. You merely need to hunt creatures for sufficient points. Innate realm beasts, levels 1 to 3, are worth 1 point. Levels 4 to 6 are worth 3 points. Levels 7 to 9 are worth 10 points. For the Spirit Sea realm, they are worth 20, 40, and 100 points respectively. Do you understand? If so, you may all enter. The time frame is 1 month. After a month, the first trial concludes. Should you encounter life-threatening danger, shatter your jade token, and you shall be teleported out, losing all qualifications for the contest. The sacred lands recruit disciples based on talent and fortune. If one cannot even pass the first trial, it signifies a lack of fortune. Even with exceptional talent, one might meet an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances. It is better to eliminate those with poor fortune to avoid wasting resources. A large group of prodigies began to step into the teleportation point, transforming into specks of light, randomly assigned to various corners of the trial grounds. Those with ill fortune might find themselves eliminated instantly upon arrival. Suyu followed suit. As the light enveloped him, his vision turned pure white, obscuring all sight. It was only when he felt solid ground beneath his feet that his sight gradually returned. Surrounding him were dense primordial forests, towering trees casting shadows that obscured the sunlight. After extending his consciousness and sensing no formidable creatures threatening his safety, Suyu finally relaxed. Before him lay 2 choices: to embrace the role of a complete villain, becoming the son of the imperial tomb, using the hunt for the chosen ones as a means to grow stronger, or to continue the pretense and join a sacred land. Without the identity of the son of the imperial tomb, Suyu would gladly remain a lackluster member of the Su family. However, with that identity, the situation drastically altered. As their cultivated son, failure to progress would result in the imperial tomb sending another son to hunt him down and usurp his position once he reached 100 years of age. The current son of the imperial tomb, who had usurped his original body, was already 95 years old. This meant only 5 years remained. If his strength did not surpass that of the new generation, he would face dire consequences. The path of hunting chosen ones would be arduous. And given the peculiarities of the imperial tomb, should his identity be exposed, it would invite the wrath of all cultivators across the continent. A dead end indeed. Suyu raked his fingers through his hair, feeling increasingly agitated. According to his memories, the standard for the imperial tomb to crush the new generation strength was to possess a high level of profound cultivation by the age of 100. Yet here he was, still at the spirit sea realm. There was even a level above him, the essence formation realm. Even the top prodigy in the Eastern Wilderness Contest would likely hesitate to claim they could achieve profound cultivation by age 100. In essence, regardless of whether he returned to the imperial tomb or not, this deadlock could not be altered. Returning to the imperial tomb required profound cultivation, and not returning also necessitated the same. What was the point of returning? It was far more prudent to seek refuge within a sacred land. Perhaps, by mending his relationships with his sisters, he could gain their protection, or the imperial tomb and the sacred lands compared to the Destiny Empress. With this thought, Suyu's resolve solidified. He must seize this opportunity to repair his relationships with his sisters and join a sacred land alongside them. Only then could he rise swiftly. He initially believed that being pursued by his sisters and fiancée, he was troublesome enough, but now he had the added threat of the imperial tomb. Such a cursed fate. No, as a child of fortune, he needed to seek out another child of fortune to unleash his frustrations. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Suyu felt an urgent need to confront a child of fortune. Otherwise, he would be unable to elevate his own standing. His 3 sisters and fiancée, he had all advanced to the 3rd level of the spirit sea realm within 3 months, while he remained at the 1st level. Even with the realm-enhancing card from his backpack, he could only reach the 2nd level of the spirit sea realm. It was utterly insufficient for combat. Thus, to execute his grand plan of dispelling his sister's murderous intent, targeting 1 or 2 children of fortune became imperative. Only by extracting benefits from them could he achieve rapid advancement. With this resolve, Suyu no longer hesitated. He began to hunt down beasts indiscriminately, striving to enhance his ranking with fervor. It was the only way to attract those opportunistic children of fortune seeking to seize his points. Indeed, in this trial, points from the unfortunate could be contested. It was a method of filtering out those lacking fortune. Thus, within a mere week, Suyu's ranking soared like a rocket, swiftly reaching the top 3. When his name, age, and cultivation were disclosed, shock rippled through the crowd. An 18-year-old at the spirit sea realm? Good heavens, had he taken drugs? How could a 1st-level spirit sea realm cultivator slay a 4th-level spirit sea realm beast? Madness. Suyu was acutely aware of the shock he had induced. This was precisely the effect he desired. Let them be astonished. Let them come to him. I await you here. The unfortunate ones can step aside. Children of fortune, come forth. On this day, just as Suyu decisively vanquished a blood-armored bear comparable to a 3rd-level spirit sea realm beast, he suddenly halted his actions of extracting the beast's core, turning slowly to gaze into the depths of the forest. Under his scrutiny, a slender figure emerged. A youth whose appearance, though somewhat unremarkable, radiated determination. He bore a massive sword on his back, dragging the corpse of a spirit sea realm wolf demon from a thicket. Suyu's gaze fixed intently upon him, inwardly mused. So, this must be the so-called child of destiny? In that moment, as their eyes locked from a distance, a surge of battle intent ignited within them both. I found you, the destined nemesis of my fated one. For having offended her, your days are numbered. Upon hearing those vague words, Suyu's previously ignited battle spirit dissipated instantly, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. What? Am I your destined one? Ugh, what the hell? Why do you repulse me upon arrival? No wonder I must play the villain. It seems I have no choice. The urge to kill is overwhelming. Chapter 009. Maximizing Benefits. Seize. reap the rewards from the child of destiny. Seeing Su Yu's expression transform from one of fierce battle intent to utter confusion, and ultimately to deep disdain, Long Feng became enraged, demanding, "What kind of gaze is that? Come, let us duel." As a man, how could he shamelessly bully a weaker woman? "You scoundrel, prepare to fight." Long Feng held a particular disdain for men who preyed upon women. Earlier, he had overheard Su Muyao and her companion's conversation in the corridor, and it was clear to him that this man before him had committed an egregious act, one that even endangered the life of another. Such a scoundrel deserved to meet his end at his hands. Moreover, he had offended the very woman fated to be his, the possessor of the undying divine phoenix body. If he could eliminate this man, using the innate allure of both the dragon god body and the undying divine phoenix body, he would surely win her affection. Upon hearing Long Feng's words, Su Yu found himself momentarily at a loss. When had he ever bullied a weaker woman? Was this person mentally unwell? However, judging by his repugnant demeanor, he must surely be the protagonist. Su Yu was certain of it. Only a character like Long Aoyan could incite such murderous disdain in a villain like himself. With a thought, detailed information about Long Feng appeared above his head. Name: Long Feng. Qualification: monstrous talent. Fate: golden. Cultivation: first layer of the spirit sea realm. Character introduction: possessor of the dragon god bloodline, owner of the divine dragon body. Guided by the remnants of the dragon ancestor's soul, rising from a weak mortal dynasty, battling through the 100 Dynasties war to reach this point. Destined for supremacy in the future. Reading the character introduction, Su Yu fell into contemplation. Why did the narrative of this child of destiny resemble countless web novels he had previously perused? A dragon's bloodline, a wise old dragon providing guidance, and a rise from obscurity. Quite inspiring. However, such tales often share a flaw. They tend to feature multiple female leads, with any attractive woman inevitably entangled with the protagonist, even if only briefly, ultimately remaining loyal to him. In summary, Klitsch, one might argue he possessed charisma, which he did, being an inspirational figure. But must he not at least be handsome? Not to say he should be as dashing as the readers, but at the very least, he shouldn't be described as merely average-looking. How can anyone fall in love with such a character? We live in an era that prizes beauty. As Su Yu's thoughts wandered, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Child of Destiny detected. Defeating the Child of Destiny will yield substantial rewards, allowing the plundering of their opportunities, connections, or even their female leads, along with additional resources. Note: a fate of red or higher qualifies one as a Child of Destiny, and defeating them grants rewards. The fate levels are white, green, blue, orange, red, gold, and purple, totaling 7 tiers. In that instant, Su Yu conceived a strategy for maximizing his gains. Anger him, defeat him, let him go, follow him, seize his opportunities, snatch his points, and, acquire his connections. Excellent. That shall be the plan. Su Yu was acutely aware of his position. Even if he wished to take a back seat, circumstances would not allow it. Firstly, his sister had not clarified matters. And secondly, with this villainous halo overhead, many protagonists would inevitably seek to strike him down. Moreover, a double-edged sword hung over him. The Holy Land, the Imperial Tomb. If he could leverage this identity wisely, he could maximize his benefits. If mishandled, it could lead to his demise. In 5 years, it would be either death or ascension. Either the Holy Land would send new recruits to assassinate him, or a formidable being would come forth to obliterate him. Either way, death awaited. So it was far more prudent to exploit the Child of Destiny to enhance his own strength. Perhaps the list of hunters collected by the Imperial Tomb could prove useful. With this thought, Su Yu's gaze turned disdainful. Since he was destined to be a villain, he might as well be a brazen one. Drawing the great sword from the abdomen of the blood armor bearer, he pointed it at Long Feng and said coolly, "Let us engage in battle." The blade dripped with blood, exuding a faint aura of murder. He too was at the first layer of the spirit sea realm. If they were to clash, he might not necessarily be outmatched. Upon seeing Su Yu draw his sword, Long Feng's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. Since you seek death so earnestly, I shall oblige. In this trial ground, There were no surveillance measures. Should one possess the means to kill, they could do so without restraint. And there was no fear of retribution. Trials were trials. Aside from the life-preserving jade tokens, everything else was a test. The collision of strength and luck determined life or death. That was the unchanging rule of the cultivation world. Kid, since you've decided to kill and plunder, you must ensure your hands are clean. The cultivation world is a ruthless realm. You can kill others, and others can kill you. Be thoroughly prepared. The voice of the dragon ancestor echoed in Long Feng's ears. As a former peak powerhouse, he understood the dangers of the cultivation world all too well. Killing was merely a part of daily life, but one must achieve absolute certainty, especially for someone like Long Feng, who had risen from humble beginnings. He needed to prepare extensively, for if he faced retribution, no one could save him. Long Feng replied earnestly, "Rest assured, dragon ancestor, I understand." Saying this, he drew the massive sword strapped to his back. In that moment, he seemed to be reborn, his battle intent soaring, his strength far exceeding that of an ordinary first-layer spirit sea cultivator. Boom! Long Feng's legs bent like a bow, and in the next instant, he shot forth with perfect form, aiming a strike at Suyu. Dragon Blade Strike. Earth Tier, Sword Technique. Feeling the overwhelming aura rushing towards him, Suyu froze momentarily. What the? Is the child of destiny this powerful? Sharing the same first layer of the spirit sea realm, he felt an intense sense of threat. However, he was not entirely helpless. Despite his character being that of a lazy youth from the 21st century, the battle instincts of his original self remained intact. As soon as he sensed the threat, he entered a combat state. Annihilation Blade Technique, Human Slayer. Suyu whispered. Instantly, a thick aura of malevolence surged forth from him, the result of bloodshed that had nurtured this murderous energy. Clang! The two blades collided, and in an instant, two distinctly different forms of spiritual energy erupted, shaking the towering trees within 100 meters to their roots. The deafening sound sent the nearby beasts fleeing in terror. Whoosh! In a single exchange, the victor and vanquished were already determined. Long Feng was sent flying several dozen meters by Suyu's immense strength, staggering back before he could finally stop. His internal spiritual energy churned violently. So strong? Long Feng was taken aback. Is a seemingly dim-witted scion of a noble family this formidable? Before he could fully process the situation, Suyu's voice rang out ominously in his ear. You're finished. Upon hearing this, Long Feng's head snapped up, only to see Suyu's figure already charging towards him, the black great sword gleaming ominously as it came down upon him. Damn it, I've been had. Long Feng cursed inwardly. Just as he prepared to unleash the power of the dragon body, a cold voice laced with fury rang out from behind him. Stop right there. In the next moment, an attack abruptly interrupted Suyu's offensive. You bastard. You think you can bully the weak again? I see now we have been too lenient with you. Chapter 010. A misunderstanding? The person you just tried to kill is our beloved younger brother. As the voice echoed, several sword-wielding figures soared through the air, their elegant silhouettes approaching with urgency. Each of their strikingly beautiful faces bore an expression of fury, clearly enraged by Suyu's actions. Upon arrival, Su Qingying and her companions positioned themselves resolutely before Long Feng, their beautiful eyes locked onto Suyu, their anger nearly palpable. Suyu! Su Wanqing's teeth clenched tightly as she exclaimed, You have truly lost your mind. You would even contemplate taking a life. Her misjudgment of Suyu had been profound. He was not merely misguided, but rather wholly malevolent. Su Muyao, her brow furrowed in disappointment, echoed her sentiments. I had thought you were merely a scoundrel, but it seems you are truly wicked. They had initially intended to test Suyu to ascertain whether he retained any semblance of conscience. To their dismay, he did not. Indeed, even the bond of blood could not shield him from the reality of his own depravity. Chun Yunxi, filled with indignation, confronted Suyu. Is there no room in your heart for anyone else? You bully the weak. What capabilities do you truly possess? She understood all too well the anguish of being victimized. A plight Suyu had once inflicted upon her without a shred of mercy. Seeing her sisters and Chun Yunxi appear, Suyu was taken aback. But their accusations darkened his expression further. You presume to label me the villain without grasping the full context? Despite their celestial lineage, he felt no obligation to appease them indefinitely. He had no desire to create turmoil for his adoptive father, nor to descend into extremities. Yet he found their unjust accusations intolerable. Having gained a semblance of family in this life, however tenuous, he had hoped to integrate into their lives. But the reality was proving disheartening. Observing the tension radiating from Su Qingying finally spoke. We are mindful of our blood ties and wish to avoid a public spectacle. If you acknowledge your misdeeds, we may still forgive you. However, we cannot allow you to act recklessly. Su was their younger brother, a charge entrusted to them by their mother on her deathbed. Yet this did not grant him the liberty to act without restraint. Noticing the determination and vigilance in their stance, Su realized they would intervene should he entertain any further thoughts of defiance. Taking a deep breath, he replied, so you will not inquire about the events that transpired? Very well, consider me the bully then. In that moment, he felt exhausted from the need for explanation. The sensation of being disbelieved was his greatest aversion. With that, he sheathed his sword and turned away. So be it. He would relinquish his connection to these sisters. Let them think as they wished. Rather than remain entangled in their expectations, he would ascend to greatness alone and look down upon the masses. So you stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Su Wanqing called out, her voice urgent. Yet, her words merely caused Su to hesitate momentarily before he continued on his path without looking back. As Su Wanqing prepared to speak again, Su Qingying interjected. Let him go. If he causes further trouble, we need not concern ourselves with him. Their words were laden with disappointment, suggesting that in their eyes, Su was destined only to create chaos. In truth, Su could hardly blame them for their perceptions. The actions of the original Su had indeed been far from commendable. Once he vanished from their sight, they turned their attention to Long Feng, who had sheathed his massive sword and bowed to them in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, he said, acknowledging their intervention, though he had not required their aid. Yet, propriety dictated he express his gratitude. Upon glimpsing Su Muyao, Long Feng's heart raced with excitement. The allure of the undying divine phoenix was irresistible, and the beauty of the companions surrounding her was unparalleled, surpassing any he had encountered thus far. Su Muyao, upon noticing Long Feng, felt a fleeting stir of emotions. The essence of the undying divine phoenix seemed to beckon her closer. There is no need for formality. You weren't harmed, were you? Su Wanqing's piercing gaze flickered, sensing something amiss as she subtly positioned herself to shield Su Muyao. I'm perfectly fine. That minor attack was insufficient to inflict any harm, Long Feng assured them hastily. Su Wanqing nodded, relieved. Long Feng then smiled warmly, introducing himself. I am Long Feng. May I ask for the names of my esteemed companions? Su Yingding, Su Wanqing, Shen Yunqi, Su Muyao, they replied. Upon learning their names, Long Feng extended an invitation. This trial is fraught with peril. Shall we form a temporary alliance for hunting? He sensed that their cultivation levels surpassed his own, yet he remained confident, for he possessed one of the most formidable physiques in existence, the dragon body, capable of unleashing power that could rival even the 4th or 5th tier of the spirit sea realm. Su Muyao was inclined to accept, inexplicably drawn to him, but before she could voice her agreement, Su Wanqing preemptively declined. No need. If you have no further business, we shall take our leave. She signaled to the others. Not wishing to miss the opportunity to be near the undying divine phoenix, Long Feng exclaimed, Please wait. If you encounter that scoundrel again, I can be of assistance. I was careless before. Otherwise, I could have dispatched him. At this, the sisters paused, and Su Muyao turned back, her melodic voice tinged with curiosity. What did you say? You were the one who confronted him? Seeing the undying divine phoenix address him, Long Feng's heart raced, suppressing his excitement as he nodded. Indeed. Before entering, I overheard your dispute with him. He is undoubtedly a vile individual who has committed unforgivable acts against you. That is why I felt compelled to act. As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment colored his words. Nonetheless, I was remiss and failed to eliminate him in one strike. Rest assured, should I encounter him again, I will ensure your formidable foe is vanquished. With that, Long Feng looked up expectantly, anticipating their gratitude. However, When he met their gazes, his smile slowly faded, for the expressions on Su Muyao and her companions had turned grim. In that moment, Long Feng was left bewildered. Before he could inquire further, the undying divine phoenix uttered words that chilled him to the bone. The person you just attempted to kill is our beloved younger brother. To speak of wanting to kill him in our presence, are you seeking death? Long Feng. Chapter 11. A twist of fate. Su Yu's unwitting victory? What? Long Feng exclaimed, his voice echoing in disbelief. He was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom such a reversal. The man whom they had verbally assaulted was, in fact, the brother of the immortal divine phoenix. What had he done? Long Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, struggling to comprehend that he had merely aimed to impress her. Little did he know, his flattery had landed him in perilous territory. He had charged in without understanding the circumstances, seeking to harm her brother amidst their familial discord. Now, having failed to overpower him, he found himself saved by the very person he sought to attack, inadvertently sowing seeds of misunderstanding between the siblings. At that moment, Long Feng perceived the shift in Su Muyao's regard for him. It had plummeted from neutral to negative. "How didn't he know he was your brother?" Long Feng stammered, hastily attempting to clarify. "I merely overheard you discussing teaching him a lesson and assumed he must be a villain before he could finish his explanation." Su Muyao rebuked him. "That matter is between us and him. What concern is it of yours?" Su Muyao's mood soured. She had initially thought Su Yu was the perpetrator, but it turned out he was the victim, although she could not comprehend why this man stirred something within her. She was too preoccupied with the misunderstanding to dwell on it. Su Qingying's demeanor grew icy as she remarked, "So you intended to kill him simply because you overheard us discussing teaching him a lesson? Who do you think you are?" Chen Yunxi inhaled deeply and said, "I cannot fathom your thought process. To judge a person's character based on mere words and to act on it with the intent to kill is indicative of a fundamentally flawed character. Such impulsive individuals often exhibit a remarkably volatile temperament. They were even less favorable than Su Yu, despite having previously felt a semblance of goodwill towards Long Feng. That sentiment evaporated entirely. A stark comparison revealed that at least Su Yu had never harmed anyone. His motives were merely driven by ambition and a tendency to prey on the weak. At this moment, Su Wanqing's once bright eyes transformed, revealing a deeper insight into Long Feng's secrets. "Ah, I see. The dragon god body. No wonder he was so eager to ingratiate himself." She turned to Su Muyao and explained, "This fellow is after you, third sister. His physique possesses a trace of dragon ancestor blood, surpassing many others, rivaling even the chaotic sacred body. If he were to unite with the immortal divine phoenix, his lineage could evolve and refine into the second indomitable dragon phoenix body in history." Upon recognizing that Long Feng bore the dragon god body, she understood the underlying motivations. This man likely coveted the immortal divine phoenix due to her unique gifts. Indeed, he was a creature that thought with his lower instincts. As Su Wanqing's words resonated, the other three women simultaneously exhibited disdain and revulsion. What a fool! To curry favor without even understanding the identity of the one he seeks to please. How pathetic! Su Muyao, now enlightened about the unsettling sensation of bloodline attraction, declared, "Who would ever be fond of such a hot-tempered man?" Long Feng's heart sank at her words, his hopes dashed. "Oh no, my favorability rating has plummeted to 0. Yet, before he could wallow in despair, Su Qingying, as the eldest, could no longer restrain herself. Disappearing from sight, an intense sword aura surged forth, aimed directly at Long Feng. "You intended to harm this scoundrel to win favor with Muyao? You deserve to be punished." The sword intent, imbued with a hint of spatial power, triggered an overwhelming sense of danger within Long Feng. In his mind, the dragon ancestor's urgent voice broke through, urging clarity. "Kid, stop standing there like a fool. Run. At your current level, you cannot contend with these 4 women." Had he lost his mind? Offending a singular prodigy was already daunting enough. Yet Long Feng had managed to offend 4 at once, each more formidable than the last. The immortal divine phoenix was already significantly stronger than the current dragon god body, while the others were equally terrifying. The one with the innate could unravel any flaw in existence, and at full maturity could even glimpse the threads of time. Another, endowed with the supreme bone, was destined for greatness. Each supreme bone governed different laws. The one before him clearly represented the law of space, far beyond what the dragon god body could contend with. The last, even more fearsome, although he was a dragon ancestor, having once been a celestial being, this individual was undoubtedly another celestial being. With a mastery of celestial arts, they could reincarnate while retaining their past knowledge, clearly a figure of great significance. Should she successfully return to the celestial realm, she might become a formidable force, far beyond what Long Feng could ever hope to confront. Even he had to consider whether it was worth offending an unknown, powerful celestial reincarnate. The dragon ancestor, evidently alarmed, realized that despite the great fortune bestowed upon Long Feng, ascending to celestial status was not guaranteed, especially in the lower realm, where such aspirations were mere folly. Run, you foolish boy, what are you waiting for? The urgency in the dragon ancestor's tone escalated. Long Feng snapped back to reality, casting a reluctant glance at the four women. Ultimately, he unleashed his full power to deflect Su Qingying's strike and made a hasty retreat. Upon witnessing Long Feng's escape, the four did not pursue him. They exchanged glances, each bearing a bittersweet smile. What now? How would they rectify the misunderstanding with Su Yu? Though they harbored aversion towards him, they would never allow outsiders to take action against their brother. They would prefer to handle matters themselves. But having misjudged him, that left them feeling quite unsettled. Sister, what shall we do next? Let us focus on gathering enough points first, she replied. The four lapsed into silence, then began their hunt for beasts. Meanwhile, Su Yu, walking away, felt increasingly agitated. Why? Why should the child of fortune hold such power? How could he cause my sisters to misunderstand me so easily? My sisters wish to kill me. The child of destiny wants to join in, and the imperial tomb is a ticking time bomb. How am I supposed to navigate this? This new life is utterly frustrating and unentertaining. If they push me too far, I shall deal with each of them. Yet, as Su Yu simmered in frustration, the system's notification rang in his mind, prompting him to halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully disrupting the child of fortune's connections and opportunities. Reward granted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully diminishing the child of fortune's resolve. Reward granted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully instilling guilt in the child of fortune. Reward granted. A series of system notifications flooded his consciousness, leaving Su Yu utterly bewildered. When did I achieve all these remarkable feats? Chapter 012. Rather than entrust fate to others, it is better to seize it oneself. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. 6,000 villain points, 5 birds demon feather fan, void knife technique, prison suppression body, and 4 realm enhancement cards. 5 birds demon feather fan, a replica of the 5 birds immortal feather fan, crafted from the true feathers of 5 great demon birds. The silver-winged demon pung, golden feather demon falcon, black feather peacock, demon lark, and the ghostly flame demon phoenix. Grade, sacred weapon, void knife technique. A sacred knife technique created by the great sage of the void in his later years, containing the rules of space. Capable of slaying opponents with the power of the void. Prison suppression body. One of the top 100 physiques, the prison suppression divine body, which can suppress the 9 underworlds. Possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, though its upper limits are not particularly high. Detection indicates that the host has not yet activated the beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received beginner rewards. 1 realm enhancement card, Moon Devouring Demon Toad Technique, and Corpse Immortal Sky Slaying Technique. Moon Devouring Demon Toad Technique. Based primarily on the moon's spiritual energy, practicing this technique allows one to transform spiritual power into a moon-devouring demon toad, capable of devouring stars upon mastery. Grade, Sacred Realm Technique. Corpse Immortal Sky Slaying. By condensing endless death energy into a strand of corpse immortal energy. This technique can reap the heavens and seize the corpse immortal from the seams of the universe. The techniques have been placed in the technique panel for automatic cultivation, and the prison suppression body will replace the original physique. In his mind, the system's voice echoed, leaving Su Yu momentarily stunned. After a while, Su Yu's mouth gradually fell open, his pupils suddenly constricting as bewilderment replaced all else. Wow, this reward is invincible. It seems I truly made the right choice in coming to this grand competition. As he gazed at the rewards, Su Yu's eyes began to shimmer with fervent light. Although these rewards might not be entirely orthodox, what did it matter? As long as they could empower him, allowing him to evade threats such as the Imperial Tomb, his sister, and the Chosen One, all means are justified. The moon-devouring demon toad, corpse immortal sky-slaying, and 5 birds demon feather fan. Each one was a manifestation of the demonic. The only consolation was that the prison suppression body seemed relatively normal. In this world, demonic cultivators were not regarded as taboo or rare. They too possessed their own sacred grounds. However, among the myriad races, there existed an unspoken agreement. No demonic cultivator or demon bird was permitted to ascend to the imperial throne. Should anyone dare to do so, a great purge would ensue, eradicating all demonic cultivators. Contemplating this, the fervor in Su Yu's eyes dimmed, replaced by a hint of resignation. Was the power of the antagonist truly so formidable that it necessitated positioning himself against the world? No matter, as long as he was strong enough. Nothing would pose a problem. Casting aside a thread of discouragement, Su Yu rallied his spirits anew. Indeed, reconciling with his sisters was the more reliable path. Otherwise, he would be doomed to suffer the consequences of a future reckoning. However, a layer of gloom began to settle in Su Yu's eyes as he murmured, "Rather than entrust fate to others, it is better to seize it oneself." He had never taken a life, nor harbored any thoughts of doing so. Yet, if it came to a point where everyone sought to end him, he would not continue to hide. Prison suppression body replacement complete. The cold, mechanical voice granted Su Yu a profound sense of assurance. In the next moment, a powerful aura, seemingly capable of suppressing the very heavens, surged within him, its dense malevolence causing surrounding beings to retreat in fear. Any creature with a semblance of spirit displayed palpable terror. Spirit C Realm, 2nd layer. Spirit C Realm, 3rd layer. The replacement of his physique elevated his potential to new heights. While the myriad effects of previously accumulated pills were fully absorbed, transforming into the perfect nourishment for this enhancement. All Realm Enhancement cards were utilized. Ding! Realm Enhancement cards, 6 used successfully. Boom! The second eruption caused the spiritual energy within 100 miles to converge towards Su Yu, akin to a true dragon formed of spiritual energy roaming the heavens. This explosive surge of power astonished all. The prodigies in the trial grounds seemed to sense something, turning their gazes toward Su Yu's location. Was there someone breaking through to the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm? Indeed, this grand competition of the East Wilderness was a gathering of prodigies, and anything could occur. The 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm could likely secure a place in the top 20 of this grand contest. Few prodigies could successfully condense pills before the age of 100, yet some, relying on their formidable foundations and physiques, could still defy the odds. Within the trial grounds, countless prodigies gathered, each with their own unique backgrounds. Not far from Su Yu's breakthrough, several shadowy figures converged. Have we established contact with the Holy Sun? We have yet to receive news from the Holy Sun. Is this hunt not orchestrated by the sacred grounds? Could the Holy Sun be defying orders? Conditions have changed. The sacred grounds have sent word for us to expend all effort in harvesting the talents on the priority list, collecting all corpses for submission. And what of the Holy Sun? No need to concern ourselves. The Holy Sun may be changing targets. Understood. The gathered figures melted into the shadows, transforming into serpents poised to strike, awaiting an opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. The month-long point competition had now reached a fevered pitch. Valuable demon beasts were limited. As the hunting period neared its end, it was also time for eliminations. This point competition allowed for eliminations. Once in this arena, regardless of one's background, if one could not best others and lost points, It was merely a reflection of insufficient strength or luck. Thus, the seed contestants initially regarded hunting fierce beasts with disdain. They were waiting for those plump targets to appear before them, so they could wield their scythes to reap the rewards. By the 21st day, Su Yu's first place standing had been usurped. Originally boasting over 2,700 points, temporarily ranking at the top, he now found himself displaced. As the new first place soared to 20,000 points, that was equivalent to hunting 200 Spirit Sea Realm demon beasts. Yunxi, now that we all have 9,000 points, we need not continue competing. It's sufficient to maintain our standings for advancement. In the depths of the forest, Su Qingying and Qin Yunxi walked side by side. They glanced at their rankings, both having entered the top 50, and thus lacked the desire to continue hunting demon beasts. Due to their uniqueness, they had long been pre-selected by the sacred grounds, even if Chun Yunxi and Su Muya had yet to be designated. Once they faced the aptitude assessment, it was virtually guaranteed that the sacred grounds would allow them to choose. Well, with 9 days remaining, what shall we do? Let us find that little rascal Su Yu. I see his ranking has dropped beyond 200. We should assist him in hunting some demon beasts to help him advance. Agreed. It would serve as a form of compensation for misunderstanding him. I have no objections. Having been troubled by their earlier misjudgment of Su Yu, they intended to aid him in progressing to the next stage upon discovering his silence. Shortly after exiting the forest, several figures suddenly appeared. Are these the targets the Holy Sun has set his sights upon? Indeed, the signatures of those individuals, supreme bone, dual pupils, undying divine phoenix body. Follow them. Confirm the hunting targets. Chapter 013. The Dragon God body. Is everyone truly this foolish? Outside the trial grounds, the area was an expansive 3,000 miles. A collaborative creation of the three great sacred lands. Everything within belonged to the sacred lands. It seemed that this year's contestants exhibited some peculiarities in past years. The death toll in the initial round would reach only a few hundred among 3,000 elites. Yet, merely 21 days had passed this time, and over 200 had already perished. A group of middle-aged individuals gathered, observing the shattered jade tablets strewn across the ground, dim and lifeless, and felt a sense of bewilderment. Among the deceased were several seed geniuses, each representing the attention of a sacred land behind them, almost guaranteed a path into cultivation within the sacred lands. However, this time, several had met their demise. Should we report this to the inner elders? One middle-aged steward inquired. The death of seed geniuses implies something amiss. Report it. If there truly exists a bloodthirsty individual among us, we cannot allow them to enter the sacred land. The leader decisively concluded. The sanctity of the sacred lands stemmed from their capacity to suppress all turmoil. Any voice of dissent was insignificant in their presence. Yet, entrance to the sacred lands was not granted to everyone. Beyond talent, character was also scrutinized. Those lacking in virtue, regardless of their innate abilities, could not gain entry. Naturally, they would not allow such individuals to leave alive. After all, one could never be certain whether a rejected genius might harbor resentment and turn to dark paths, posing a future threat to the sacred lands. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate the source of potential threats. While the stewards resolved to report the situation to their sect, the circumstances within the trial grounds were far from optimistic. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and the signs of battle were unmistakable. As Su Muya traversed the path to find Su Yu, she gradually discerned the unsettling atmosphere around her. The unmistakable scent of blood accompanied clear evidence of conflict between individuals. Someone had perished. Su Qingying glanced at the dried brown bloodstains on the ground, and then surveyed her surroundings. It seems we have reached the time for hunting others for points. Hunting others for points was not uncommon. What was rare was the occurrence of deaths. Let us go. As the group pondered, Su Wanqing suddenly urged, Eldest sister, third sister, Yunxi, we must hurry. Someone is trailing us. They are likely hunters. Hunters. This term referred to those who targeted others for their points. Such individuals were fixated solely on points. If one surrendered meekly, they might be spared. However, resistance could lead to death. Hunters varied in strength, with some at the spirit sea realm and others at the Dan condensation realm. Those daring to attack them would certainly not be of the spirit sea realm. They would at least be at the Dan condensation realm. Even if they could fight beyond their level, facing one or multiple adversaries at the Dan condensation realm posed a significant risk of demise. Upon hearing the term hunters, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically, and they wasted no time in hastening their escape. Shortly after they fled, shadows emerged at the spot where Su Qingying and the others had lingered. They've been spotted. Quickly contact others and surround them. The supreme bone, the heavy pupil, the undying divine phoenix bloodline. None must escape. Understood. As they spoke, they exerted themselves to pursue relentlessly. The chase unfolded, and they drew closer to Su Qingying and her companions. After several hours of pursuit, 4 figures suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path. Each emanated the aura of a 7th-level spirit sea realm cultivator. "Stop!" one of the newcomers bellowed. With a resounding boom, as the weapon cleaved through the air, Su Qingying's expression changed abruptly. She leapt forth, channeling her strength to unleash a strike that shattered the incoming attack. "Who are you? If you seek points, we are willing to surrender. Just let us go." Su Qingying retreated to stand beside Su Wanqing, her voice steady. The intentions of these individuals were glaringly apparent. They did not resemble typical hunters. Instead, they bore the air of those specifically hunting cultivators. In response to her words, the seemingly ordinary men showed no shift in emotion, coldly retorting, "We seek your points, and your lives are equally ours to claim. Kill." With no further ado, they charged forward with lethal precision. The spirit sea realms might erupted like a colossal bulldozer, demolishing everything in their path, leaving chaos in their wake. Their techniques were exceptionally cunning and ruthless, unlike any ordinary martial arts. "Attack! Look for a chance to escape." Su Qingying shouted. Though Su Wanqing and her companions had not experienced real combat, they quickly adapted, engaging the 4 assassins in battle. Chun Yunshi shone the brightest among them, wounding one assailant in 3 moves before turning to aid Su Muya. Yet, this advantage was short-lived, shattered by the arrival of 3 more Dan condensation realm experts in pursuit. Even though the 4 women possessed the courage to fight beyond their level, their foundational realms were a significant disadvantage. They could slay ordinary spirit sea realm 9th-level cultivators, but could not contend against those of the Dan condensation realm. In mere moments, the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly against them. "We cannot win. Let us find a way to retreat," Su Qingying exclaimed, unable to suppress her urgency as she observed the lopsided battle. "I will create an opening with the Supreme Bone's spatial secrets. You all must flee quickly." Su Wanqing and the others nodded without hesitation. "All right." Hearing their exchange, one of the Dan condensation realm elites scoffed. "Under our very noses, you think you can escape? Prepare to die." With a roar, the pressure of the Dan condensation realm surged forth, an almost tangible force crashing down like a tidal wave, causing the group to stagger under its weight. The immense pressure left Su Qingying's face pale. Surveying her surroundings, she saw her younger sisters being overwhelmed, and her gaze sharpened. Space, but before she could fully activate the supreme bone within her, a furious shout erupted nearby. "Damn it, stop! You shall not harm them." With that, a faint yet potent dragon aura surged forth, advancing steadily. Upon hearing the shout, the 3 Dan condensation realm experts involuntarily turned to look. In the next moment, they beheld a slender youth wielding a massive sword rushing toward them, exuding a pressure akin to a high-level cultivator despite only being at the 2nd level of the spirit sea realm. Dragon roar, sword of the 9 heavens. As the slender youth swung the immense sword, a faint yet resonant dragon's roar echoed, powerful and grand. All eyes turned toward him. A fleeting flash of pride crossed Long Feng's face. Heroically rescuing the damsels in distress. Who would have thought? Merely passing by, he stumbled upon the undying divine phoenix body being ambushed. He was determined to clear up any misunderstandings and earn their favor. After all, he was the bearer of the dragon god body, not a mere nobody. Merely a Dan condensation realm cultivator, he dared to take action, with the dragon ancestor behind him. He was confident he could lead the undying divine phoenix body to safety. With this thought, A subtle smile graced Long Feng's face as he turned toward Su Muya, shouting, "Muya, my friend, flee quickly. I shall buy you time." Bang! Before he could finish, a Dan condensation realm expert vanished from sight. In the next moment, a tremendous force abruptly slammed Long Feng's body to the ground. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the earth was left with a massive pit spanning several dozen meters. How absurd! When did a mere second-tier spirit sea realm waste dare to play the hero? At this instant, the surroundings fell into silence, evidently caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Upon witnessing Long Feng's fall, Su Wanqing and the others cast curious glances at Su Muyao. It seemed that the possessor of the dragon god physique was indeed relentlessly intent on approaching her. As Su Muyao felt the collective gaze upon her, she couldn't help but want to cover her face. Was it truly the case that all those with the dragon god physique were so foolish? Chapter 014, What Saint Child? Do not spread baseless rumors. Not only did Su Muyao and the others feel their faces flush, but even a few assassins from the Imperial Tomb could not help but scoff. The sight seemed familiar. Could this fool also be a target? The target was confirmed as the possessor of the dragon god body. Let's eliminate him and take him away. For the Imperial Tomb, as long as the corpse remained intact, they had ways to extract the physique and bloodline. As long as it was completed within 12 hours, all physiques would belong to them. As they communicated secretly, Su Qingying could not help but exclaim, "This guy, we must find a way to get him out of here." They could have escaped easily, but suddenly, Long Feng had emerged, seemingly rushing to his death, which disrupted her plans. Now, escaping unscathed was utterly impossible. Suddenly, from the deep pit in the ground, a terrifying wave surged forth as if something had awakened, its power shattering the intensity expected within the spirit sea realm in an instant. The presence of the condensation Dan. Boom! Roar! In the next moment, an enraged roar echoed throughout the forest, and the violent surge of spiritual energy caused everyone to turn in alarm. The condensation Dan realm was nothing remarkable. Long Feng's furious roar resounded. In the blink of an eye, a clawed arm covered in azure scales shot forth from the dust, seizing the left foot of a condensation Dan expert. Creak! The moment the azure-scaled arm grasped the foot, it exerted tremendous force, ripping the leg clean off. Blood sprayed forth, and a scream pierced the air. "Ah, my leg!" The chilling wail sent shivers down everyone's spine. Then, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, brimming with explosive muscles and covered in azure scales, emerged. The dragon's might radiated, causing all beings within 100 miles to prostrate themselves. This was the innate pressure of a bloodline, a dragon, the ruler of all scales, with an invincible physique. Boom! With a single punch, the dragon man sent the condensation Dan expert, whose leg he had severed, flying. He then turned to face Su Muyao, baring his fangs, and proclaimed, "You all go ahead. Leave these people to me." With that, Long Feng's robust legs bent slightly, and in the next instant, he shot forth like a bullet. His arrival successfully instilled a sense of fatal threat among the assassins. The power of the dragon ancestor combined with the potential of the dragon god body granted him temporary combat strength at the condensation dam level. The moment of ostentation had begun. Long Feng reveled in the astonished expressions of Su Muyao and the others. However, he refrained from saying much, wishing to maintain his aloof demeanor. Thus, he redirected all his fury towards the assassins. Transformed into a dragon man, Long Feng's strength was absurdly formidable, nearly overwhelming the assassins. At this moment, Su Qingying regained her usual composure and stated, "We must leave and find that little rascal. There is something unusual happening here. That little rascal's cultivation level may not withstand these hunters." Witnessing Long Feng alone endure such pressure, Su Qingying wasted no time in calling for everyone to depart. Su Muyao and the others nodded in agreement. All right. They swiftly vacated the battlefield, leaving the frenzied Long Feng behind. If he wished to show off, let him be. As they departed, Long Feng showed no intention of concealing himself, channeling all his wrath into his combat prowess, relentlessly striking at the remaining 2 condensation Dan experts and 4 spirit sea realm assassins. Roar! D! As the child of fate, The principle of growing stronger when faced with adversity remained effective. As long as the circumstances were not excessively outrageous, the child of fate could always turn danger into safety. After crushing an unsuspecting Spirit Sea realm assassin into a pulp with a single punch, the remaining assassins were filled with terror. What the hell, he has gone mad. Can the dragon god body transform into a dragon man for battle? Run. This guy has lost it. If anyone could witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be haunted by psychological trauma, as Long Feng fully embodied madness. As the assassination operation of the Imperial Tomb commenced, a wave of counterattacks surged within the trial ground. Some prodigies even banded together to form a temporary counter-killing alliance, yielding initial success. Meanwhile, atop a certain mountain peak in the trial ground, Su Yu, who had been in seclusion for a long time, finally concluded his cultivation to stabilize his realm. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air. The substantial change brought by his physique delighted him immensely, especially as he felt the thick, fully liquefied Spirit Sea within his dantian. He nodded in satisfaction. The 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, having a slight ability for self-preservation, felt exhilarating. This feeling of being overpowered was something others could hardly comprehend. Although in this world, the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, and even the Condensation Dan realm, may not be considered significant figures among the younger generation, it was already exceptionally strong, especially since Su Yu was only just 18 years old. This moment of self-congratulation lasted only a brief while before Su Yu felt disheartened, for the realms in this world were far too numerous. From the initial body tempering to the condensation vessel, then to foundation establishment, innate, Spirit Sea, condensation Dan, followed by spirit nurturing, law manifestation, tribulation of yin and yang, and beyond that, the 5 decays of heaven and man, leading finally to the saint realm. The difficulty of ascent was daunting. The Su family's status as a premier family in the Eastern Wasteland was undoubtedly due to the presence of a powerful figure at the level of the 5 decays of heaven and man. And his adoptive father, Su Yuxing, was a formidable expert in the tribulation of yin and yang. Contemplating the family's somewhat impressive standing provided Su Yu with a slight sense of reassurance. Buzz, just as he awoke, the communication jade pendant from the sacred land of the Imperial Tomb began to vibrate violently in his possession. As soon as he grasped it, countless messages flooded into his mind. Beep, calling the Saint Child, where are you? The assassination plan has begun. Saint Child, we have located the 3 sisters of the Su family. Hurry. Saint Child, it's bad. The Sacred Land has sent word that you have been removed from the command of this assassination plan. Saint Child, the elders instructed us to inform you to return to the Sacred Land within a year to participate in the assessment. Failure to comply will result in being deemed a traitor. These messages inundated Su Yu's mind, causing him immense headaches. Indeed, holding multiple identities was perilous. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. However, there remained one extreme solution: eliminate all the hunters, silencing those who knew his identity. Otherwise, once exposed, he would be left with no choice but to live like a rat in the gutter. Just as Su Yu wavered on whether to pursue this course of action, a figure clad in black robes, exuding the aura of the Spirit Sea realm, emerged from the forest behind him. Approaching Su Yu, he coldly stated, Saint Child, you have yet to respond to our messages. Have you decided to betray the Sacred Land? He was the only one among the assassins who knew Su Yu's true identity. During the initial assessment of the Saint Child, he had been defeated by Su Yu, losing his elite disciple status and descending into the ranks of the Sacred Land assassins. While searching for the target, he had unexpectedly discovered Su Yu and had been waiting for him to awaken. Now, seeing Su Yu awake, he eagerly approached, ready to question him. Since Su Yu had lost his command in this assassination operation, there was no harm in confronting him. Meanwhile, upon hearing this sudden inquiry, Su Yu trembled in fear. Damn! At this moment, Su Yu no longer hesitated. He turned and unleashed a palm strike imbued with the power of the prison, almost instantly killing the assassin. What the hell? Who do you think you're scaring with your sudden appearance? What Saint Child? Do not spread baseless rumors. My name is Su Yu. Shuptef Kans. Ah. Who dares to hunt my brethren of the imperial tomb? What? At the very moment Su Yu's windfall descended, the mind of the 8th layer Linghai realm assassin went blank, completely unprepared for Su Yu's unexpected action. He had taken his own life. Did he not fear the retribution of a sacred land? Furthermore, why had his cultivation level already reached the 9th layer of the Linghai realm? Was it not said that the Holy Sun's cultivation was still at the 9th layer of the innate realm, merely waiting to seize the supreme bone and the heavy eye to reshape his innate talents? Why did it turn out this way? Boom! Following a violent tremor, dust swirled into the air, leaving behind a massive pit that nearly severed the cliff. Having completed this act, Su Yu gazed calmly upon his masterpiece. To his surprise, he felt no emotional upheaval, as if he had long since grown accustomed to the act of killing. Indeed, I am Su Yu. Why must you label me as the Holy Sun? Is this not a slander upon my innocence? Su Yu shook his head and sighed. As for the Holy Sun of the Imperial Tomb Sacred Land, he truly had no desire to assume that title. What difference did it make if it was a sacred land, a place loathed by the entire Xianxia continent, akin to a rat scurrying through the sewers? Who would dare to walk the streets bearing that name, lest they be beaten to death? What did strength matter without an emperor? It would still face annihilation. Next, it was imperative to eradicate all assassins to ensure safety. Otherwise, if anyone were captured and the existence of their holy sun revealed, it would surely alarm the 3 sacred lands, no, the entire eastern wilderness. I cannot withstand such scrutiny. The original plan of Su Yu was to kill the 3 sisters of the Su family during the grand tournament, seizing everything from them before returning to the imperial tomb, thus acting without restraint. However, I am different. I have no desire to be a rat in the gutter. Therefore, I must overturn this entire scheme and eliminate all assassins. Only by removing all elements can I extend my life. With this thought, Su Yu leapt into the dense forest below the cliff, vanishing from sight. While there may be powerful progenies of destiny I cannot defeat, I certainly can handle ordinary individuals. If I cannot do even this, I might as well lie down and await my demise. As Su Yu casually killed the assassin, the other Imperial Tomb assassins and prodigies in the trial area became aware of the situation. As the prodigies gradually reacted, the number of deaths among them began to decline. Conversely, the assassins started to fall. Simultaneously, the inner gate elders responsible for safety assessments at the 3 sacred lands noticed the anomaly and immediately issued temporary assessment tasks to all prodigies participating in the trials. Slaying a hunter would earn a reward of 1,000 points, while killing a condensation Dan hunter would yield 3,000 points. The points earned in the trials were not merely based on rankings. All prodigies advancing to the next stage would be rewarded according to their points. The first in points could choose any sacred land and directly enter as an inner disciple, receiving a supreme technique of the yin yang realm, along with treasures, elixirs, and more. This was why some chose to seize points from others. The rewards were simply too enticing. Among the prodigies who rose during the 100 Dynasties tournament, the concept of the yin yang realm was previously unheard of. In their kingdoms, the strongest were often merely in the spirit cultivation or condensation Dan realms. Such cultivation levels, though considered top tier in the eastern wilderness, were merely third-rate in reality. Yet they represented the pinnacle of what grassroots geniuses had witnessed. How could they have heard of manifestations beyond spirit cultivation or even the yin-yang realm? With the issuance of this temporary assessment task, all prodigies were stirred into a frenzy. The prospect of choosing a sacred land and technique was enough to ignite their fervor for counter-hunting, even if it meant risking their lives. Kill. Within a mere 3 days, many of the top-ranking prodigies fell one after another, though others also emerged unexpectedly. However, the most noteworthy was a figure named Su Yu. After making a significant impression in the early assessments, Su Yu had remained silent. Yet now his points suddenly surged to 20,000. He was hot on the heels of the top position. Good heavens, how many beasts and hunters had he slain? An increase of 18,000 points in 3 days. Had he killed 6 condensation Dan hunters? Madness. When did the once arrogant young master of the Su family become so formidable? I've seen him. He was just an innate realm cultivator, wasn't he? A prodigy from the same territory as the Su family gasped upon seeing Su Yu's name on the leaderboard. Naturally, the changes regarding Su Yu did not escape the notice of Su Qingying and others. Upon seeing her mischievous younger brother surge to second place on the leaderboard, they were taken aback. Su Miao exclaimed in disbelief, "Has this rascal taken drugs? How did he, a first-layer Linghai realm cultivator, achieve such a high rank? 20,000 points." They hardly dared to contemplate how he had amassed such a score. But the little rascal did it. We must find him quickly. We need to know his last whereabouts and hurry there. Over 600 miles away, Su Yu was pursuing 3 high-layer Linghai realm assassins from the Imperial Tomb. With a single strike, he severely wounded them. To kill 3 assassins above the 7th layer of Linghai realm, he didn't even need a 3rd strike. As he plundered their points, Su Yu also collected the jade tokens that symbolize their identities. Having such tokens made being a rebel exceedingly useful. Watching his points surge by another 10,000, he felt an unmistakable joy as he approached the top rank. While others struggled to locate the assassins, he was unbothered. With the jade token of the Imperial Tomb Sacred Land in hand, the locations of these assassins appeared transparent to him. He could find them with ease. Having made his decision, there was no turning back, so he took a deep breath. He had only one path ahead, to join the 3 sacred lands and rise rapidly under their protection. Furthermore, among the sacred lands, there were plenty of progenies of destiny, some even resembling familiar protagonists from web novels. Such prodigies were perfect targets for him to confront. Onward, onward. For the remainder of the time, he would kill as many as possible. Even if he couldn't slay them all, he must drive these gutter rats from the trial grounds. From this day forth, I, Su Yu, am no longer one of you. Boom! In the remaining 5 days, Su Yu hardly paused, continuously seeking out the figures of these assassins. Upon sensing something amiss, the assassins began to retreat, following previously arranged escape routes from the trial area. Meanwhile, an elder responsible for the Imperial Tomb Sacred Land support was seething with rage. The situation had changed. All assassins withdraw at once. The task is terminated. Watching his Sacred Land assassins fall one after another, his heart bled. Although these individuals were cultivated by the Sacred Land, each one was a prodigy in their own right. Who is it that dares to slay my brethren of the Imperial Tomb? Chapter 016, Bewildered. The first place, Spirit Sea Realm. 9th level. As a command for retreat was issued from the Imperial Tomb, the hidden assassins lurking in the trial grounds began to withdraw. However, until the final day, Su Yu had managed to eliminate the vast majority of these assassins. His personal score soared to a staggering 70,000 points, surpassing the 2nd place by a remarkable 20,000 points. With the conclusion of the points trial, all the prodigies promptly exited the trial grounds. An ancient voice resonated in the skies above the trial area. As the voice faded, each prodigy was enveloped in radiant light and transported away. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves in the central region of Prodigy City. In the expansive Prodigy Square, as each beam of light dissipated, a prodigy appeared. Those who ranked within the top 300 successfully advanced to the next round, while the others could still test their talents. If their talents met the standards, they could still gain entry to the sacred grounds. Such grand competitions among prodigies not only screened for luck, but also showcased the strength of the promising young talents. While some may have been eliminated, it did not signify the end of their chances to prove themselves. They could still join the sacred grounds through talent testing. However, the opportunity for the top 300 to enter the sacred grounds was significantly greater, ensuring their admission. At the center of the square, 3 elderly figures hovered in midair, their wrinkled faces adorned with smiles. They represented the 3 major sacred grounds, Tianxian, Jiuxiao, and Ziwei. Judging by the aura they exuded, they were formidable beings that had surpassed the threshold of the yin-yang tribulation. Due to some unforeseen circumstances during this trial, we have temporarily added assessment tasks. Naturally, the rewards will also be increased. In previous competitions, only the top 100 received rewards, but this time, all of you in the top 300 will receive corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this, the successful prodigies in the square erupted in excitement. Rewards for all who advanced. Given the wealth of the sacred grounds, even the last place would likely receive exceedingly generous resources, sparking anticipation among the crowd. In the stands surrounding Prodigy Square, representatives from various families and dynasties in the Eastern Wilderness were equally thrilled. In the stand area of the Eastern Wilderness, when Chen Zhongtian spotted his daughter among those advancing, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I never expected my daughter Yunxi to advance too. This time, our Chen family has 3 members making it to the next round. To participate in the Prodigy competition, a dynasty needed to be among the top 50 in the 100 Dynasties competition. Plus, each first-rate family and sect in the Eastern Wilderness sent 10 representatives, totaling 6,000 participants from whom 300 would advance. For the Chun family to have 3 members advancing was already quite an achievement, especially when some unfortunate first-rate families and sects faced total elimination. Su Yuxing searched among the 300 who advanced, and upon counting the number of his own family members who succeeded, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? 7 people? What's going on? Wasn't Yu just at the initial level of the Spirit Sea realm? How did he advance? Both Su Yuxing and the members of the Su family were left in shock. Su Yu, Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, and Su Muyao, the 4 siblings had all advanced. Along with 3 others from the Su family who were part of different sacred lineages, 7 out of 10 had succeeded. Seriously? 7 members of the Su family advanced? My goodness, are the Su family as prodigies this formidable this year? Didn't they only have 1 member advance last year? The emergence of a double-eyed prodigy was already remarkable, yet so many young talents had appeared. What an astonishing stroke of fortune. The situation of the Su family did not go unnoticed by other first-rate families and sects, who were filled with envy upon seeing 7 members from the Su family still present. 7 advancements meant that the resources available to the Su family over the next century would significantly increase, showcasing the sacred ground support for talent. When the representatives from 100 dynasties saw their own dynasty had a prodigy advancing, they too were filled with excitement. Dynasties are weaker than families, with more mouths to feed. Having an additional prodigy enter the sacred grounds meant an increase in resource distribution, making it easier to annex other dynasties in the future. Once all 300 prodigies had exited, those remaining were about to participate in the true competition among prodigies. The upcoming contest would be divided into 2 parts, talent assessment and one-on-one ranking matches. The first place will be crowned the foremost prodigy of the century. Each first-place winner enjoys immense fortune and, barring unforeseen circumstances, is destined to become a formidable being known as a celestial. If their talents are sufficiently exceptional, they may even aspire to the realm of quasi-saints. On the grand competition stage, the 3 elders from the sacred grounds spoke again. Silence. Next, we will announce the rankings of the points competition and the distribution of rewards. Upon hearing this, the chatter in Prodigy Square diminished significantly. Once the crowd settled, the 3 elders slowly began to speak. Apart from the top 100, those ranked 100 to 300 in this points competition will each receive 10,000 medium spirit stones and a 3rd-grade earth-level cultivation method. The 3rd-grade earth-level method, which could be cultivated to the spirit essence realm, was a coveted treasure for ordinary prodigies. As this reward was announced, all the prodigies simultaneously swallowed hard. A 3rd-grade earth-level method was something only royalty and certain princes possessed in the dynasties. Moreover, 10,000 medium spirit stones was an unprecedentedly vast sum they had never encountered before. The first place in the 100 Dynasties competition only received 1,000 medium spirit stones. Yet here, the rewards casually granted were 10 times that. In this world of cultivation, the greatest scarcity was resources and methods. With 10,000 spirit stones and a 3rd-grade method, at least 30% of these 200 prodigies would successfully break through to the spirit essence realm. For those in the top 100, ranks 11 to 99 would uniformly receive 1,000 superior spirit stones and a 2nd-grade heaven-level cultivation method, along with immediate admission to the sacred grounds as inner disciples. Boom! As this reward was revealed, everyone present gasped in astonishment. This reward was vastly more generous than in previous years. 1,000 superior spirit stones were equivalent to 10,000 medium spirit stones, especially the 2nd-grade heaven-level method, which aimed directly at becoming a formidable master. Such rewards would make even many second-rate families envious. However, What left them even more astounded was the announcement of the first-place reward. Due to the unprecedented score achieved by the first-place winner, after discussions among the three sacred grounds, we have decided to grant the first place the choice of any one of the three sacred grounds, allowing direct entry as a disciple under an inner elder. Boom! A supreme first-grade cultivation method, the complete yin-yang dual realm method, a 9 spirits qi condensing pill, and 10,000 superior spirit stones. Boom! With each proclamation from the elder, the hearts of the crowd raced wildly. Yet, the following revelation left countless individuals completely stunned. The first place in the points trial. Su Yu, at the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Points, 74,000. At that moment, everyone's mouths dropped open, shocked to the point where they could fit an entire egg inside. Their minds went blank, with only one phrase echoing in their thoughts. First place. Spirit Sea realm. 9th level. It was not just others who were bewildered. The most astonished of all was Su Yuxing in the stands. The Spirit Sea realm, 9th level? The first place is my Yu? Are you kidding me? Chapter 017. What on earth? My show-off son really came in first? Upon hearing the elder of the sacred land announce that the first place in the points trial competition was none other than his own son, Su Yuxing's mind was engulfed by a colossal question mark. While others may not comprehend his son, could he not? It was true that his son was arrogant and loved to show off. He believed that. But to claim that he secured first place in the Eastern Wilderness's grand competition of prodigies, how could that be possible? His son was not that impressive, truly. Although he was not completely inept, he had no connection to the top prodigies whatsoever. Just a month prior, he had barely broken through to the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. Now, in just a month, he had inexplicably vaulted to the pinnacle of the 9th level. Who would dare to believe such a meteoric rise? This was cultivation, not some pirated game. With a dazed expression, Su Yuxing mechanically turned to his equally bewildered companion, Chun Zhongtian, and said, "Brother, give me a punch. Let me see if I'm dreaming." Bang! A solid punch landed mercilessly on Su Yuxing's abdomen. Puff! Watching Su Yuxing nearly doubled over from the blow, Chun Zhongtian's lips twitched as he remarked, "Brother, does it hurt? This doesn't seem like a dream." He had used 80% of his strength for that punch. Despite the beating, Su Yuxing bore no grudge, only confusion. What on earth? My show-off son really came in first. Had the sky fallen? No, it hadn't. Not only he, but everyone around was equally in a state of disbelief. A Spirit Sea realm 9th level had claimed the first in the point competition. What a phenomenon. The shock it brought was hardly less than that of an elementary school student unexpectedly becoming the national champion. While the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm might be formidable, there were many who surpassed him in this grand competition of prodigies. In contrast to the astonishment of the onlookers, the 4 women in the prodigy square, including Su Qingying, were utterly flabbergasted. Who am I? Where am I? Did the elder just say that the first in the point competition was that little rascal Su Yu? Could it be a namesake? Even with Su Qingying's calm demeanor, she was shaken by the news. Beside her, Su Wanqing murmured, "Elder sister, I must be dreaming, right?" The elder must have made a mistake. Surely he was referring to someone with the same name? He must be mistaken. That rascal Su Yu is merely at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. Isn't Sumuyaoekov. Chun Yunxi nodded vigorously, repeatedly asserting, "It must be a mistake. It definitely is." If Long Feng had taken first place, they could still accept it. But Su Yu claiming the top spot, and at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, was this a joke? They had been planning to teach Su Yu a lesson, yet after a month, they could find no trace of him. Now, after the trial had concluded, they were told he was first. The 4 women felt their mental state teetering on the edge. It was akin to a previously underperforming sibling suddenly gaining admission to a prestigious university, a reality hard to digest. As they stood in stunned silence, a figure slowly advanced from the crowd. When he reached the center of the platform, everyone finally discerned his visage. Upon recognizing that it was indeed Su Yu, all who knew him felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Unbelievable. It truly was him. On the stage, Su Yu walked calmly under the gaze of countless eyes, and, with a slight bow to the 3 elders of the sacred land, he declared, "Junior Su Yu, greetings to the 3 elders." Though securing first place would attract considerable attention, Suyu remained unperturbed. To possess talent without revealing it would be sheer folly. The so-called strategy of hiding one's prowess was not suited for him. He would be invincible. With an indomitable stance, he would assert himself boldly, ensuring that all those fated to greatness would take notice of him. He would trample them beneath his feet. As for his three sisters and xianxia, Suyu was uncertain if he could truly leave them behind, but he was determined to at least not lag behind. For the time being, they still held the concept of familial bonds, but who could predict whether that would remain if they were pushed to the brink? After all, he was a villain adept at courting danger, the very existence that the fated ones despised most. It was far better to be strong. As Suyu stood before them, the three women exchanged gratified nods, expressing their satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Achieving first place at such a young age, given time, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force. As elders of the sacred land, they may not have been the first in their own trials, but their fortunes had certainly been favorable. Otherwise, they would not have reached this pinnacle. Having witnessed numerous prodigies over the years, they saw that most faded into obscurity, overtaken by others. Yet Suyu was different. At this age, achieving first place at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm was a combat prowess that could rival core disciples, though still a touch shy of the sacred sons cultivated by the sacred land. It was not far off. The elder in the central position flicked his fingers, and a storage ring landed before Suyu. This is your reward. Take it. The elder with a white beard said kindly. Thank you, elders. With that, Suyu retreated. Once he had accepted his reward, the three elders turned their attention back to the crowd, continuing to distribute rewards for the 2nd to 10th places. 2nd place, Chu Tian, 4th level of the condensation realm. 51,900 points. Awarded 1 supreme grade extraordinary technique, 600 high-quality spirit stones, and 1 heavenly essence nourishing pill, granting direct entry into the sacred land as an inner disciple. 3rd place, Yi Fan, 4th level of the condensation realm. 500 points. Awarded 1 supreme grade extraordinary technique, 400 high-quality spirit stones. Aside from the top 3 receiving a supreme grade extraordinary technique and elixirs, the rewards for those ranked 4th to 10th were relatively similar. Su Qingying and her companions just barely made it into the top 50, receiving no additional special rewards. Of course, for the 4 of them, the presence or absence of such rewards was inconsequential. Their innate talents were sufficient to bridge any gap. As for Xianxia, she needed no mention. Her celestial techniques, though yet to bear fruit, held a potential far surpassing that of all fated children. For the 4 of them, entering the sacred land was a foregone conclusion. Once they began their cultivation there, their progress would soar like a rocket. The process of reward distribution concluded swiftly. After all the prodigies had received their rewards, the elder leading the 9 sky sacred land spoke slowly. Next, we will enter the talent testing phase. Based on the talents you display, our 3 sacred lands will select individuals one by one. Once we confirm which sect you will join, the true grand competition of prodigies will officially commence. The points trial serves to filter out those with poor fortune, while the talent test filters out those with lesser innate abilities. The first 2 stages assess fortune and talent, but the ultimate grand competition determines the strongest prodigy under 100 years of age. You may have slightly lesser fortune or weaker talent than others. However, if at this age, you can unleash combat prowess that surpasses those with greater talent and fortune, defeating them, then you shall be deemed the strongest prodigy. As all eyes eagerly awaited, the elder of the 9 sky sacred land waved his sleeve. Boom! A crystal stele, towering 10 meters high, suddenly appeared on the stage. Dear young prodigies, come forth and attempt to break the record. May the names of some among you one day grace the annals of history in the eastern wilderness. The talent test begins. Chapter 018. Alas, the shrimp-headed woman steams shrimp heads. The words of the elders stirred the hearts of all the prodigies. Every cultivator yearns to leave a mark in history, to have future generations read about their deeds. This passionate speech ignited their emotions. One by one, they surged forward, eager to test their talents. However, among the 6,000, not everyone possessed exceptional gifts. Some relied on fortune and serendipity to attain the spirit sea realm, or even the core condensation realm before the age of 100. Yet their performance in the talent assessment remained quite ordinary. Ordinary, that is, when compared to the prodigies. Those of below-average aptitude, possessing a mundane physique, were instructed to stand aside and await notification. Those of average aptitude, with an above-average physique, were informed that their qualifications were commendable, and they were asked to inscribe their names and attributes. For those with superior qualifications and an outstanding physique, such as the bare physique, they were encouraged to leave their names as well. The crystal stone tablet used for testing aptitude served as a mirror for cultivators, revealing their true capabilities. It is true that in ancient times, there were practitioners with inferior qualifications and mundane physiques who ascended to the level of emperor, but such occurrences required immense fortune. Aside from a select few, who has ever heard of someone achieving enlightenment with such a poor foundation? None. Thus, the phenomenon of survivor bias persists. The principle states that among the myriad paths, one may escape one, yet to stand out among the billions, one requires great fortune and great opportunities. Those with exceptional talents and extraordinary physiques possess a probability of achieving enlightenment that far exceeds that of the ordinary. As the crowd jostled around the testing tablet, Suyu quietly retreated. He sought a vantage point to observe all the prodigies in the square, aiming to identify those blessed with crimson fates and mark them for future endeavors. This gathering of prodigies presented a rare opportunity that he did not wish to miss. However, just as he was about to exit the throng in search of the viewing platform, four figures simultaneously obstructed his path. Upon recognizing the individuals before him, Suyu was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Sisters, why are you blocking my way?" He had made every effort to avoid interaction with his three sisters, yet they continued to seek him out, as if he could not shake them off. "Bah, shrimp-headed woman, it is I, Suyu, who seeks to extract your essence, not the other way around. Why must you persistently haunt me?" As for Chen Yunxi, their broken engagement had been a matter of course. He had not publicly humiliated her nor issued a divorce decree, so why the fuss? Infuriated, he longed for the day when he could rise above them, trample them beneath his feet. Sister Su Qingying fixed her gaze intensely on Suyu, as if attempting to see through him, and remarked, "You little rascal. You have hidden yourself quite well at the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. This scoundrel must have intentionally concealed his true cultivation to tease them." Su Wanqing crossed her arms, smirking coldly, and said, "So, are you waiting for us to provoke you into a fit before you unleash your fury upon us?" Among those present, her malice towards Su Yu was the greatest, for she had genuinely come close to being harmed by him, just a hair's breadth away. Observing their expressions, Su Yu felt a wave of headache and mild annoyance wash over him. "Think what you will, just don't block my path. I have already distanced myself from you. What more do you want?" With that, Suyu maneuvered around the blockade and made his way toward the viewing platform. Hearing his words, the group was momentarily taken aback. As Suyu approached the platform, Su Qingying exchanged glances with the others and called out, regarding the matters in the trial grounds, "We apologize for our misunderstanding. We hope you can forgive us. Of course, our grudge will not be so easily dismissed." They had previously agreed that once they surpassed their father in cultivation, they would settle their grievances. Suyu paused, chuckled lightly, and replied, "Understood. However, I shall choose to join the 9 heavens holy land." After he spoke, the 4 women exchanged glances and could not help but scoff. This little rascal was growing increasingly pretentious, though he was less arrogant than before. "Let us return to the crowd and test our talents," they said, turning back to join the line for aptitude testing. On the platform, Suyu's gaze lingered on the 4 women, a slight smile gracing his lips, though it quickly faded. As for their previous agreement, that was merely a ruse he concocted to deceive them. If it were his former self, the sibling relationship would have long since devolved into enmity during the trial grounds. Nonetheless, this lie had afforded him time. At least, until they exceeded their father in cultivation, he could remain relatively safe, untroubled by the uncertainty of their attitudes toward him. Their agreement stipulated that after a century, regardless of whether their cultivation surpassed their father, all grievances would be resolved. Either Su Yu would eliminate his 3 sisters, or they would eliminate him. Whether this would change was uncertain, but Suyu believed that his sisters would remain resolute, as his former self had been intent on their demise. Casting aside these chaotic thoughts, Suyu stood in a secluded corner of the viewing platform, silently observing the assembly of prodigies. As he contemplated, he noted that each prodigy in the square was illuminated by an information panel above them. Those with red or higher fates were his primary focus. Let me see which little lamb shall become my first quarry. As Suyu examined the crowd for those with red fates, it soon became Su Qingying's turn to test her abilities after several prodigies had completed their assessments. Upon presenting her identity token, the elders maintaining order took notice of her. The elder from the Tianxian Holy Land beamed brightly, exclaiming, "Ah, it is you, Wanqing and your sisters. Allow me to personally assist you with your test." Su Wanqing had garnered attention from the Grand Elder, for her twin pupils had once sent ripples throughout the eastern wilderness. "Thank you, Elder," Su Wanqing replied with a gentle smile. "It's a mere formality. Now, let us see just how formidable your aptitude has become." The elder from the Tianxian Holy Land approached the crystal stone tablet and infused it with his spiritual energy. Once the testing stone was activated, he instructed Su Wanqing, "Simply channel your spiritual energy into the tablet." Nodding, Su Wanqing took a deep breath as she approached the tablet. From this moment forth, she would aim for loftier heights. As her delicate hand pressed against the stone tablet, her gentle spiritual energy surged into it. Instantly, the crystal stone tablet radiated a blinding light. Above the clear skies of the prodigy city, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Boom! As dark clouds gathered, a thick bolt of lightning descended. This spectacle drew the attention of all present. When they turned to gaze at the testing stone, they were nearly blinded by the dazzling golden words that adorned it. There were no distinctions of physique or classifications of aptitude. The line indicating her qualifications shimmered with a single, resplendent word: Imperial. In that moment, the venue fell into a profound silence. Chapter 19. Hey, are you a holy land? Have some dignity and stop digging up ancestors all the time. Not only that, but the three others beside Su Wanqing also tested their qualifications. Without exception, they all possessed imperial-level talent. While imperial-level talent does not guarantee that a person will become an emperor, the innate potential certainly makes the chances of achieving such a status exponentially higher than others. It is not only the great emperors who are called imperial. Even those on the verge of becoming emperors are also considered imperial. The Tianjiao Square fell into a deathly silence. Countless eyes widened as they gazed at the four peerless figures on the arena. At this moment, they shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Goodness, what terrifying talent is this, to possess imperial-level qualifications. Monsters, 4 monsters in a row. This scene greatly impacted the hearts of many young prodigies who had been hailed as such since childhood, not to mention the various factions in the stands. Su Yuxing stared blankly at the testing results of his 3 daughters, his gaze vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Not only him, but even the elders of the Su family beside him gaped in astonishment, looking as though they had seen a ghost. Could it be that I have suddenly become extraordinary today? Our Su family. 3 imperial-level talents? Head of the family. Were you an emperor or a celestial in your past life? The clan leader has given birth to 4 children, 1 ranked first in the trial point competition, and all 3 possess imperial-level talent. The Su family was so stunned that they were left speechless, just like the Chun family beside them. Chen Yunxi, also imperial level, gasped. This is incredible. After a prolonged silence, the crowd erupted in gasps. The noise so intense, it seemed to draw the spiritual energy from the entire Tianjiao Square. I can't believe it. 4 imperial-level talents, which only appear once in a millennium, have suddenly emerged all at once. The testing stone must be malfunctioning. Nonsense. Didn't you see that the elders of the Holy Land personally presided over the testing ceremony? Gasp. It must be true. No way. Which faction do they belong to? I must find out and align myself with them. Look at your ambition. Father, our great Zhou dynasty is not a first-rate force. Hurry and find out who they are. I want to propose marriage. Yes, I like the aloof one. The commotion in the square did not affect the 3 elders in the slightest. Their gazes had grown exceedingly fervent. Previously, aside from the elder of the Tianxian Holy Land, The other two had shown little interest in contention. After all, the xianxia had already been decided long ago. But now, they regretted their earlier indifference. 4 imperial-level talents. Cough. Wanqing, have you all decided which holy land you wish to join? The elder of Tianxian forced a smile, his lips nearly stretching to his ears. Old Zhu, what are you saying? Let them choose for themselves. The elder of Jiuxiao Holy Land protested, grumbling. The elder of ZY Holy Land nodded in agreement. Exactly. You're being unfair. You want to take them all just because they have 4 imperial-level talents? You must ask if they are willing. Young friend, come to my Jiuxiao Holy Land. Whatever resources you desire, we will surely provide. Don't listen to him, young friend. My ZY is the strongest holy land in the eastern wilderness. Come to ZY, and the Holy Master can be your mentor. I will personally unearth ancestors to be your teachers. Hearing the olive branches thrown by the two, the elder of Tianxian grew anxious, dissatisfied. Enough of you two. You're saying let them choose, yet you both are being unreasonable. Old Zhu, be quiet. Watching the 3 elders bicker, Su Wanqing smiled slightly and said, Thank you for your kind offers, elders. However, the 4 of us have decided to join Tianxian. Compared to the other 2 holy lands, Tianxian is clearly more suitable for us and is the only holy land in the eastern wilderness primarily focused on women. Sigh, very well. Seeing that they had made their choice, the elders of ZY and Jiuxiao could only sigh in disappointment. Nonetheless, in an effort to cultivate goodwill, they each gifted the 4 young women some resources before taking their leave. Once they departed, the elder of Tianxian wore a radiant smile and quickly murmured, You 4 need not participate in the following assessments. Just observe from the sidelines. I will notify the Grand Elder to come and welcome you back to the sect. We are about to prosper. With all 4 imperial-level talents in hand, Tianxian is set to flourish. The 2 imperial-level seeds from the previous 10 sessions were taken by ZY. But unexpectedly, this year we have doubled our gains. Ha ha! The elders of Jiuxiao and ZY, who had retreated a short distance away, couldn't help but roll their eyes upon hearing this. The previous 10 sessions were fortunate to have produced 2 imperial-level talents, but clearly, the quality of these 4 far surpasses them. Old Zhu, you are truly stingy. That said, the ZY elder felt significantly more balanced, having previously obtained 2 imperial-level seeds. Unlike the elder from Jiuxiao, whose long face was nearly dragging on the ground. In the subsequent talent tests, while a few individuals were found to possess saint-level talent, they paled in comparison to the 4 imperial-level contenders. The testing of talents did not take long. Out of 6,000 participants, 5,700 were tested by ordinary stewards. Only 300 were deemed noteworthy. These individuals either possessed great fortunes or were extraordinary talents. To stand out among 6,000, their luck was certainly no ordinary matter. Suyu, young friend, it's your turn. On the platform, upon hearing his name, Suyu promptly leaped down and placed his hand on the testing crystal stone. As Suyu ascended the stage, the previously retreated Su Qingying and others all focused their gazes upon him. They too wished to see how this bothersome younger brother's talent measured up. The others felt similarly. To achieve first place in the trial point competition at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea stage, his talent could not possibly be weak. Buzz. As Suyu's spiritual energy surged from his palm towards the testing stone, the next moment, the stone radiated a brilliant light. Physique, Jinyu body, talent. Upon seeing the 2 lines of text appear on the stone, all prodigies, including everyone in the stands, were left dumbfounded. The physique was confirmed, Jinyu body, one of the 100 ancient physiques, capable of suppressing an entire realm. To suppress a realm, one must possess at least the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. Yet, shouldn't someone with such a physique also possess imperial-level talent? Why then did Suyu's talent remain completely unmanifested, even appearing blank? No one could comprehend what was happening. While others might be baffled, the elders of the 3 holy lands understood all too well what this blank talent signified. At the moment they saw Suyu's talent was blank, the 3 elders' eyes widened in disbelief, looking as if they had seen a ghost. This. Before anyone could grasp the situation, the 3 elders simultaneously exclaimed, their voices urgent. Young friend, Join my ZY Holy Land, whichever grand elder you desire. I will risk everything to bring them to you. Nonsense. Old MO. Can your ZY Holy Land not possess any allure? Stop trying to dig up ancestors all the time. Young friend, if ZY is not suitable, come to my Jiuxiao. The position of Holy Master is yours. As they witnessed the three elders arguing fervently on stage, a large question mark appeared over everyone's heads. What is going on? Chapter 020. Stricken, who understands Long Feng's grievance. No matter how others try to comprehend this matter, their thoughts hold little significance. They are utterly disinclined to provide explanations, nor could they even if they wanted to. The three individuals share a singular aspiration, to ensure that Su Yu joins their sect, for they harbor doubts about the other sections. The Crystal Stone Monument may predict imperial-level qualifications, yet it cannot foresee higher destinies or roots. Should one's foundation remain undetectable, there is but one conclusion: celestial-level qualifications. It is abundantly clear that Su Yu possesses such potential. Young friend Su Yu, the choice is yours. Whichever holy land you select, the other two will not dare to act against you. Indeed, even if the other holy lands were to attempt any foul play, they would first need to consider the objections of our Jiwei Holy Land. Should you join Jiwei, you will be safeguarded by our esteemed ancestors, who will personally assist you. Bah, old MO, have some self-respect. If your ancestor were to learn of your behavior, he would surely emerge to chastise you. The fervent gazes of the three were akin to those fixated on a stunning beauty rather than on a mere man. In response to their overtures, Su Yu retracted his hand and smiled. I wish to join the Jiuxiao Holy Land. Tianxian was the choice of the three sisters. While Jiwei predominantly attracted the talents of dynastic heroes, establishing itself under the name of the Imperial Star. As for Jiuxiao, it remained shrouded in mystery, known only as one of the three great holy lands that had never faltered, with little else known. Considering all factors, Jiuxiao emerged as the optimal choice. Upon hearing Su Yu's response, two of the elders, aside from Elder Qin of Jiuxiao, appeared crestfallen. Ha ha, young friend, you shall not regret your choice of Jiuxiao Holy Land. Elder Qin exclaimed, his spirits soaring. He dismissed the ongoing tests with a wave of his hand, for Su Yu's qualifications eclipsed all others. Although Elders Mo and Zhu felt disappointed, they still presented their gifts. Following the selection of the sect, Su Yu and the three elders departed, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. In the stands, Su Qingying and her companions opened their mouths, unsure of how to begin. It seems he has received even better treatment than us, Su Qingying remarked with a hint of envy. Su Wanqing and Su Muyao exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging their thoughts. Upon witnessing Su Yu's qualifications, they could not fathom why he sought to covet what they possessed when his own potential seemed superior. What could possibly be his motivation? Chun Yunqi's gaze remained fixed on Su Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. The elder's excitement at his presence surpassed even their enthusiasm for the four imperial-level talents. Could his qualifications truly be celestial? That seemed implausible, no matter how one looked at it. Su Yu did not appear to possess such divine potential. Could there be another explanation? While others may not grasp the nuances of qualification, Chun Yunqi understood well that it was impossible for a mortal to possess celestial-level potential. The only scenario where such potential could be detected was through the union of celestial beings or the reincarnation of a celestial. For a mortal world to register celestial-level qualifications? Unthinkable. Why was this the case? The four pondered this enigma, unable to fathom why Su Yu had become the object of contention among various holy lands. In truth, Su Yu merely possessed an extraordinary system, coupled with a rather unfortunate dark destiny. Qualifications were of little consequence. Merely surviving was a victory. Meanwhile, within the Tianjiao Square, a pair of envious eyes scrutinized Su Yu. Why does this fellow possess such extraordinary qualifications, attracting the attention of three holy lands? The dragon god body must stand in line. Long Feng felt a mix of elation and discontent. While he was pleased that the undying divine phoenix body could achieve imperial-level qualifications, he was less enthused about Su Yu sharing similar accolades. The undying, divine phoenix body had previously been destined to unite with the dragon god body, and the more radiant it appeared, the more exhilarated he became, as it could signify a future partner. Yet, what claim did Suyu have to such recognition? Longfeng refused to allow any other man to outshine him. Dragon ancestor, what qualifications does he possess that warrant the simultaneous pursuit of 3 great holy lands? After venting his frustration, Longfeng queried in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, the dragon ancestor replied, perhaps he possesses qualifications that surpass the imperial level, or he may have aligned with certain secrets of the 3 great holy lands. He did not believe Suyu to be a reincarnated celestial or the offspring of powerful celestial beings. If he were indeed a celestial, the unique cultivation methods exclusive to this world would have been immediately recognizable, as neither scenario seemed plausible. The only remaining possibility was that he had aligned himself with the 3 great holy lands. With that, the dragon ancestor shifted his tone to offer comfort. Do not succumb to feelings of inadequacy. Have faith in yourself. With my guidance, your future will belong to the pinnacle of excellence, rivaling any contender. With the dragon god body and his own fallen celestial lineage, nurturing a fledgling from the lower realms would be a trivial endeavor. In agreement with the dragon ancestor's words, Longfeng nodded vigorously. You are right, dragon ancestor. I can do this. With determination, Longfeng navigated through the crowd and approached the testing crystal stone monument. Isn't it merely imperial-level qualifications? I can achieve that too. In the points trial, he had vanquished several imperial tomb warriors and hunted numerous beasts, securing a spot among the top 50. He had become a notable contender. As he ascended the stage, he naturally attracted the attention of many. I am no less than others. Longfeng stood before the stone monument, gazing at his reflection within the crystal, taking a deep breath. As Longfeng infused his unique energy into the testing stone, brilliance erupted once more, dazzling as before. Buzz. Physique. Dragon god body. Qualification. Imperial. As the 2 lines of golden characters emerged from the crystal stone monument, gasps reverberated through the crowd, soon followed by a collective return to reality. Another with imperial-level qualifications. Who is this person? Oh, it's Longfeng from the Yuan dynasty, reputedly a genius rising from small town. The crowd's reaction was relatively subdued, yet Longfeng paid no heed, casting a sidelong glance towards Su Muyao. Look, I too possess talent. Am I not enchanting? However, Su Muyao had already turned away from the stands, prompting Longfeng's expression to abruptly falter. Where's she? Where's my captivating, undying, divine phoenix body? Defeated by the absence of Su Muyao, he sighed inwardly, seeking solace in the notion that at least he still had holy lands to choose from. Yet, as he brimmed with anticipation, the 3 elders seated before him merely regarded him with mild surprise before responding, their enthusiasm waning. Ah, young friend with great promise. Which holy land do you wish to select? Feel free to choose at your leisure. Upon hearing such a nonchalant tone, Longfeng was rendered speechless, nearly choking on his own frustration. What is this? I possess imperial-level qualifications. Could you not open your eyes and truly see me? How utterly unfair. Chapter 021, I find myself genuinely curious about how he managed to secure first place. The talent assessment was established to ensure that those with exceptional abilities are not overlooked. Although luck may not have favored him, it was still essential to instill confidence in individuals. Additionally, some suffer from delayed talent awakenings, causing them to languish below, unable to break free from their confines. The methods employed by the 3 great sacred lands for testing far surpass those of the lesser dynasties, allowing for a profound examination of one's constitution. Even if your innate abilities have yet to awaken, they can still be detected. Among those eliminated, unawakened with spirit bodies, pure bodies, and war god bodies were identified, underscoring the significance of the talent assessment. The time spent on these assessments was not extensive. The evaluation of 6,000 individuals merely took a day. The morning following the talent assessment dawned. As the sun rose from the east, the stands of the Talented Plaza were already filled with spectators. Powerful figures from various factions in the East Wilderness had gathered, eager to seize opportunities. Those who were overlooked by the sacred lands, when placed in smaller locales, become the pinnacle of existence. Numerous second- and third-rate powers eagerly awaited the elimination of those fortunate talents, so they could take them back to nurture within their own sections. There was a precedent where a third-rate faction acquired a talent eliminated by sacred land, and under their guidance and various auspices, that individual successfully broke through to the fifth decline of heaven and man, ascending to a first-rate power. As time flowed by, it quickly approached the hour of Chun. At this moment, elders from the three great sacred lands descended into the center of the talented plaza, surveying the throngs of people and the young talents below, all poised to commence the final competition. Elder Qin, leading the group, called out in a resonant voice, "Come forth, young talents. Let the contest for the title of the foremost talent over the next century commence. Embrace the fortuitous endowments and emerge as formidable beings." The grand competition begins now. With Elder Qin's declaration, the arena erupted with the radiance of protective formations. Without such enchantments, even battles between those at the Spirit Sea stage would easily obliterate the entire plaza. As the grand competition officially commenced, the talents began to draw lots to determine their opponents. In this competition, it did not matter whether one was at the Spirit Sea or the condensation pill stage. All could potentially be matched against one another, as long as they were under the age of 100. "Hey, are you going to participate in this grand competition?" On the stands, Su Yuhang glanced at the young Su Yu beside him, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What is your talent that has drawn the attention of all three elders?" This boy had even managed to keep secrets from his father, treating himself as an outsider. Upon hearing this, Su Yu turned to Su Yuhang and muttered softly, "No, what if I get beaten?" Others may not understand him, but he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Despite being at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, in this fantastical world, it was truly insufficient. Setting aside the other fated children, just considering his 3 older sisters and 1 fiancée, ever since his exposure yesterday, the 4 of them had seemingly been injected with hormones. In just one night, they had all advanced to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea. Goodness, at this rate, they would reach the 5th decline of heaven and man in just a few years. Hearing Su Yu's words, Su Yuhang felt a surge of frustration. Forget it. Whatever. He'll still bring honor to his family. Joining the Jiuxiao sacred land, undergoing a few years of training. Perhaps he'll successfully exit the sacred land and then assume the position of the head of the Su family. When I retire, I too wish to cultivate and enjoy the world. Beside them, Su Qingying and the others sat quietly in the stands, yet their gazes were fixed on Su Yu. As if sensing their attention, Su Yu also turned to look back. For a moment, they exchanged glances. After a brief pause, Su Yu could no longer bear it and averted his gaze. "What are you staring at? I don't have any acne on my face." Since coming to terms with things, he was no longer as fearful of his sisters. Did they wish to exact revenge for past grievances? Let us see if their pace of advancement is faster than my accumulation of villain points from defeating fated children. While he acknowledged their strong talents, he firmly believed that all fated children in this world were his resources, including them. Unable to evade, he would go with the flow, treating them and all fated children as his little sheep, fattening them up for the slaughter. The thought of entering the sacred land and reaping a bounty of fated children filled Su Yu with a renewed sense of confidence. This was the confidence granted by strength. Su Wanqing and the others, overhearing Su Yu's mutterings, couldn't help but twitch their lips. Had this boy truly undergone a transformation? His demeanor seemed devoid of any wickedness, appearing unexpectedly pure. This was quite favorable, whether he was wicked or not. What baffled them was how he had become so insufferable. Su Miao diverted her gaze and transmitted a message to Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, and Chen Yunxi, saying, "This little rascal is putting on quite the act, but deep down, he might still be harboring ill intentions. I feel we must remain vigilant. Once we enter the sacred land, we must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. We cannot afford to relax our guard against this dangerous individual." After noticing Su Yu's change in personality, Su Wanqing had utilized her unique eyes to glimpse into Su Yu's essence. His soul was genuine and unmistakably his own, not usurped. In fact, it appeared even purer and more radiant than theirs. surpassing them considerably. Thus, she found herself perplexed. Was Suyu merely biding his time, or did he truly have no designs on what they possessed? I concur. Xianxia nodded in agreement. I have 10 years left on my betrothal to him. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. I must elevate my cultivation to the law manifestation stage within these 10 years, and then publicly withdraw from our engagement to cleanse the humiliation he has inflicted upon me. As a meticulous upgrade of a calculating woman, I shall remember this humiliation until my dying day. Suyu's disgrace must be repaid 100-fold. I shall publicly cancel our engagement and humiliate him thoroughly. Su Qingying raised her gaze to look at Suyu, who was still lost in thought, and took a deep breath, declaring, "The Eastern Wilderness secret realm 3 years from now will be our turning point. If we can acquire opportunities within that realm, we will ascend to the law manifestation stage without needing 10 years. Sisters, let us strive to trample this scoundrel beneath our feet. We must also let the world know that female cultivators can reach the pinnacle too. Onward." The four of them encouraged one another, their eyes brimming with a fervent desire to enhance their power. Over the next few days, they appeared punctually in the stands to observe the battles among various talents, gaining considerable insights. Since they had been pre-selected by the sacred land, they were exempted from this grand competition. However, on the 5th day, as the first champion emerged, the atmosphere in the talented plaza reached a fever pitch. This individual, a talent at the 4th level of the condensation pill stage, chose the Jiuxiao sacred land. During the awarding ceremony for first place, the 3 elders simultaneously presented the accolade, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young friend, for becoming the foremost talent in the East Wilderness over the next century." Yet, the young man before them merely smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, esteemed elders. However, I have a matter I wish to discuss." Upon noticing that he did not reach out for the prize, the 3 elders were momentarily taken aback, asking in surprise, "What matter do you wish to discuss?" They are somewhat oblivious to the notion that there exist matters of greater significance than merely receiving accolades. The individual, known for his pride on the first day, erupted into laughter, then raised his hand to gesture towards the stands, proclaiming with resounding fervor, "I wish to challenge him in the name of being the first." The moment his words echoed through the arena, a hush fell over the crowd. All eyes turned in unison towards Suyu in the stands. I am genuinely intrigued as to what merits he possesses to have attained the top position in the points trial. Chapter 022. Strive to grow stronger. Aspire to surpass all. As all eyes turned toward him, Suyu felt a moment of bewilderment. How had he, a mere bystander, found himself in the spotlight? Noticing the piercing gaze of the first-day prodigy fixed upon him, Suyu hesitated, pointing to his own face and inquiring me. Surely, this was a misunderstanding. He had been quite low profile. After all, not one to flaunt his abilities. Who could claim to be more modest than he? The first-day prodigy nodded and smiled, saying, "I am Chu Tian, the 2nd place in the points trial and the 1st in this prodigy competition. I am curious to know how you managed to secure 1st place in the points trial. The hunters in the testing ground are predominantly at the high level of the Spirit Sea realm, with some even at the Condensation Dan realm. By the way, I come from a 3rd-rate blade sect in the Eastern Wilderness, an orphan endowed with the blade constitution. And I harbor a secret that no one knows, a small black orb within me. If I collect enough blood essence from beasts, I can channel its energy and break through my limitations. This orb, which I refer to as the Breakthrough Pearl, can assist me in transcending my constraints and enhancing my understanding of the blade. It is precisely due to this pearl that I possess the battle prowess of the Condensation Dan realm before the age of 100, along with the capability to contend against stronger opponents. While I can accept defeat, I cannot tolerate an ambiguous loss. I intend to challenge Suyu to see if he is indeed stronger, capable of taking my 1st place in the trial. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, the bewilderment on Suyu's face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. With a mere thought, information about Chu Tian appeared before Suyu's eyes. Name, Chu Tian, talent, monstrous, fate, golden character evaluation, blade saint. Unmatched dominance, blade intent divine, Destiny Blade Emperor. Another Destiny Blade Emperor. Su Yu's expression hardened, a flicker of unease rising within him. This world was unlike any other, for it was inhabited by immortals, and the path to immortality had not been obstructed. In this realm, emperors were not singular and absolute. Yet, the path to become an emperor was not always available. There existed a window every 100,000 years during which emperors could emerge, and those who achieved it would remain for a millennium before ascending to the higher realms. This 100,000-year window also marked the opening of the path to immortality, a critical moment for ascending to emperor status. It had been a considerable time since the last window for becoming an emperor, and now, with so many destined children emerging, it seemed rather ominous. Why had he been labeled as a villain? Could it be that he was the great demon king of this era? That cannot be right. He had always been earnest. He bore no semblance of a villain. As Su Yu's thoughts swirled, Chu Tian, noticing the changes in Su Yu's expression and his prolonged silence, raised his voice. Are you, in the presence of all Eastern Wilderness witnesses, attempting to evade my challenge? Since you claimed first place, you must possess extraordinary abilities. A mere sparring match should not instill fear in a cultivator like us. His words resonated with the gathering of prodigies and onlookers alike. Indeed, having secured first place in the points trial and demonstrating such exceptional talent, drawing the attention of the three great holy lands, how could he fear a spar? It was not a life or death matter. In an instant, voices surged from the prodigy square, urging Su Yu onward. Su Yu, do not hesitate. Step forward. You are the first. What do you fear? Indeed, your talents are remarkable. Why would you fear a duel? Step up, step up, step up. As the clamor escalated, Su Yu's expression shifted to one of growing anger. What was this? Why were they demanding he challenge someone at a far higher realm? What about dignity? Not to mention, Chu Tian was significantly older. Su Yu was merely 18, while Chu Tian had already reached 60, though age may not matter much in cultivation. This was clearly a case of bullying. Even Su Qingying and the others, despite their differences with Su Yu, felt displeased. Such coercion to challenge someone during the prodigy competition was undeniably disgraceful. Seeing the uproar intensify, Su Yu's father, Su Yuxing, could no longer remain seated. He stood and exclaimed, "You!" But before he could finish, Su Yu rose and pressed him down. "Father, this is between me and him. Do not interfere." Su Yu's demeanor was calm. He understood that evasion was futile. Such situations would only increase in frequency. The only path forward was to grow stronger, to surpass all. This was merely the first formal battle, and it would not be the last. Yet, it could capture the attention of every prodigy. The children of fate would come forth. My tree of fortune. Su Yuxing cast a worried glance at his son. Are you certain? He is the first in the prodigy competition, with a cultivation level at the 4th stage of the condensation Dan realm. You saw how he defeated the 2nd place, who was at the 6th stage. If it were against someone at the 9th stage of the Spirit Sea realm, I would have no concerns, but he is different. So he took a deep breath, suppressing the innate urge for battle that stirred within him, and smiled widely. It matters not. If I do not try, how will I know? With that, Su Yu leaped onto the arena, standing opposite Chu Tian. In close proximity, he could discern the fervor and madness in Chu Tian's eyes. This was a madman, a zealot in pursuit of invincibility. As Su Yu ascended the stage, the cheers reached a crescendo. The three elders on the platform could not help but question Su Yu. Are you certain you wish to accept his challenge? It was not that they underestimated Su Yu, but Chu Tian was undeniably formidable, with most condensation Dan cultivators being no match for him. Su Yu nodded resolutely, replying, I am certain. To decline would shake my resolve. Seeing his determination, the three elders nodded in agreement. Very well. Once they exited the arena, the defensive array activated, enveloping the two combatants. They stared at each other for a prolonged moment. Swish! In the next instant, both raised their hands, and blades, shimmering with cold light, materialized. Boom! A powerful surge of blade energy erupted on the arena, rendering it difficult to behold. This strike tore through the void. Crack! Chapter 023. Behold, this strike shall become your future nightmare. What does it matter if one is proud on the first day? What significance does being the foremost in the Eastern Wilderness hold? Those who dare obstruct my path shall equally dare to draw their blades. Suyu's gaze sharpened, turning fierce and menacing. He preferred to avoid trouble, but harbored no fear of it. If he did not vanquish the individual before him, he would inevitably attract more attention and provocations from others. This was a drawback brought forth by the gifted testing. Yet, it would also transform into his most potent ally. Slash through the void. Suyu bellowed, gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, unleashing his utmost strength to deliver this most formidable blow. Before his adversary, he would not underestimate them. Regardless of how feeble a foe may be, they warranted his full effort. Having perused countless novels, he understood well that the demise of antagonists often stemmed from their arrogance. Ironically, he found himself in the role of the antagonist, yet he would never take his adversary lightly. From the outset, he employed the most powerful martial technique he possessed at present, the sacred realm martial art, void blade technique, and certain lesser sacred lands. This was a revered and foundational skill. Those without a background could never access such a level of martial prowess. With a whoosh, Suyu's understanding of the sword path may not have been exceptionally high, but it sufficed. The moment the sacred art erupted, the surrounding space seemed to freeze abruptly. The space solidified, and Suyu's blade could shatter this materialized realm. In this strike, the previously tranquil Chu Tian's countenance shifted drastically, marked by astonishment and confusion. The manifestation of martial techniques, sacred realm martial arts. How could he possess the flowing Fire Mountain blade technique? Chu Tian dared not hesitate and retaliated with a strike of his own to counter the incoming blade pressure. Boom! The two formidable forces collided midair, the resulting shockwave causing ripples in the defensive formation, clearly exhibiting significant power. Had it not been for the protective array, this single blow could have obliterated half of the town square. The two figures staggered backward due to the force of the impact, retreating to the edges, their expressions grave. Outside the arena, the audience erupted into a frenzy after a brief moment of silence. Wow! The first among the 9th level of the spiritual sea, battling evenly with the 4th level of the condensation dam. Truly impressive. No wonder the 3 great sacred lands are vying for him. Just moments ago, that fluctuation was indeed a manifestation of sacred realm martial arts. So you had mastered a sacred realm martial art. My heavens! In the stands, from the direction of the Su family, Su Yuxing and Su Yu's 3 sisters were left in a state of shock, listening to the conversations around them. Their minds were blank. What sacred realm martial arts? When did our Su family bestow such techniques upon Su Yu? Does our Su family even possess such arts? This was Su Yuxing's bewilderment. Meanwhile, Su Qingying and the others were filled with question marks. This little rascal had been pretending to be so cowardly. It had all been an act. Indeed, this fellow harbored ulterior motives. Outside the arena, Elder Qin and the other 2 looked at Su Yu with astonishment. At the moment Su Yu unleashed the sacred realm martial arts, they exchanged glances toward the Su family direction. Upon witnessing the dazed expressions of Su Yuxing and the others, they understood the situation. The 3 of them communicated privately through sound transmission. Did you see that fluctuation clearly? I did. The blade energy that shook the void resembled the renowned martial arts created by that extraordinary sage from millennium ago, the void blade technique. I thought the legacy of the void sage had perished with him. It was astounding that Su Yu had acquired such a renowned martial art. 1,000 years ago, the void sage emerged, unparalleled in the eastern wilderness with his sage-level cultivation. With one strike, he could rend the very fabric of space, annihilating a small sacred land. In his later years, the void sage vanished without a trace, leaving no legacy or family behind, leading many to believe his martial arts would fade into oblivion. Yet, it was unexpected that Su Yu had obtained it. Truly, he was a person of great fortune. On the stage, Chu Tian, who had barely matched Su Yu's strength and retreated to the edge, wore an expression of seriousness. What martial arts is this? Such might. He had witnessed first-tier extraordinary martial arts, which, while formidable, paled in comparison to the technique Su Yu had just demonstrated. It was evident that this was a martial art transcending the first tier. Yet, Su Yu should not possess such a martial art. His family was merely a first-rate clan, with no record of having produced a sage. How could he wield such powerful martial arts, even if he spent years in the wilderness? All he had found was a second-tier heavenly martial art in a cave. Suyu glanced at the lingering spatial ripples entwined around his blade, gave a gentle shake to disperse them, and then turned to Chu Tian, stating earnestly, "Sacred Realm Martial Arts, the Void Blade Technique." Indeed, it was Sacred Realm Martial Arts. My heavens, it was the legendary technique created by the Void Sage, and he had obtained such a miraculous opportunity. The mere mention of Sacred Realm was enough to leave everyone astounded. Such a martial art would make even the smaller sacred lands green with envy. Aside from the 3 great sacred lands, no other faction would dare underestimate the dominance of Sacred Realm martial arts. Chu Tian nodded. "Indeed, it is Sacred Realm. Perhaps this is the source of your confidence. Your ability to attain first place seems justified. To be able to contend with me demonstrates your capability to easily slay those hunters. Perhaps it is merely your good fortune in finding sufficient prey. However, that is all there is to it. The victor between us will only be me." Boom! Chu Tian's aura surged, his battle intent rising to such a degree that even seasoned condensation Dan experts would take notice. His strength was sufficient to defeat those at the 6th level of condensation Dan. Suyu, at merely the 9th level of the spiritual sea, could not hope to compare. Even with the Sacred Realm martial arts, the gap could not be bridged. Flowing fire, raining heaven. With his voice trailing off, Chu Tian bent his knees, and in the next instant, his powerful legs propelled him forward, his body akin to a supersonic missile in a state of acceleration. Movements too swift for the naked eye to follow. Only the fleeting afterimages indicated where he had been moments before. What did Sacred Realm martial arts matter in the face of absolute strength? Even if you possessed formidable techniques, they would be of no avail against my overwhelming power. I have perfected a second-tier heavenly martial art, combined with my 3 realms of sword intent, sufficient to defeat you. Crack! In the next moment, Chu Tian appeared in midair, grasping a blade of flame, infusing his profound spiritual energy into the fiery sword. With a whoosh, as he swung the blade, flames engulfed the entire arena, a terrifying heat wave scorching the air into a distortion. This was a torrent of flames potent enough to incinerate a mountain. In this all-out strike, even a 6th-level condensation Dan warrior would be left aghast. The outcome was already determined. With this strike, Chu Tian was certain. This was an attack that the 9th level of the spiritual sea could not withstand. However, just as the torrent of flames was about to engulf Suyu, the surging flames suddenly froze in place, unable to advance even half a meter closer to Suyu. In the midst of Chu Tian's astonishment, Suyu's calm and indifferent voice resounded like thunder. "You are indeed strong, but if you wish to defeat me, you still lack something? Suppressing the abyss. Behold, this strike shall become your future nightmare. The corpse immortal suppressing abyss blade. Roar." Chapter 024. Arrogance. I stand invincible, and thus shall remain. So the concept of the corpse immortal town prison was birthed from Suyu's sudden inspiration. Intertwining the powers of the corpse immortal cataclysm with the strength of the town prison body, all coiling around the blade, in hopes of unleashing a more formidable strike. As this thought crystallized in his mind, a martial art of unknown grade manifested within his consciousness. The corpse immortal cataclysm technique, devoid of any grading, solely cultivates the essence of the corpse immortal, its precise effects remaining a mystery. The town prison body, unparalleled in strength, is capable of subduing myriad domains, as well as imprisoning the depths of hell. Both possess attributes of darkness, and the combined might of these forces is an enigma to all. From the moment he acquired the town prison body and the corpse immortal cataclysm, his martial arts and physique had naturally reached a modest level of mastery. Thus he was not overly unaccustomed to wielding these 2 powers. As the words corpse immortal town prison echoed through the air, the celestial hero's square fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, tousling the hair of the onlookers. Accompanying this breeze was a bone-chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines, as if their very souls were quaking in fear. The gentle gust swiftly escalated into a tempest, sweeping across the square. The cold, piercing wind unleashed a cacophony of wails reminiscent of tormented spirits. What is happening? Why does it feel as though we are haunted? How is it that this wind, even as I dwell within the spirit sea realm, inflicts such a stinging sensation upon my skin? What kind of spiritual force is responsible for this wind that causes our very souls to tremble? On the viewing platform, several cultivators instinctively wrap their arms around themselves, attempting to dispel the sudden chill. Yet, their efforts proved futile. Only those at the Dan condensation realm and above could withstand the encroaching coldness. Is this yet another manifestation of martial arts? Could it be that Suyu has mastered 2 sacred realm techniques? That seems implausible. No matter how extraordinary a young genius may be, it is unfathomable for someone at the spirit sea realm to comprehend 2 sacred realm techniques. Generally, even a Dan condensation cultivator mastering a single sacred realm technique to a minor proficiency is considered exceptionally gifted. 2 is simply absurd, especially for one at the 9th level of the spirit sea. Elders from various second-rate factions whispered amongst themselves, incredulous at such a feat. For a spirit sea cultivator to wield 2 sacred realm techniques, who would believe such a thing? Even a direct disciple of a sacred land could not achieve that, could they? Below the arena, 3 elders exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. This martial art, does anyone comprehend its essence? This phenomenon has never been seen nor heard of before. It rivals even the void blade technique of the celestial sage. What other secrets does he possess? To master a single sacred realm technique is a matter of profound opportunity. To master 2 is utterly preposterous. Although the sacred realm is not the pinnacle. In an epoch where the imperial realm remains concealed, the sacred realm signifies the top-tier powerhouses of the age. Even sacred lands would not dare to provoke them lightly, even if they bore a quasi-imperial ancestor. The chilling wails ushered in by the tempest grew ever more piercing, while the frigid aura engulfed the entirety of Celestial Heroes Square, transforming the sweltering atmosphere into one reminiscent of midwinter. As the corpse immortal essence coiled around the blade, even though this weapon was forged from obsidian meteorite iron, fine cracks began to appear, as though unable to withstand the augmentation of this force. If bystanders felt such a dreadful pressure, then at the eye of the storm, Chu Tian was rendered even more horrified. Before this menacing aura, every hair on his body stood on end. His nerves were taut, and an alarm blared within his mind, as the scent of danger lingered in the air. How could it be that his own power could not close the distance? No matter how he exerted himself, he could not break through the invisible barrier standing before Suyu. In the midst of his astonished gaze, Suyu slowly raised his eyes, devoid of any emotion, only the chill of eternity residing within. He exhaled a breath of icy air and with deliberate calmness declared, "Corpse immortal. Town prison," with a resounding crack. As the 4 words fell, the space around Suyu erupted with a symphony of sonic booms. The ground beneath him disintegrated into dust, obscuring everything in its path. A single slash cleaved the air, shattering it. Air, devoid of harm, can become cataclysmic when enveloped by an overwhelming force, exploding forth with devastating might. Under the embrace of the corpse immortal essence, the strength surged exponentially. This strike unleashed mournful wails that compelled all lower-tier cultivators to clutch their ears in agony. Even the formidable practitioners of the Dan condensation realm could not suppress their furrowed brows. Impossible. The spirit sea realm cannot be this powerful. Before this overwhelming force, Chu Tian, who had unleashed his full strength, suddenly envisioned thousands of skeletal soldiers clad in tattered armor, brandishing their blades as they charged towards him. Under this oppressive aura, his breath faltered. In mere moments of hesitation, the formidable town prison force shattered his blazing flames. The inferno was consumed by the corpse immortal essence, leaving no trace behind. With a thunderous crash, as Chu Tian's aura dissipated, he, who had once floated in midair, was now violently hurled off the arena. He crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. As the dust settled, Chu Tian lay unconscious, barely clinging to life within the pit. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qin wasted no time. swiftly descending into the crater to place a pill in Chu Tian's mouth. Upon seeing his aura gradually stabilize, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he lives, with Chu Tian no longer in mortal danger, Elder Qin could not help but raise his gaze towards Su Yu's direction. Cold and devoid of sentiment, such a person is undeniably suited for cultivation. This is the demeanor of one who stands invincible. One astonishing feat. With a single strike, a Spirit Sea cultivator has bested a 4th-level Dan condensation opponent. This achievement is truly remarkable, especially as it was against the champion of the Eastern Wilderness competition. The merit is beyond question. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Elder Qin glanced down at the unconscious Chu Tian, pity flooding his eyes. Poor child, having claimed the top spot, he foolishly chose to provoke one blessed with heavenly gifts. You are the champion, yet the first to suffer such misfortune since the inception of the Eastern Wilderness competition. You barely enjoyed any fortune. As the dust settled in the arena, Su Yu's figure emerged, clad in white, wielding his blade, exuding an aura of ethereal sharpness. He stood as a paragon of the white-clad blade saint, one man, one sword, gazing down upon the multitude with disdain. At that moment, the entire celestial heroes' square fell silent, with only the occasional sound of stones dropping from the crater breaking the stillness. Su Yu surveyed the square, sensing the latent combat spirit and unyielding ambition hidden within. It was the awe of the weak towards the strong and the establishment of a goal to transcend. Observing them, a slight smile graced Su Yu's lips. Come now, strive to surpass me, you celestial heroes of the Eastern Wilderness under a century old. I shall stand atop the pinnacle, allowing you to gaze up in admiration. I stand invincible, and thus shall continue to be invincible. I shall await your challenge at the summit. With just a few words, countless celestial heroes felt their gazes freeze in place, followed by an eruption of fervent combat spirit. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Chapter 25. The competition concludes. A bountiful harvest. All are feeble lambs. Initially, the group of talented individuals was taken aback, but soon their eyes blazed with fury. How audacious! Such arrogance! Su Yu, you must not be so overbearing. Indeed, it remains to be seen who is stronger or weaker. When the next Xiantian competition commences, I refuse to believe you can maintain this level of supremacy. Come, brothers, let us strive diligently. We cannot allow this fellow to remain so conceited. I am determined to defeat you in the future. Just wait. We are all gifted, so why should you possess such an inflated sense of superiority? It is merely one failure. We are not incapable of rising again. After all, there was once an emperor who, despite countless defeats, ultimately seized the throne on the path to becoming an emperor. Failure is not the end. However, Su Yu's actions ignited a fierce determination among the talented individuals of Eastern Wilderness, fueling their ambition to rise above. Observing the impassioned crowd, Su Yu smiled broadly, saying nothing. His demeanor was dripping with provocation. He relished offending these ambitious prodigies of the Red Fate, for it spared him the effort of seeking out enemies. Now, all the feeble lambs in the arena were his adversaries, which was splendid. They would come to challenge him, and when that time came, he could reap the rewards effortlessly. How delightful! As Su Yu envisioned the forthcoming bountiful harvest, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming first place in the Eastern Wilderness Talented Individuals Competition. Mission accomplished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending the hidden task. Provoking the child of destiny is an essential lesson for villains. Congratulations on successfully provoking all the talented individuals of Eastern Wilderness. Perfectly completing the hidden task. Rewards are being calculated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Villain points 13, 000, Yin Yang Blade of Heaven, Moonlit Howl of the Dark. Gold Devourer, Great Luo Blade Seed, Realm Advancement Card X4. Yin Yang Blade of Heaven, a supreme martial arts knife technique of the first rank, wielding the essence of yin and yang, capable of disrupting the balance of the world. Moonlit Howl of the Dark, an unparalleled divine ability of superlative rank, a celestial martial art harnessing the powers of the dark, capable of shaking the moon with a single howl. Gold Devourer, a geocentric divine ability that allows the consumption of all metal for cultivation, forging one's body. When perfected, it can devour all in existence, exerting immense force to suppress all foes. Great Luo Blade Seed, an unrefined sacred weapon, a semi-finished product already surpassing the rank of invincible weapons. If forged anew with celestial gold, it may ascend to the status of a quasi-emperor weapon. Gasp! Upon witnessing the extensive rewards presented by the system in his mind, Suyu inhaled sharply. Another plethora of rewards. Alas, there is simply too much to utilize. It is essential to understand that in the entire Xianxia continent, martial arts and techniques are exceedingly confidential and regarded as the most precious treasures. Aside from the few human sages who disseminated basic cultivation methods, other formidable beings only imparted their techniques to their families or sections. Thus, the families of the strong could maintain their dominance. The weak, on the other hand, could only resort to grave robbing to unearth buried treasures. Moreover, Suyu believed that the rewards from the system were not inherently its own. They must have been pilfered from elsewhere. What he gained meant that one relic was lost from some ruin. But so what? As long as he grew stronger, it mattered little. After all, these were remnants of the deceased, and borrowing them for his use posed no moral dilemma. Ahem! At that moment, the three elders had already arrived at the center of the plaza and announced to the crowd, "The talented individuals competition has concluded. All disciples who have joined the three great sacred lands are to converge at the teleportation point in Talented City at noon tomorrow. Individuals from various sects may proceed to claim the rewards for the promoted talents based on their contributions. You may disperse now." The talented individuals competition not only selects extraordinary talents, but also allocates developmental resources to subordinate forces. Do not be fooled by the apparent benevolence of the three great sacred lands. In truth, they control the vast majority of resources in the eastern wilderness. Even the lower quality mines among the 100 dynasties predominantly belong to the Ziwei, Jiuxiao, and Tianxian sections. Only undiscovered spiritual veins and mines found by the dynasties themselves belong to them. Yet these are exceedingly scarce. They are utterly insufficient to sustain the operation of a vast machine. Thus, to prevent a talent shortage and quell potential unrest, the three great sacred lands redistribute resources every 100 years to maintain control over all factions. This is the stark reality. Only those factions that make significant contributions to the three sects can secure preferential rights to resource extraction for the foreseeable future. After arranging matters following the conclusion of the competition, the three elders spoke kindly to the selected talents. You may also return home to bid farewell to your families. Simply gather at the teleportation point tomorrow at noon. For the next decade, the majority of you will not have the opportunity to venture outside. The sacred lands are not a place of leniency. They seek to cultivate a strong sense of belonging among the talents, to continuously replenish the young blood of the sacred lands. Therefore, the next 10 years will serve as a critical period for indoctrination. The strong require no such indoctrination. They can discern the benefits and decide whether to remain within the sacred lands. In the plaza, a group of talented individuals, blessed with fortune, opportunities, and formidable strength, clasped their hands in reverence, responding, "We understand." With that, the three elders quietly departed from the plaza, preparing for various subsequent matters, including the cultivation of Suyu and his peers. The sacred land is not merely home to a few hundred individuals, but rather tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The resources consumed monthly amount to staggering figures. Moreover, the arrangements for Suyu and his uniquely gifted companions could not possibly be subpar. Upon entering, they would at least start with the treatment of elite disciples. Consequently, some disciples with exhausted potential would inevitably be eliminated. Every action impacts countless lives. As the competition drew to a close, the crowd in the talented individuals plaza began to disperse, bidding farewells as necessary. Upon returning to their residence in Talented City, the Su and Chun families commenced their discussions. In the Su family's courtyard, at a pavilion, a stone table bore several cups of steaming tea. Su Yingding, Su Vanqing, Su Muyao, Su Yu, and Su Long sat silently together. After a moment, Su long surveyed his 4 children with a complex gaze. Qingying, I'm not surprised that you sisters have entered the sacred lands. However, he shifted his gaze to Su Yu's face, sighing, "Yu, your choice of the Zhouxiao sacred land has caught me off guard. I originally thought you were merely seeking to broaden your horizons. It seems I have overestimated your intentions." Chapter 26. Decisive in elimination? Am I, the villain, too conservative? Observing Su Yuxing's sighing demeanor, Su Yu hesitated to voice his thoughts, uncertain of what to say. Life in the Su family was indeed quite satisfactory. They tolerated his lethargy and did not impose many rigid rules. If given a choice, he would prefer to lie low and develop in peace. However, this system was not a mere sign-in system from a novel. It was a villainous system compelling him to confront challenges. That was one thing, but at worst, he could choose not to undertake tasks and simply enjoy being the family head. Yet, the original host had already been possessed by the son of the imperial tomb. Coupled with the rules he had learned, he realized that once he lost his value, the imperial tomb would intervene to assassinate him, allowing the new saint to take his place. Remaining stagnant within the Su family would ensure that he would not survive for more than 5 years. It was indeed a complicated situation. Seeing his expression, Su Yuxing mistakenly thought he was seeking comfort, and thus smiled broadly, saying, "Do not overthink. I am merely relieved. Your potential to join the sacred land means you need to return to the Su family." This statement left the 4 siblings momentarily dumbfounded. "Father, what do you mean by that?" As Su Yuxing met their puzzled gazes, his demeanor gradually turned serious as he spoke in a low voice. "You, do you remember that girl from the Lu family you teased 3 years ago?" At this, Su Yu was taken aback. Teased? After rummaging through his memories, his expression turned increasingly peculiar, and he nodded. "I remember. That incident cost our Su family nearly 3 years' worth of resources. The Lu family, like the Su family, belonged to the first-rate powers. 3 years ago, the Lu family's young lady had sneaked out and witnessed the audacious Su Yu kicking over a vendor's produce on the streets of Su territory. Fueled by a sense of justice, she had confronted him directly. In the end, captivated by her stunning beauty, Su Yu had approached her with a mischievous smile. It was said that he had behaved inappropriately. Of course, no substantial harm had been inflicted, as he was interrupted by a powerful figure sent by the Lu family before he could succeed. Nevertheless, Su Yu, feeling indignant, had clashed with the Lu family strongman. That encounter had nearly led him to kiss the Lu family's young lady. After that, the situation escalated as the Lu family's reinforcements arrived, rousing the Su family. The 2 families were on the brink of conflict, while Su Yu continued to provoke them, showing no regard for the Lu family. Ultimately, it was an elder from the Su family who intervened, reprimanding Su Yu and bringing him home, after which the Su family compensated the Lu family with 3 years' worth of resources, resolving the matter. But in truth, Su Yu felt wronged. The vendor was a habitual cheat. Known for his underhanded tactics, if one did not buy his vegetables, he would resort to extortion. Su Yu had been thoroughly disgusted by him, which prompted him to kick over the vendor's basket. That was how he had caught the attention of the Lu family's young lady. Recalling this incident, the 3 sisters exchanged disdainful glances. Right? How could they almost forget? This fellow was inherently a rogue. They had nearly altered their opinions due to a fleeting change in Su Yu's behavior. This scoundrel truly deserved his fate. Sensing the shift in his sister's gazes, Su Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Damn! Now that this matter was brought up again, his hard-won goodwill was likely to plummet to zero. As the siblings exchanged glances, Su Yuxing nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I thought the matter had settled." But who would have imagined that after returning home, the Lu family's young lady felt insulted and fell into a state of seclusion. Then, a year ago, she suddenly emerged from her self-imposed isolation, having awakened a special constitution, and was taken as a disciple by a mysterious strongman, later revealed to be an elder of the 9 heavens sacred land. At this point, Su Yuxing could not help but lament. Just as she joined the 9 heavens, his own son was following suit. It seemed they were destined to become sworn enemies. It was said that the Lu family's young lady was highly favored within the 9 heavens, and you might find himself in dire straits upon entry. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's expression darkened, his mind racing with a torrent of expletives. What? She's also in the 9 heavens? This is beyond troublesome. Just as he thought he could escape his sister's scrutiny, he learned that the nine heavens sacred land had adversaries. Realizing this, Su Yu felt utterly despondent. However, Su Wanqing, intrigued by the conversation, asked, "Father, what does the fact that the Liu family's young lady is in the nine heavens have to do with your warning for us not to return home? Shouldn't it be a caution for that little rascal to tread carefully and avoid causing trouble?" In response, Su Yuxing's expression shifted to one of anger as he slammed the table, exclaiming, "That Liu family's young lady has a betrothal candidate, the sycophantic heir of the Hu family." Upon learning that their daughter had been assaulted, the Liu family hastily sought to dissolve the engagement with the Hu family, as they had never favored them. Were it not for the late ancestors' arrangement, they would not have engaged with the Hu family at all. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with the Su family. Yet, the sycophantic heir of the Hu family believed Su Yu had stolen his goddess away, fostering a deep-seated hatred towards him, leading him to declare an unrelenting vendetta against the Su family. To make matters worse, the foolish elders of the Hu family, lacking foresight, agreed. Ultimately, their clan's pillar was on the brink of experiencing the fourth decline of the 5 tribulations within the next decade, prompting them to seek trouble with the Su family during this critical period. Sycophants. They are all sycophants. Damn it. As he vented, Su Yuxing could not help but curse. This was merely a result of the Liu family's young lady joining the nine heavens. They dared not confront her directly and instead turned to trouble his Su family. After expressing his frustration, Su Yuxing continued earnestly. Though the Hu family may be foolishly sycophantic, they are still affiliated with the Jiwei sacred land. And there are individuals within their ranks who serve as elders. Their strength surpasses that of our Su family by a considerable margin. Therefore, to prevent the utter annihilation of our family, it is best that you do not return." Hearing this, Su Qingying and the others furrowed their brows, saying, "Does this mean our Su family cannot escape this calamity? We are a prominent clan. Surely we shouldn't be so pessimistic? If we cannot win, it should not mean the younger generation cannot return home." Upon hearing his eldest daughter's query, Su Yuxing gazed deeply at the 4 siblings and sighed. "You should be aware that your grandfather was injured during his tribulation, correct? His lifespan is limited, as you know." The 4 siblings nodded. They certainly knew that since the tribulation injury, they had not seen their grandfather for a full decade. But how did this relate to their grandfather? Seemingly reading their confusion, Su Yuxing sighed. "It is precisely because your grandfather's time is short, coupled with the Hu family's well-timed desire to instigate trouble, that..." At this point, Su Yuxing paused, then sneered. "Your grandfather has decided to emerge from seclusion as his time draws near, leading the Su family in a desperate battle against the Hu family." Boom! This revelation left the 4 of them utterly bewildered. What on earth? Especially Su Yu, who was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock. According to the narrative, shouldn't grandfather remain in seclusion unless the enemy threatened? As thoughts of the myriad narratives he had perused swirled in his mind, Su Yu could not help but inquire, "Father, given that grandfather is injured, why is there no contemplation of a breakthrough to recovery?" Su Yuxing rapped his knuckles gently upon Su Yu's head and admonished, "Foolishness. As cultivators, when breakthroughs seem unattainable, we must eliminate all unstable factors that pose a threat to our family. Should the Hu family seek to trouble us, we must eradicate them. Decisive action is the survival principle for our kind. You do not comprehend this, you." Su Yu, bewildered, pondered, "Is it possible that my villainous inclinations are too cautious?" Chapter 27. Why struggle for self-cultivation when a shortcut exists? All right, everyone, return and take some rest. You siblings should rejuvenate your spirits, as once you reach the sacred land, diligent cultivation awaits you. The outside world is not like home. Do not place too much trust in others, even in your future teachers. Maintain a certain level of vigilance, do you understand? Su Yuxing spoke earnestly. As he said this, Su Yuxing turned to the silent Su Yu and added with a smile, "Moreover, you have already reached the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. It is time to consider condensing your Dan." Condensing Dan is categorized into 3 grades: inferior, medium, and superior. The inferior grade consists of Golden Dan with 1 to 3 dragon patterns, while the medium grade has 4 to 6, and the superior grade has 7 to 9. Never mind, you know this already. Just return and cultivate. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling the four to depart. Once outside the courtyard, Su Qingying and the others halted, turning to gaze at Su Yu. Under the watchful eyes of her four sisters, which held a hint of anger, Su Yu forced a smile and said, "What are you looking at me for? I didn't expect this to happen." He truly felt wronged. A pampered young master was willing to go to such lengths for someone else. The key point was that even the prominent figures of the Hu family had consented. This seemed less like adoration and more like a pretext to trouble the Su family. Su Yuxing remained silent, yet they understood the situation well. The Su family was, in fact, somewhat declining. With only one powerful being at the heaven and human 5 decays realm overseeing them, their strength surpassed that of second-rate families, but paled in comparison to first-rate ones. The Hu family, also a first-rate entity from the eastern wilderness, likely coveted the Su family's resources, using this incident as a pretext to attack. If it weren't for the chaos you stirred up, this mess wouldn't have occurred. Su Miya shot him a glare. Su Qingying fixed her gaze on Su Yu, speaking earnestly. "If the sacred land does not intervene, our family may face catastrophic repercussions. The most critical point is that Grandpa may also perish. Are you aware of the consequences?" They wished to see how Su Yu would handle this affair. The competition at the heaven and human 5 decays realm was far beyond their reach. Since he dared to offend a multitude of prodigies during the grand competition, he ought to possess a certain level of confidence, right? The leap from the Spirit Scene 9th level to the heaven and human 5 decays realm spanned several significant realms. Condensing Dan, nurturing the spirit, manifesting the law, and the tribulations of yin and yang. Only then could one reach the heaven and human 5 decays realm. Su Yu remained silent for a long while before finally crossing past the 3 sisters and returning to his room, locking the door without uttering a word. Observing him, the 3 sisters fell into silence, disappointment flickering in their eyes. The crisis facing the Su family was not insurmountable. They too could assist. When the time came, they would return and reveal certain trump cards to garner the sacred land support. Let us not elevate him too highly. With 3 simultaneous slams of doors, Su Yu also heard the sounds. Leaning against his door, a complex expression gradually overtook his features, sharp and glimmering with emerging brilliance, as he murmured, "You wish to target the Su family? Hu family? Then prepare for the annihilation of your clan." He did not wish to narrow his path, but he would not allow others to trample over him. If someone truly sought his demise, then they must be prepared to pay with their lives. He merely wished to play the role of a good person. Do not mistake him for a saint. Su Yu had long abandoned the habit of sleep. At his level, he had already forsaken such a rudimentary means of restoring vitality. Cultivation was the true path. However, his father's prior words rang true. He indeed needed to consider condensing Dan. Condensing Dan involves gathering the spiritual energy within the dantian, compressing it into a substantial golden Dan. The dragon patterns formed during this process depend on one's aptitude, foundation, and the quality of spiritual energy, while the number of patterns entirely hinges on one's innate talent. Inferior grade Dan would struggle to perceive the yin and yang tribulations throughout one's life. The medium grade possessing the potential for the sacred realm, while the superior grade is essential for the powerful. If I were to condense Dan, how many dragon patterns would I possess? If memory serves me right, my father had 7 dragon patterns. Upon recalling this, Su Yu's expression shifted slightly. 7 dragon patterns. A superior golden Dan. Did my father possess the potential for the sacred realm? While superior golden dawn are indeed rare, prodigies typically have superior 9 dragon patterns. If I were to condense, I should aim for an immortal grade golden Dan. In truth, Su Yuxing had not provided a complete picture. Dan condensation is divided into 3 grades, and there are even higher grades, such as divine and immortal grades. The immortal grade golden Dan is the standard for those destined for greatness. However, the conditions to condense an immortal grade Dan are exceedingly stringent. At the very least, a wisp of immortal energy is required for successful condensation, but the time for the immortal path to open has yet to arrive, and the possibility of condensing an immortal grade Dan is nearly non-existent. Even if there were, it would necessitate venturing into powerful ruins. Contemplating this, Su Yu felt a sense of despair. The low grade of Dan would undoubtedly hinder future cultivation, and attaining a higher grade would require specific fortuitous encounters. Must I truly attend the sacred land, contributing to await their bestowal of opportunities to condense Dan? No. With this thought, Suyu took a deep breath and shifted his focus to the system. If I use the realm enhancement card to elevate my realm, will my Dan condensation be based on that foundation? He voiced his inquiry, and the next moment, the system's cold voice resonated. The realm enhancement card elevates each realm to its perfect limit. The ultimate limit for Dan condensation in this world is immortal grade. But this is not the limit of the realm enhancement card. Upon hearing this, Suyu was momentarily stunned. Yet soon after, an overwhelming joy washed away his concerns. It could be operated this way? After absorbing the system's response, Suyu no longer hesitated, stating decisively, use the realm enhancement card. Why laboriously engage in self-cultivation when a shortcut exists? Isn't it better to take it easy? Ding! Realm enhancement card used successfully. As the system's voice echoed, Suyu felt a stir within his dantian. Hastily, he turned his attention inward to assess his condition. He beheld the situation within his dantian. The once vast ocean of spiritual energy now surged tumultuously, drawn towards the center of the dantian by a mysterious force. The liquefied spiritual energy continued to condense, ultimately forming a tiny black dot. Simultaneously, from the techniques he had replaced, a wisp of energy imbued with the essence of the Yin appeared. Corpse immortal chi. Suyu was taken aback. It turned out that Dan condensation was being executed with corpse immortal chi. However, something felt amiss. Although guided by corpse immortal chi, the aura of Dan condensation exuded an overwhelming and unparalleled presence. How peculiar! Before he could savor the sensation of Dan condensation, darkness enveloped his vision. Just before losing consciousness, he heard a voice proclaim, condensing Dan, refreshing constitution. Wait, why would Dan condensation also refresh the constitution? Boom! As Suyu succumbed to unconsciousness, countless strands of spiritual energy began to converge chaotically above the prodigy city, a sudden phenomenon manifesting. What is happening? What on earth is occurring? Chapter 28. The sun burns the sea. The divine sun subdues the abyss. In the skies above the city of heroes, once enveloped by a myriad of twinkling stars, colorful clouds began to materialize, radiating a resplendent glow. The spiritual energy surged like a congregation of true dragons. The terrifying ocean of spiritual energy rendered even the most formidable cultivators in the condensation stage solemn. Pillars of spiritual energy morphed into dragon forms, weaving gracefully through the clouds as if true dragons were arriving to pay their respects. Above this ocean of spiritual energy, a magnificent sun coalesced, its brilliance so intense that it was nearly blinding, causing the very air in the dantian to roil. This extraordinary phenomenon. Has someone truly reached the condensation stage? But the commotion from this condensation is unprecedented. Could it be that someone is refining a top-grade 9-dragon pattern golden pill? This uproar stirred every soul within the city of heroes, as countless individuals rushed outdoors, gazing skyward in awe at this breathtaking spectacle. The sun burning the sea, the emergence of the 9 dragons, a divine-grade golden pill. In the courtyard of the city Lord's residence, the elders from the 3 holy lands emerged simultaneously, their gazes fixed upon the celestial anomaly, rendered speechless by shock. At this moment, their minds buzzed with confusion. What could this mean? Such a rare phenomenon, scarcely seen in tens of thousands of years, has suddenly appeared. Is this generation of heroes truly extraordinary? In ordinary circumstances, the refinement of even a top-grade 9-dragon pattern golden pill merely results in the transformation of spiritual energy into a dragon. Yet now, the spiritual energy surged like a sea. The sea transformed into a sun, boiling forth ethereal mist, and upon the surface of the sea, the 9 dragons of spiritual energy writhe, clearly reverent towards the great sun. What else could this possibly be if not the manifestation of the 9 dragons pattern in the condensation stage? Who in the city is refining their pill? Elder Zhu stammered, his lips quivering. Elder Mo shook his head, his voice trembling, By the heavens, this phenomenon has emerged. Even those at the peak of the 5 declines find it impossible to glimpse the secrets of the heavens. They cannot discern the path of breakthrough. The entire city of heroes is shrouded in mystery, making it impossible to investigate. Elder Qin swallowed hard, moistening his dry throat. This breakthrough is far too loud. In our mere 1 or 2,000 years of life, we have never witnessed such a display. Such phenomena are only recorded during the opening of the immortal path, marking the birth of extraordinary talents. Who could it be? Could it possibly be Suyu? No, that's implausible. He has only recently broken through to the spirit sea realm. It has only been a short while since we parted, and at that time, his realm was still quite stable. How could he have possibly broken through overnight? However, prodigies cannot be measured by common standards. Have you forgotten how the holy master of Tianxian achieved his breakthrough? As these thoughts lingered, the 3 elders fell silent, exchanging glances before their figures transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the Su family residence. In mere moments, they arrived outside the Su family estate. Though entering another courtyard unannounced is often deemed impolite, the esteemed identities of the 3 elders rendered such niceties irrelevant. With their auras revealed, Su Yuhang and the elders of the Su family quickly appeared before them. "We have met the 3 esteemed elders," they exclaimed, startled at their sudden arrival. "Is Suyu here?" Elder Qin asked directly. "He is currently in seclusion. Please follow me." Su Yuhang responded, not daring to delay, leading them to the courtyard where Su Yu was situated. Despite the continuous celestial manifestations above, the courtyard remained eerily tranquil. Upon witnessing the stillness, the 3 elders exchanged bewildered glances. Could not be Suyu? If it were indeed him, they would have sensed his presence from the courtyard. Yet there was not a hint of activity. If not Suyu, then who could it be? They began to ponder, contemplating whether they had overlooked some crucial information. Could there be a hidden talent among this generation of heroes? Before they could delve deeper into their thoughts, an astonishing force erupted from Suyu's room, causing the entire chamber to collapse into ruins. In the next instant, the various celestial phenomena in the sky seemed to find a release, converging ceaselessly towards Suyu's chamber. The waves of spiritual energy crashed like relentless ocean tides, the tremendous impact reducing the surrounding fragile wooden structures to dust, sending debris flying and enveloping the 3 elders and Su Yuhang in a cloud of astonishment. By the heavens, this lad has truly reached the condensation stage, they exclaimed, incredulous. Is he capable of such rapid advancement? He entered as a 1st-level spirit sea cultivator and emerged as a 9th-level spirit sea cultivator. On the very first day following the grand competition, he has achieved condensation. What is happening? The sudden destruction of his room also prompted Su Qingying and her sisters, who had been deeply engrossed in their own cultivation, to rush outside. Upon seeing the 3 Holy Land elders and their father, they were momentarily at a loss for words. However, as they beheld the celestial phenomena, their mouths fell agape in disbelief. What in the world? Is he cultivating at the cost of his life? How could he condense a pill in such a short time? Su Muyao exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. The 3 of them stood, dumbfounded, their thoughts mirroring one another. They were not alone in their shock. The 3 elders were equally taken aback. The celestial phenomena continued to radiate with dazzling light, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. The changes within the Su family could not escape the notice of the powerful, who flocked to the estate to uncover the truth. Some with ulterior motives even contemplated forcefully breaching the Su family grounds to interrupt the breakthrough, but upon seeing the 3 holy elders present, they hesitated and retreated. Suyu, it's him again. The grand competition has barely concluded, and he has already made a breakthrough. What does this imply? Many first-rate families and dynasties, once eyeing the Su family with envy, began to temper their ambitions. After all, the Su family appeared to have truly risen to prominence, and not merely in the future. Suyu's actions alone were sufficient to warrant the Holy Lands placing significant stakes upon him. Under the scrutiny of various factions, the celestial phenomena continued to swirl and surge. Ultimately, beneath the great sun, a grand and magnificent architectural phantom slowly materialized. In this 18-story structure, Each level exhibited its own unique phenomenon. Hell, the great sun subdues the abyss. The manifestation of the subduing abyss body? How could it appear so prematurely? The transformation is immense, unlike a mere subduing abyss body. Witnessing this scene, all present were once again stricken with awe. They could hardly fathom why Sui's subduing abyss body deviated from the records. Moreover, it seemed to possess a strength far surpassing even some of the top 100 physiques already known. As they observed, the great sun suppressed the hellish apparition, ultimately merging with it. 9 colossal dragons of spiritual energy let out a resounding roar, their clear dragon cries echoing forth as they soared toward the great sun, ultimately imprinting themselves upon it like stickers. The howling sea of spiritual energy was incessantly vaporized by the great sun into purest energy until the sun finally transformed into a perfectly rounded golden orb. The gathered spiritual energy dissipated, and the golden orb swiftly descended, plunging into Sui's body. Boom! Condensation achieved. Chapter 29. Elder, there is no need for that. I, Su, am wholeheartedly dedicated to cultivating immortality. Has it finally come to an end? Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. The commotion from the breakthrough had been overwhelmingly loud, lasting from the early hours of the night until nearly dawn. However, before they could approach, the previously stabilized aura from the ruins began to surge dramatically once more. Second layer of the condensation realm. Third layer of the condensation realm. Fourth layer of the condensation realm. In the blink of an eye, the aura emanating from the ruins had reached the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the condensation realm. Those who sensed this spectacle, even the elders from the sacred grounds, were rendered speechless. It was uncertain how much time had passed before the onlookers erupted in gasps of disbelief. Could it be that Sui is the chosen one? Not only did he condense the golden elixir, but immediately after, he broke through 3 minor realms? This is simply monstrous. Even the awakening of the ancient, strongest physique, the chaos body, could not have achieved such feats. Most astonishingly, his foundation showed no signs of instability. Ordinary individuals experience foundational instability after breaking through 1 or 2 minor realms. Yet Sui managed to progress without any adverse reactions. How can this be accepted? Is it possible that the Su family is destined to become the first sacred family? The foremost sacred family of this generation? The thought of this possibility made the expressions of the crowd shift uncomfortably. While it is true that imperial-level talent is formidable, becoming a sacred being requires time. Does it not? Yet, Sui's rate of breakthroughs is even more outrageous than that of an imperial-level talent. Among the onlookers, members of the Hu family felt their expressions change upon hearing such rumors. A sacred being. Can the Su family still be suppressed? They had wasted their young master's reputation to gain a legitimate opportunity to suppress them. They cannot simply abandon that now, can they? Just as they were lost in speculation. A commotion arose from the ruins. Sui lifted the roof that had fallen upon him, emerging before the crowd unscathed. Upon seeing such a large gathering of people, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What brings you all to my Su family?" As he glanced around, his astonishment grew. Goodness, how has my home turned into ruins? I merely took a nap during my breakthrough, and upon awakening, my house is in ruins? Hearing his shocked tone, the crowd fell silent. You are unaware of the commotion caused by your own breakthrough? Before Su could process this, a figure appeared before him, effortlessly lifting him into the air and away from the ruins. Come, we must immediately head to the teleportation array and return to the sacred grounds. The person who took Su away was naturally Elder Qin from the Jiuxiao sacred ground. At this moment, his voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and tremor, seemingly still in shock from Sui's breakthrough. Goodness, so powerful. Such innate talent for cultivation is virtually invincible, if nurtured within the sacred grounds. Perhaps it won't be long before he reaches the realm of law manifestation, right? A year? Or perhaps 2. This is a tremendous opportunity. If we cultivate Su before the Golden Age arrives, he might ascend alongside the Imperial Sun. He could even embark on the path to immortality and achieve an immortal status. As the elder who discovered Su, The benefits of such an opportunity are beyond imagination. A treasure, a great treasure. Elder Qin, filled with excitement, gazed at Su Yu with warmth and kindness, saying, "My dear, Su Yu, I may not possess much ability, but if there is anything you require, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will do everything in my power to assist you. From this day forth, our families shall be allies bound by life and death. By the way, I have a few blossoming granddaughters you." Upon hearing this, Su Yu shook his head vigorously. "Elder, there is truly no need for that. I'm solely focused on cultivating immortality and have no time for romantic entanglements. Besides, have you taken a good look at yourself? Not to mention your granddaughters. I need not ponder their appearances." Seeing Su Yu's resolute rejection, Elder Qin could only express his regret. "I see. No matter. Let us proceed to the teleportation array without delay. Such a treasure must not be lost. While innate talent may be impressive, unrefined potential cannot compare to that of a sacred being. However, the situation has changed. Su Yu's breakthrough speed has already demonstrated his potential. Given a bit of time, he will undoubtedly become a sacred being. Such talent, I dare say, not only the leaders of the major peaks, but even the ancient figures in slumber would emerge to recruit him as a disciple if they were aware of him." Su Yu, startled, responded, "Elder, isn't this a bit premature? It's still the early hours. Are you mad? We must head to the teleportation array immediately." Elder Qin shook his head. "Your safety is of utmost importance. Should we encounter any unexpected circumstances outside the teleportation array, we must be able to escape. It seems there is some sense to that. Very well. Within the ruins of the Su family, Elders Mo and Zhu stood in stunned silence as they watched Elder Qin lead Su Yu away. This old fellow is far too decisive, not even giving them a chance to react. Indeed, they both harbored such thoughts at that moment. Su Yu's talent for cultivation is extraordinarily powerful, making him a relentless breakthrough machine. Moreover, his combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. How wonderful it would be to reclaim him for their sect. Although they missed out on a chance to lament, it is not an insurmountable loss. In the eastern wilderness, the three major sacred grounds are closely intertwined. It is said that, long ago, the three sacred grounds were actually of the same lineage, but after each produced a great emperor, they diverged. Yet, the primary cultivation methods were derived from the deconstructed emperor-esque scriptures. If the three lineages unite, they could give rise to an immortal scripture. For this reason, the three major sacred grounds do not harbor jealousy over each other's prosperity. On the contrary, many hope for the emergence of an immortal to consolidate the three sacred grounds and bring forth the immortal scripture. Let's depart. Elder Mo and Elder Zhu snapped back to reality and spoke. However, before leaving, Elder Zhu cheerfully addressed Su Yuxing, saying, "Su family master, do remember to send Wan Qing and the others to the teleportation array later. Regarding the rewards for the Su family, we will need your assistance in returning to the sacred grounds to claim them. This time, the rewards may be quite substantial. Bring along that Chun lad as well." After speaking, Elder Zhu couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Su Yuxing. This lad truly is fortunate. When Su Yuxing participated in the Young Talents competition, he was still an assessment elder, and now Su Yuxing has reached the in-tribulation realm, while he remains an assessment elder. The key point is, this lad could produce 4 children with such potential. Truly fortunate. How incredibly fortunate. Back then, out of a team of 20, only he and Chen Zhongtian survived. These two really are fortunate. With that, Elder Zhu and Elder Mo shook their heads and left the ruins of the Su family. Others followed suit and departed, leaving Su Yuxing and Chen Zhongtian standing in stunned silence. Rewards, quite substantial. Substantial? Chapter 030. Return to the Holy Land, heart-to-heart conversations. Secrets of the Holy Land. As time gradually passed, the incident involving Su Yu ensured that the people of Tianjiao City could not find rest. Soon at noon, the teleportation point outside Tianjiao City was bustling with a crowd. The usually taciturn, powerful figures transformed into garrulous elders, incessantly urging their descendants to strive and cultivate diligently in the Holy Land. outside the teleportation points of the three great holy lands. Su Qingying and her companions chose not to approach Su Yu, instead standing at a distance, gazing at him. In their eyes, one could discern the burning fighting spirit and unyielding will. Clearly, they were astonished by Su Yu's remarkable breakthrough speed, yet they were not so easily defeated. If Su Yu could do it, so could they, especially Chen Yunxi, who provocatively fixed her gaze upon Su Yu. As a reincarnated fairy, given an adequate environment and resources, her advancement would soar like a rocket. She could reach the pinnacle of the world in less than a millennium. Mu Yao, from this day forth, we are fellow disciples. I look forward to your guidance, came a cheerful voice from beside Su Mu Yao. It was Long Feng, grinning as he approached. With Su Yu absent, he believed that being in the same holy land as four beautiful women would surely win their hearts. At the very least, he hoped for some fortune in romance. Others were mere embellishments. Only the non-death divine phoenix body of Su Mu Yao was of true significance. Su Mu Yao cast a glance at the grinning Long Feng, her eyes flashing with impatience as she replied dismissively, "Oh, what dragon god body? What ancient allure? Nonsense. How could she possibly be with someone like him? Absolutely not." Su Mu Yao was keenly aware of her own feelings. She felt no affinity for those she did not like, such as Long Feng. Unfazed by her attitude, Long Feng continued to chatter, while the three others nearby exchanged exasperated glances. Was he really a dragon god body? How shamelessly he fawned. As noon arrived, the teleportation formations of the three great holy lands erupted with brilliant light. An ethereal aura spread forth. Witnessing this, the three elders simultaneously waved their hands, and three massive warships appeared steadily before the crowd. Board the ships, we set sail. Whoosh! Figures shot into the air, landing on the warships of the three holy lands. Once everyone was aboard, the ships began to glide toward the spatial passage. As the ships neared the entrance, Su Qingying and her companions exchanged glances with Su Yu, who was adorned with a radiant smile aboard the Jiuxiao warship. 3 years hence, they silently vowed to meet again in the secret realm. Swish! The warships vanished. An hour later, they sailed smoothly through the void. In the cabin, Su Yu returned to his designated room, gazing out at the ever-passing darkness of the void, murmuring, "In a month, I can officially begin my cultivation." Though the Holy Land was formidable, it was laden with rules. So he was uncertain which teacher he would follow, but hoped to have the freedom to develop at his own pace. While a structured approach to cultivation would yield some progress, it could not compare to the favored children of destiny. Only by causing a stir could he find his true calling. The prodigies of the Holy Land were merely nourishment for his own growth. Not to mention, among the prodigies joining the Jiuxiao Holy Land, there were 5 or 6 with red destinies, all drawn to him. What good children they were! So you could not help but exclaim. They were providing him with experience, truly a boon, regardless of their methods. As long as they targeted the children of destiny, he would reap benefits. The possibilities for such operations were immensely favorable. Moreover, there was also Chu Tian with a golden destiny. After having been beaten by him, this fellow might harbor some resentment. In any case, if he provoked Su Yu, he would face the consequences. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Su Yu walked over and opened it to reveal Elder Qin standing outside. With a warm smile, Elder Qin asked, "Did I interrupt your cultivation?" Su Yu shook his head and welcomed him inside. Once inside, Elder Qin made himself comfortable on a chair and inquired, "Are you familiar with our Jiuxiao Holy Land?" "Not at all," Su Yu replied honestly. "I've come to discuss some fundamental aspects of Jiuxiao with you," Elder Qin said, tapping his fingers on the armrest as he pondered. Jiuxiao consists of 9 great peaks, with each peak's leader equivalent to a deputy holy master. The leader of the first peak is also the holy master, and his power is the strongest among all. You can choose to join any peak. As the differences are marginal, the only variance lies in the cultivation techniques practiced at each peak. However, if you choose to join the first peak, it means you will compete with all your senior brothers for the position of future holy master. If you desire more freedom, you might consider joining one of the other peaks. Upon hearing this, Su Yu understood and smiled. The first peak is not within my considerations. Elder Qin's lengthy explanation was merely a subtle suggestion not to join the first peak. The first peak was essentially the backyard of the Holy Master lineage. Joining it would mean entering a fa ade of fair competition for the Holy Master position, but would undoubtedly offend the Holy Master lineage, or rather, the entire Holy Master family. Elder Qi nodded, saying, "It's best that you see through this. The Holy Masters can invest vast resources to cultivate you, even if it means allocating 90% of their resources, yet they will never allow an outsider to sit upon the Holy Master throne. It is said that this is their lineage's duty." During the previous grand competition, their loud proclamations about Su Yu sitting on the Holy Master throne were merely empty slogans. In reality, that position was not meant for him. Su Yu was perplexed. They could expend so many resources to cultivate him, but would not allow him to ascend to the Holy Master position. Was there something they were guarding? Not wishing to dwell on these uncertainties, he replied, "Elder, I understand." Confirming that Su Yu had no such intentions, Elder Qin sighed in relief, his fearsome visage breaking into a radiant smile. "It's wonderful that you comprehend. Rest assured, you are free to choose any main peak, and the Holy Masters will undoubtedly allocate the maximum resources to cultivate you. You will enjoy the utmost freedom here with your talent. All 9 peak leaders will cultivate you and will not accept you as a disciple. As long as your talents align with what was measured in the Holy Land, you will possess the greatest freedom. Outwardly, you will be a disciple, but secretly, you will be regarded as a peer by the 9 peak leaders. Celestial potential. This was Su Yu's greatest foundation. He was the first in countless years with the hope of reuniting the 3 sects and ushering in the era of celestial scriptures. "Thank you, Elder, for your enlightening words," Su Yu nodded appreciatively. However, a sense of unease lingered within him. What if that unexpected event from that day had not occurred? Would he be punished? Surely not. "All right, I shall not disturb your cultivation further. You have a month left before returning to the Holy Land." With that, Elder Qin rose and departed from Su Yu's room. After seeing Elder Qin off, Su Yu returned to his cushion and sat cross-legged. With so much time remaining, it would be wise to familiarize himself with the system. System. Open the Personal Attributes panel. Loading. Loading complete. Ding. Chapter 031. What I gain. Another place loses its treasure. Host. Su Yu Fate. Shining Black Cultivation Level. 4th stage of Dan Condensation. Title. Master of Self-Destruction Villain Points. 20. 000 System Store. Martial Arts. Void Blade Technique. Moon Swallowing Demon Toad Technique. Corpse Immortal Catastrophe. Gold Devouring. Moon Howl of the Dark Sun. Yin-Yang Heaven Severing. Automatically Cultivating. Backpack. Supreme Dao Blade Seed. 5 Animal Demon Feather Fan. Current task. Break through to the Law Manifestation Realm within 10 years. Obliterate all ants daring to provoke the family. Root them out and scatter like dust. 0-100. Gazing at his statistics, Su Yu felt a modest sense of satisfaction. Though his cultivation at the 4th stage of Dan Condensation may not appear particularly high, it is indeed a top-tier status among the younger generation. Being under 20 and at this level is rare even throughout the annals of history. While it may seem trivial compared to the formidable foes he must face, he believes that with the protection of the holy grounds, he can swiftly catch up. Su Yu is acutely aware of his predicament. This level of cultivation is hardly a cause for pride. Without reaching the Law Manifestation Realm, he remains quite weak. However, upon viewing the newly refreshed task, his heart sank. Achieving the Law Manifestation Realm in 10 years? What a joke. Even 20 or 30 years might not suffice. Attaining the essence of the divine would be a remarkable feat in itself. Choosing not to dwell overly on this daunting task, Su Yu redirected his focus to the system store, a place he had yet to explore. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on the sign next to the store. In the next instant, the system screen transitioned, and lines of data refreshed continuously. With each new line, Su Yu felt his pupils contract in astonishment. Undying Heavenly Blade. The treasured blade of the Undying Heavenly Emperor, priced at 10,000,000 villain points. Random Teleportation Talisman, capable of transporting one to any corner of the immortal realm. Priced at 100,000,000 villain points. Forbidden Blade. Reverse Scale, forged from the reverse scales of 1,000 dragons. Priced at 100,000,000 villain points. The more he scrolled, the more his astonishment grew, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. What divine weaponry is this? They've even crafted weapons from the reverse scales of dragons. One slash could cleave the continent in two. And could he even afford these items? Even if he could, he wouldn't dare display them. A mere hint of such treasures would attract the most powerful beings from across the land, not to mention ancient monsters long sealed away. Panicking, Suyu hastily flipped to the last page to find items within his financial reach. Limited time, flash sale. Golden Crow Transformation Visualization Method allows one to visualize the Golden Crow transformation in their mind, refining their soul. Golden Crow Clan Heart Method, priced at 999 villain points. Limited time, flash sale. Ancient Divine Idol Album features the strongest 1,000 divine idols from ancient times to cultivate divine essence, priced at 999 villain points. Limited time, flash sale. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, inspired by an ancient being's perception of the heaven-treading divine elephant, priced at 999 villain points. Upon seeing these 3 limited-time offers, Suyu finally felt his spirits lift. These items are quite promising. He decided to purchase them. System, purchase these 3 limited-time flash sale items. Ding! Purchase successful. Villain points -14, 997. Purchased items have been stored in the system backpack. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Suyu decisively exited the system store. He could not linger here. The items were tantalizingly desirable, and just that one card to elevate him to a great sage was almost overwhelming. Nevertheless, Suyu was well aware of the trade-offs. At this low stage, he needed extensive refinement to reach perfection. For instance, concerning the essence of the divine, unless absolutely necessary, he would prefer to cultivate and break through to the essence of the divine on his own rather than rely on the system. This is a pivotal juncture. If he can cultivate a unique and powerful divine essence during the saturation of the golden core, he will be invincible in the essence of the divine stage, swiftly progressing to the law manifestation realm. Of course, the primary obstacle remains the exorbitant price, a staggering 200 million villain points. Could he even dare to dream of such a sum? The Golden Crow Transformation Visualization Method and Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique have been placed in a martial arts section and are now automatically cultivating. These 2 techniques sound exceedingly powerful, especially the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique, which had already attained a minor success upon its entry into the martial arts section. This is one of Suyu's significant advantages. Regardless of how arduous the scriptures may be, as long as they are acquired through the system and placed in the martial arts section, they will automatically attain minor success. If he were to cultivate them himself, he would only achieve the entry level. So you did not delve too deeply into studying these 2 techniques, as the system's assistance rendered any further understanding unnecessary. He merely needed to extract the automatic cultivation experience at regular intervals. His gaze gradually settled on the ancient tome nestled in his backpack. This is the primary focus he must comprehend at this stage. It is crucial for laying the groundwork for the essence of the divine. To comprehend the divine essence and integrate it into the golden core is the essential task Suyu must undertake. Being born into a prestigious family has its advantages. Within the realm of understanding, he is unlikely to make errors, allowing him to circumvent risks and rapidly enhance his abilities. With a fleeting thought, a small booklet landed in Suyu's hands. Observing the ancient characters upon it, he felt an illusion as though myriad divine shadows were manifesting before him. Instinctively, he flipped to the first page, revealing a picture imbued with profound meaning. The first law manifestation of ancient times. While Suyu became engrossed in the study of the ancient divine idol album, far beyond countless light years from the Xianxia continent, a blazing ancient star of life erupted. This ancient star resembled a sun at its zenith, radiating heat that nearly engulfed 100 light years. If not for the sun god body and other fire attribute cultivators, those approaching the ancient star would be vaporized before even reaching its vicinity. Even a powerful being at the Calamity Yang realm would be reduced to mere ash. Yet at this moment, a piercing scream of terror and rage shattered the heavens across countless light years. Where's my Golden Crow clan's ancestral visualization method? Damn it! Who has stolen the heart of my clan's inheritance? As gains come with losses, for every treasure Suyu acquires, another place suffers the loss of its precious artifact. On this day, the Golden Crow ancient star experienced a tremendous quake. Meanwhile, Suyu, light years away, remained completely unaffected, immersed in studying the ancient divine idol album for an entire month. Time swiftly passed. One day, the ship in motion suddenly halted, the gentle vibrations awakening all the prodigies aboard. As they opened their eyes, Elder Qin's voice resonated calmly. Everyone disembark. We have arrived at the holy land of 9 heavens. Chapter 32, Arrival at Jiuxiao, Suyu's Choice. Unrivaled. Upon hearing Elder Qin's voice, Suyu, who had been absorbed in the ancient divine statues album, slowly opened his eyes. He was unaware of when a sense of weariness and insignificance had crept into his gaze. At last, we have arrived at the sacred land of Jiuxiao. Suyu exhaled a breath of stale air, murmuring to himself. With a decisive clap, he closed the ancient divine statues album, rose from the cushion, and stepped out onto the deck. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of ethereal. 9 colossal mountains floated in mid-air, with the residences of the outer disciples below, teeming with life. The abundance of spiritual energy here was at least tenfold that of the Su family. This was hardly surprising, as the 3 sacred lands had stood resilient in the eastern wilderness for countless years, their resources and spiritual veins beyond reckoning. Great beings had personally relocated high-level spiritual veins into the sacred land of Jiuxiao, fostering its reputation as a sanctum for cultivation. For those residing in the 3 sacred lands, the mundane world held little allure, save for the prodigies eager to venture forth and carve their names. In the sacred land, even those with the most meager foundations, unable to cultivate, could effortlessly transcend to the condensation realm. Such was the disparity. What the outside world deemed as condensation realm giants were merely ordinary disciples within the sacred lands. Even revered figures were but outer disciples, while those of the robbery and shadow realms were merely outer elders. Only by breaking through to the robbery yang realm could one be summoned back to the 9 main peaks to serve as an elder. This exemplified the profound heritage of the sacred lands. This was merely the configuration of the late era of the end of law. In the age of great prosperity or the early end of law, one would require at least the pre-sacred realm to even be considered for the position of elder. All disembarked, the top contenders of the grand competition, as well as those of exceptional talent, will soon be guided by disciples of the 9 main peaks to register. Elder Qin announced from the forefront of the warship's deck. The data regarding these prodigies had already been relayed back to the sacred land while they were in the city of prodigies. The main peaks had already selected their favored disciples. Those barely qualifying for entry were uniformly assigned to the outer sect. As his words faded, 10 beams of light approached, each exuding the aura of the spirit refinement realm. Lu Gushun, Hu Kabin, Ma Wangsheng. The 100 of you shall accompany me to the outer sect. Ma Yichong, Ma Wanghao. The 4 of you shall accompany me to Qishao Peak. The speaker calmly called out names, leading the individuals towards their respective peaks or the outer sect. Once most had departed, only Su Yu, the restored Chu Tian, and a few other promising prodigies with red destinies remained aboard the warship. Elder Qin smiled gently as he regarded the 9 prodigies before him. You few shall accompany me to the sect's grand hall, where the Holy Master and the Peak Masters await your arrival. The others merely ensure the steady flow of mid-tier bloodlines, but you are the true talents that the sect should cultivate vigorously. Perhaps one day, one among you may ascend to the rank of intersect elder or even Peak Master. Indeed, elder, they replied in unison, bowing respectfully. With that, they followed Elder Qin toward the hovering grand hall, flanked by the 9 main peaks. Upon passing the guards and arriving at the entrance of the hall, Elder Qin alighted and walked in. With a resounding thud, he pushed open the heavy doors of the hall. Inside, the brightness was akin to daylight, with 9 colossal pillars sculpted from exquisite spiritual stones. Atop 9 thrones sat figures, their presence exuding an aura of unyielding strength that instilled a profound sense of danger and insignificance in Chu Tian and the others. In the center of the hall, Elder Qin bowed respectfully to the 9 middle-aged figures above, addressing them with deference. Holy Master, esteemed peak masters, the disciples have been brought forth. The foremost figure, possessing a refined demeanor and gentle aura, nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Elder Qin. You may retire now. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin bowed once more. As you wish. He then exited the hall without further conversation, closing the door behind him. With the doors shut, only the 9 prodigies and 9 peak masters remained within the hall, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. However, the refined, middle-aged man soon broke the silence, saying, "Do you have a preferred main peak? If so, you may choose to join it, and you will automatically become a disciple of that peak master." After the Holy Master spoke, Chu Tian was the first to step forward, cupping his hands. "Holy Master, I wish to choose Xiao Peak." His choice was not arbitrary. His attributes aligned with fire, and his martial arts were fire-based. Xiao Peak was renowned for its focus on fire-style blade techniques, making it the ideal choice for him. "Very well, you may leave." The refined Holy Master responded with a nod and a wave of his hand. Chu Tian expressed his gratitude, and, as he turned to exit the hall, cast a glance at Su Yu, stating earnestly, "Su Yu, with our arrival at the sacred land, our gaps and starting points have now aligned. I shall challenge you again in the future, and I hope you maintain your current momentum." Chu Tian had faced defeat before, but had never succumbed to despair. The stronger the adversary, the more it fueled his determination to unleash his potential and surpass them. Su Yu had become the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. "I have promised to grant you the opportunity to surpass me and pursue my footsteps, but I will not allow you to eclipse me," Su Yu responded calmly, effectively stifling the rising spirit of Chu Tian. Chu Tian opened his mouth, ultimately leaving with a reddened face, stifling his indignation as he exited the hall. Su Yu's words elicited curious glances from the 9 peak masters. This young man was undeniably audacious. Yet, his talents indeed warranted such boldness. The other 7 prodigies with red destinies soon made their choices, joining their preferred main peaks. Among the 9 main peaks, Shunxiao, Qixiao, Bixiao, Danxiao, Jingxiao, Yuxiao, Langxiao, Zixiao, and Taixiao. Only Shunxiao and Taixiao remained unchosen. Shunxiao, being the primary peak of the Holy Master-S lineage, was also the one most difficult to select. At this moment, only Su Yu and the 9 peak masters remained in the hall. Observing Su Yu standing at the center, the refined Holy Master smiled warmly and inquired, "Su Yu, may I ask, which peak do you wish to begin your cultivation with? Your talents perhaps warrant reassessment." Su Yu, hearing this, immediately inquired, "Why is a reassessment necessary?" "Because, should you surpass the previous measurements, none of the 9 peaks could accept you as their disciple individually," the refined Holy Master replied, his gaze towards Su Yu growing brighter with anticipation. "If your talents truly align with those previously evaluated, we could become brothers in the sect. Alternatively, should you choose to decline, you may join any main peak of your choice. What do you think?" After the Holy Master concluded his words, a smile graced Su Yu's lips as he replied, "Then let us proceed with the reassessment. Since I have resolved to be unrivaled, I must remain so for eternity. Is that not so? Ha ha ha, splendid. Let the reassessment commence." Chapter 33. The Top 50 of Eternity. The Divine King of 9 Heavens descends. The reevaluation of one's talent is not an insurmountable ordeal. To attain greater privileges, one must be willing to pay the corresponding price. In this instance, the cost is minimal, merely a reassessment of talent. Even if the reevaluation reveals that one lacks celestial qualifications, it matters not. One can still receive the highest level of treatment. If the 9 peak masters truly believed they possessed celestial qualifications, they would not have proposed a reevaluation. Thus, even in the absence of celestial status, he stands to lose nothing. Very well, let us proceed with the assessment. The elegant sage lord chuckled heartily, gesturing grandly as a more exquisite testing crystal steel materialized before Su Yu. Simultaneously, a weathered scroll floated into view. This steel, a relic left by the immortal ancestor who founded the 9 heavens, was designed to identify a successor capable of inheriting his celestial arts. The scroll contained the most profound secrets of the 9 heavens. Should one resonate with its divine images, their status would be unparalleled within the realm. rendering even the likes of them incapable of commanding such an individual. As he spoke, the elegant sage Eldest's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his expression grave. While celestial qualifications are indeed formidable, without the ability to communicate with the divine images, one cannot expect to receive the full nurture of the nine heavens. Now, demonstrate the talent you possess. The elegant sage lord waved his sleeve, channeling an overwhelming surge of spiritual power into the testing steel, activating it. Show us your true potential. Only then will you be qualified to compete with the ancient prodigies when the golden era arrives. Taking a deep breath, Suyu placed his hand upon the steel, effortlessly summoning a thread of primordial spiritual energy from the depths of his being. Boom! As Suyu's energy was absorbed by the testing steel, a terrifying wave of power surged forth, sending a shudder through the grand hall. Radiant light erupted, akin to the blooming of a myriad of flowers in spring, illuminating the entire hall. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a fine fissure began to spread across the steel. In the next moment, the brilliance faded, leaving only a few glowing characters at the center of the steel. Constitution, Great Sun Suppression Body, Qualification. This time, it was no longer the suppression body. Instead, it was a new constitution born from Suyu's fusion of the Great Sun during his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage. Yet, the qualification field remained blank. Witnessing this scene, the nine-peak master's pupils constricted in shock. Could it be that even this chaotic crystal steel could not detect his qualifications? Celestial qualifications? Or perhaps a talent that transcended the limits of this realm? Before the peak masters could comprehend the implications, Suyu had already withdrawn his hand and grasped the weathered scroll, pulling it open. The once blank scroll began to emanate a crimson glow beneath his focused gaze. Soon, red lines began to form, sketching an image that was all too familiar to Suyu, one he had encountered in the Eternal Divine Image Catalog. It was the manifestation of the Divine King of Nine Heavens, ranked 50 in the Annals of Eternity. As the image of the Divine King took shape, Suyu's vision was engulfed by a vivid scene. A divine king clad in crimson robes, his immeasurable form dominating the cosmos, suppressing an entire era. Unmatched by any second emperor, only he alone reigned supreme, embarking on the path to immortality. In this moment of illusion, the divine image within the scroll seemed to respond to a call, radiating light as if it yearned to escape the scroll and merge with Suyu's golden core. However, at this critical juncture, Suyu regained his composure, swiftly waving his hand to interrupt the scroll's actions. The imprint was severed, and the scroll's brilliance dimmed, rolling up once more. Phew, that was close. The divine image nearly succeeded in its attempt. Suyu sighed in relief. During his observations of the Eternal Divine Image Catalog aboard the warship, he had interrupted such occurrences countless times. He had no desire to merge with these divine manifestations. Each manifestation harbored its own path. He aimed to pursue the one ranked first. Why did you not accept the divine imprint? The 9 observers, who had been intently watching, were taken aback by Suyu's refusal to accept the divine manifestation, their expressions filled with surprise. Do you realize? You are rejecting a divine image that is ranked among the top 50 throughout eternity? The top 50 of eternity. In the current realm of cultivation, formidable divine manifestations are tightly held by the major sects and imperial families. Those outside can only aspire to lesser manifestations, and even the stronger ones merely possess ordinary divine images. The top 50 of eternity represents an existence of unfathomable terror. If one could establish a divine manifestation and heavenly foundation with such a ranking, their path to imperial greatness would be unobstructed. They, too, had once harbored dreams of cultivating such powerful manifestations. Yet afterward, the scroll revealed no response, merely presenting a blank expanse as if it were an untranslatable tome. Not only they, but the entire 9 heavens, since the ascension of that immortal ancestor, had seen only his progeny succeed in visualization. Since then, no one else had followed. Countless years passed, and now Suyu was the first. Should Suyu succeed in merging, the 9 heavens would undoubtedly secure a most significant position when the golden era dawns. At this moment, even the elegant sage lord, known for his composure, could not resist asking, "Why do you refuse?" The other 8 peak masters, though silent, regarded Su Yu with intense curiosity. To them, a young master from a so-called first-rate family, whose lineage could boast only a handful of transcendent beings, seemed unqualified to engage with such exalted divine images. How could he possibly resist such temptation? Meeting their inquisitive gazes, Su Yu returned the scroll to the sage lord, declaring earnestly, "The divine image is already inscribed within my mind. Had there been no choice, I would have embraced it. However, I'm still young, and I seek the opportunity to discover something even greater." This was merely his pretext. To merge, he need only open the eternal divine image catalog. Yet he yearned to communicate with the one ranked first. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the elegant sage lord could not help but chuckle. Foolish child. Divine images, more powerful than that one, do exist, but they're not easily found. Even if they do, they're likely held by other formidable sanctuaries and imperial families. It is not uncommon for a young man to possess such aspirations. Yet he was unaware that the divine images of the top 50 throughout eternity are exceedingly rare, perhaps even extinct. Only a handful of sanctuaries and imperial families retain them. He wished to continue persuading Su Yu to merge at once, but the latter resolutely interrupted him. 1 year, gazing into Su Yu's unwavering eyes, the sage lord's smile gradually faded, and with a sigh of resignation, he nodded. "Very well. I shall permit your folly for a year. Now, you may choose which peak to visit. Venture forth and select one that appeals to you." "Thank you, senior brother." As Su Yu exited, the sage lord's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Shaking his head with a bemused smile, he had adapted remarkably quickly. However, the ancestor would surely take a liking to him. He was just as audacious as the ancestor himself. Chapter 034. She wept, she wept. "Woe is me, you scoundrel. You are not human." Upon exiting the grand hall of the sect, Su Yu scanned his surroundings, momentarily uncertain of which peak to reside upon. The master had granted him considerable authority, allowing him the freedom to choose any peak. However, he was at a loss as to where to begin. A headache ensued. Had he known, he would not have departed so nonchalantly, but rather inquired which peak offered a more tranquil environment. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Having already emerged, it would be inappropriate to return and ask for directions. Ordinarily, he relished chaos and would not shy away from mischief. Yet, the situation was different now. He needed to delve into the mysteries contained within the ancient divine statues, and selecting a deity to inscribe into his golden core was of utmost importance. Deciding to act, he resolved to find a suitable place to settle temporarily. After some contemplation, he soared towards Bixiao Peak. He had seen the peak master in the Grand Hall earlier. She was a charming middle-aged woman who appeared amiable. It would be pleasant to stay in her vicinity. As Su Yu glided through the air and landed atop Bixiao Peak, he immediately understood the origin of its name. The area was lush and vibrant, adorned with an array of flowers, various spiritual trees, and an abundance of medicinal herbs, even precious elixirs. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, calming his spirit and alleviating his earlier restlessness. The peak master, a wood spirit, resided in the most spiritually enriched locale of the sacred land, akin to a medicinal garden. Su Yu found himself enchanted by such a place. It was fragrant and inviting. He decided to seek out a disciple of Bixiao Peak to inquire about accommodations for meditation. He would never procrastinate when it came to cultivation. He adored the sensation of gaining strength, as it earned him respect and reverence. Should anyone show him disrespect, he would not hesitate to make them kneel. After savoring the sweet aroma for a moment longer, Su Yu ascended towards the summit. However, just as he soared into the air, a sudden streak of azure sword energy cleaved through the atmosphere, aiming for his lower body. Su Yu's expression shifted at the sight. Dragon Claw. With a swift motion, he formed his fingers into a claw-like shape, and azure scales, infused with spiritual energy, shimmered ominously on his arm. With a firm grip, he seized the azure sword energy, crushing it effortlessly in his grasp. "You shameless wretch! How dare you show your face before me? Watch as I sever your wicked claws." A shrill voice rang out, and in the next instant, a figure lunged fiercely toward Su Yu. Upon recognizing the assailant, Su Yu's countenance changed. He captured the azure soft sword with his dragon claw. Despite her fierce attempts, the petite figure could not break free from his grasp. "Who are you?" Suyu inquired coldly, his expression darkening. It was rather disconcerting to encounter trouble so soon after arriving at the Nine Heavens sacred land. Thankfully, this little girl was not particularly strong, possessing only the cultivation of the second layer of the spiritual sea, posing no threat to him. However, such provocations were truly vexing, especially from a girl like her, who likely had countless admirers behind her. With her doll-like face and large, watery eyes, the girl exclaimed, her eyes widening, "Ah, you truly are a despicable man. Have you forgotten me already? I shall kill you." Her fierce demeanor, though comical, did not intimidate Suyu. With a cold expression, he flung her away, retorting, "Who are you? Why do you attack me without cause?" After being thrown several meters, the girl halted midair, her eyes blazing with fury. "Who am I? I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Years ago, you assaulted me in public, and now you dare to appear before me? I shall make you pay." With that, the girl charged at Suyu once more, sword in hand, her determination unwavering. Suyu grasped her azure sword again, tossing her aside once more. Yet this time, he was taken aback. "Wait, is that the daughter of the Liu family?" he thought. What a coincidence that he randomly chose a main peak and encountered her. "Calm down. I apologize for what happened back then. Please, don't be rash." As the girl, Liu Yunxiao, charged at him again, Suyu captured her sword yet again and flung her away. Nevertheless, she seemed tireless, repeating the cycle of being thrown and charging back. Apologies? If apologies were effective, what use will my sword be? Liu Yunxiao's eyes brimmed with tears, revealing her small fangs as she appeared both adorable and fierce. "Today, I shall sever your wicked claws." The memory of Suyu's lecherous and malicious demeanor from that time flashed vividly in her mind. Even though he appeared flustered now, he still exuded an air of wickedness. She could not grasp his words, only translating them into her own thoughts. "Little girl, you've grown since we last met. Come, let me check you over." That single phrase echoed relentlessly in her mind. "Ah, scoundrel, how dare you? I shall end your life." Liu Yunxiao, head lowered, charged at Suyu once more, sword drawn. Without hesitation. However, her awakened physique was that of a wood spirit, more suited for support than combat. Having never witnessed or executed a kill, she lacked the understanding of martial arts, merely swinging her sword aimlessly. Observing her erratic behavior, Suyu felt a strong urge to comment. What kind of monstrous deeds had his other self committed to provoke such a response from a mere girl? 3 years ago, she had hardly matured. How could such a scoundrel have been so vile? The situation was infuriating. The worst part was that all the repercussions had been left to him. Was this a death sentence for him? "Stop. I truly did not mean to. Please, cease your pursuit." Suyu retreated while attempting to explain. "Not a chance. You shameless scoundrel." Liu Yunxiao bared her tiny fangs, her fierce facade both amusing and endearing. Suyu placed a hand on her twin ponytails, exasperated. "Please, stop. It was not intentional. Can you quiet down for a moment?" "Not at all." Liu Yunxiao replied defiantly, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she declared, "Humph. Given your malevolent thoughts, I shall deliver eternal punishment." With that, her sword no longer flailed indiscriminately, but advanced purposefully towards Suyu. Feeling the imminent threat, Suyu's scalp tingled. In the next instant, his great sun suppression body activated automatically. Boom! An invisible force erupted, slamming Liu Yunxiao down to the ground with a tremendous noise. As pain coursed through her body, Liu Yunxiao lay motionless, bewildered. Seeing her finally subdued, Suyu descended, crouching beside her. "Listen, I truly did not mean to. Please, can we talk this out?" Yet, an ominous feeling began to rise within him. To his astonishment, he witnessed tears welling up in Liu Yunxiao's large, watery eyes. "Ah, no, I won't listen. You scoundrel. You bullied me back then, and now that I've hidden away, you still dare to torment me. Woe is me. You scoundrel, you are not human." Chapter 035. Therefore, you must address him as little master uncle. Observing Liu Yunxiao sprawled on the ground, tears cascading down her cheeks unabated, Suyu found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why was this young girl crying? Had he truly been so excessive in his actions? Throughout his life, nothing pained Suyu more than witnessing a girl weep in his presence. In a state of panic, he stammered, No, young lady, let us discuss this matter calmly. What is the reason for your sudden tears? Please, cease your crying. In response, Lu Yunxiao's sobs grew louder. What? This is intolerable. You shameless, perverted scoundrel. You bully me, even after I have distanced myself from you. Why must you come here and disturb my peace? Back when they were on Sue's home turf, she had nearly been molested by this man. After much effort to overcome her melancholy and joining the 9 heavens, she had resolved to cultivate to a high realm before returning to exact her revenge. Yet here he was, pursuing her before she had even begun her training. How could she continue living like this? Su Yu, upon hearing her words, felt as if the world had turned dark before his eyes. He helplessly replied, "Can you believe me when I say that what happened back then was unintentional? Please, do not remain on the ground. Get up and allow me to apologize." What a burden. Why should he, Su from the Blue Star, have to bear the consequences of the transgressions committed by that wretched son of the Imperial Tomb? Just then, from the summit of Bixiao Peak, several figures riding swords descended swiftly, their voices filled with fury. How dare someone bully our junior sister on Bixiao Peak? Whoosh! A flurry of sword energy surged towards Su Yu. The newcomers were all formidable cultivators at the core formation stage, with one even exuding a presence of spirit manifestation. Feeling the intense threat, Su Yu quickly retreated to a safe distance. Several graceful figures landed, forming a protective circle around the prostrate Lu Yunxiao. Their eyes ablaze with anger as they fixed their gaze upon Su Yu. Who are you, and why do you wreak havoc on our Bixiao Peak? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, you shall leave this place at once. One of them knelt down and helped Lu Yunxiao to her feet. Upon seeing her tear-filled eyes and the distinct traces of her sorrow, she felt a pang of compassion. Oh dear, how could someone make our junior sister cry? Who is responsible for this misdeed? Upon the arrival of her 4 senior sisters, Lu Yunxiao quickly stifled her tears and pointed at Su Yu, choking out, "Sisters, he is the scoundrel I told you about. I have distanced myself from him, yet he still seeks to trouble me." The 4 sisters immediately became incensed, resembling protective tigresses, their fighting spirits surging as they glared at Su Yu. "So, you're the perverted man who dared to harass our junior sister in public. You shall pay for your audacity." With that, they charged at Su Yu, their swords aimed at his vital points, executing ruthless attacks that left him dumbfounded. Faced with their onslaught, Su Yu had no choice but to defend himself, exclaiming, "I assure you, I am not a pervert. Please allow me to explain. We will not listen to your lies." They retorted, continuing their assault. Despite their superior cultivation levels, one at the 5th level of core formation, another at the 7th, and 2 at the 8th, none could gain the upper hand against him. "If you're intent on madness, allow me to awaken you," Su Yu sighed, summoning a blade imbued with a menacing aura. The palpable killing intent caused the 4 to falter momentarily, as they had never encountered such bloodlust, leaving them in a daze. However, just as Su Yu prepared to use a physical method to bring them to their senses, an overwhelming pressure, powerful enough to instill fear and render them immobile, descended upon them. "Cease at once," a gentle voice commanded. A graceful woman clad in a flowing azure gown, with long hair cascading to her waist, glided through the air with an elegance that distorted the very fabric of space around her. In the blink of an eye, she stood before them. Upon seeing her, Lu Yunxiao and her 4 senior sisters were taken aback, quickly bowing in respect and exclaiming, "We greet our revered master." The enchanting woman regarded them, noticing they were all armed, and inquired softly, "What has transpired? Why do you all bear swords?" At that moment, Lu Yunxiao dashed to her master, her small stature resembling that of a little potato, and flung herself into the woman's embrace. Looking up at her master's delicate chin, she lamented, "Master, he is the pervert I spoke of." She pointed at Su Yu, pouting. Look, he dares to come to Bixiao Peak and trouble me again. Woe is me, your pitiful little disciple. By the way, Master, how did he end up at Bixiao Peak? You haven't taken him as a disciple, have you? Oh no, I cannot possibly accept such a junior brother. My fate is truly unfortunate." Listening to her little disciple's grievances, the beautiful woman paused, then smiled gently as she patted Lu Yunxiao's back. "No, I have not accepted him as my disciple." This response caused Lu Yunxiao's tears to cease immediately, replaced by delight. "Really? Master, I knew you would never take in such a despicable pervert. She then tiptoed, pecking her master on the cheek, clearly pleased with the answer. Turning her attention back to Suyu, she attempted to adopt a fierce demeanor, but her efforts only came off as adorably threatening. You are doomed. Having trespassed upon Bixiao Peak, prepare to face the consequences. When you emerge, I shall give you a proper thrashing. My master dotes on me, and then I. However, before Lu Yunxiao could finish her threat, her master's next words interrupted her. A playful smile graced the exquisite features of the beautiful woman. Xiao Xiao, while I have not accepted him as a disciple, your ancestor has. Thus, you must address him as little master uncle. Lu Yunxiao? What? Little master uncle? Not this wretched rogue. Chapter 036. If I cannot escape, I shall embrace my fate as a salted fish at this moment. The pride and tear-streaked face of Lu Yunxiao was frozen in a comically absurd expression. Even her 4 senior sisters were wide-eyed in disbelief. Little martial uncle? Him? Impossible. Lu Yunxiao ceased her tears, staring blankly at the graceful and elegant Master Mei Yun, her voice trembling. Master you. You aren't jesting, are you? He. Little martial uncle? No way, absolutely not. It must be a lie. Master Mei Yun smiled gently and replied, When have I ever made such a jest with you? As one of the leaders of the 9 Peaks, she was acutely aware of Su Yu's talent, which qualified him entirely to comprehend the celestial scriptures. Even if he had chosen not to join the 9 Skies, but rather the Tianxian or the Ziwei sacred grounds, his treatment would remain unchanged. The current Holy Lord would not qualify to accept him as a disciple. Only the surviving ancestors of the sacred grounds could do so. With the emergence of the celestial scriptures, the 3 great sacred grounds would reunite. At that time, not only would the eastern wilderness be overshadowed, but even the other 4 domains would be rendered powerless. Those who had not studied the celestial scriptures would find it impossible for the 3 major orthodoxies to acknowledge the leadership of the other 2 factions. Thinking of this, Master Mei Yun looked at Su Yu, her face adorned with a warm smile, and said softly, Junior brother Su, since you have chosen to study at my Bixiao Peak, you should delve into the Bixiao spirit cultivation technique. If you have any questions, feel free to attend the monthly classes at the Bixiao Hall or come and ask me. With a flick of her finger, a booklet with a green cover landed before Su Yu. He sheathed his sword, accepted the booklet, and bowed, saying, Thank you, senior sister. He was not one to shy away from showcasing his prowess. If he was invincible, he would not hesitate to display it, for it was his greatest asset. Even if it attracted countless enemies, so be it. No matter how the schemers plotted, he would sever all conspiracies with a single strike. Master Mei Yun nodded and continued. I have some pressing matters to attend to outside the sect, so I cannot accompany you to familiarize yourself with Bixiao Peak. Instead, I will have Xiao Xiao guide you in selecting a cave dwelling. You two should communicate well and resolve any misunderstandings. As she spoke, she gently patted Lu Yunxiao's head, completely disregarding the dazed expression on her face. She could see through Su Yu's character. There was no hint of a spoiled youth within him, only a fervent desire for martial prowess and a touch of trepidation regarding his own insignificance. It was possible that the two had merely misunderstood each other. After seeing Master Mei Yun depart, Lu Yunxiao's 4 senior sisters exchanged glances and promptly found excuses to return to Bixiao Peak. Once everyone had left, Lu Yunxiao's proud little head drooped dejectedly. It was over. Those who could support her had all fled. Lu Yunxiao glared at Su Yu for a long while, her mind beginning to unravel. How could this scoundrel possibly be my little martial uncle? It's the end for me. Seeing her expression, Su Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth and sighed helplessly. I truly am not a pervert. You must believe me. What happened back then was not my intention. I swear. Lu Yunxiao covered her ears and shouted no. I want to listen. I want to listen. You shameless scoundrel. She huffed and flew towards the direction of the cave dwellings. Seeing this, Su Yu could only shrug and follow in her wake. Whatever. If you choose not to listen, it matters little. I did not come here seeking companionship. My focus is on cultivation. As for what she thinks, it is of no consequence. Bixiao Peak was vast. Within it, there were hundreds of inner disciples, and collectively across the 9 peaks, there were thousands. Each inner disciple possessed a minimum cultivation level of the spirit sea realm. However, not every inner disciple had the privilege to apprentice under elders or peak lords. The majority could only attend the monthly public classes and undertake sect tasks to exchange for more cultivation resources. Many among them remained stuck at the spirit-nurturing realm or even the Dan condensation realm. As new disciples continued to be enrolled, the numbers would gradually thin out through elimination. Survival of the fittest. It had always been thus. Yet, even if they left the sect, their experiences remained as disciples of the sacred ground, and should the sacred ground require assistance, a mere call could summon countless disciples. This was the influence of the sacred ground. Of course, once they ventured outside, they could not impart their learned techniques to future generations. They could only rely on their ingenuity to create or discover new techniques to pass down. The only truly stable entities within the sacred ground were the first-rate factions and the descendants of the various elders. Here is the area where the elders and our master reside. These few are vacant. Master has instructed you to choose any one of them. Upon hearing this, Suyu surveyed the empty cave dwellings, selected one at random, and said, "I have made my choice." With that, he intended to enter the cave to begin his cultivation. Noticing his actions, Lu Yinxiao was taken aback and exclaimed, "Don't you need me to help you familiarize yourself with Bixiao Peak? What was this scoundrel doing? Wasn't Master supposed to have her guide him through the environment?" Suyu halted, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "No need. Just give me a map of Bixiao Peak, and I will begin my cultivation. Farewell." Lu Yinxiao's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. She quickly tossed him a map and turned to leave. "You said it yourself. If Master inquires, you cannot turn the tables on me. I'm off now, goodbye." Lu Yinxiao hastily departed, eager to distance herself from Suyu. Who knew if this scoundrel had two personalities, one perverse and the other normal? While he was still in a rational mindset, it was best for her to slip away, lest she be caught in misfortune. Watching her retreating figure, Suyu shook his head. "This is quite all right. We shall remain unconnected and forget the past. After all, I have no inclination to deal with such matters. There are far too many things I must attend to. Elevating my cultivation, striving for improvement. Now that I have arrived at the Nine Sky Sacred Ground, the threat of the Imperial Tomb has significantly diminished, but this is not a long-term solution. Unless I stay here for a lifetime, I will eventually have to face the Imperial Tomb. And then there is the system. Since I cannot avoid these matters, I might as well lie back and enjoy them. If I must be the antagonist, then so be it. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. There is no need to feign humility or adhere to moral dilemmas. If I wish to strike back, I shall strike back without hesitation. Do you inquire about my morals? Apologies, but I have none." Once inside the cave dwelling, Suyu truly experienced what it meant to be within a sacred ground. The cave was equipped with an exceptionally refined spirit-gathering array, and beneath Bixiao Peak, at least 3 top-tier spirit veins provided an abundance of spiritual energy, tenfold that of the outside world. Cultivating here could elevate even a pig to soar. Taking a deep breath, Suyu decisively produced a meditation cushion, seated himself, and began to comprehend the Bixiao spirit cultivation technique. This was a wood element cultivation method, lacking in offensive capabilities, yet unparalleled in nurturing spirit herbs and healing injuries. As Suyu immersed himself in his cultivation, a tremendous upheaval occurred within the Nine Skies sacred ground. Shockwaves reverberated through the community. The top scorer in this year's entrance examination had been accepted as a direct disciple by the ancestral master, standing alongside the peak lords as a brother. Chapter 037. The spread of news, stirring public emotion, inciting anger in a span of half a month. When this piece of news broke, everyone was left in utter disbelief. A mere youth, scarcely a century old, had somehow become a brother to the Saint Lord and Peak Masters, who were all over 1,000 years in age. Absurd. It must be noted that the Peak Masters were formidable beings, revered across the entire eastern wilderness. To think he could be a brother to someone of such humble cultivation as a mere condensation Danrel practitioner? Good heavens! One might even believe the news to be false. Yet it emanated from the upper echelons of the sacred land. Indeed, it was too ludicrous. Merely being a disciple of the Peak Masters was already a significant honor. So who would dare to envision themselves as a brother to them? Who is this person, and what kind of genius is he to be afforded such treatment? Unacceptable. A challenge must be issued. The outer disciples were consumed with envy, jealousy, and resentment, while the inner disciples were utterly defiant. Moreover, in the Jiuxiao sacred land, strength was the sole criterion. Those with might were entitled to do as they pleased, while the weak were relegated to merely looking up to them. The sacred land was acutely aware that such sentiments were optimal, as they were essential to maintaining the vitality of the disciples. Thus, Suyu, who shared the title of brother with the Saint Lord, became the new target of their challenges. The sacred land did not recruit disciples merely every 100 years. Rather, it did so every decade, with an examination for outer disciples to be promoted to inner disciples occurring once every 10 years. The grand competition of titans merely served as a platform for distinguished talents to gain recognition and absorb fortune. In the Blade Discussion Hall atop Qishao Peak, Chu Tian sat in a corner, meticulously polishing his battle blade, his expression devoid of emotion. His body bore numerous scars, a testament to his rigorous training over the past days. Since joining Qishao Peak, Chu Tian had engaged in daily sparring sessions with his brothers after classes, and these wounds were the result of such practice. However, his diligent cultivation had yielded remarkable returns. In just half a month, his cultivation had steadily advanced to the 5th level of the condensation Dan realm. Such progress was nothing short of astonishing. Junior brother Chu, you must know this Suyu. How formidable is his combat prowess? At that moment, a robust, bare-chested young man approached Chu Tian, flanked by several others, and inquired with a grin. You were all chosen from the grand competition of titans. You should be aware, right? His aura still radiated from a recent battle, indicating his formidable strength. A manifestation of the 2nd level of the essence sovereign realm. Chu Tian raised his gaze to meet the young man's eyes who, like him, was a direct disciple of the Qishao Peak Master, yet only a mere 120 years old, already a respected figure in the 2nd level of the essence sovereign realm. Brother Lin, this is the very one who defeated me, the top contender in the talent assessment, Chu Tian replied calmly. To him, being bested by such an opponent was not a disgrace. Rather, it provided insight into his own limitations. Beyond the heavens, there are indeed greater talents, and even among prodigies, there exist more monstrous figures. Brother Lin was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly him? I am well aware of your strength. A 4th level condensation Dan practitioner capable of contending with those of the 6th level and even facing off against the 7th level when driven. He managed to defeat you? Although Chu Tian had recently joined Qishao Peak, Brother Lin had been observing his efforts closely and had come to respect this junior brother. He had heard of Chu Feng, the foremost prodigy of this generation, yet even he had ultimately been defeated by someone else. Who that was, he did not know, but it marked the most humiliating defeat for the first prodigy. Chu Tian nodded. Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful. On the day he bested me, he broke through to the condensation Dan realm and even attained a divine grade Golden Dan, which surpasses his 9-dragon pattern Golden Dan. Upon hearing this, Brother Lin's expression shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. No wonder a newcomer disciple was taken under the wing of the ancestral master. He was indeed a terrifying prodigy. Regaining his composure, Brother Lin earnestly advised, continue to train diligently. Given your talent, the gap at the condensation Dan level does not encapsulate your potential. I hope you can secure 1st place in the upcoming grand competition for newcomers in 6 months. This little uncle of yours is likely to participate as well. At these words, Chu Tian's previously impassive demeanor finally exhibited a flicker of change. Gripping his blade, he rose, re-entering the Blade Discussion Hall to engage in combat once more. Observing Chu Tian's determination, Brother Lin could not help but remark, he is truly diligent. It seems junior brother Chu has a chance to reach the essence sovereign realm before turning 100. However, the forthcoming expedition to the secret realm in 3 years may not be in his favor. Beside Brother Lin, a disciple could not restrain his curiosity. Brother, why might Chu brother miss out on the secret realm expedition? The high-level secret realm opening in 3 years was left by a quasi-emperor, Brother Lin explained with a smile. To enter, one must possess at least the 9th level of the condensation Dan realm, and no more than the 3rd level of the essence sovereign realm. This sacred ground is jointly governed by the 3 major sacred lands and serves as a venue for the training and sparring of their respective disciples. The resources within are naturally occurring, and it opens once every 20 years, how much one can acquire depends solely on one's abilities. Currently, junior brother Chu is only at the 5th level of the condensation Dan realm. To advance to the 9th level in 3 years is exceedingly difficult. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Tian, who was engaged in a battle against a 7th level condensation Dan practitioner, smiled, and then turned to depart. Cool, mate. Let me take you all to the hidden blade tomb to select new blades. As Brother Lin left, Chu Tian remained unfazed. His only focus was on defeating the opponent before him. Su Yu, no matter how high your starting point, I shall pursue you step by step until I catch up. I will defeat you. In contrast to other fated children, Chu Tian's thoughts and resolve were truly reflective of a protagonist in novel. Unlike typical protagonists who rely on various antics to attract attention, his tenacity shone as his defining trait. With a sudden flash of insight, Chu Tian recognized a fleeting weakness in his opponent and withdrew, then unleashed a thunderous slash. Bang! Chu Tian victory! The news of Su Yu becoming a brother to the Saint Lord and various peak masters swept through Jiuxiao, causing considerable upheaval. As they discussed Su Yu's appearance, physique, and cultivation, yet another piece of news emerged, inciting the ire of numerous inner disciples. We found him. The shameless lecher who once harassed Sister Lu of Bixiao Peak has joined our Jiuxiao sacred land. This revelation bore little impact on outer disciples and ordinary inner disciples, yet it resonated deeply among the direct disciples of the 9 peaks, as many sought to pursue the petite sister. The reason for Lu Yunxiao's fear of men was well known among the disciples of Bixiao Peak. For a long time, they had been seething with anger. Now that the culprit had been identified, they demanded justice. Who is it? Step forward. I won't rest until I make you kneel and beg for mercy. Damn it! How dare you join Jiuxiao? Watch me not beat you to a pulp. A chorus of enraged disciples, enamored with the petite sister, clamored to unearth the true culprit and exact their vengeance. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, time passed gradually. Soon, half a year had elapsed. On this day, the cave where Su Yu was in seclusion was opened. Junior uncle, the master summons you to meet him. Chapter 38. After half a year of seclusion, the junior disciple yearns to stretch his limbs as the stone door of the cave was opened. A rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The female disciples standing outside inhaled this delightful scent, feeling an unexpected gentleness in their internal spiritual energy. It seemed as if even the passage of life itself had experienced a slight delay. This peculiar state left the female disciples in awe, their mouths agape. Heavens! Is this truly a cave inhabited by a boy? How could it smell so enchanting? Inside the cave, Su Yu had remained motionless on the meditation mat for a full 6 months, his white robes untouched by any dust, still as pristine as ever. He opened his eyes, a fleeting green light flashing within, and after calming his internal breath, he nodded slowly at the female disciple outside, saying, "All right, I shall come." With a soft thud, Su Yu rose to his feet, taking a step forward, and to his astonishment, flowers began to bloom quietly beneath his feet. As he moved, the blossoms withered rapidly. This spectacle further intensified the amazement in the eyes of the female disciples. When Su Yu approached, the disciple finally regained her composure and quickly bowed, saying, "Little uncle, please follow me." With that, she turned and led Su Yu toward the Baishao Palace at the summit of Baishao Peak. Following her lead, Su Yu levitated through the air, taking in the grandeur of Baishao Peak for the first time. The vast mountain housed thousands of caves, numerous expansive medicinal fields, and rare spiritual wood species thriving upon its slopes. Any single element taken from here could fetch a high price in the outside world. Truly, Baishao Peak deserved its reputation as a cultivation base for spiritual herbs, Su Yu mused inwardly. However, since he began practicing the Baishao spirit cultivation technique, he had come to understand the peak's unique significance and value. Upon arriving at the Baishao Palace, Su Yu entered to find only Mei Yun, the graceful mistress, seated upon the solitary throne above. The hall was flanked by Lu Yunxiao and other direct disciples standing on either side. As he entered, all eyes turned toward him. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged as he walked directly before Mei Yun, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to Sister Baishao." In the nine heavens sacred land, anyone inheriting the title of peak master would forsake their original name, taking on the name of their peak. Thus, Bai Xiao is now Mei Yun's appellation. Please, take a seat, junior brother. In the grand hall, all stood except for a chair at the center, aligned with the throne. After sitting down, Mei Yun got straight to the point, asking, "You have been in seclusion for 6 months. How have you fared with the Bai Xiao spirit cultivation technique?" There was a hint of anticipation in her voice, curious whether this disciple of exceptional talent could reach the threshold of the technique within half a year. The 9 direct disciples present, including Lu Yunxiao, were momentarily stunned by their master's inquiry. Was she jesting? It should be noted that while the Bai Xiao spirit cultivation technique was derived from celestial scriptures, its rank was comparable to imperial-level techniques, belonging to the pinnacle of quasi-imperial levels. Even the most gifted direct disciples required a full year to grasp its basics. Lu Yunxiao couldn't help but mutter softly. The Bai Xiao spirit cultivation technique is not so easily mastered. It took me nearly a year to comprehend it. This brash fellow, with such a heavy killing aura, how could he possibly excel at it? Not only Lu Yunxiao shared this sentiment. Several other senior sisters beside her thought similarly. Among them, the most talented junior sister took 11 months to grasp it, while they themselves took over a year. How long had Suyu been in the sect? 6 months? To even comprehend the general idea in such a brief time would be remarkable, let alone mastering the technique. Meeting Mei Yun's somewhat expectant gaze, Suyu rose, extending his left hand. A vibrant green aura, brimming with life energy, gradually coalesced into a sphere. As the green light formed, all eyes were fixed upon him. Green spirit energy? How could this be possible? Suyu flicked the green aura, allowing it to land in the hall before tossing in a spiritual flower seed. In the next moment, the seed sprouted rapidly, blooming within mere seconds, its fragrance enveloping everyone present. There's a hint of success. Yet the Bai Xiao spirit cultivation technique conveys to me that its essence is not merely about nurturing spiritual herbs and releasing vitality. Suyu pondered, furrowing his brow. He sensed the green energy circulating through specific meridians in his body and concluded, the deeper essence of this technique lies in cultivating the body itself. It appears to be shaping a unique constitution. This was the most direct sensation he had experienced since he began his cultivation journey. The spiritual energy cultivated through the Bai Xiao spirit cultivation technique nourished his physical form. He could not fathom why he seemed to encounter no bottleneck in his cultivation. Regardless of the technique, he could swiftly grasp its fundamentals. Coupled with the system's assistance, he achieved minor successes with little effort. With this thought in mind, he cast a glance toward Mei Yun, seeking confirmation. On the throne, Mei Yun's eyes reflected considerable astonishment. Once Suyu finished speaking, she suppressed her shock and smiled gently. You have deduced correctly, junior brother. The primary purpose of the Bai Xiao spirit cultivation technique is not to nurture plants but to cultivate oneself. Your assertion about shaping one's constitution is also accurate. She paused momentarily, her demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. The Bai Xiao spirit cultivation technique nurtures the physical body, and it also holds the potential to cultivate that legendary constitution, the Green Emperor's eternal body. As these 5 words left her lips, everyone in the hall involuntarily shuddered. The fabled constitution, brimming with vitality, second only to the immortal body? Within the hall, Bai Xiao's eldest direct disciple could not contain a gasp. Among those present, she had the strongest comprehension of the Bai Xiao spirit cultivation technique and had achieved minor success. Yet, she only sensed changes within her body, feeling the vitality intensify, without delving deeper into the implications. This was simply too astonishing. The Green Emperor's eternal body could be nurtured by a technique? How could that be? Ignoring the shock of her disciples, Mei Yun's gaze shimmered with anticipation as she declared, "It seems you truly are the best candidate. I hope to witness the moment you cultivate the Green Emperor's eternal body." Such a revelation was truly staggering. Suyu had unraveled a secret that no one could fathom. The 9 heavens' most challenging technique, which demanded exceptional talent and specific gifts for mastery, had been effortlessly grasped by this junior brother. If word of this spread, surely several senior brothers would be unsettled. Suyu chuckled lightly, saying, "It is challenging, yet I feel something is amiss. Sister, may I inquire as to the reason you summoned me from seclusion?" He did not believe that Mei Yun had interrupted his cultivation merely to assess his progress. Upon hearing his question, Mei Yun replied softly, "The new disciple competition is about to commence. If you do not attend, the disciples of the 9 heavens may begin to complain." She cast a teasing glance at Suyu. At this, Suyu felt somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. Why would they complain about whether he attended or not? However, having been in seclusion for so long, it would indeed be a good choice to venture out, stretch his limbs, and test the fruits of his cultivation. With this thought in mind, Suyu resolutely replied, "Where is it taking place?" After half a year of seclusion, the junior disciple yearned to exercise his body once more. Chapter 039. Suyu, God of Wealth, come down and fight me. In a martial arts square of the 9 heavens holy land, a throng of spectators has gathered as numerous disciples emerge from their seclusion to witness the once-in-a-decade freshman competition. This grand event has long been a cherished tradition of the 9 heavens, designed to identify the strongest newcomers, thus providing a target for others to strive towards. The competition attracts not only the elders but also the peak masters and even the holy master, serving as encouragement for the new disciples. A commendable performance could lead to opportunities to become a disciple of an elder or peak master. Amidst the crowd, an elder of the Calamity Sun realm observes the radiant newcomers below, exclaiming with a smile, "The quality of this batch is indeed impressive. I eagerly anticipate your remarkable performances." The rules of the freshman competition are straightforward. Outer sect disciples with innate cultivation can challenge inner sect disciples. The victors ascend to the inner sect, while the defeated are relegated to the outer sect. Additionally, should they challenge an elder or a peak master's personal disciple and emerge victorious, they may join their ranks. Furthermore, those who secure a position in the top 10 of the freshman competition will be rewarded with valuable resources. This competition is distinct from the external elite competitions. It is an opportunity for newcomers to rise in rank. Hence, those of innate cultivation are eligible to challenge others, as the assessment of their talents has already been established upon their entry into the sect. Now, the measure of competition lies in their potential. Over the past decade, the sect has recruited thousands of prodigies, yet only a scant few hundred possess the requisite qualifications to challenge others, as not everyone can attain such high levels of innate cultivation. The drawing of lots features ordinary inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples, while the personal disciples of the various peaks serve as defenders, selected by those who meet the challenge criteria. Each of the 9 peaks sends forth 20 personal disciples, along with 1 disciple from the peak master and 19 from the elders. On the arena of the Red Sky Peak, Chu Tian stands silently, clutching his sword, exuding an aura that seems to merge him with the blade itself, radiating sharpness. The elders seated in their designated area observe the defending disciples from each peak, nodding in approval. The personal disciple from the Red Sky Peak exhibits a commendable demeanor, embodying the spirit of a sword saint, having already attained the 4th realm of sword intent at such a young age, an auspicious sign for the future. Sword intent is categorized into levels. The first realm is the initiation, the second realm is minor accomplishment, the third realm denotes a solid foundation, and the 4th realm is the subtlety of sword intent, culminating in the legendary 6th realm, the holy realm of sword intent. Typically, only those at the spirit condensation realm, or even the law manifestation realm, can comprehend the 4th realm of sword intent. To achieve such mastery with mere Dan condensation cultivation is nothing short of a prodigious feat. Zhao Wudi from the Divine Sky Peak also stands out, having reached the 7th level of the Dan condensation realm at just 30 years of age, and his mastery of the Divine Thunder Spear technique has reached the subtlety level. Truly remarkable, befitting a disciple of the Holy Master. The other personal disciples of the remaining peaks are similarly impressive. The elders chuckle as they stroke their beards, commenting on the potential successors who will one day inherit their positions. Those they favor must be supported with considerable investment, as they too will age. And without a capable successor from their own families, The benevolence they cultivate today will be repaid in kind to future generations. After reviewing the personal disciples from each peak, an elder gazes up towards the 9 towering figure seated at the forefront and inquires, "Holy Master, I wonder, cough, will that little junior brother of yours be attending? Should he not appear, the young disciples below may harbor feelings of discontent. In previous competitions, they would not have questioned the absence of any specific individual. But this time is different. Suyu's reputation has spread far and wide, a name that resonates with a certain prominence, entering the sect with a status elevated above all others, even surpassing them by 1 or 2 generations. The newcomers and the elders alike cannot simply acquiesce to this. At the very moment the elder finishes speaking, the newly drawn talents, including several personal disciples, cannot suppress their cries. "Holy Master, is that little martial uncle not coming? We are eagerly awaiting his defense." "Indeed, Holy Master, where's our martial uncle? Let him come forth to defend." The voices of the daring newcomers, still unscathed by the trials of the cultivation world, echo in the square, each believing themselves to be a genius unyielding to others. They're the type who have yet to feel the sting of defeat. Although the personal disciples from the 9 peaks do not join in the ruckus, their eyes glimmer with intrigue and determination, eager to discern what allows Suyu to stand above them. They are all young and talented, and the disparities among them seem negligible. Why should he be granted any special treatment? High above, the refined Holy Master sits alongside the 7 peak masters, observing the fervor below with amusement. They too are curious about the extent of Suyu's uniqueness. Half a year has passed. Has he made any notable progress with the cultivation method from the blue sky peak? As the atmosphere reaches its zenith, he cannot help but ask with a smile, "Dear brothers, do you think our little junior brother will grace us with his presence?" The Holy Master has indeed been keeping an eye on this grand event. Beside him, a robust middle-aged man with fiery red hair speaks in a gravelly voice. The blue sky sister has gone to summon him. He will undoubtedly arrive. After all, we have all witnessed that little rascal's audacity. He is the peak master of the red sky peak, renowned for wielding the red sky, slashing heaven blade, earning a fearsome reputation across the Xianxia continent. It is said that enemies who dared to oppose him were invariably cleaved in half. The refined Holy Master chuckles at this, just as he is about to speak. His senses stir, and he gazes towards the blue sky peak, softly stating he is coming. Upon hearing this, the peak masters cannot resist aligning their gazes in that direction. And even the elders below share their attention. As they watch, a graceful young woman clad in a green dress glides into view, followed closely by Suyu, adorned in pristine white garments. As Suyu makes his entrance, the crowd's eyes brighten, particularly the refined Holy Master. Upon sensing the aura of the blue sky essence cultivation technique emanating from Suyu, feels a surge of excitement. As Suyu approaches, the Holy Master rises from his seat. Witnessing the Holy Master's action, the raucous personal disciples immediately fall silent. The square becomes hushed. The refined Holy Master surveys all the talented disciples with a gentle smile, proclaiming, "This year's freshman competition is unlike any before, for in addition to the 9 personal disciples, we have an unexpected addition. Thus, I have decided to offer extra rewards. Anyone who can defeat Suyu shall have the privilege to choose any peak master as their mentor, becoming a personal disciple, along with a bounty of 10,000 superior spirit stones, a holy level cultivation technique, and a divine scroll of sacred beings." Gasp! Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, all present are momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the eyes of every aspiring talent participating in the freshman competition glisten with fervor. "Ah, Suyu, God of wealth, come down and fight me." Suyu, still processing the unfolding events, stands there in bewilderment. "Are you all out of your minds?" Chapter 040. If you refuse, I dare to invite you to sit in my blazing heaven flame. Do you eat oil cakes? One by one. Do you all think I'm a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed? So you silently cursed. What is wrong with this group of little cookies? Do they really have to take me as their target? Is it so significant just to be a high-level personal disciple? You can't defeat me, yet you still have the audacity to chatter. Even the Holy Master is truly something, adding rewards to me for no reason. Isn't that just to give me a sense of presence? Although I do indeed need to show off, it doesn't have to be so deliberate. Ignoring Suyu's resentful little gaze, The elegant holy master laughed heartily. All right, let us determine the top 10. The disciples of the peak master can challenge Su Yu, while others can challenge based on their rankings. The top 10 may all contend. The 10 spots for the peak master's personal disciples are limited, and the rest must strive for themselves. After all, not everyone is qualified to issue a challenge. A group of spirited talents roared, skipping any idle threats, and directly ascended their respective platforms to begin their duel. With a wave of his hand, the Holy Master conjured a throne that appeared prominently in the center of the defending disciples. After completing these arrangements, the elegant Holy Master turned to Su Yu and smiled. Junior brother, please take your place, defend the platform, and this reward shall be yours. Although Su Yu naturally looked down upon the divine painting scroll, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were a cultivation resource that no one could disregard. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones are sufficient for a cultivator in the Dan condensation realm to ascend to the spirit-nourishing realm. With such resources, Su Yu could cultivate with peace of mind for a considerable time. All right, Su Yu nodded and then descended to the platform below. For the sake of these resources, I will forgive you this time. Seeing that he did not refuse and willingly took the special seat arranged for him, the smile on the elegant Holy Master's face brightened even more. What an arrogant little fellow. Retracting his gaze, the Holy Master asked the seated Bai Xiao, has this little guy successfully cultivated? Did you guide him? The other peak masters perked up their ears, curious to know the results of Su Yu's half-year cultivation. Bai Xiao, meeting the Holy Master's expectant inquiry, smiled gently. He, upon arriving at my Bai Xiao peak, has secluded himself for half a year without stepping out, asking no questions, nor did anyone offer him guidance. Upon hearing this, the others felt a sense of disappointment. Another proud talent who only believes in himself, not even seeking guidance from a ready teacher. However, the anticipation on the Holy Master's face only intensified. And then, Bi Xiao, upon hearing this, retracted her smile, pursed her lips, and said, in this half-year, he relied solely on himself to successfully cultivate the Bai Xiao spirit-nourishing art. Furthermore, he comprehended the true meaning of the Bai Xiao spirit-nourishing art. He has chosen the right path and is already on the road to nurturing the Qingdi longevity body. His progress is more than satisfactory. Upon these words, the several peak masters, including the Holy Master, were left stunned. Moments later, gasps of astonishment echoed. The boisterous master of Xiao Peak could not help but inquire, are you saying that junior brother has mastered the Bai Xiao spirit-nourishing art in just half a year, even reaching the minor achievement realm, and comprehended its profound intricacies? Bi Xiao nodded. Seeing her affirmation, the peak masters were thoroughly awestruck. It took a long time before they could muster a response. Truly, there is no reason for such a prodigy. Prior to this, their attitude towards Su Yu had been rather simplistic. Although he was referred to as junior brother, they merely regarded him as an ordinary junior, a talent yet to grow. Yet now they sincerely acknowledged him. This was because the difficulty of cultivating the Bai Xiao spirit-nourishing art is widely recognized as the highest among the 9 heavens, and it demands exceptional wood-attribute talent. To succeed in its cultivation is already a rarity, but to comprehend its profound mysteries is an even greater feat. In the current Bai Xiao peak, aside from Bai Xiao herself, no one, not even the elders, could grasp its intricate meaning. If that were the case, it would be understandable. Yet, Su Yu accomplished this in merely half a year, and that was without any guidance. His talent is beyond description. After the initial shock, the Holy Master regained his composure and looked at Su Yu, who was meditating below, with increasingly bright eyes. Since he has entered the path, let him proceed to the next peak. Truly, surprises abound. The day of the re-merger of the 3 holy lands seems to hold promise. The peak masters also returned to their senses, and the disheveled, middle-aged master of Dan Xiao Peak spoke first, hastily stating, since the Bai Xiao spirit-nourishing art has been successfully cultivated, let junior brother come to my Dan Xiao Peak. On the path of cultivation, one cannot do without alchemy. Hearing this, the master of Xiao Peak immediately voiced his dissent, saying, alchemy? To become as disheveled as you? If junior brother's talent were to be exposed, who knows how many forces would envy it, even sending assassins after him. In such a case, it is imperative to enhance his combat power first. In my opinion, it is best for him to come to my Xiao Peak. Suyu had defeated his personal disciple, Chu Tian, with 2 strikes during the talent competition, and he knew that such talent would be wasted on mere swordsmanship. How could he be compared to a drug pot? The master Dan Xiao Peak glared at him, sneering. Who said that alchemy must be done using spirit herbs as materials? Since I can refine holy medicines, I can naturally refine holy realms. A person can also be refined. Qi Xiao, have you ever heard of human treasure medicines? If you refuse, I dare to invite you to sit in my blazing heaven flame. Upon hearing this, the master of Qi Xiao Peak's eyes widened in disbelief. Aha! You have finally revealed your true self. That holy realm from the 4 symbols holy land was undoubtedly refined by you. Hee. The master of Dan Xiao Peak said nothing, but his cold smile spoke volumes. Listening to their quarrel, the holy master remained cheerful, showing no signs of wanting to mediate. In his eyes, nothing seemed worthy of his anger. He maintained a perpetual smile. The Peak masters remained unfazed, as if they had grown accustomed to it all. However, the elders below were another matter entirely. Most of them were in the yin and yang tribulation realms, with only a few possessing holy realm cultivation. Hearing such dialogue, they were naturally drenched in cold sweat. Goodness! The people from Dan Xiao Peak, each appearing to be solely focused on alchemy, even seemed to be possessed by it. They had initially thought them to be soft persimmons. Little did they know they could refine holy realms, not to be trifled with. After this, they must advise the disciples within the sect to be cautious when encountering people from Dan Xiao Peak. Otherwise, if one inadvertently offends them and is refined outside, there would be no evidence left. At this moment, the new talent competition below was in full swing, with a total of 500 participants and 50 platforms set for the contest. Only 5 rounds were necessary to complete the initial screening. However, reaching the final 10 for the duel would not be so swift. The new talent competition generally requires 3 days to determine the top 10. As the 5th round of the initial screening was about to commence, in the inner disciple area, a strikingly handsome youth stood silently in a corner, while beside him, a beautiful young woman whispered instructions. Lin Mo, remember, during this competition, you must not conceal your strength any longer. I will also strive to reach the top 10, and you must secure a place in the top 10. If given the chance, aim for first place. The handsome youth named Lin Mo lowered his gaze and replied, I understand. Remember, this is what you owe me. Xiao Fan requires a divine painting scroll of holy quality. If you wish for me to give you the opportunity, you must put in the effort. Otherwise, I will hate you for a lifetime. Chapter 041. Unexpected Discovery. The New Chosen One, the mythical pigpen war god. As you observed the fierce battle unfolding between the inner and outer disciples on the arena, he withdrew his gaze in boredom, intending to continue his meditation on the Bixiao spirit cultivation technique. Although the skill panel could provide him with cultivation experience, his intuition urged him to comprehend it on his own. After all, this technique was meant to nurture one's physique, and it was only through personal insight that one could truly refine it. However, before he could close his eyes, he heard Chu Tian's voice beside him. Suyu, I have reached the 5th level of Dan condensation, and my blade intent has advanced to the 4th realm. Will you engage me in battle once more? When it was my turn, I would simply step forward, Suyu replied calmly. Chu Tian's determination was singular. He sought to challenge formidable opponents. Such a prodigy was precisely the kind Suyu relished encountering, as it allowed him to foster their growth. Constantly suppressing them was a reliable source of villainous value. Yet, others were different. If someone offended him or harbored murderous intentions, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, even if they were fellow disciples. He could permit the weak to grow stronger in their pursuit of challenging him, but he would never allow anyone with ill intentions toward him to live. No exceptions. Upon hearing this response, Chu Tian instinctively clenched his fists, his fighting spirit igniting. He had awaited Su Yu's words. If one attempt failed, he would try twice. If that failed, he would come back countless times. He did not believe that anyone could remain invincible forever, nor did he believe he would constantly lose. Who could lose every day? Who could cry perpetually? I eagerly anticipate our duel. Compared to 6 months ago, my progress has been monumental. This time, I will strive to last longer against you, Chu Tian declared earnestly. So you found himself bemused by this revelation. So, this young man had said all that merely to endure a few more exchanges with him? Rest assured, I'll not go easy on you, Su chuckled. In truth, he held Chu Tian in high regard. If the long-awaited golden age truly arrived, with Chu Tian's fate and character, reaching the imperial realm would be no challenge. As for his first encounter with the Chosen One, Long Feng, his assessment was one of impossibility. Long Feng was destined to be slain by him. There would be no unforeseen circumstances. Long Feng had already made an enemy of him. If given the chance, Sui would not grant him even a glimmer of hope for survival. What did the future sovereign matter? As long as he grew stronger, killing him would be a mere trifle. Meanwhile, in the Tianxian sacred ground, Long Feng, who was fawning over Su Muyao, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who is speaking ill of me? Seeking death, are we? In the following 2 days, the new disciples competition gradually approached its conclusion. Among the top 50, the inner disciples occupied 40 positions, while 10 outer disciples advanced. Once the top 10 were determined, the elder reappeared, smiling at the inner and outer disciples who made it into the top 50. Now, you have the opportunity to challenge the direct disciples. The competition for the top 50 among ordinary inner and outer disciples would lead to challenges for direct disciple positions. Direct disciples of the peak masters could also challenge, though these encounters would not count toward rankings. Thus, this competition featured direct disciples facing off against the top 50, totaling 221 participants. The challenges continued through a draw, but with an additional participant, a buy system was introduced. However, in the final 10, they would battle against the 10th-ranked individual. The victor would advance into the top 10, earning the right to challenge Su Yu, the unexpected. The battles commenced swiftly. However, in the final showdown among the prodigies, the duration of the fights was significantly longer than in the initial rounds. By the second round, the contestants' strengths were nearly equal. Above the martial arts plaza, the elders observed the intense new disciples competition, frequently nodding in approval. Indeed, this cohort boasts a plethora of promising talents, with cultivation levels surpassing those of previous years. It seems the spiritual energy of the world has begun to rejuvenate. The prodigies born within these 500 years might have the opportunity to witness the advent of the Golden Age. The outer disciples who advanced could be considered for direct disciple status. Look, which direct disciple is this, who has defeated the third elder's disciple? Someone noticed a seemingly unremarkable battle on the stage, staring at the composed and refined young man, surprised. He appears to be an ordinary inner disciple? Wow. My eyes must be deceiving me. Among ordinary disciples, such a gem exists. What's his name? Wait, I found it. His name is Lin Mo. The last recorded cultivation level was 1 year ago, at the 4th level of Dan condensation. However, judging by his current aura, he should be at the 6th level of Dan condensation. A 6th level Dan condensation disciple defeating a 3rd elder's disciple at the 7th level? Such exceptional talent warrants inclusion in the direct disciple ranks. This new disciples competition served as a mirror, revealing the hidden prodigies often overlooked. The elders' discussions did not escape the ears of the 9 peak masters. They too directed a fraction of their attention toward Lin Mo's area. Indeed, a highly advanced concealment technique. His true cultivation is at the 9th level of Dan condensation. The master of Qi Shao Peak remarked in surprise, another prodigy of the blade and of the fire attribute. Although he is in his 50s, his talent is remarkable, a truly malleable individual. How do we not notice him before? The holy master shifted his gaze, smiling. A cautious young man, extraordinarily gifted, who enjoys the art of feigning weakness. Such a disposition is not without merit. Caution allows one to survive longer and grow stronger. However, pretending to be weak within the sacred ground may not be wise, as it risks missing numerous opportunities and resources for the sect. Haha, I shall take this young man into Qi Shao Peak. The master of Qi Shao Peak laughed heartily. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became. He embodies the same low-key demeanor as I do. His future is boundless. This statement caused the other peak masters, who had been indifferent thus far, to smirk. You? When has Qi Shao ever been low-key? When you broke through to the quasi-saint realm, you directly slew a quasi-saint assassin from the imperial tomb, proclaiming to the world, even taunting the imperial tomb as nothing remarkable, only to be chased back to your sect by a true saint from the imperial tomb, hiding away for quite some time. When you say this, does your heart not ache? Qi Xiao? Meanwhile, below, Su also took note of this name. Lin, Lung Su Xiao Yihan, and Chu were prominent surnames from his previous life's web novels. Hearing these names suggested that he was either a protagonist or from a prestigious family. Upon seeing Lin Mo for the first time, Su Yu greatly admired his composed demeanor. He immediately rewarded him with a chance to view his information. However, this glance quickened Su Yu's heartbeat. Name, Lin Mo, talent, exceptional, fate, golden, character evaluation, orphaned, once fainted from hunger on the streets, sustained by the charity of a wealthy girl, embarking on a journey of gratitude, only to be misled by malicious individuals initially, possessing the divine fire body, destined martial emperor. After reading Lin Mo's personal information, Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Orphaned, fainting from hunger, a girl's kindness, seeking a benefactor, misled by petty individuals, ultimately finding the true fated heroine, and finally becoming a war god. A fantastical version of an urban war god. Chapter 042. The contest for the top 10 begins. Upon concluding the battle with a swift strike, Lin Mo descended from the stage with an air of tranquility, taking refuge in a corner to sit in silence. As he observed his fellow disciples showcasing their utmost prowess, a sigh escaped his lips. When might I shine as brightly as they do? Yet, devoid of any powerful backing, he understood that he must remain in the shadows, concealing his brilliance to avoid becoming a target. Unlike others who yearned for recognition, his desire was to blend into obscurity. Unless he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation, he was reluctant to partake in such competitions. However, xianxia needed those resources. It was his duty to endeavor to procure them for her. Lost in thoughts of the girl, Lin Mo instinctively retrieved a chipped jade pendant from his pocket, cradling it gently in his hand, as if it were the sole source of solace. This pendant embodied his most cherished and warmest memories. Yet, it seemed xianxia had forgotten. That year was one of brutal cold. The dynasty faced famine, and survival was a struggle, nearly costing him his life. Had it not been for xianxia's arrival, instilling hope and the will to live, he might have perished. Reflecting on that year was painful, yet it also held the most tender moments. As these memories flooded his mind, a subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips, bringing him a fleeting joy. However, this joy was abruptly shattered by an impatient voice. Lin Mo, just a couple more rounds, and we shall enter the top 10. Once there, let everyone exhaust you first, and then you can unleash your full power to deplete him in his final moments. Leave the finish to me. The urgency in the woman's voice was unmistakable, carrying an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. Tang Xianxin stood before him, her beauty striking, yet her expression bore an unmistakable sharpness. When she saw Lin Mo's silence, her excitement waned, and in frustration, she kicked him lightly, exclaiming, "Do not feign ignorance. My words are commands. Do not forget who saved your life during that harsh winter." With her hands on her hips, she spoke with conviction. "I warn you, if you wish for my forgiveness, you must comply. Xiao Fan requires these resources, and so do I." Even after receiving her kick, Lin Mo merely glanced at her, his eyes reflecting pain and a hint of stubbornness. "I understand," he nodded. "I will not hold back when the time comes. What she desires, I shall provide her." Yet, the stark contrast between Xianxian's current demeanor and the joyful, pure smile he once knew filled him with a sense of loss. She was indeed Xianxian, yet the essence of who she was seemed to have faded. Satisfied with his agreement, Tang Xianxian replied, "Just remember, this is your final chance. Otherwise, I shall never forgive you." With that, she turned to leave, indifferent to Lin Mo's thoughts, focused solely on securing what she desired. Although her talent was remarkable, the path to becoming a direct disciple was fraught with challenges, and it was often Lin Mo who supported her from the shadows, enabling her to reach this point. She had become adept at wielding his loyalty. As she departed, Lin Mo withdrew his gaze from her and closed his eyes to recuperate his energy. Meanwhile, in the area designated for direct disciples, Su Yu observed the scene unfold. Witnessing Tang Xianxian's treatment of Lin Mo, he felt a sudden clarity. The person described as having ulterior motives was undoubtedly her. though it did not concern him directly. Her demeanor was profoundly irritating. He had encountered too many such women in his past life, including those who, even after marriage, would betray their partners without remorse, only concerned with their own desires. Such behavior was infuriating. The following day, the disciples of the Nine Peaks engaged in relentless battles. Among the inner and outer disciples, exceptional talents emerged, including an outer disciple with a rare red fate, who felled a direct disciple with a single swing of an axe. It was not until the dawn of the third day that the final duel concluded and the top 10 were determined. The elder overseeing the matches stepped forward, addressing the assembly with resonant authority. Next, shall the top 10 challenge the direct disciples of the Peak Master? As the words echoed, none among the top 10 dared to step forward. They were acutely aware of their standing. If they could capture the Peak Master's attention, they would become his disciples in due course. Their immediate goal, however, was to defeat Su Yu. Besting him would validate their worth. If he proved too formidable, even surviving a few exchanges would be an impressive feat. After 10 breaths, the silence persisted, and the elder nodded in acknowledgement. Since no one challenges the Peak Master's direct disciples, we shall proceed directly to the final defense battle. With a thunderous rumble, the small platforms retracted their defensive barriers, merging into a grand arena. Seated among the elders, they marveled at the caliber of the remaining new disciples, noting that the weakest among them had reached the second level of the Dan condensation stage, with 2 even achieving the 8th level. It was astonishing, considering they were merely newcomers from the past decade, rivaling those who had entered 20 years prior. Could Su Yu withstand this? One elder chuckled. The sect leader must have great confidence in offering such rewards. Yet another countered, what does it matter how prodigious his talent is? His cultivation remains at the 4th level of Dan condensation. It's uncertain he can withstand this many challengers. As the arena gradually completed its formation, the first rays of dawn illuminated the scene, invigorating all present. The disciples observing from the square erupted in fervent shouts. Fight! 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 Compared to the earlier rounds and the battle for the top 10, these did not showcase the true potential of these exceptional individuals. They were eager for the impending final defense, which promised not only substantial rewards, but also the chance to choose a Peak Master as their mentor. This was the most tantalizing prospect. As the excitement crescendoed, the head elder smiled at the rising fervor and turned an expectant gaze toward Su Yu, exclaiming, "Now, let us welcome our final defender." With that, Su Yu rose from his throne, bending his knees before unleashing his power, launching himself like a cannonball towards the center of the arena. The impact resonated like a meteor crashing down, plunging into silence for a brief moment before the crowd erupted into an even louder clamor. Defeat him. Chapter 43. Unyielding Destruction. The Peak Master's direct transmission, Su Yu gracefully descended onto the arena, clad in white robes that billowed with the unrelenting wind. Standing with hands clasped behind him, his gaze held the vastness of the starry sky, his countenance as ethereal as a celestial being, imbued with an air of tranquility. As his eyes swept across the surroundings, a faint smile graced his lips. I seek defeat. Isn't the Holy Master's intention to use me as a whetstone? That aligns perfectly with my desires. I revel in being the sharpening stone for all destined children of this world. With the declaration resonating in the air, the crowd fell into a hushed silence, only to be ignited by an eruption of fury and battle intent among the assembled elites, each a paragon of their respective domains. He is truly insufferable. Let us take him down. Chu Tian must defeat him to avenge past grievances. I have placed my bets on you. Zhao Wudi, strike him down with your spear. The atmosphere on the stage was electric, and even the seasoned disciples watching from the sidelines felt the heat of indignation. How audacious! Who dares claim invincibility? Few in the realm of cultivation would ever be so brazen. Indeed, the elders were taken aback by the sheer audacity displayed, reflecting on their own youthful follies. They murmured among themselves, their expressions betraying a blend of disbelief and disapproval. The Peak Master of Qishao Peak, stationed above, glowered at the elders, vehemently disagreeing with their sentiments. What arrogance! Is it a crime to be bold? On the arena, the moment Su Yu's words echoed, the atmosphere within the Martial Plaza surged with fervor. Among the peak master's chosen disciples, the first to leap forth was Zhang Wanjun from Taishao Peak. I can no longer endure this arrogance. Su Yu, I seek your guidance. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Zhang brandished his long spear, emanating the aura of a seventh-tier condensation realm cultivator. Su Yu, ever composed, replied with a smile, "Please enlighten me." The first challenger had arrived. Having traversed this world for nearly a year and awakened his system for over 6 months, Su Yu felt it was time to put his theories to the test. To maximize his gains, he aimed to fully utilize the system's design, challenging all children of destiny. The individual before him was a bearer of a crimson fate. Zhang Wanjun, with a solemn bow, proclaimed, "I, Zhang Wanjun of Taishao Peak, humbly request your guidance." As his voice faded, Zhang surged forward, his speed astonishing. The spectators, both seasoned and novice, felt a rush of excitement. Here it comes. Zhang Wanjun's spear is not to be trifled with. A year prior, he dispatched a peak 8th-tier demon cultivator with a single strike. Yet, the question lingered. How many exchanges could Su Yu withstand against Zhang? Some used 50 exchanges. They assessed Su Yu's prowess based solely on his 4th-tier realm, doubting he could match the strength of an 8th-tier cultivator. However, in the midst of their speculation, a figure was suddenly sent crashing from the arena. Boom! All conjectures fell silent. The plaza, home to over 20,000 observers, widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight of the figure hurtling backward. After a prolonged silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Did he really just send Zhang Wanjun flying with one strike? Is this for real? Everyone rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating. Yet the unconscious Zhang Wanjun sprawled on the ground, offered no pretense of deceit. A 4th-tier cultivator had defeated a paragon capable of slaying an 8th-tier opponent with a single blow. This was an unprecedented display of strength. In the world of cultivation, each minor realm represents a qualitative leap. Even the most gifted would struggle to combat opponents from 2 realms above. Yet Su Yu had just surpassed 4 realms. While the disciples were astounded, the elders too were taken aback by Su Yu's prowess. Was this a breakthrough in limits? Was it a singular or dual breakthrough? This was truly monstrous. As seasoned practitioners, they understood the significance of battling above one's tier. In skirmishes between disciples and external cultivators, overcoming 1 or 2 minor realms was feasible due to disparities in cultivation techniques. However, surpassing 3 realms was exceedingly challenging. Each 3-tier boundary is a significant threshold. Once past the 3rd tier, even one who practices inferior techniques can dominate through sheer spiritual power. To transcend such limits denotes a breakthrough, known as a singular limit-breaking achievement. What Su Yu exhibited was undoubtedly a singular limit-breaking feat. Yet, the ease with which he vanquished a formidable opponent left room for speculation regarding the nature of his breakthrough. Next, Su Yu called out, seemingly unfazed. At this, another disciple from the Peak Master's group rushed forward. "I shall face you." A voice imbued with gravitas resonated, electrifying the atmosphere among the newcomers and seasoned alike. It was xianxia of Taishao Peak, whose might surpassed that of Zhang Wanjun. Yet, before the whispers could settle, xianxia was sent flying from the stage in a manner akin to Zhang Wanjun. Next, with each calm proclamation from Su Yu, challengers continued to ascend the stage, met with the same fate. Boom! Next, the rhythm of battle was devoid of any spectator experience. Only the relentless thuds of falling bodies echoed in the air, punctuated by Su Yu's steady voice. With each call, anticipation mounted among the onlookers. Gradually, silence enveloped the arena. After the 7th call, Su Yu finally paused. The crowd, still dazed, gazed at him, murmuring weakly, "Is it over?" The elders remained silent. Even the masters of the 9 peaks straightened, their expressions solemn as they focused unwaveringly on Su Yu. The ground beneath Su Yu had been reduced to rubble. At that moment, he cast his gaze toward the area designated for the chosen disciples, ultimately locking on a Chutian. "Now, will you come forward first, or shall I?" Chapter 044. I fall to this blade. Today, this blade shall be my beginning. Upon hearing the words, Chu Tian turned to glance at the expressionless youth beside him, who stood with a spear in hand. Zhao Wudi, the direct disciple of the Lord of Shenshao Peak, is also the sole heir of the current Holy Lord. In any other sacred land, he would be regarded as a noble figure, akin to the heir apparent or the sacred son, a status far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Zhao Wudi is not one for words, often remaining taciturn. Nonetheless, tales of him circulate widely within the sacred grounds. Upon his birth, extraordinary phenomena manifested, resonating with the great Tao, as golden lotuses descended from the clouds to bestow blessings upon him. He was born with an unparalleled physique, a divine, thunderous body. Not only is his status exalted, but he also possesses cultivation aptitude that surpasses even that of the Holy Lord, an innate imperial-level qualification. Mastering the art of the spear, at merely 18 years of age, he has already attained profound accomplishments in the 4 realms of spear techniques. Moreover, his cultivation is impressive. At the age of 18, he is at the 9th level of the condensation realm and is capable of contending with seasoned practitioners at the 1st level of the spiritual nurturing realm, often holding a significant advantage. It is rumored that had the Holy Lord not placed great expectations upon him, desiring him to comprehend the divine manifestations of imperial-grade deities, he could have entered the spiritual nurturing realm long ago. This is the true embodiment of a prodigy. Even Chu Tian must concede that someone like Zhao Wudi shines like a radiant sun hanging in the sky, emitting blinding brilliance. Even he, who is not one to admit defeat, acknowledges that he cannot surpass Zhao Wudi at this moment. Noticing Zhao Wudi's lack of desire to engage, Chu Tian turned to Su Yu, grinning as he said, "Let me take this one." After half a year today, he was eager to see how many moves he could withstand. With a swift motion, Chu Tian leapt onto the arena, positioning himself opposite Su Yu. He never harbored the expectation of defeating Su Yu within just 6 months. Instead, he sought to comprehend the extent of the gap between them. The last time, Su Yu had effortlessly sent him flying with 2 strikes. This time, he aimed to endure 3. It was as simple as that. Should he fail, it would merely signify that he had not exerted enough effort. In his path of cultivation, he must aspire to grow stronger, like an old steed yearning to gallop once more. The finish line lies ahead. It is merely a matter of the order in which they reach it. With a clang, Chu Tian drew his saber, and an aura of ferocity enveloped him, resembling a bloodthirsty warblade eager to engage the enemy before him. Even his gaze bore a hint of lethal intent. Were an ordinary being to meet his eyes, they could very well be struck with terror. At the level of profound blade intent, he had entered the 4th realm. This depth allowed him to immerse himself within the blade, perceiving the world through its perspective, discerning countless subtle details, and identifying the precise point for a fatal strike. Over the past 6 months, he had ascended to the 4th realm, enhancing his cultivation further. Gazing at the long-awaited opponent before him, Chu Tian took a deep breath and declared solemnly, "You're not only my rival on the path to greatness, but also my whetstone. My singular goal is to surpass you and defeat you. Although this path is fraught with difficulty, I shall not relent." He understood fully that he was no match for Su Yu. However, he was determined to gauge the vast chasm between them, even if it meant traversing an abyss. The pinnacle of cultivation lies within the emperor. He shall pursue it. Observing Chu Tian, who appeared as if facing a formidable foe, Su Yu smiled knowingly, lowering his arms from behind his back. With a swift motion, a blade of equal caliber to Chu Tian's appeared in his grasp. The moment he gripped the hilt, his aura sharpened instantaneously. Chu Tian is an excellent opponent, a child of fortune worthy of nurturing, his cherished little lamb. Thus, in order to bestow upon him the utmost respect, he would not allow him to be disappointed. With this blade, I shall defeat you. Buzzing, the seemingly casual grip of Su Yu upon the blade sent shivers and resonances through the myriad of war blades in the arena, akin to the reverberation of subjects bowing to their sovereign, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Why does my blade evoke a sense of wanting to be drawn? Is the blade afraid? The once breathless onlookers, captivated by the unfolding battle, were jolted back to reality by the tremors of the blades, their astonishment palpable. Above the square, among the elders, a multitude bore witness to this scene and sensed the extraordinary transformation within Su Yu, igniting their excitement. Hiss, the chorus of 1,000 blades vibrating, though not yet unsheathed, clearly approached the 5th realm of blade intent. This is beyond what can be described by ordinary reasoning. At this age, with such cultivation, the fifth realm, in contrast to the elder's fervor, the master of Xianxia Peak widened his eyes, subsequently pounding his chest and exclaiming in a frenzy, the fifth realm, a naturally gifted blade saint. If only he were with me at Xianxia Peak, I could easily cultivate him into a blade saint. Bai Xiao, witnessing his outburst, could no longer tolerate it. She wrapped the back of Xianxia Peak's head with her sword sheath, exclaiming with exasperation, "Calm down. He will progress." "Ah, sister, you are right." Xianxia snapped back to attention, nodding vigorously. He had forgotten that this was the new student competition, and the disciples were all watching. One must maintain seriousness. Yes, seriousness. All eyes in the arena were drawn to Suyu. Otherwise, his recent display would surely leave a throng of disciples utterly speechless. On the arena, Chu Tian could also sense the emotions emanating from his saber. Indeed, it is approaching the fifth realm? He chuckled, as I imagined. You are as formidable as you seem. So allow me to witness just how vast the divide between us truly is. He was brimming with excitement. In the realm of blade artistry, the most powerful prodigy he had ever encountered was Suyu, and he was the only one Chu Tian aspired to surpass in the future. He is the blade, or to be a blade. Crack. Chu Tian suppressed his smile, and an aura of sharpness enveloped him, creating the illusion of a fiery blade capable of cleaving the heavens. Flowing fire, parting the heavens. I fall to this blade. Today, this blade shall be my beginning. Boom! As the words fell, Chu Tian gripped his blade with both hands and unleashed a fierce strike. In an instant, boundless flames erupted, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing the sun, while waves of heat surged forth, akin to the blazing sun above, warping the very air around it. Roar! The searing blade intent exploded forth, hurtling toward Suyu. In the face of this onslaught, a glint of excitement flickered in Suyu's eyes, a blend of exhilaration and respect for his opponent. Quite powerful, Chu Tian's strike was significantly stronger than 6 months prior. Indeed, this blow posed a considerable threat compared to his past self. "Haha, splendid." Suyu laughed heartily. As he spoke, he raised his war blade, his smile fading, replaced by a fierce determination. "Prepare yourself. My blade cuts through the void." Chapter 045. The whole arena is outraged. "Come up here. Do not assume that I will hesitate to strike, because you are a woman." Two distinct sword intents clashed in midair, unleashing the most intense aftershocks. Layer upon layer, the already shattered floor tiles beneath their feet were further pulverized by the forceful gusts. Chu Tian's sword intent was like flames scorching the heavens, while Suyu embodied pure, tyrannical dominance. It could cleave the cosmos and slice through the void. Boom! The blade energy that tore through the void met the flowing flames. And in an instant, that blazing fire was severed. After the explosion, both combatants staggered back a few steps. Suyu halted firmly after just 2 steps, while Chu Tian was forced back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing. The superiority was evident at a glance. The onlookers were astonished. Although the formation shielded them from the residual harm, the astonishing sword intents emanating from both figures still sent shivers down many spines. Even an elder from the spirit realm swallowed hard, his face a mask of shock. These two truly were monstrous beings, one at the 4th level of the Dan formation, the other at the 5th, both delivering terrifying damage that even the 9th level of the Dan formation would dare not confront. If those peak cultivators from the outside world faced them, they might very well perish at their hands. How terrifying! Is this the power of breaking limits? The gap between individuals is indeed larger than even that between pigs. How can a person be so extraordinary? Suyu and Chu Tian paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd. In their eyes and minds, there was only each other, only the desire to defeat one another. "This strike is mine." Chu Tian let out a long howl, reverberating through the defensive formation. "Next, I shall unleash my strongest strike." The trial has passed. Now, it is time to decide the outcome with one decisive blow. If he could withstand this strike, he could face Suyu's 3rd attack. Though he lacked strength, it would still suffice. Chu Tian leapt into the air, gazing at Suyu, and shouted, 7 slashes of Qi Shao. The first slash, to sever mountains and seas. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured all his spiritual power into his blade. Buzz! As he swung down, his dantian burst forth like a dam breaking, the spiritual energy surging forth like a deluge, instantly elevating his momentum to its zenith, severing mountains and seas. Boom! With all his might, Chu Tian executed the strike, holding nothing back. As he beheld the colossal blade energy, imbued with the intent to cleave mountains and seas, Su Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, summoning the Yin spirit energy of the corpse immortal as heavenly law within him. As the Yin spirit energy emerged, the Yang spiritual power dormant in another part of his dantian began to circulate as well. Crack! Su Yu twisted his wrist, the veins in his arms bulging as if filled with explosive strength. Yin and Yang severing heaven. Boom! The unparalleled martial art. Yin and Yang severing heaven. A blade that disrupts Yin and Yang, severing the very fabric of existence. The blade energy, formed from the convergence of Yin and Yang, surged forth as Su Yu swung his blade, its might surpassing that of the previous strike that tore through the void. Though it was a Class 1 supreme technique, it was not as refined as the void sword art, yet this supreme martial art was Su Yu's first fully realized technique, making it more intuitive to wield. One slice of Yin and Yang. Bang! Two cuts through existence. This time, the Yin and Yang blade energy did not dissipate Chu Tian's attack as swiftly as the void severing did. Instead, it held firm for a considerable time before Su Yu unleashed another strike, finally shattering Chu Tian's assault. Boom! Witnessing his blade energy being dismantled, the exhausted Chu Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Ha, at last, I have seen you unleash your third strike. In the next moment, Chu Tian was hurled off the platform by the energies of Yin and Yang. Su Yu triumphs. Upon witnessing this scene, the elder immediately proclaimed the result. However, at that moment, everyone fell silent, as the battle between these two had completely transcended their comprehension. The clash between the fourth and fifth levels of the Dan formation rivaled that of the peak Dan formation, especially Chu Tian, who had managed to compel Su Yu to unleash a third strike. Their formidable prowess was evident. In the square, the elders were left in a complex state of emotion, deeply moved. Two extraordinary prodigies, a blessing from the heavens. The master of Xiao Peak was particularly exhilarated, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Chu Tian, a look of undeniable satisfaction in his eyes. Excellent, excellent. This disciple is worth it. With Chu Tian alone, there are no regrets. A natural-born swordsman, destined to achieve greatness. Surpassing him? That is beyond doubt. Standing on the platform, Su Yu's aura remained unwavering, as steady as ever, as if he had not exhausted himself in the slightest. Next, he said calmly, just as he had stated, the opponents he had already defeated. He would grant them the opportunity to surpass him, yet would not cast a second glance. At that moment, the arena was still enveloped in silence. Amidst this quietude, an untimely voice slithered forth like a venomous serpent, causing the crowd to frown in unison. Lin Mo, you go up and fight him. He just battled fiercely with that one named Chu Tian. His stamina must be low. You should go up, exhaust him, and then immediately concede, allowing me to take over. This voice was transmitted through thought. It did not escape Su Yu and the many higher-ranked disciples and elders. They instinctively turned their gazes toward the corner of the square. There stood two figures, one of whom, a woman, was blissfully unaware, incessantly chattering. Hurry up and fight him. Remember, he is to be left for me. I want to take him under the wing of the master of Xiao Peak. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's brows furrowed involuntarily. Why should I concede? If I can win, what need is there for surrender? Xianxia, I can provide you with resources, but I will not concede. Though he desired to remain low-key, when it came to fighting, as long as he could win, he would not yield. Tang Xianxia, upon hearing this, immediately retorted, what do you understand? If you win, what will happen to me? I still wish to join Xiao Peak. If I cannot defeat him, how can I join Xiao Peak? Tang Xianxia was driven to the brink of fury by Lin Mo's ignorance. This insufferable fool, how could he be so dense? What she desired, he ought to provide. I must have this first place. If you do not comply, do not expect me to associate with you again. I shall never forgive you. Do not forget, it was I who saved your life with that steamed bun during that harsh winter. Without me, you would have fed the wild dogs long ago. Your life belongs to me, and so do you. Whatever I command, you shall obey. To repay your debt, relinquish your worthless pride. You are but my dog." Upon hearing those last words, Lin Mo's eyes dimmed, as if his spirit had been shattered. Yet, he absorbed her words. Lin Mo numbly nodded. "All right. I will heed your instructions, xianxia." He then produced a cherished broken jade pendant he had kept for many years, offering it to Tang Xianxia. "This is for you." Tang Xianxia glanced at it, snatched it from his hand, and threw it to the ground, muttering, "Fool. What use is a broken piece of jade? I want first place, first place." She was truly on the verge of exasperation. Seeing this, Lin Mo's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly bent down to retrieve the jade pendant. However, as he leaned down, Tang Xianxia kicked him fiercely. "Fool, get up there. If someone else beats you to it, and I lose this opportunity, you might as well end it all." Tang Xianxia was truly infuriated, speaking with venomous intensity. This fool, how could someone with such remarkable cultivation talent be so utterly clueless? Truly, the heavens had lost their sight. She unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks without regard for her surroundings, and yet her words were heard by numerous, formidable figures. Above, over 200 elders were seething with rage, nearly bursting with indignation. How dare this woman treat an honest and earnest prodigy in such a manner, and utter such shameless and absurd statements? Was she courting death? However, Tang Xianxia remained blissfully unaware of the inappropriateness of her actions. In her mind, she was merely reprimanding her dog. "You better hurry up and get up there to fight." Tang Xianxia shouted furiously at Lin Mo, who was on the ground dusting off the jade pendant. Yet, before she could finish her tirade, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended upon her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. It felt as though prey was being stalked by a ferocious beast. In the next moment, the arena erupted with the oppressive sound of Su Yu's furious voice, akin to a spring thunderclap. "Get up here. I have endured your insolence for far too long." Boom. Chapter 046. I told you. I will crush all of you. What irked Su Yu the most was the likes of Tang Xianxia, a woman who, relying on her hidden cards, brazenly trampled on the dignity of men. Did she truly believe that no one could hear her whispers? As long as one spirit was stronger than theirs, capturing their thoughts was entirely feasible. Such fundamental knowledge eluded this Tang Xianxia, revealing her sheer foolishness. Alternatively, perhaps she sought to flaunt her superiority before the multitude. Did this dimwit truly think that by manipulating Lin Mo, she could ascend to the peak under the auspices of a leader? Dream on. In his past life, Su Yu had witnessed too many fall victim to women like her, leading to ruin and despair. Ultimately, even their children were not their own, a tragic fate indeed. He had anticipated that in this fantastical realm, martial prowess would reign supreme. Yet, he encountered a version of a pigsty war god. All for a few buns? Ridiculous. His gaze turned icy, fixated on Tang Xianxia, his finger pointing at her before slowly descending to the arena beneath them. Coldly, he declared, "Since you desire this reward so fervently, I shall grant you the opportunity. Come up here. Let me see what skills you possess to stake your claim." He wouldn't strike a woman? How absurd. Against a reasonable opponent, he would naturally show restraint. But if faced with a scoundrel like Tang Xianxia, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Su Yu's aura surged, his overwhelming presence causing even those at the peak of the Dan condensation realm to feel a twinge of suffocation. Was he not being a tad excessive? Goodness, you are merely at the 4th level of Dan condensation. Could you not afford us some dignity? Yet, at that moment, none found Su Yu's arrogance objectionable. Instead, they relished it. What gave someone of her mediocre caliber the right to so brazenly trample on the dignity of men? Did she truly regard them as mere dogs? Under Su Yu's unwavering gaze, Tang Xianxia felt her entire being stiffen, her hair standing on end as cold sweat cascaded down her face. Fear flickered in her eyes as she met Su Yu's predatory gaze, an instinctive shiver of dread creeping into her heart. What are you doing? What have I done?" She stammered, her teeth chattering. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the fact that her whispers had been exposed. In response, a cruel smile curled Su Yu's lips. "What have you done? Do you truly believe everyone here is a fool?" In this hushed atmosphere, did you think your brazen insults would go unheard? Generally, few would eavesdrop on such thoughts, especially in a crowded setting. However, this foolish girl dared to hurl her insults when the arena fell silent. Could they not hear? How could they not? As Suyu dissected her words, Tang Xianxian's face paled, her composure shattering upon witnessing the peculiar glances from those around her and the concealed fury in the elder's eyes above. It was over. Even the elders had overheard her thoughts. Her ascension was undoubtedly doomed. The likelihood of being expelled from the Zhouxiao sacred land loomed ominously. No, even if she were to be cast out, she must secure the resources for Xiao Fan. It was what he desired most, a divine scroll of sacred deities. With a firm resolve, she steeled herself, casting aside her fear as she looked defiantly at Suyu. So what? If he wishes to be my dog, that is his debt to me. What does it concern you? What pretense of authority do you wield here? Turning to Lin Mo, a savage glint in her eyes, she demanded, "Speak. Will you be my dog for life?" Lin Mo, taken aback, stared at her in disbelief. "Xianxian Yu, answer me," she nearly screamed, desperation overtaking her. Acknowledging her impending expulsion from the Zhouxiao sacred land, she knew she had to seize this opportunity. Even if she had to leave, Lin Mo must accompany her. He was her golden goose. She could not allow him to wander alone. Faced with the frenzied Tang Xianxian, Lin Mo opened his mouth, his expression a tapestry of confusion and turmoil. Yet, slowly, he closed his eyes, a complex pain etched upon his features. After a lengthy pause, he uttered in a voice heavy with disappointment, "Yes, I will." Indeed, he would, for he had vowed that if he ever became immortal, he would repay the girl who had brought him light and hope with his life. Upon hearing his response, a manic and ghastly smile spread across Tang Xianxian's face. "Huh, did you hear that? He is willing. So, what concern is it of yours?" With that, she commanded, "Lin Mo, go up now, challenge him, defeat him, and claim the reward." Lin Mo said nothing, merely casting her one last glance before silently striding toward the arena. At that moment, everyone was struck with disbelief. They had never witnessed a gifted prodigy so abjectly obeying another's commands. It was as though his spine had been shattered, his dignity trampled underfoot. As Lin Mo approached the arena, Suyu turned his gaze toward Tang Xianxian, his tone indifferent. "You two come forth. Today, I shall shatter this trivial fantasy of yours. You two, come at me together. A pigsty war god? Huh. Allow me to deliver the wake-up call you so desperately need." Upon hearing Suyu's words, Tang Xianxian momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at the elders' seats above. "You needn't worry about them. Here, I am the one in command. Come up." Suyu's voice was frigid. Tang Xianxian, incensed by his arrogance, laughed maniacally. "Very well, if you are this confident, I shall indulge you. You fool. Do you truly believe that just because you possess a modicum of talent, you can belittle the prodigies of the world?" As the two ascended the arena, standing before Suyu, Tang Xianxian had succumbed to madness, whereas Lin Mo regarded Suyu with earnestness. "You are a worthy opponent, so I shall give my all." Boom! With his words, Lin Mo's previously tranquil aura erupted, revealing its latent ferocity. His presence surged, leaving many prodigies momentarily stunned. He had reached the pinnacle of the Dan condensation realm. Gasp! In the arena, numerous prodigies inhaled sharply, for he was the first among the new students to reach the peak of Dan condensation. Moreover, the oppressive aura he exuded bore an inexplicable hint of combativeness. Deeply concealed, yet palpably felt. Suyu had underestimated him. Lin Mo's talent was not to be trifled with. His combat prowess at the pinnacle of Dan condensation could very well rival that of a divine being. If it were an ordinary practitioner at the 7th or 8th level of Dan condensation, they might not have felt this way. However, this was the pinnacle of Dan condensation. Only those who had nurtured a divine entity at the 9th level of Dan condensation could truly be deemed at the peak. As Lin Mo unveiled his battle prowess, so you could not help but chuckle. "Now, this is more like it. Yet, encountering someone as single-minded as you, I find little desire to engage in a fierce battle." Lin Mo furrowed his brow, puzzled by Suyu's intent. But the next moment, the meaning of Suyu's words became clear. Boom! A vortex of spiritual energy suddenly manifested in the arena. As boundless spiritual energy surged into Su Yu's body. His aura swiftly intensified under the gaze of countless astonished eyes. Condensation of the Dan, 5th level, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level. It was not until he reached the pinnacle of the 8th level that Su Yu's rapid ascension finally came to a halt. I have proclaimed, I shall overpower all of you. Chapter 47, Breaking Through 4 Realms. 8th layer of Dan formation. I shall make you aware of the disparity. So you spread his arms wide, relishing the sudden surge of power within him. The sensation of resonating with the heavens and earth was indescribably delightful. The exhilaration of his burgeoning strength captivated him entirely. Boom! As his cultivation advanced, the manifestation of the great sun suppressing the abyss reappeared above his head. This time, the suppressive force was exceedingly palpable. Even within the realm of Dan formation, he felt a distinct sluggishness in the flow of spiritual energy within him. The power to suppress all. With the blazing sun overhead, resonating booms emanated from Su Yu's body, as if his flesh were a furnace, harboring boundless strength. Boom! The overflowing energy caused the robes of thousands of prodigies to flutter wildly. Only when the phenomenon dissipated did the square return to calm. As all gazes turned toward Su Yu, they appeared as if confronted by a most fearsome specter, eyes wide and mouths agape to the extent that an egg could fit. Moments later, a cacophony erupted in the square. Unbelievable. He broke through just like that. Is he even human? A monster, perhaps. Does he not face any bottlenecks? It's one thing not to break through, but when he does, it's several small realms at once. Absurd. Was Su Yu's aptitude, imperial or even greater? The strongest newcomer of Xianxia. In that moment, they seemed to understand why Su Yu became a disciple of the 9 Peak Lords, why he was accepted by the Elder. With such aptitude, breakthroughs are as effortless as eating or drinking. The Saint realm is but a triviality for him, is it not? On the Elder's platform, hundreds were equally astonished. Among them, even the most junior Elder was over 1,000 years old. Yet, this was their first time witnessing such a mode of breakthrough, completely devoid of any semblance of bottleneck. A breakthrough leads to a stable cultivation base, unlike their own struggles, where even a single realm requires weeks or months to stabilize foundational strength. Fortune of Xianxia, indeed, given the potential and extraordinary nature he has displayed. It would not be long before he reached the realm of the 5 declines of heaven and man. The 5 declines of heaven and man refers to the decline of the physical body, strength, origin, spirit, and fate. Surpassing these declines leads to a rebirth through fire, allowing one to glimpse the celestial path towards the saint realm. Rather than merely declines, it signifies the metamorphosis from mortal to immortal, a singular opportunity for ordinary cultivators to alter their fates, smoothing out the disparities brought by foundational weaknesses, and through the 5 declines, achieving a rebirth as a top-tier prodigy. Crossing the 5 declines, rebirth. Another name for the realm of the 5 declines is Nirvana. Like many elders, the 9 Peak Lords, despite being aware of Su Yu's talents, were still staggered by the sight before them. His celestial aptitude was indeed formidable. The elegant Saint Lord concealed his profound astonishment, gazing at Su Yu with newfound anticipation. 8th layer of Dan formation, celestial grade golden pills. No wonder he looks down on the Xianxia's divine, King Lin Tian's manifestation. When Su Yu broke through earlier and the golden pill phenomenon manifested, he had already perceived the truth. This was no mere divine grade golden pill. It was the pinnacle of celestial grade. The divine King Lin Tian's manifestation, ranked 31st among celestial grade golden pills, was indeed a disservice. Anything outside the top 10 would be considered a slight. On the arena, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Su Yu to suddenly break through into the 8th layer of Dan formation at that. He was nearly catching up to him, initially believing that using his full strength was a sign of respect for Su Yu. He even felt a twinge of guilt for challenging him with a cultivation level several realms above. But now, the disparity seemed less pronounced. At that moment, Lin Mo's previously cool blood began to simmer, sensing the emergence of a worthy rival. To earn the title of Destiny Martial Emperor from the system, His combat prowess was destined to be the strongest prodigy Suyu had encountered thus far, the most formidable in combat. Beside Lin Mo, Tang Xianxian felt her blood freeze, a chilling sensation surging from her feet to the top of her head. How is this possible? In an instant, he ascended from the 4th to the 8th layer of Dan formation. How did he achieve this? Initially, she had thought that with her 5th layer of Dan formation, she had a chance to defeat Suyu and seize the reward. But now, it seemed she was merely indulging in fantasy. Fortunately, the presence of Lin Mo beside her provided immense reassurance. Though he appeared dull, his combat strength was unparalleled, as was his cultivation level. She had witnessed Lin Mo, at the peak of Dan formation, defeat a top-tier expert merely half a step into the spirit realm. Even now, the memory of that day lingered vividly in her mind. A pair of iron fists had slain a half-step spirit realm warrior. It was precisely for this reason that she held great confidence in Lin Mo's ability to conquer Suyu. Yet now, the certainty was no longer assured. Before his breakthrough, Suyu possessed combat strength that threatened even the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Dan formation. Now that he too had reached the 8th layer, his power was not merely capable of slaying spirit realm experts, but was, at the very least, invincible within the Dan formation realm. As the boiling spiritual energy within him gradually returned to his dantian, Suyu's deep, starry eyes glimmered with combat fervor as he addressed Lin Mo. "Come, let us duel. Bring that wretched girl along. I shall make you aware of the disparity." He had discerned Tang Xianxian's true identity. She was indeed the one described in the system's assessment as having ulterior motives. Therefore, Lin Mo's obedient nature must stem from a similar scenario as the war god of the pigsty. There was a candy girl to protect. However, that candy girl could never be Tang Xianxian. Such a character could not possibly be the destined heroine of the Chosen One. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied softly, "You may say that, but she shall never be subjected to your insult." Bang! With that, the freshly repaired floor beneath Lin Mo shattered explosively, his figure vanishing from sight, leaving behind a massive crater. His speed was extraordinary, so much so that ordinary cultivators could scarcely discern his trajectory. However, to Suyu, that speed was merely quick. Whoosh! In the next moment, an explosive sound reverberated through the air as a tremendous force surged forth. Lin Mo appeared before Suyu, delivering a thunderous punch aimed directly at his face. The force behind it was akin to a small-yield nuclear explosion. If a mountain stood in front of him, Lin Mo's punch would obliterate it. Sky-shattering fist. Lin Mo called out softly. This was an extraordinary martial art he had discovered in a secret realm during the Jing dynasty, a rare and unparalleled fist technique. It was with this very fist that he had once shattered the skull of a half-step spirit realm expert. He emphasized the refining of his physical strength, striving to match the might of a war machine, and this constituted his path of cultivation. No external force could surpass the strength of the self. Boom! As he unleashed the punch, the air warped around it, exceeding several times the speed of sound, transforming the otherwise harmless air into a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Clang! Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. Dragon Capture. Chapter 048. The Cry of the Chosen One. I have not yet reached my limit. In the face of Lin Mo's punch, Suyu remained composed, extending his left hand to firmly grasp Lin Mo's fist with a dragon-catching maneuver. Bang! While Lin Mo focused on enhancing his physical strength, Suyu was no less formidable. The Jinyu body was renowned for its ability to subdue myriad realms with sheer force, and in terms of physical refinement, Suyu's prowess was on par with Lin Mo's. Of course, his greatest trump card was the system. Without it, he would merely be comparable to an elder's direct disciple at best. Though it stemmed from external aid, he would not deny the system's existence or the advantages it conferred upon him. Yet, he was equally devoted to cultivating his unique power. Having seized Lin Mo's fist, Suyu dissipated Lin Mo's force and flung him away, then, without hesitation, charged forward to unleash a torrent of brutal attacks. Do you think that because your physical strength is formidable, I cannot break through? Do you presume that my mastery of myriad techniques renders my body weak? My blade is merely a matter of interest. However, if you insist on comparing physical prowess, I welcome the challenge. When it comes to combat, I prefer the raw explosion of my innate strength. Hud, hud, hud. Suyu's speed was relentless, offering Lin Mo no opportunity to retaliate. His punches fell like rain upon Lin Mo. He unleashed the warrior genes etched into his very soul, a legacy of the illustrious Huazhu clan from his previous life. Witnessing this nearly overwhelming display of combat, everyone was once again rendered speechless. They had anticipated Lin Mo's performance to pose a threat to Suyu, but they never expected Suyu to be even more ruthless, overpowering Lin Mo with mere fists, without the aid of weaponry. A monster, a true monster, a humanoid beast. I had always believed that Suyu excelled with the sword, yet I never imagined he favored such primitive forms of combat. With each punch, he shattered sound barriers effortlessly, and every strike against Lin Mo could surely incapacitate someone at the 8th level of the condensed Dan realm. Madmen. Both are madmen. Suyu's actions astonished onlookers, as the power of his physical form exceeded their comprehension. Not only Suyu, but Lin Mo's resilience was also beyond their expectations. Enduring countless blows from Suyu merely left Lin Mo's breath slightly disordered, without even inflicting any injuries. Just how formidable was his physique? If Suyu's previous battles had opened their eyes, the clash between the two now shattered the spirits of those young prodigies who considered themselves exceptional. In contrast to the spectators who were largely cut off from the aura of the combat, Tang Xianxia, present on the arena, felt a deeper sense of dread emanating from Suyu. This sensation was akin to witnessing a primordial beast grappling with another ferocious creature at close range, raw and brimming with power. She felt as though she were a mere ant peering from the confines of a well, foolishly thinking she could possibly exhaust Suyu. Was she capable of defeating him in such a state? Absolutely impossible. Madmen. They were both undoubtedly madmen. A sense of panic surged within Tang Xianxia. She was not afraid of Suyu himself, but rather of her own identity. If Lin Mo were to discover that she was merely an imposter, she would be obliterated. As her chaotic thoughts spiraled, the battleground between Suyu and Lin Mo gradually enveloped her. And you, wretched one, come forth to receive my blows. Suyu pressed forward, continuously encroaching upon Tang Xianxian's vicinity, transforming the confrontation into one where he assaulted both adversaries. Once forcibly drawn into the fray, even the residual force from the initial strike caused a metallic taste to surge in Tang Xianxian's throat, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This scene obliterated any lingering dark thoughts she harbored. Tang Xianxian shrieked, "No, I yield. I concede, I concede," even though Lin Mo shielded her from all harm. The shockwaves that penetrated his defense left her scalp tingling. With each blow Lin Mo failed to intercept, she would be gravely injured by Suyu's might, perhaps even on the brink of death. A cruel smile blossomed on Suyu's handsome visage as he retorted, "Yield? What purpose would there be in inviting you up here? Divine elephant suppression technique, tear of the heavens." Suyu shouted fiercely. In the next moment, his punch abruptly halted, his right hand curling into a claw, fingers shimmering with violet light as they tore downward. Empowered by his strength, his fingers resembled deadly talons, slicing through the air and leaving a rift in the void, as if space itself had been rent asunder. The sound of the tearing air was deafening, and the glimmering force caused Lin Mo's expression to sharpen instantly. "Xianxian, be careful." With a powerful shove, Lin Mo propelled Tang Xianxian off the stage. Crossing his arms, he braced himself to withstand the force of the claw. As blood erupted, Lin Mo's arms bore testament to the attack's ferocity, a gash splitting his hardened skin, revealing the flesh beneath, a grim indication of the claw's terrifying might. Had an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm attempted to endure such a strike, they would surely be torn to shreds. Hud, hud, hud. The immense force forced Lin Mo to stagger backward. Lowering his defensive stance, Lin Mo glanced at his bloodied arms, taking a deep breath. "I am not defeated yet." But he shifted his tone, declaring, "I have yet to reach my limit." Thunderous. Lin Mo's voice resonated throughout the martial arena, and in the next instant, an ethereal divine figure began to materialize behind him. It was the apparition of a sacred deity, overlord of the heavens. Lin Mo bellowed. In an instant, the awe-inspiring divine figure stepped forth, gradually merging with Lin Mo's being. In a heartbeat, Lin Mo's strength surged dramatically. This was a divine being. Lin Mo was stepping into the realm of divine essence. A voice cried out in astonishment, a 41-year-old with divine essence? He is so close. Within half a year, Lin Mo will surely attain divine essence. So you faced a dire situation. For the disparity between those who had sketched the divine image into their golden Dan and those who had not was as vast as the heavens and the earth. It was not uncommon for those who sketched the divine to begin nurturing it. What was extraordinary was that Lin Mo, an ordinary inner disciple, had fortuitously discovered a sacred divine image to draw upon. With the integration of the divine apparition, Lin Mo's combat prowess would escalate in accordance with the attributes of the deity he possessed. Should the attributes align, the fusion could amplify his strength manifold. With this punch, can you still withstand me? Lin Mo proclaimed, reveal your weapon, otherwise you shall surely fall. Thunderous. Without waiting, Lin Mo unleashed his fist, empowered by the might of the Overlord. Break for me. Bang. Chapter 049. Exposure? An imposter. How dare you deceive me? Upon merging with the divine shadow, Lin Mo's fist wielded an unparalleled power, magnified several times compared to its initial strength. This was the most visceral sensation experienced by Suyu. Faced with the formidable force of the impending blow, Suyu's gaze sharpened, and he too unleashed a punch. Was there a need for a preparatory move? Absolutely not. If every skill demanded certain prerequisites, it would be utterly pedestrian. High-level combat often concludes through the simplest of means. Speed is the ultimate truth. Unlike others who require a buildup of energy, Suyu is entirely different, commencing from a standstill in his most powerful state. He unleashed the divine elephant suppression technique. With a resounding boom, Suyu leapt into the air, and behind him, countless strands of spiritual energy swiftly coalesced into a formidable shadow, constructed from the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him, rivaling that of a deity. He called forth the celestial elephant. At that moment, a colossal elephant shadow, towering several dozen meters, raised its front foot and let out a thunderous roar, causing the clouds above to tremble as if on the brink of dispersing. The grandeur of the scene drew the attention of all. Celestial tread, Suyu bellowed. He then descended like a meteor from the heavens, aiming directly at Lin Mo. Crack. In that instant, Suyu resembled an ancient beast, the celestial elephant, capable of shattering the cosmos with a single stomp, making the sun and moon fall from the sky. Though he did not possess such cataclysmic might, the explosive power he exuded was still formidable. The air beneath his feet fractured repeatedly, a result of the concentrated, terrifying force he unleashed. Bang, bang, bang. The shattered air burst like layers of thin membranes, creating a mist that swirled around Suyu. Witnessing this power, which sent shivers down his spine, Lin Mo's eyes blazed with fervor, his blood surging as he cried out, "Shatter for me." Indeed, he was a prodigy renowned throughout the realms, taken as a disciple by the ancestral master. Such extraordinary physical prowess was what he had always yearned for. Boom! Suyu's might was relentless, annihilating all obstacles that dared to impede his advance. Finally, a thunderous crash echoed as the entire arena was crushed beneath his foot, the tremendous noise sending tremors throughout the entire competition square. Dust danced in the air. No one could ascertain the victor of this contest. However, within their hearts, each spectator had already chosen their champion. Was Suyu's recent display also a divine shadow? No, that was a manifestation of martial prowess, conjured solely from his own strength. Was it possible that he had mastered multiple holy-level martial arts? How could such a genius exist, effortlessly wielding one holy-level technique after another? Even the venerable embodiments of the law could not practice numerous holy-level martial arts. Yet he had already exhibited at least two. As the crowd pondered these questions, the dust began to settle, carried away by the gusts of wind. When clarity returned, revealing the arena, every spectator's pupils constricted in astonishment. For amidst the wreckage stood a figure clad in white, strikingly prominent. The victor had emerged, Suyu, and at his feet lay Lin Mo. Devoid of any capacity to retaliate, his clothing tattered, reduced to mere remnants covering his vital areas. Coughing, Lin Mo struggled to lift his head, gazing up at Suyu's silhouette, bitterly admitting, You have won." Indeed, he realized he was still too weak. There were always greater beings beyond. Suyu nodded calmly, yes. This time, the arena remained silent, void of cheers, as everyone remained entranced by the spectacle of their battle. As the crowd remained in a daze, Lin Mo managed to rise, dragging his battered body slowly toward the edge of the arena. Yet, when he approached Tang Xianxian, he was met not with concern, but with scorn. "You worthless fool! How dare you come to me empty-handed after failing to secure the reward? Get lost. Our previous encounter is far from over. You must bring me 1,000 high-grade spirit stones within a year, by any means necessary." Watching Tang Xianxian's wrathful demeanor, Lin Mo slowly shut his eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. "I understand." Just as Lin Mo prepared to depart, Su suddenly called out, "Wait. What else do you want?" Lin Mo replied, bewildered. Su inquired, "Why do you unwaveringly fulfill her every unreasonable demand? To repay a life-saving grace, I am bound to serve her for life. But how can you be certain she is indeed your benefactor?" Lin Mo was taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean? Has she ever provided evidence to substantiate her claims?" Su countered. At this, Lin Mo fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Tang Xianxian, who had been contemplating how to command Lin Mo to procure resources for her, became flustered upon hearing Su Yu's words, hastily retorting, "What business is it of yours? Our matters do not concern you. Mind your own affairs." Nevertheless, she added, "Lin Mo, do not forget that I saved your life during that harsh winter. If I hadn't given you a few buns, you would be." Before Tang Xianxian could finish her sentence, Su Yu interjected, "How many did you give?" Caught off guard, Tang Xianxian abruptly fell silent. 5 or 6. No sooner had she spoken than she clamped her mouth shut, afraid to say more. The truth of the matter was she had no recollection of the exact number. At that moment, Lin Mo chose not to pursue the issue further. Instead, he produced the well-preserved broken jade pendant from his possession and handed it to her. "Xianxian, this is for you." Seeing Lin Mo refrain from questioning her about the buns, Tang Xianxian let out a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the broken jade pendant, she rolled her eyes and said, "What do I need this for? Do you not recall? You were the one who received it from me that year. Remember when I gave you the pendant? I said something?" Hearing this, Tang Xianxian panicked, quickly snatching the pendant and stashing it away. "Wasn't it that if you survived, you come find me with this pendant? How could I forget?" Only then did Tang Xianxian realize this was indeed meant for Lin Mo. "It cannot be kept." However, Lin Mo suddenly raised his head, seemingly lamenting, "But you said you had no money, and that this pendant could be exchanged for some cash to buy a cotton coat. When you were about to leave, I returned it to you with a broken edge, saying that if I survived and had the ability to reach the royal capital of Jingqiao, I would come find you. I had not yet had the chance to seek you out before you found me first. The pendant has remained unreturned." Tang Xianxian nodded vigorously. Yes, that's right, However, this time, instead of Lin Mo's agreement, she was met with an abrupt shock. Bang! Tang Xianxian, who had been standing upright, suddenly collided with the ground with immense force, shaking the surrounding area. Lin Mo's cold voice, as unyielding as ancient ice, resonated across the martial arts plaza. "What do you mean, yes? You were 8 years old then. A noble girl from the royal capital's body, refining realm. Don't tell me you can't remember what happened when you were 8. In the past, whenever Tang Xianxian mentioned the buns, Lin Mo had never doubted or questioned his benefactor. It mattered not that she failed to recognize the pendant, as she had received it from a maid. Yet, she had no business answering how many buns there were. Lin Mo glared at the prone Tang Xianxian, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. As he intently declared, "I could overlook everything else about you, but when you stated that it was 5 or 6 buns, I could no longer trust you. For at that time, I only received 2. Imposter, how dare you deceive me?" Bang! Chapter 050. The power that is misused, the pigsty war god. Truly a fool. Lin Mo's eyes gradually took on a crimson hue, filled with a suppressed, savage, murderous intent, teetering on the brink of madness. In this terrifying atmosphere, Tang Xianxian screamed in fright. "What are you going to do?" She could scarcely fathom the wrath Lin Mo would unleash if this matter were to be exposed. Such fury was undoubtedly beyond her capacity to endure. Her status was merely that of a legitimate daughter from a small family within the Jing dynasty, and her exceptional talents had led her to leverage Lin Mo's secret for resources to reach her current level of cultivation. With her cultivation at the condensation stage, she was already regarded as a celestial being by her family. She had no connections to shield her from Lin Mo's wrath. Lin Mo paid her no heed. Instead, he pressed his foot down on her wrist with immense force, shattering her arm and instantly seizing the broken jade pendant. The excruciating pain sent Tang Xianxia to the brink of unconsciousness. "What are you doing? Let me go." Her heart was gripped by terror, and she cried out in panic. She was afraid, truly afraid. If her identity were revealed, it would lead her to an abyss, where even death would seem an extravagant luxury. Lin Mo, whom she had treated with disdain, was now the one she feared. "This pendant is my spiritual anchor. Do you even realize you possess one?" Lin Mo gazed at the pendant, weariness flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "In Jing Dynasty, I searched for too long and found no trace of her. Your presence, invoking the name of Mantu and familiar scenes, led me to believe in you. I had already regarded you as my spiritual anchor, and yet you degraded." With those words, Lin Mo's gaze turned frigid, imbued with a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. I, Tang Xianxia stammered, her eyes vacant, clearly shaken. "Speak. How did you come to know all this?" Lin Mo barked, his foot crashing down upon her arm once more. Even under the watchful eyes of the elders and peak leaders, he dared to act thus. This was his own affair. Should he be expelled from the holy grounds as a consequence, he would harbor no grievances. The resources he acquired in the 9 heavens holy land were scant, and the cultivation techniques he practiced were merely of the ordinary intersect variety. At worst, he could abandon this technique altogether. Everyone watched in silence, making no attempt to intervene. Even the female cultivators regarded the scene with cold indifference. They had gleaned the details from the surrounding senior students. Such a woman was a complete detriment to the trustworthiness of women in the world. She was not worth pitying. As for Lin Mo's anticipated opinions of the elders, he need not concern himself. The elders, too, could not abide disciples of such character. Tang Xianxia raised her head, her eyes pleadingly scanning the surroundings and the elders. However, upon witnessing their indifference, her heart plummeted into despair. She wished to beg for mercy, but it seemed futile. "Speak." Lin Mo's foot struck again, this time shattering her other arm. As he lifted his foot, he positioned it upon her head. If she failed to produce an answer now, that foot would descend upon her, leaving no opportunity for her to plead. I will speak." Tang Xianxia could no longer withstand it and shouted, "Years ago, when you rose in the Jing Dynasty and came to the royal capital, you were searching for someone, and you attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. My family has relatives in Snowfall City from the same place as you. I learned about your exploits before others. Subsequently, my family sent people to investigate the life of someone who had survived for 20 years, gradually uncovering the truth until we found those who had received Mantu in the slums during a famine years ago. Ultimately, I unearthed this secret. Furthermore, my family also distributed relief grain in Snowfall City due to pressure from the dynasty." So, she ceased speaking at this point. Hearing this, Lin Mo began to understand. No wonder when he investigated back then, he indeed found that she had been in Snowfall City distributing relief grain, the precise streets, and the individual she named. So that was it. Lin Mo chuckled, realizing he was indeed a fool. She was no longer the gentle and healing presence she once was, yet he had failed to uncover any clues until her appearance led him to accept her without hesitation. In short, it was his own folly. Upon grasping the truth, Lin Mo felt as if his essence had been siphoned away, retreating a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. He had lost his purpose. "Where is she?" Lin Mo stared at the jade pendant, biting his lip, the metallic taste flooding his mouth, yet he paid it no mind. Tang Xianxia hastily exclaimed, I don't know. Lin Mo shot her a glance, causing her to immediately fall silent, too frightened to utter another sound. In the arena, Siyu observed Lin Mo, who seemed lost in thought below. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The plot of the pigsty war God bore striking similarities. Out of familial love, a family would imprison a woman in a dungeon or pigsty, subjecting her and her daughter to inhumane torment. There might even be our elements, yet Lin Mo was neither married nor a father. Besides, the other party was a resident of the royal capital. Perhaps, thinking this, Siyu couldn't help but say, if you still wish to find her, Perhaps you could return to the Jing dynasty and search again. Maybe she is being mistreated in her own home by your xianxia. With your peak condensation stage cultivation, along with the title of a disciple from 9 Heavens Holy Land, wouldn't it be rather easy for a small dynasty to help you find her? This is power. The misuse of power is truly what makes this pigsty war god a fool. Su Yu's words struck Lin Mo like a bolt of lightning, shattering the darkness in his mind and awakening him instantly. Indeed, how could I have been so foolish as to overlook this? Lin Mo rose. Bowing respectfully to the elder above, he said, "Elder, may I request permission to step outside for personal matters?" "Go. Carry the name of 9 Heavens with you." The cultured Holy Master nodded in agreement. This matter needed to be addressed. A gifted disciple like him would not be denied support. Elder Yang, accompany Lin Mo on his journey. The area of Jing dynasty should fall under your family's jurisdiction. One of the elders rose from his seat and inclined his body in response. "Yes, Holy Master." Seeing this, Lin Mo expressed his gratitude with a glance towards the Holy Master, then turned to Su Yu, solemnly stating, "Thank you for the reminder. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. It is a debt I owe you." With that, Lin Mo seized Tang Xianxian, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, disregarding her pallid expression. Once Lin Mo departed, the arena returned to its previous state. The elder acting as the referee stepped forward, declaring, "This match is won by Su Yu. Who else wishes to challenge?" Upon hearing the elder's announcement, a group of top 10 disciples exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to concede. How can we compete? Even those at the peak of the condensation stage, already nurturing divine beings, cannot prevail. How could we possibly succeed? It was absurd. The remaining 8 top 10 newcomers all forfeited, and everyone's gaze turned towards the position of the chief disciple. Shenxiao Peak, Zhao Wudi. Chapter 051. Absolutely cannot be settled so easily. Zhao Wudi, from the moment of his birth, has been the focus of countless gazes. A prodigy of extraordinary talent. It is a challenge, even for the elders of the sect, to catch a glimpse of him. He is known for his humility and dedication to cultivation. Not only in the eastern wilderness, but throughout the entire Xintian continent, the name Zhao Wudi, son of the Lord of the 9 Heavens, is renowned. At the tender age of 18, he has reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Dan formation. As the direct descendant of the Lord, Zhao Wudi is acknowledged by all as the holy son of the 9 Heavens, the future Lord of the 9 Heavens. The Lord harbors high hopes for him and is scouring the continent for images of deities from the ancient past, all to pave the way for him, a direct path to imperial greatness. You may wonder if the Holy Son will take action. Given the sect's rigorous training of the Holy Son, he is likely capable of defeating an ordinary practitioner at the 2nd layer of divine essence. His unparalleled talent and possession of the divine thunder body render him beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. Following the incident involving Lin Mo, the martial arts arena has once again become a hub of excitement. The upcoming battles promise to showcase the most illustrious and gifted prodigies of the 9 Heavens. Yet, amidst their eager anticipation, the strikingly handsome Zhao Wudi merely cast a glance at Su Yu from his prominent seat before rising with his spear and departing. "There's no need," he thought. "I lack confidence in battling you, as you have yet to reveal your full potential. If we were to fight, I would undoubtedly lose." With neither having reached the divine essence stage, Zhao Wudi understood well that he could not contend with Su Yu, even with the advantage of the divine thunder body. What does it matter if he can battle an ordinary practitioner at the 2nd layer of divine essence? If he can do so, why couldn't he Su Yu? The outcomes of his fights against Chu Tian and Lin Mo made that abundantly clear. He realized that he could only marginally surpass Lin Mo. Moreover, engaging in combat with Su Yu would yield little benefit. It would be wiser to wait until they both ascend to the divine essence stage before competing. Zhao Wudi departed, leaving a group of stunned prodigies in disarray. What? He's leaving just like that? The peak masters observing from above could only shake their heads in resignation. The master of Xianxia Peak remarked, "This child is exceptional in every regard. Young, composed, yet radiating brilliance. However, his calmness is somewhat excessive. He will not even glance at a battle he knows he cannot win." The Lord chuckled at his words, replying, "He has reached the pinnacle of Dan formation and understands that the significance of this battle is minimal. His single breakthrough cannot be compared to Su Yu's double breakthrough. It seems this reward will have to go to Su Yu. The rewards, including 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, sacred cultivation techniques, and divine portraits of deities, are largely of little use to Su Yu. However, the Su family can certainly benefit from them. With sacred techniques and divine portraits, combined with the resources accumulated by the Su family over the years, it won't take long to produce a formidable practitioner at the sacred level. Although it may seem like the creation of a minor sacred family for the major sects, it is not a significant concern. The Su family is destined to become a prominent family, boasting 4 prodigies with imperial potential. If they can endure until the arrival of a golden era without facing any crises, the Su family may very well ascend to become an imperial clan. This reward is akin to an early investment in a family with immense future potential, a worthy endeavor indeed. The elder presiding over the competition, witnessing Zhao Wudi's departure, blinked in surprise and promptly announced, since no one has stepped forward to contest, the first place in this new student competition goes to Su Yu. Boom! Upon the announcement, all the prodigies gazed at Su Yu with a mix of envy and admiration. The reward is exceedingly generous, enough to incite fierce competition among the families. Coupled with his unique talents in the sacred realm, Su Yu's future achievements are bound to begin at the sacred level. Meanwhile, they can only watch from the sidelines. Following the announcement, the Lord wasted no time in tossing a storage ring to Su Yu, smiling, "Junior brother, this is your reward. Strive to break through the divine essence soon." Receiving the ring, Su Yu accepted it without a glance, nodding, "It won't be long." Initially, he had anticipated a year, but now only half a year remains. However, he does have some insights regarding the first divine portrait of divine essence. Remember, you must break through to divine essence within 2.5 years, but do not exceed the 4th layer. Wait for the opportunity to enter the secret realm. There are chances within that you can utilize, the Lord advised with a smile. The secret realm. Practitioners at the 9th layer of Dan formation and the 3rd layer of divine essence for various sacred lands will enter to seek opportunities. There will also be elements of competition. One can unleash their full potential inside, provided they possess the capability. I wonder if Su Qingying and the others will go as well. At this moment, Su Yu recalled his 3 adoptive sisters, who, having entered the sacred land, should have no trouble breaking through to the 9th layer of Dan formation within 3 years. Given their physical constitution, as long as they have access to cultivation resources, breaking through the Dan formation should be a trivial matter, free from any pressure. Well then, it seems I must keep my 3 sisters in check, lest they plot against me constantly. With that thought, Su Yu's mood brightened considerably. After all, his sisters are also children of destiny. Suppressing their arrogance could similarly earn him villain points and rewards. Moreover, all 3 sisters provide a steady source of income, something not to be overlooked. For other children of fate, dealing with them means extermination, while those who harbor no ill can simply be left alone. As for the likes of Long Feng, they can be dealt with decisively. No pressure at all. In the personal area of Bixiao Peak, observing Su Yu basking in glory on the stage, Lu Yunxiao exclaimed in frustration. How can this arrogant scoundrel be so strong? It shouldn't be possible. If he's this strong, how can I take my revenge? The elder sisters beside her approached and patted her head sympathetically, saying, "Little junior sister, don't overthink it. It was probably just an accident. A person as strong as him would hardly be interested in teasing you, right? Perhaps he has taken a liking to you? Regardless, Su Yu has left a significant psychological impact on her, and they cannot suggest that she simply yield to him. That would be too much to ask. They can only encourage her to let go. But how could Lu Yunxiao possibly accept that? As she gazed at Su Yu, her determination solidified. Her adorable face etched with seriousness. No way. I must cultivate diligently, surpass him, and bring him down. I absolutely cannot let this slide so easily. What if he is exceptionally talented? What of it? He is merely my little martial uncle. Surpassing him is not impossible. It is settled. Seeing their little sister suddenly ignited with passion, the elder sisters exchanged surprised glances but felt too shy to douse her enthusiasm. Instead, they became enthusiastic supporters, lavishing praise on Lu Yunxiao's determination. Little junior sister, you are the strongest. You can definitely do it. Go for it, little sister, and defeat that scoundrel. After 3 days, the new student competition concluded perfectly. and Suyu returned to his dwelling on Bixiao Peak. Upon entering, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully suppressing 2 golden fate children and 7 red fate children, earning rewards. Chapter 052, Reward Settlement, comprehending the first divine aspect. The 10,000 aspect Dharma body. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. 15,000 villain points. The Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, Nourishing Spirit Pill X1, and a random scroll of the Celestial Sovereign Secret Technique. The Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, a martial art of the sacred body realm, capable of confining the universe with a single finger, shattering the cosmos. Nourishing Spirit Pill, a remedy for restoring spiritual injuries, usable even by Nirvana realm experts undergoing the tribulation of spiritual decline, allowing for rebirth and a second chance at overcoming adversity. A sacred elixir. Celestial Sovereign Secret Technique, a scroll of the Lin character secret, which, upon activation, enables entry into the divine restriction domain, enhancing extreme combat power and allowing for the slaying of foes beyond 1S rank. Upon viewing the rewards presented by the system, even Suyu, with his current mindset, was profoundly shaken. Martial arts of the sacred body realm, one of the rarest forms of martial arts, created solely by those who have achieved sanctity in their physical form. The path to such a state is fraught with challenges that surpass the typical journey of an ordinary warrior striving for greatness. The physical body is the most challenging to refine. 1S body, capable of rivaling the cultivation realm, can only engage in battles across ranks with significant effort. To step beyond limits is merely the foundation. To put it plainly, if Suyu were to announce this scroll of sacred body martial arts, a swarm of physical cultivators would converge upon him like sharks drawn to blood. As for the Nourishing Spirit Pill, it holds little immediate value for Suyu. Such items are rarely wasted by those below the celestial realm, as they are one-time use pills that practitioners would reserve for emergencies. However, it was the Celestial Sovereign's secret technique that truly left Suyu in awe. Crafted by the celestial sovereigns of the mythical era, this technique surpasses even imperial-level secrets, possessing capabilities that rival the celestial scriptures. The 9 celestial sovereigns, 9 unparalleled beings capable of defeating emperors. The Lin character secret, created by the celestial sovereign of desolation, triggers the divine restriction domain with an exceedingly low probability, allowing even those at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors to contend with emperors. If an ordinary warrior successfully cultivates it, they can engage those at the peak of the Dharma aspect with merely the first level of the technique. Yet, the activation of this secret technique is not guaranteed. The probability of success is highest for lower-ranked warriors, becoming increasingly difficult with higher cultivation levels. At the sacred realm, one might need to attempt it 1,000 times to succeed, even once. Nevertheless, even this does not diminish the formidable nature of the Lin character secret. It is, without a doubt, one of the most powerful trump cards. So you took a deep breath, exhaling the stagnant air, his voice laced with undeniable astonishment. This reward has truly equipped me with the means to surpass my contemporaries and rival the older generation, with his power to break limits. Triggering the divine restriction domain and slaying foes across realms is no longer an impossibility. As thoughts of his growing arsenal of trump cards filled his mind, Suyu unconsciously straightened his back. The sensation of possessing such strength is indeed exhilarating. Are you all ready? As my future blood pack, you shall share my journey to strength. The thought of not being surpassed by his elder sisters lightened Suyu's spirits considerably. Neither killing nor sparing was an option. Instead, he resolved to continue growing stronger to keep this rebellious group of elder sisters in check. Clarity on the hierarchy is essential. Nonetheless, the immediate priority remains the comprehension of the divine aspect. Seizing the time to cultivate the strongest deity will hasten his progress in the spirit cultivation realm. The deities nurtured in the spirit cultivation realm directly influence the strength of the Dharma aspect that follows. The mightier the deity, the more formidable the Dharma aspect. This is a universally acknowledged truth. A spirit cultivator who has nurtured the Azure Dragon deity, when breaking through to the Dharma aspect, can manifest the Azure Dragon as their Dharma aspect, instilling fear in myriad beings, undeniably potent. However, the Azure Dragon deity ranks only within the top 30 of the ancient era. And the first, exiting the system space, so you retrieve the ancient deity album and flip to the final page. He had already comprehended the first 49 deities. If he wished to merge with them, he could outline even the second-ranked deity of the ancient era. Yet, his ambition does not settle for second place. He strives to claim the title of the first in ancient history, the 10,000 aspect Dharma body. Indeed, while the Dharma body is not a deity, it possesses the name of a deity, allowing lower-ranked warriors to nurture their spirits. To be precise, this is the first deity directly leading to the Dharma aspect realm. The world has long forgotten the first, yet this ancient deity album records it as the first, the foremost in antiquity. Modern society only recognizes the celestial emperor as the supreme deity of humanity. But no matter how powerful the celestial emperor may be, he is still but a human. How can he contend against the myriad manifestations of life? Gazing at the blank pages of the album, Suyu's brows knitted together, as if a fog obscured his vision, preventing him from seeing the path ahead. At times, he glimpsed himself within those blank pages, witnessing the flow of time, space, and the future. Countless moments of contemplation yielded different insights each time. On occasion, even the ancestral divine blade of the Su family would flicker past his thoughts. All things and all aspects can be found within. Thus, what exactly is this 10,000 aspect? The aspect of deities? Suyu murmured to himself. Deeply engrossed in deciphering the first divine aspect, Suyu remained oblivious to the passage of time. In the absence of interruptions, 5 months swiftly elapsed. Suyu's secluded chamber remained silent, devoid of any signs of activity. Meanwhile, within the 9 heavens sacred land, significant events unfolded one after another. Zhao Wuti, the foremost disciple of the divine sky peak, successfully delineated the 31st ancient deity, the divine king of heaven. The divine king of heaven ranks 31st in the current world, yet in Suyu's ancient deity album, he barely scrapes into the top 50. However, he stands as the third individual to accomplish this feat since the establishment of the 9 heavens sacred land, following the initial founder and the divine son. Previously, Zhao Wuti had attempted to comprehend the image of the divine king of heaven, but had achieved nothing, as there was no resonance between him and the deity. Yet, after the recent competition for new talents, the sovereign bestowed the deity's image upon him once more. With little hope, he initially aimed to dissuade Zhao Wuti, to show him that the top 50 ancient deities are not easily comprehended. Yet this time, he succeeded in fully delineating it, shocking the entirety of the 9 heavens. Simultaneously, Lin Mo, a disciple from the inner sect who had showcased his talent in the new disciples competition, returned. Upon his arrival, he immediately pledged allegiance to the Taishao Peak, igniting a fervor throughout the sect. Of course, the most critical source of excitement stemmed from the revelations surrounding Lin Mo's past. The girl who had once saved him was indeed imprisoned by the Tang Xianxian family of the Jing dynasty. Reports indicated that Tang Xianxian had intercepted news of Lin Mo and subsequently orchestrated the annihilation of the girl's entire family, imprisoning her for 20 years to extract details of her acquaintance with Lin Mo. 20 years. She had been confined in a pigsty, subjected to humiliation. It is said that upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo erupted with fury, sacrificing his own physical vitality, causing his originally sacred deity to mutate, successfully entering the spirit cultivation realm. The entire Tang family, including infants, was dismembered by him and scattered throughout the Jing dynasty. All their dantians were rendered useless. Lin Mo returned with Tang Xianxian, and witnesses reported that he intended to keep her until he broke through the tribulation Yin realm, whereupon he would refine her soul for a millennium before slaying her. The girl also returned, now recuperating within the 9 heavens. Time continued to pass swiftly, with only 1 day remaining until the year-long deadline Suyu had set. Within the grand hall of the sect, the 9 peak masters gathered. Bixiao, has there been any news from Suyu? Chapter 053. Astonishing. What kind of deity is he truly manifesting? Bixiao shook her head gently and replied, not at all. Over the past 6 months, he seems to have been immersed in the process of comprehension, with no significant activity reported. Aside from the necessary consumption of spiritual energy, there has been virtually no noteworthy progress. I am well aware of the total amount of spiritual energy on by Xiao Peak and the consumption levels of each cave dwelling. The spiritual energy consumed by Suyu in these 6 months is even less than that of an innate realm practitioner over the course of a month. The master of Qi Shao Peak furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What is going on with our junior brother? Since arriving at Jiu Shao, he has been in seclusion, never stepping outside. Does he possess a better depiction of a deity than that of the Jiu Shao god King S, celestial deity? To comprehend a powerful divine image, one must first possess the scroll of the deity's portrait to unravel its mysteries. Only the major sacred lands and imperial clans hold the divine images of the top 50 deities in the world. Even some less experienced imperial clans can only study the portraits of their own emperors. The divine image communicates with the corresponding deity, which represents humanity. Hence, many emperors will preserve their portraits after attaining enlightenment, storing them within their families or sections. The highest quality divine images represent the exalted forms of the emperors, inscribed by the heavenly Tao. The divine images of the top 50 deities from ancient times are portraits of immortals and even sacred beasts. Each scroll is a priceless treasure, and only one exists for each. The master of Dan Shao Peak scratched his disheveled hair and remarked, "That is impossible. The Su family has only recently risen within the last 5,000 years, with their lineage spanning just a few generations. Within their family, they possess only the divine image of the Blade Saint, which is of mere celestial quality. If they had a superior Dharma image, they would not be perpetually stuck between first-rate and second-rate factions. At the very least, they would now be a sacred family. Outsiders refer to a first-rate family as a sacred family, but that is a misnomer. A more accurate term would be third-rate gentry, comparable to a county. Second-rate factions are akin to small nations, while first-rate families are akin to typical dynasties, with sacred families being comparable to ordinary sacred lands. That is the most precise classification. Third-rate families can be eliminated at any moment. Second-rate families can barely endure for a millennium, while first-rate families may endure for generations, even several decades. Only sacred families can achieve lasting prosperity. Yet, in this ruthless age of survival of the fittest, even sacred families may fall. How could the Su family, standing for 5 millennia, possibly possess a divine image of superior quality? The refined holy master sighed with some resignation. Perhaps he has his own opportunities. Who can say? In any case, if he fails, he can always study the celestial deity of the Jiu Shao God King and, alongside Wu Di, receive instruction from our ancestral master after breaking through his Dharma image. Although his son, Zhao Wu Di, has also successfully delineated the divine nurturing of the celestial deity, he cannot compare to Suyu. Suyu is someone who can actively attract the attention of the celestial deity without needing to comprehend it. He was chosen at a glance, without the need for understanding. Moreover, Suyu possesses even greater innate talent. It is not an exaggeration to say that he could potentially cultivate the techniques of the 9 peaks, ultimately synthesizing the true Jiu Shao chaos technique. That would be the exceptional talent that Jiu Shao should nurture with utmost vigor. If he can bring forth the Jiu Shao chaos technique into the world again, Jiu Shao Sacred Land will become the first sacred land on the continent to possess a complete immortal scripture. With only a few hours remaining until the 1-year deadline, let us wait at Bai Shao. Once he delineates the celestial deity, he can be arranged to study the source fire refining method at Dan Shao Peak. Very well. With that, the 9 peak masters vanished in unison, leaving the grand hall eerily empty. All 9 peak masters were formidable beings of the sacred realm, true masters, not mere quasi-saints. The refined holy master, as the leader of the first peak and the one in control of Jiu Shao, had profound cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm 500 years ago. As for whether he has since broken through to the great sacred realm, no one could tell. When a master of the sacred realm moves, they almost meld with space, capable of appearing hundreds of miles away in an instant. Traveling at full speed, they could traverse tens of thousands of miles in a single day. Atop Bai Shao Peak, the 9 holy masters hovered in the air, gazing at the cave-dwelling area ahead, sensing the faint exhalation of spiritual power, and they could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that their junior brother had failed. Geniuses possess both strengths and weaknesses. Their strength lies in the ease with which they can break through in their cultivation, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. However, their weakness is an excess of confidence, believing that nothing can impede their progress. and ultimately becoming ensnared in a singular issue, wasting countless years and missing their prime cultivation time, resulting in mediocrity. Alas, while formidable talent is advantageous, a lack of adaptability can be a fatal flaw. The peak masters could not help but reminisce about their own past experiences. Above them, there were indeed stronger individuals, yet in the end, only they became the leaders of their respective peaks. Their excessive pride and unwillingness to yield led them to a catastrophic defeat, resulting in death or injury lost among the masses. Even those who were stronger had to seal themselves within the divine source due to injuries, awaiting the time when their sect would need them, only to be awakened to release their final remnants of power. Suyu is fortunate. He is highly regarded by the upper echelons of Jiao Shao, and with their watchful eyes, he could be guided appropriately. His future must not be allowed to encounter any mishaps. The refined Holy Master glanced at the time, and then addressed by Shao, Junior's sister. Prepare to awaken our junior brother. Let us not waste any more time. Nurturing the deity as early as possible will greatly benefit his future cultivation. In his view, Suyu is currently engaged in futile efforts, without the scroll of the deity's portrait. Attempting to forcibly comprehend a deity was akin to constructing a castle in the air, insubstantial and hollow. The deity's portrait is a crucial step in delineating the deity. If one could delineate a deity without the scroll, there would not be so many low-tier practitioners among the ranks. Why would they seek entry into sacred lands to acquire advanced techniques and resources? Bixiao nodded lightly, understood. With that, she produced her peak master token, infusing it with a breath of energy to activate it. Boom! The peak master token is the artifact that governs all matters of Bai Shao Peak. Though it appears to be a mere small token, its quality is that of a sacred artifact. Open! Bai Shao called out firmly. In the area of the cave dwellings on Bai Shao Peak, the spiritual energy was forcibly severed, and the stone door of Suyu's dwelling slowly creaked open. As the cave opened, just as a few were about to enter, and awakened Suyu suddenly. A terrifying aura of divinity surged forth like a true dragon awakening. And upon opening its eyes, the heavens and earth changed in color. Boom! The resonant sound reverberated across 100 miles, causing countless hearts to tremble. Do not enter. Upon witnessing this scene, the refined Holy Master shouted, halting the steps of the peak masters. He gazed gravely ahead, as if attempting to see through to Suyu deep within the cave. In the next moment, boom! The severed spiritual energy was forcibly drawn back, continuously flowing into the cave. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the peak masters, a phantom composed of spiritual power slowly materialized above Bai Shao Peak. This is the celestial deity of the Jiao Shao. No, the divine image is still shifting. Azure dragon patrolling the heavens. Divine slaughtering phantom. Wait, what kind of deity is he truly manifesting? Chapter 054. Myriad visages. Essence of divinity. What a true marvel. Ethereal manifestations of deities, both familiar and unfamiliar, continually projected into the air. From the initial appearance of the divine king descending from the heavens, to the various divine forms they had encountered previously, and even those exclusive to certain sacred lands, all materialized above the Bai Shao Peak. The apparitions of deities did not dissipate. One after another, they coalesced, resembling a celestial court. The oppressive might of these deities instilled a sense of trepidation even among those in the sacred realm. It was not merely a quaking of strength, but rather a profound reverence for the multitude of deities filling the skies. How could he summon them all? The master of Qi Shao Peak stammered, utterly at a loss for words. Who could possibly fathom what was transpiring? Is it not the case that an individual's golden core and dantian can only nurture a single deity? My heavens, even the dual divine beasts of the four symbols Holy Land have manifested. And more, the divine apparition of the war god has also appeared. These are the deities from 50 eras past. How many deities has he truly nurtured? No one could comprehend the meaning behind this spectacle, akin to a dream. As if the deities had awakened, emerging one after another. Even the elegant Saint Lord found himself dumbstruck. Upon witnessing this scene, a notion that bordered on absurdity flickered in his mind. The foremost deity of humanity, universally acknowledged as the ancient supreme, the apparition of the heavenly emperor has appeared. Could it possibly resemble the legendary myriad-visaged Dharma body, which had only manifested once in antiquity? Gasp! Upon arriving at this conclusion, even the composed heart of the elegant Saint Lord drew in a sharp breath. It was too horrifying. If word of this were to spread, Suyu's situation would become perilously dangerous, not to mention the myriad races wishing to eliminate him. Even within the human race, many would likely harbor jealousy, ultimately leading formidable beings to plot against Suyu. This was not an impossibility. Exhaling a deep breath, the Saint Lord suppressed the chilling tremor within his heart, as well as the excitement, and solemnly instructed, "Brothers, this matter regarding our junior brother's nurturing of deities must never be divulged. Not even the elders are to be made aware." He did not doubt the elders of the sect, but he sought to eliminate any possibility of leakage. "We understand." The 8 peak masters regained their composure and nodded in unison. Without hesitation, Bai Xiao activated the illusion formation of Bai Xiao Peak, completely severing this otherworldly phenomenon from detection. Even the disciples atop Bai Xiao Peak could not discern the situation above. Subsequently, silence enveloped the group, their eyes fixated on the ever-appearing ethereal figures, seemingly serene. Yet their trembling hands and feet betrayed the excitement coursing through them. The manifestations of myriad deities. Such a talent transcended mere description of immortality. It undoubtedly surpassed all. Should Suyu be safeguarded until the arrival of the Golden Era, he would undoubtedly be among the first to ascend to imperial status. No, even without protection until the Golden Era, given his current progress, even a millennium or even a century, he could reach the great sage realm. And in this age of waning magic, perhaps even breach the threshold of quasi-emperor. In this moment, their eyes were aflame with fervent emotion. A stroke of fortune from the heavens. At all costs, they must protect Suyu's safety. Whatever he required, they would go to great lengths to procure. Boom! Within the cave, Suyu had also opened his eyes, witnessing one divine figure after another passing before him. The myriad visages, the essence of all beings. The powerful could become deities, sacred beasts could become deities, even flora and fauna could embody deities. Everything could become divine. In the ancient era, there were ethereal beings capable of transcending spirituality, comprehending the path through the teachings of immortals, achieving celestial status, and with a single strike, shattering the sun and moon. In the age of antiquity, stubborn stones nurtured divinity, bathing in the sun as if it were a divine basin. And this myriad-visaged Dharma body, founded upon the myriad forms of the world, realized all through the essence of beings, coalescing everything. So you seem to glimpse both the past and the future, achieving the myriad visage. Today, by nurturing the myriad visages, he would embody the essence of divinity. So you closed his eyes and uttered a low command. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth surged with boundless thunderclouds, extending for hundreds of miles. Within the oppressive darkness of the storm, lightning flickered, as if preparing to unleash a cataclysmic strike, crossing the threshold of divinity. Swish! Suyu's form abruptly vanished from his position. The next moment, he materialized above Bai Xiao Peak. Upon his appearance, the thunderclouds roiled incessantly, seeming furious that this insignificant creature dared to challenge its authority. Crack! A bolt of lightning, 10 meters wide, descended upon Suyu with tremendous force. 9 bolts in total, each imbued with the power to annihilate the essence of divinity. To think that this mere trial of divinity could obstruct my path? In this moment, Suyu shone with brilliance, his white garments billowing as a tempest raged, his long hair dancing wildly in the wind. In his eyes, the sharpest glimmer of determination sparked. You dare impede my progress? Shatter! Suyu raised his hand, summoning the Tao Blade, a nascent weapon yet to be fully formed, yet its brilliance caused a momentary hesitation in the gathering storm. With the essence of the corpse immortal as its edge, transforming the sun and moon into its blade, shattering the celestial and fracturing the universe. Suyu roared to the heavens, unleashing a single stroke, and the terrifying blade aura erupted instantaneously, obliterating the bolts of lightning. After dismantling the assaulting lightning, The blade aura surged forth, cleaving directly towards the thunderclouds above. Boom! With that strike, the thunderclouds began to show signs of disintegration. Observing this, Suyu hesitated not for an instant, unleashing successive strikes, each blade imbued with a power that would leave even the essence of divinity trembling in fear. Boom! As the blade light cleaved through the storm, one strike followed another, causing the thunderclouds to shatter. The tribulation of lightning dissipated. A surge of divine energy began to coalesce, ultimately flooding into Suyu's body. Peak of the 9th layer of golden core. In the next moment, a golden core erupted from within Suyu, expanding continuously, radiating a brilliance of unparalleled magnitude under the nurturing glow of divine essence. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering resonated for hundreds of miles as the core fragmented. In an instant, countless divine apparitions converged, continually entering Suyu's body, each deity seated within his dantian. In this moment, Suyu's aura surged higher and higher. Essence of divinity, 1st layer. Boom! The originally rising aura was decisively compressed by Suyu upon reaching the peak of the 1st layer, preventing any further ascent. It was only an hour later that the divine energy coalesced from the heavens, and earth was entirely absorbed by Suyu. Essence of divinity. As the extraordinary phenomenon faded, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath laden with dark, murky energy. 1 year's time. Not a moment more, nor a moment less. Below, the 9 peak masters stared wide-eyed at the unfolding spectacle. Upon witnessing Suyu's successful breakthrough, their minds were devoid of any thoughts. Only 6 words echoing endlessly in their consciousness. Truly, a remarkable prodigy. Chapter 055. Little junior brother, I implore you to go to Qishao Peak. I shall personally escort you. Suyu's breakthrough in the realm of divine essence was an unprecedented spectacle, unheard of by any. Never before had anyone evoked so many divine manifestations simultaneously, each one a genuine embodiment of divine essence. In the past, they could still predict Suyu's trajectory, but now, they were utterly confounded as to where he might tread next, or what kind of brilliance he might unleash in the realm of divine essence. Unmatched in the eastern wilderness? No, this kind of breakthrough reverberated throughout the entire xianxia and even the cosmos itself. He truly embodied an invincible presence acknowledged by the sacred realms. This posed a dilemma. Considering the prodigious talent of this little junior brother, could they truly allow him to venture into the mainland for training? As the divine manifestations faded, the onlookers regained their composure. Perhaps it would be wiser to let him explore a few secret realms within the sacred grounds, allowing him to solidify his foundation before he ventured forth into the world. The master of Jingshao Peak hesitated. For a typical disciple, letting them go would be acceptable. Even for favored disciples, being sent out for training was common. If they fell in battle, it could only be attributed to a lack of fortune. However, with Suyu, they truly could not bear a part with him. At this moment, the elegant holy master spoke, gazing at Suyu in the sky, smiling as he said, "Let him go. Since he has embarked on the path of invincibility, he cannot remain sheltered within the ivory tower of the sacred grounds. We shall arrange protectors to safeguard him. If we confine our little junior brother to the sacred grounds, he may find it unbearable. I have always been perceptive. I can see through Suyu's character at a glance. Though he appears gentle, he possesses an indomitable spirit. He will not be content to cultivate in peace. Even if we forcibly constrain him within the sacred grounds, it may hinder his progress or render him stagnant. This is absolutely unacceptable. As for the threats on the mainland, they are merely the various sacred realms and the imperial tombs, along with the beast clans. Even if the ancient royal families from the forbidden zones were to emerge, would the human sacred realms truly fear them? With the backing of the 3 sacred realms of the eastern wilderness, he would not act recklessly. At the very least, it would compel many to reconsider whether they could endure the wrath of these 3 sacred realms. With the Holy Master's decree, the Peak Masters no longer voiced objections. They wholeheartedly agreed with his words. If they wished for Suyu to truly revive the immortal scriptures, he must traverse the path of invincibility. He must be tempered against the world's elite, sharpening him into the deadliest of blades. Above, after calming his aura, Suyu swiftly approached the Peak Masters. Bowing as he greeted them, Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. He had sensed their presence during his breakthrough. But who would bother to greet others in such a moment of triumph? Moreover, they would not mind. If they truly held grievances, he could always find an opportunity to defect from the sect. Little junior brother, how do you feel? The elegant holy master inquired with a smile. The manifestations during your breakthrough truly astonished us. Not only did you evoke numerous deities, but you also attracted a thunder tribulation, which was astonishingly fragmented by your blades, even threatening those at the 5th level of divine essence. It is beyond imagination. Suyu nodded in response. Quite well. I have achieved a complete understanding. And the breakthrough was effortless, devoid of any pressure. Upon hearing this, the 9 individuals momentarily fell silent. Look at that. Is this lad even speaking human language? To create such a commotion and yet claim no pressure? If it were us, we would need countless strategies to survive such a breakthrough. The Holy Master cleared his throat and continued, It is good that you have broken through. Now that you have attained divine essence, spend the next 2 years solidifying your foundation. Do not rush into further breakthroughs, or else you may miss the chance to enter the secret realms. He shifted the topic. Although the sacred grounds possess all that is within, this upcoming secret realm is open to all in the eastern wilderness. Both the sacred elites and those hidden from various factions will compete within it. Life and death aside, the fierce battles will enhance your understanding. Combat is the fastest means to elevate one's strength. A person who fears battle, regardless of their innate talent, will eventually be surpassed by weaker opponents who embrace it. Those who fear not to fight survive against all odds, mastering their combat skills and control over their own power. They are incomparable to those who only seek to elevate their realms. Was it not the case with the former Xianxia, who earned a reputation as a battle maniac, surpassing the original candidates to become the current master of Xianxia Peak? Suyu smiled and replied, Holy Master Brother, I have not forgotten any of this. If I truly had, my cultivation would have advanced to the 5th level of divine essence during my recent breakthrough. To comprehend the foremost deity of the ages and only achieve 1 level would be a travesty. The reason I remain at the 1st level is that I absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy to solidify my foundation, filling my dantian to prevent further breakthroughs, and subsequently expanding my dantian while nurturing my meridians. If I had recklessly pursued advancement, I could easily have reached the 5th level. That is the best news. The elegant holy master nodded with satisfaction. Since you have attained divine essence, focus on familiarizing yourself with the source fire refining technique from Danxiao Peak and the Qixiao Pingtian technique from Qixiao Peak. One refines the strength of the divine and spirit, while the other enhances your combat prowess. They had already devised a detailed plan for Suyu to comprehend the 9 foundational emperor scriptures. The source fire refining technique from Danxiao Peak was suitable for the divine essence realm, while the Pingtian technique from Qixiao was designed to bolster combat strength. The remaining techniques from the various peaks were largely auxiliary and could be cultivated during the Dharma aspect realm. Suyu had no objections to this arrangement and nodded. I shall leave it all to you, senior brother. After discussing various matters, the peak masters departed. However, the master of Danxiao Peak, brimming with excitement, draped an arm over Suyu's shoulder and led him towards Danxiao Peak. Come, little junior brother, allow me to teach you a marvelous skill, how to refine human medicinal herbs. The other peak masters, still within earshot, paused in astonishment at Danxiao's words. Good heavens, Danxiao has truly gone mad. Now he seeks to refine humans themselves. It seems that refining that powerful being from the sacred realm has indeed led him to discover a shortcut. Indeed, one must tread carefully, for he may inadvertently turn a living person into medicine. Very well, I shall rely on you, senior brother Danxiao, Suyu humbly replied. Rest assured, I guarantee you will grasp the basics within a year, elevating your spirit strength to an astonishing level. However, within less than 5 months, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from Danxiao Peak, accompanied by Danxiao's shocked screams. Damn it, little junior brother, do not remain here. Hurry and go to Qixiao. No, I shall personally escort you. Subsequently, under the watchful gazes of countless onlookers, A streak of light swiftly shot from Danxiao Peak towards the distant Xixiao Peak. Off you go. Chapter 056. My dear one, are you prepared to face my overwhelming might? Upon the summit of Danxiao Peak, amidst the ruins of the exploded alchemy hall, the once disheveled master Danxiao Peak stood with his hair standing on end, a look of helplessness etched upon his dark visage. This little junior brother of his, in just a mere 6 months, had mastered the source fire refinement technique to a commendable degree. Such unparalleled talent. The master of Danxiao Peak gazed upon the devastation and reflected deeply. He had never encountered such a gifted individual. To be more specific, Suyu had spent merely a month to grasp the fundamentals. The remainder of the time was devoted to refining with source fire, culminating in a remarkable achievement within half a year. He had intended to teach Suyu the art of alchemy and how to refine the souls of cultivators into the primary ingredient for the Yuling Zhenghundan. However, who could have foreseen that his initial attempts would veer towards the explosive arts instead? In his own words, senior brother, refining spirits is akin to refining medicine. Explosives are also a form of medicine. The artistic element in his endeavors was exceedingly high. Just observe the operation of this junior brother. Then he witnessed Suyu extracting the soul of a demonic beast, infusing it with a multitude of unnecessary elements. Ultimately, he created a substance capable of inflicting damage upon the souls of cultivators, a veritable explosive. Had a typical cultivator in the spirit convergence realm been subjected to such an explosion, their soul would likely be obliterated to ashes. It was only due to the presence of a protective alchemist at Danxiao Peak that casualties were limited. Otherwise, the devastation would have been far greater. Surveying the scene, what was once a grand and fragrant alchemy hall had been reduced to ruins, with countless disciples of Danxiao Peak lying unconscious amidst the debris, their bodies twitching. All of this was the result of Suyu's handiwork. Had he not mitigated the damage at a critical moment, Danxiao Peak would have faced dire consequences from the explosion. The mere thought was unfathomable. Thus, without waiting for Suyu to explain himself, he kicked him towards Xixiao Peak. This little rascal should go and wreak havoc elsewhere. He was hardly a candidate for the alchemical arts. In a moment, he would seek his senior brother to secure a larger budget for Danxiao Peak. This young man had caused considerable losses in alchemical resources, and it could not simply be overlooked. The more the master of Danxiao Peak contemplated, the angrier he became. At this moment, Suyu's figure arced gracefully, crashing heavily onto Xixiao Peak. Boom! Upon landing, a massive crater formed beneath him. Climbing out of the pit, Suyu dusted off his clothes, scratching his head in confusion. What is Danxiao senior brother up to? He speaks of alchemy. Is not explosives a form of medicine as well? You've learned to refine people. Why may I not concoct an explosive? Fortunately, the experiment had succeeded. Utilizing the source fire's ability to temper souls, coupled with a trace of corpse energy cultivated from the corpse immortal tribulation technique, which specifically targeted souls, the resulting mixture, when ignited, proved remarkably effective. Suyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Could this not be considered a unique martial technique of his own? Although it was a fusion of two distinct practices, the utility remained paramount. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Suyu. It was the master of Xixiao Peak. A rugged middle-aged man. "Ha, little junior brother, what have you done to provoke that hot-headed fellow from Danxiao?" exclaimed the master of Xixiao Peak boisterously. "However, now that you are here at Xixiao Peak, let us practice swordsmanship together. With your innate talent for the blade, under my guidance, you shall undoubtedly break through to the third limit." Suyu's previous display of combat prowess, achieving a second limit, had already astonished him. Now, having broken through the spirit convergence realm and assimilated such an abundance of divine power, it was not unreasonable to expect him to reach the third limit. "The Xixiao sword technique is perfectly suited for you," the burly man declared, giving Suyu a thumbs up in praise. He had never practiced any other martial arts or techniques in his life. The Xixiao flat sky technique was an imperial level art, and its accompanying sword technique was equally extraordinary. It was more than sufficient. Having delved deeply into the Xixiao flat sky technique for many years, he understood well its formidable nature, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers. Even a saint from the emperor's tomb could not defeat him, having once been slain by his blade. Who could dare claim otherwise? Suyu nodded eagerly in response. Certainly. Xiao's senior brother. I shall rely on your expertise moving forward. His versatility was his strength. Unlike others who specialized in a single path, he embraced all avenues of growth, including the consumption of metals. Speaking of metals, Suyu felt his physical form was rather rudimentary. It was time to employ divine powers to consume precious metals for refinement. The children of destiny developed comprehensively, and he could not afford to lag behind. Ha ha ha, come, my brother. I shall personally impart my skills to you. The master of Xiao Peak laughed heartily. Those trained under him were truly unmatched. In the ensuing year, within the sword discussion hall of Xiao Peak, for nearly 10 hours each day, dueling sessions occurred, with numerous formidable sword cultivators serving as sparring partners. Suyu's comprehension of the sword path advanced rapidly. In just a year and a half, he transcended to the fifth realm of the unity of man and sword. However, the disciples of Xiao Peak in the spirit convergence realm lamented their plight. Most of them had only reached the third realm, with a select few attaining the fourth realm. In battles against Suyu, they faced utter domination, their skills rendered ineffective. Through this arduous training, many disciples of Xiao Peak experienced rapid advancement in their swordsmanship. Bang! One day, a year and a half later, within the sword discussion hall, Suyu effortlessly struck down a 6th-level disciple of Xiao Peak, calling out next. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully striking the Red Fate Child, gaining rewards. This was not an isolated event. Over the year and a half, Suyu had become enamored with this sensation, repeatedly extracting benefits from the Red Fate children. It was nothing short of exhilarating. Below, numerous powerful cultivators exchanged glances, none daring to step onto the stage. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a voice echoed from outside the sword discussion hall. Little Master Uncle, it is time to embark on our journey to the secret realm. The Dongwang secret realm has opened. Upon hearing this, the disciples of spirit convergence who had been assigned to spar with Suyu breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was over. They would no longer be subject to his blade. Suyu, momentarily taken aback, sheathed his sword and stepped down from the platform. The time had come. As he exited the sword discussion hall, the two continued in silence, each lost in their thoughts for during the past year and a half. Chu Tian had been thoroughly beaten into submission. Once addressing him as Suyu, he now referred to him as Little Master Uncle. The truth was that Chu Tian had developed a profound understanding of this madman, who seemed tireless in his pursuits. In battle, new insights emerged effortlessly, requiring little digestion. Who could he turn to for reasoning? Suyu paid no mind to Chu Tian's thoughts. His mood was buoyant. After 3 years of cultivation, it was time to venture into the outside world to gather fresh knowledge. Moreover, it seemed Chu Tian had honed his skills. Having been thoroughly plundered of his villainous value for half a year, he had vanished for an entire year thereafter. This left Suyu feeling quite regretful. And the prospect of venturing out to extract benefits from the Fate children filled Suyu with a renewed sense of vitality. Not to mention the 3 sisters who were always plotting against him. My dear one, are you prepared to face my overwhelming might? Chapter 057. This time, I must beat the little rascal until he cries for mercy. At the entrance of the 9 Heavens sacred land, 2 warships were already docked, prepared for departure. Unlike previous occasions where the Lord and the 8 Peak Masters did not attend farewells, this time was different. All 9 of them were present. Numerous new disciples dared not utter a word, remaining as quiet as quails while peeking out from the warships. Chu Tian and Suyu approached the vicinity of the warships, and the latter bowed to several seniors, greeting them with, "Greetings, brothers and sisters." It was a jest. Even if some were a millennium older, they were still his seniors. He boldly addressed them in front of so many onlookers, confident and natural. In the world outside, one's identity is self-bestowed, without a remarkable status. Would he wait to be provoked by anyone? That would be exceedingly tedious. Only those who are not destined for greatness should dare to challenge him. The Lord and others chuckled in response. Then, the Lord advised Suyu, remember, during this expedition to the secret realm, be prudent. Avoid causing too much commotion. Prioritize your safety, and do not take unnecessary risks, understood? This precious seed may not be cherished by the disciples below, but we high-ranking members value it greatly. The ability to revive the celestial scriptures depends on you. Even the ancestral master is preparing to break through the divine source in a century to guide you in your cultivation. Even though the ancestor knows he cannot return to the divine source after breaking through, he is still determined to emerge in this era of waning law. As the ancestor states, the old and decrepit in the sacred land are numerous enough. He is not missed. If he can impart the knowledge to nurture a future emperor, or even a celestial being, that would be worth his lifetime. Indeed, at this moment, the master of Danshao Peak could not help but interject, "Brother, you're being overly cautious. Just in this east wilderness, it is already remarkable that the junior brother does not torment the younger generation. A madman like him is unlikely to encounter real danger. Others may not understand Suyu's reckless nature, but I certainly do. He is a madman who would even blow himself up. I once thought that daring to use human bodies as medicinal ingredients was madness. But in the 6 months of interacting with Suyu, I realize I am the one who is normal. Initially, I worried that he would struggle to adapt, but subsequently, I found he not only adapted, but became even more unhinged. Those demon beasts, and some practitioners who committed heinous crimes, could initially curse defiantly, but eventually they were all begging for a quick end. Suyu was even more familiar with conducting human experiments. The master of Qishao Peak nodded in agreement. Exactly. Brother, you needn't worry so much. This lad is too formidable. Your concern should be for the other prodigies. A year and a half. For a full year and a half, every disciple of the spirit-nurturing peak has been his sparring partner. Each one left shattered in their resolve. Although their progress has been substantial, Suyu's shadow looms deeply within their hearts. One might even spawn a Suyu's inner demon in the future. It is fortunate that Suyu's cultivation is not yet profound. If he were to break through to the 7th layer of spirit nurturing, he would likely need to summon disciples from the law-form realm to practice against him. The Lord shot the two a disapproving glance, displeased. You two are such a nuisance. Instead of wasting time with idle chatter, why not contemplate how to break through to the pinnacle of the sacred realm? You two are truly looking for trouble. I see you are simply idle. So you grinned and replied, "Rest assured, Lord Master, I know my limits. Preserving my life is undoubtedly my top priority. Furthermore, in the secret realm, only those at the 4th layer of spirit nurturing and above cannot enter. I will only face other prodigies there. Outside, the elders of the 3 great sacred lands will be present. I do not believe anyone could kill me under the watchful eyes of so many powerful beings. Great saints? Semi-emperors? That is entirely impossible. If in this age of waning law, great saints and semi-emperors could roam freely outside, there would not be so few powerful beings. Their ability to break through to the sacred realm during this era is entirely due to the natural protection of the sacred lands. This is a place personally constructed by the emperor, capable of evading the sanctions of the heavenly path. Of course, not everything can evade. One can only cultivate to the sacred realm within the sacred land, and the resource consumption is far greater than during the era of complete heavenly rules. For instance, the resources consumed by the Lord in the great saint realm could allow 2 or even 3 individuals to break through to the great saint during the era of complete heavenly rules. That is the disparity. It also reflects the foundation of top-tier sacred lands versus ordinary sacred lands. An ordinary sacred land having a semi-saint ancestor resting is already considered top-tier. Some weaker sacred lands are just slightly stronger than first-rate families. In this age of waning law, it is the most suitable time for the younger generation to venture out and gain experience. If one dared to roam recklessly during a prosperous era, they would likely encounter the targeting of sacred realm beings, or even be confronted by great saints. The Lord nodded in agreement, responding, "As long as you are aware of your limits, remember to follow your heart in your cultivation while outside. Even if the heavens collapse, I will support you." This statement radiated tremendous power. Anyone who heard it would be struck with awe. However, such words would soon fill the Lord with regret. Suyu, too, was no exception. His eyes brightened as he nodded earnestly. "With your words, Brother Master, I feel reassured. Indeed, having a background is advantageous. One can act freely without fear of being struck down. During this expedition to the secret realm, if anyone dares to provoke me, I will simply crush them with a single palm. I care not who stand behind them. I have but one declaration. I stand backed by the 9 heavens sacred land, with the Lord Master supporting me. How magnificent! The Lord nodded with satisfaction and then handed Suyu a jade slip, speaking kindly, "Go forth. If you encounter any issues with the elders that cannot be resolved, shatter the jade slip. Moreover, remember to unite with the sect members within the secret realm, presenting a united front against outsiders. Any grievances can be settled once back at the sacred land. Do not create conflicts outside." Suyu smiled in acknowledgement and leaped aboard the warship. Upon his arrival, the elder in charge of protection immediately commanded, "Activate the defensive formation and set sail." A light blue defensive formation enveloped the warship, which then ascended into the air, slowly making its way toward the exit. As the teleportation array illuminated, both warships vanished simultaneously. Watching the warships disappear, the Lord and several peak masters could not help but feel a wave of emotions. This generation of new disciples truly possesses boundless potential. It seems the age of waning law will soon come to an end. The emergence of so many prodigies can only signify one thing. The end of the age of waning law is nigh, and the golden era is about to dawn. The opportunity for ascension may very well lie in this life. In less than a millennium, this young brother may very well break through to great saint before the end of the age of waning law, shattering the record for the fastest ascension in 9 heavens. This generation will witness the flourishing of 9 heavens. As the 2 warships, laden with 100-year-old prodigies, set forth, the immense forces across the East Wilderness began to mobilize. In the void, aboard the warship of Tianxian Sacred Land, for figures gazed into the distance. Their eyes filled with anticipation. This time, we must beat the little rascal until he cries for mercy. Chapter 58. If you wish to kill Suyu, go ahead and see if you are capable. The Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm, a mystical domain within the Eastern Wilderness, is open to all cultivators, albeit with restrictions limited to those at the 9th level of Dan condensation to the 3rd level of spirit nurturing. For certain solitary cultivators with exceptional talent, this presents an invaluable opportunity. The resources within the realm are exceedingly precious to many practitioners. Acquiring even a small portion can ignite the hope of further advancement. Remarkably, despite centuries of exploration, this vast secret realm remains largely unexploited, with treasures still being discovered sporadically. There are even instances where solitary cultivators have unearthed divine images of saintly quality. However, these are mere anomalies. For solitary cultivators, this is a chance of a lifetime. For the prodigies of the 3 great sanctuaries, it serves as a crucible to gauge their prowess against one another. Adjacent to the Eastern Wilderness Secret Realm lies the periphery of the life forbidden zone, a territory where all beings are cautioned against entering, as those who dare are likely to meet their demise. Only a select few manage to escape this perilous domain, and invariably, these individuals emerge with their sanity shattered. For ancient powers slumber within. The awakening of any one of these beings would spell cataclysmic consequences for the world. Yet, in this era devoid of magic, even the formidable entities within the Forbidden Zone have chosen to remain dormant, reluctant to stir. At the edge of the life Forbidden Zone, thousands of figures have gathered, all practitioners of Dan condensation at the 9th level and spirit nurturing, converging from various corners of the Eastern Wilderness, eager to enter the secret realm in search of their fortunes. Even a single herb of significant value could lead to overnight wealth. With a swift whoosh, 2 piercing sounds cut through the air, prompting the crowd to gaze upward at the sky. They beheld several warships emblazoned with the banners of the 2 great sanctuaries emerging from the void. These colossal vessels, akin to fortresses, hovered majestically in midair, compelling all to rise and gaze in awe. The 3 great sanctuaries are the true sovereigns of the Eastern Wilderness. It is the ships of the Tianxian Sanctuary and the ZY Sanctuary. They have arrived. It is no surprise that these top-tier sanctuaries possess such formidable resources, deploying warships that rival divine artifacts to ensure the safety of their talented disciples. Unlike the solitary cultivators, who must rely on their own means, these sanctuaries command immense power. The gathered practitioners of Dan condensation and spirit nurturing whispered amongst themselves, their eyes brimming with envy. They did not lack the desire to join a sanctuary, but rather, their talents fell short. Some had previously participated in assessments, only to be eliminated. Those of their age who joined the sanctuaries have seen nearly 40% ascend to the law manifestation realm, with the lowest among them being at a high level of spirit nurturing. In contrast, they have squandered hundreds or even thousands of years, barely achieving the levels of Dan condensation or low spirit nurturing. Even those from second-rate or ordinary sanctuaries found themselves envious of these top sanctuaries. As the members of the two great sanctuaries disembarked, the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. Among the Tianxian's sanctuary contingent, Su Qingying scanned the crowd, and upon failing to spot Su Yu, she could not help but exclaim, "This guy still hasn't arrived." Beside her, Chun Yunqi remarked, "It doesn't matter. We can only act once we enter the secret realm. We can afford to wait." Her fixation on confronting Su Yu had become an obsession. Despite her reincarnation as a celestial being, that grudging determination remained unshakable, perhaps even intensified. After 3 years of training within the sanctuary, the four of them have achieved remarkable cultivation levels. While others lamented their lack of techniques and divine images, Chun Yunqi had no such deficiency. She had reached the first level of spirit nurturing, and the deity she depicted was not an ordinary one, but a representation of her former identity. In terms of power, her divine entity could even rank among the top 5 of the lower realms throughout the ages. Her prowess was astonishing when she crafted her divine image. Even the ancestors of the Tianxian sanctuary were stirred, emerging from their seclusion to take her as a disciple, granting her a status akin to that of an elder. Even powerful figures within the sanctuary addressed her as little junior sister. Su Muyao nodded in agreement, saying, "Yunqi is right. This time we must ensure that little rascal understands the distinction between the great and the small. The differentiation between the two is imperative. Though they lacked power in the past, they now possess it. Failing to reclaim their dignity would render their previous hardships in vain. Even if their animosity towards Su Yu has diminished, a beating is still warranted." Although her cultivation had yet to surpass the level of spirit nurturing, she had attained the pinnacle of Dan condensation, and the divine image she depicted was that of the undying phoenix, a being whose combat prowess was unmatched. The undying phoenix is also a formidable entity among the top 50 throughout the ages. This time, their purpose in the secret realm was twofold: to confront Su Yu and to assist Su Wanqing and Su Qingying in locating treasures within the realm. Specifically, the divine image scroll ranked 20th in the annals of history. The supreme bone and the heavy eye are both of supreme quality, corresponding to the ancient supreme level, akin to the realm of ancient emperors. Ancient emperors stand shoulder to shoulder with immortal beings. The supreme bone carries an inheritance of secret techniques, while the heavy eye pierces through illusions. Even in the celestial realm, they are regarded as prodigies. If they cannot establish a solid foundation with powerful divine entities, their future aspirations of breaking through to the emperor level will undoubtedly face formidable challenges. As they conversed, Long Feng, who had been lingering behind Su Muyao, poked his head out and cheerfully said, "Muyao, leave the task of dealing with him to me. Last time, Su Yu and I could not determine a victor, but I assure you, this time will not disappoint." He hastily added, "I do not mean it in a fatal sense." He was eager to remain close to Su Muyao, constantly drawn to her. The allure of the undying phoenix was simply irresistible to him, a true dragon. With a look of disdain, Su Muyao retorted, "What business is it of yours? If you wish to kill Su Yu, go ahead and see if you are capable. What dragon body? What destined partner of the undying phoenix? Is that truly all there is?" The others rolled their eyes in unison before moving away, distancing themselves from him. Unfazed by their disdainful gazes, Long Feng remained optimistic, believing that in time they would recognize his true feelings and his formidable talents. The bearer of the dragon body, under the guidance of the dragon ancestor, would be humiliated if he did not ascend to the rank of emperor in the future. Before long, another sound of shattering broke through the air as two colossal warships, imposing and awe-inspiring, burst through the void and came to a steady halt beside the Tianxian and Zy sanctuaries. The people from the Jiuxiao sanctuary had arrived. It was rumored that the two foremost prodigies of this generation had joined Jiuxiao, truly an unrivaled stroke of fortune. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, numerous beams of light descended from the Zhou warships. As the prodigies alighted, they immediately swept their gazes around. Upon locking eyes with the cultivators from the Tianxian and Zy sanctuaries, a palpable sense of battle intent began to rise. With all present, it was time to unlock the secret realm. Chapter 059. Maintain clean hands in your endeavors. Leave no traces. Do you understand? The secret realm remains perpetually open. However, the periphery is fortified by the 3 great holy lands with formations to prevent outside cultivators from entering to seek treasures and disrupt the internal structures. In truth, the 3 great holy lands have long regarded this secret realm established in the eastern wilderness as their private asset. Without their consent, no one may enter. Open to the public? That merely serves to silence the masses. Being granted an opportunity to enter is already a considerable favor. And as for the rules, they are entirely at the discretion of the 3 holy lands. Elders of the Jiang realm from the 3 great holy lands gathered together, nodding in mutual agreement, each retrieving a fragment of a jade pendant from within their robes. The 3 pieces merged together. Boom! As the 3 Jiang elders simultaneously executed their incantations, the previously tranquil forest began to distort. Centered around them, a pitch-black fissure slowly opened from top to bottom, resembling a grand door gradually swinging ajar. With a thud, as the formation dissipated, the original appearance of the secret realm revealed itself to the onlookers. It was a swirling vortex several dozen meters wide, adorned with dazzling, multicolored starlight that left spectators mesmerized. After gazing for too long, one might even feel their soul attempting to escape their body. Fortunately, those present on the plane were not ordinary individuals. Each was a formidable cultivator at the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm, thereby remaining unaffected. Had they been of a lower cultivation, their souls might well have been drawn out by the vortex. This explains the rule that only those at the 9th level and above may enter. As the secret realm was unveiled, the Jiang elders surveyed the faces of the crowd, their voices devoid of warmth, as they declared, "Before entering the secret realm, you must adhere to the following rules. Leave the roots when harvesting herbs. Refrain from plucking unripe plants, and always leave a portion behind. Any violation of these rules will result in ruthless retribution upon verification. This extends to your sects, families, and dynasties. None shall escape annihilation. Furthermore, while you may retain your techniques and not surrender them to the Holy Land, you must submit 20% of any spirit herbs collected. Do you understand?" Aside from the disciples of the Holy Lands, the ordinary cultivators from first-rate families and sects trembled at these declarations, responding in unison, "Understood." There was no choice. One could not expect to reap the fruits of another's garden without offering due compensation. Even the requirement to surrender 20% was acceptable, for within the secret realm, they could gather numerous invaluable resources. There was even the possibility of stumbling upon treasure vaults containing great medicinal herbs, quasi-holy medicines, or even sacred herbs. Once the elders concluded their exposition of the rules, the crowd surged eagerly into the vortex. A throng of people rushed to enter. The individuals from the 3 holy lands remained unhurried, quietly observing from the entrance, allowing the throng to enter first. Only when the last individual had crossed the threshold did the elders address their disciples, saying, "Once inside, remember, if you encounter something valuable, you may seize it, even kill if necessary. No one shall restrain you. However, ensure your actions are clean. Leave no traces. Do you comprehend? Regardless of enmity or grievances among peers within the realm, no one can impose restrictions on you. Life and death can be determined at will. Just remember this, should you encounter outsiders oppressing your fellow disciples. Regardless of whether they are your sworn enemies, you must intervene and stand with your brethren. Do you understand?" At this, the elder's tone turned stern. Outsiders can be killed without hesitation. In this world, how can one expect to survive without bloodshed? On the path of cultivation, every person is a competitor. With one less opponent, your chances at resources increase. Conflict among peers? Acceptable, but do not allow outsiders to witness. If you encounter outsiders bullying your fellow disciples, act decisively. Witnessing the elder's grave expressions, all disciples committed these words to memory, responding in unison, "Yes, elder." "Very well, proceed," the elders replied with satisfaction. After issuing their instructions, the disciples of the three holy lands simultaneously surged into the secret realm. Amidst the crowd, Suyu exchanged knowing glances with several sisters, all breaking into smiles. At last, "We meet again, little rascal." Next, within the secret realm, they would confront each other. Whoosh! The group simultaneously entered the secret realm, disappearing from sight. Upon entering, they did not materialize in the same location, but were randomly teleported. The expanse of this secret realm was vast. Any powerful being capable of crafting a realm near a life-threatening zone would have at least been a quasi-emperor in life. The diameter of the secret realm was a staggering 10,000 miles, as discovered by the Holy Land's measurements. A 10,000-mile secret realm, discovered merely a few hundred years ago. It could accommodate only those at the third level of the spirit-gathering realm, yet it harbored inconceivable resources. The secret realm could be likened to a miniature world, with rules slightly less stringent than those of the outside realm. Here, not only were there treasures from fallen powerhouses, but also naturally growing spirit herbs and many rare spiritual woods. Precious refining materials awaited cultivators to unearth. However, the secret realm opened only once every 20 years. Although this may seem frequent, time flows differently within. 20 years outside translates to a century inside. Moreover, it remains open for only a month, making exploration exceedingly challenging. As the world around him whitened, Suyu felt as though he were spinning, and after a moment, the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, allowing him to feel solid ground beneath his feet. When his vision cleared, he found himself atop a mountain peak. Before him lay an endless primeval forest, with each tree aged over 10,000 years. The roars of wild beasts echoed in the distance. Gazing far into the expanse, he discerned a colossal structure of green bricks standing majestically, emanating a faint, mysterious pressure. That must be the heart of the secret realm, the resting place of its master. The rules here were peculiar. Even he could not traverse the skies, relying solely on his physical abilities. No wonder the three holy lands had yet to fully master the secret realm after centuries of exploration. Just as Suyu prepared to depart for the center of the secret realm, he suddenly sensed something. Beneath this mountain peak, there appeared to be a vein of considerable quality. Closing his eyes to attune himself, Suyu was astonished. In a realm such as this, the divine soul could not penetrate the mountain to perceive its contents. However, he was different. The system had previously rewarded him with a divine ability known as Golden Devourer. This earthly-level skill could be cultivated by consuming metals. If he could devour those precious metals, even celestial gold, this technique could enhance his physical form to rival that of a sacred weapon. Moreover, this ability was exceedingly sensitive to metals, making it a dream technique for treasure hunting and body refining. With this in mind, Suyu no longer hesitated. He bent his knees slightly into a bow. Boom! In the next instant, he shot upward like a rocket, soaring dozens of meters high. With a powerful shout, great desolate prisoner's finger thundered forth, as a magnificent silhouette materialized behind him. The apparition extended a finger and struck the mountain with great force. With a resounding crash, the mountain shattered, a thick cloud of dust billowing forth. Simultaneously, a brilliant crimson light pierced through the dust, illuminating the sky. The phoenix blood crystal. Upon recognizing the radiant crystal, Suyu inhaled sharply. This was a rare metal capable of forging sacred weapons. I've struck gold. Just as Suyu prepared to approach and claim the phoenix blood crystal, he abruptly halted. Then, a greedy voice erupted. Get away. That phoenix blood crystal belongs to me. Chapter 060. With my presence, even a child of destiny shall gain nothing. The newcomer was evidently a cultivator from beyond the sacred land. Appearing middle-aged with a remarkably stable aura, his cultivation at the second tier of the spirit-nurturing realm. In the outer world, he would undoubtedly hold the status of an elder within a second-rate sect. To have reached such a level in the external environment signifies considerable fortune. Although possessing a faint orange fate, he still fell short of the crimson hue. Get lost. This is my possession. The middle-aged man snarled, his eyes glinting with greed. Within the secret realm, no one would concern themselves with whether one was a disciple of the sacred land, as long as the benefits were substantial. Even in the face of divinity, a cultivator would dare to draw their weapon. As he charged towards Su Yu, a chill flickered in Su Yu's gaze, soon replaced by a cold smile. Indeed, the outside world was a bloody arena. The sacred land was far too serene, compared to the tranquil atmosphere of cultivation there. Su Yu found himself more enamored with this thrill, especially when it could enhance his strength. Bang! Just as the man approached within 10 meters of Su Yu, he raised his hand and gently clapped. An invisible force instantaneously compressed the space, solidifying the surrounding air. The harmless atmosphere transformed into a lethal blade under this overwhelming power. With a resounding bang, the middle-aged man at the second tier of the spirit-nurturing realm was instantaneously reduced to a puddle of flesh. His murderous intent and spiritual power extinguished in an instant. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how he had met his demise. In that fleeting moment, there was no pain. Releasing his grip, the immense force vanished, and the remnants of flesh fell heavily to the ground, leaving a significant mark. Though a hint of discomfort lingered, Su Yu felt no qualms about his actions. Anyone wishing for his demise was on his kill list. If they could not kill him, then it was they who would perish. Having dealt with this insignificant ant, Su Yu expressionlessly extended his hand to collect the towering phoenix blood crystal. The phoenix blood crystal is a rare gem formed by the blood of avian creatures bearing true phoenix lineage, which has a chance of staining exceptional spirit stone veins. Such creatures must possess at least quasi-saint level cultivation for their blood to have such an effect. This process can take tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years to cause the mutation of spirit stones. Weapons forged from phoenix blood crystals may even possess special enhancement properties, akin to the searing attributes of a true phoenix. As he toyed with the phoenix blood crystal, Su Yu's thoughts shifted, and he retrieved the top-tier Deluo blade seed, an unformed supreme weapon, from his system backpack. A flash of brilliance emanated from his hand as the unsharpened Deluo blade seed appeared, its flickering power distorting the very fabric of space for a moment. Do you wish to partake? Su Yu presented the phoenix blood crystal before the Deluo blade seed. Buzz! In an instant, the Deluo blade seed flickered twice, seemingly expressing its desire. However, crack! Su Yu bit down on the phoenix blood crystal, the crisp sound echoing in the air. At that moment, the radiance of the Deluo blade seed seemed to pause. Under the influence of the divine ability devouring gold, Su Yu's bite was incredibly powerful, akin to a crushing machine capable of pulverizing anything. As he chewed on the phoenix blood crystal, he mumbled indistinctly, "Not eating? I'll consume it then. I've yet to experience the taste of stone." The incessant crunching resonated. "You glutton! You intend to devour it, and still inquire if I want any? While I may not be human, you certainly aren't either. You're a dog. A real dog." The Deluo blade seed emitted a disgruntled hum. It was entirely normal for a weapon of its caliber to possess some semblance of sentience. Hence the Deluo blade seed's displeasure at Su Yu's unrefined manner. Swish! As the Deluo blade seed expressed its discontent, Su Yu tossed it back into the system space. After consuming a substantial portion of the phoenix blood crystal, Su Yu contentedly burped. The devouring gold ability, now only partially mastered, still struggled to digest such a high-grade divine stone. Having consumed merely 1/20 of it, he felt overwhelmed. Storing the remaining phoenix blood crystal in his storage ring, Su Yu soon sensed its energy coursing through his body. Boom! Within him, a thunderous rumble echoed like rolling thunder. Every cell in his body, nourished by the energy of the phoenix blood crystal, danced with exuberance, causing his complexion to flush. As his entire being radiated warmth, tendrils of white mist escaped into the air, the moisture evaporating due to his rising temperature. "It's hot." Su Yu lowered his voice, his throat convulsing, unable to suppress a low growl. This sensation was indeed intense. No wonder it could enhance physical strength. This divine ability effectively transformed his body into a furnace, refining every kind of metal, extracting its energy to fortify his cellular structure. In this simultaneously painful yet pleasurable process, so you could feel his physical prowess escalating. Previously, his physique had not been particularly formidable. In battles, he had relied on ranged attacks, and despite the might of the Xianxia body, it was insufficient against opponents 2 minor realms above him, who could easily inflict harm. But now it was different. His body was strengthening, an additional enhancement to his physical form. Should this augment the power of the Xianxia body, Suyu could even overpower contenders at the 5th tier of the spirit-nurturing realm purely through physical might. As the enhancement concluded, Suyu exhaled a plume of mist, opening his eyes. At this moment, he sensed a slight increase in his height and a newfound robustness. His previously loose white robe now clung more snugly to him, it seemed. After pondering for a moment, Suyu realized this enhancement not only increased his strength, but also significantly altered his appearance. If he had once stood at a height of 185 meters, possessing a well-proportioned physique, now he stood at 190 meters, his body having grown more robust. If he were to continuously devour higher-grade metals and divine stones, he might well reach a height of 2 to 3 meters, complemented by bulging muscles. The thought of such a physique elicited both laughter and tears from Suyu. Such an explosive and imposing figure should be left for others. He envisioned himself as a cultured young master. How could he possibly become a muscle-bound behemoth? Suppressing his anticipation, Suyu extinguished the thought of further enhancing his physique and contemplated his surroundings, musing, the vast secret realm, the exploration of thousands. But ultimately, all shall converge at the center of the secret realm. Yes. Then I shall wait at the center for my opportunities. Seizing them from the hands of others will suffice. Boom! Resolute in his decision, Suyu made no pause, bending his knees before propelling himself forward with tremendous force. A deafening explosion reverberated as he shot forth like a cannonball into the distance. With my presence, even a child of destiny shall gain nothing. Chapter 61. Be a guardian of the city. Those who wish to enter must first strike me within the secret realm. Countless individuals were randomly transported to various locations. Some, unfortunate enough, found themselves in the same vicinity as top-tier prodigies, only to helplessly watch as treasures were snatched away from them. In this domain, the opportunities one could seize depended entirely on personal luck and strength. The formidable would claim all fortunes, while the weak were left with mere scraps. Should misfortune strike further, they might simply fall to the whims of the powerful. Although the 3 sacred lands maintained a close relationship, and the elders' warnings were heeded by their disciples. When confronted with an irresistible opportunity, and with no outsiders present, they would not hesitate to eliminate their peers to seize these chances. Such occurrences were commonplace. Everything that transpired within the secret realm remained shrouded in secrecy, impervious even to the scrutiny of the mightiest beings who might attempt to trace the events. Death was merely a routine affair. 5,000 miles from the heart of the secret realm, at the base of a flattened mountain, an individual gazed greedily at the aura emanating from the mountain's midsection, only to have their head severed by a companion lurking in the shadows. In the depths of the forest, disciples from the sacred land who had slain the beast guarding the great medicine king were brutally beaten to death by a coalition of lone cultivators. These solitary practitioners, having shed their facades, resembled ravenous beasts, instinctively drawn to the scent of treasure, ready to kill for riches at the slightest provocation. After dispatching an assailant from the spirit-gathering realm, xianxia frowned. Within merely 2 days of entering this realm, they had already faced 3 ambushes from cultivators, all due to their possession of a top-tier great medicine king. The allure of a single great medicine king had incited these practitioners to act recklessly. Of course, their displayed cultivation levels, at the pinnacle of the Dan formation realm and the first level of the spirit-gathering realm, made them prime targets. Moreover, the assailants were all elites from the outside world, each at least in the first level of the spirit-gathering realm, even if they could fight beyond their means. Fatigue was inevitable. They could not slay them all. Su Muya, with a furrowed brow, disdainfully tore off a corner of her skirt, discarding the bloodied part, and glanced at the 7 or 8 cultivators they had countered, remarking, "If this is the result of a single great medicine king, I shudder to think how many will stab us in the back once we reach the heart of the secret realm." Su Wanqing and Su Qingying, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Su Qingying skillfully removed the storage rings from the fallen foes and stated with composure, "Our goal is not to scavenge for resources on the outskirts. Let us proceed towards the heart of the secret realm, where we may seek the tomb of the realm's master and uncover the scroll depicting the top 20 deities of antiquity. Even lone cultivators may possess treasures. Even if we cannot utilize them ourselves, they would make splendid rewards for our kin." Among the four, Su Qingying exhibited the most composure, perhaps due to her more harrowing experiences compared to the others. At one point, Su had been a mere step away from extracting her supreme bone. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. Eldest sister speaks wisely. Other resources can be procured from the sacred lands, but the scroll of the top 20 deities is unique to our quest. The highest quality deity images collected by the Tianxian sacred land rank only 50 in antiquity. In terms of true ranking, the deity images from the Tianxian sacred land fall to 52nd in Su Yu's ancient deity album. Chen Yunqi and Su Muya responded affirmatively, understood. To be frank, they held little regard for these resources. After all, within the sacred lands, as long as they exhibited sufficient talent, they could easily gain preferential access to the elders' resources. Having made their decision, the four women ceased to pay attention to their surroundings and hastened towards the heart of the secret realm. In truth, there were many others with similar aspirations. Numerous prodigies, even those among the lone cultivators from the outside world, harbored lofty ambitions and cunning intentions, plotting to ambush those scavenging for treasures on the periphery. Only the true prodigies sought to enter and gain renown through combat with their peers over the coveted treasures. In the ensuing 2 days, various prodigies made their way towards the heart of the secret realm. Unable to fly, they relied solely on their legs for travel, significantly slowing their pace. Yet covering a distance of 1,000 or 2,000 miles in a single day was still quite manageable. Aside from those whose spirits had been worn down, nearly 1,000 individuals were heading towards the heart of the secret realm. As everyone set forth at that moment, outside the vast and magnificent ancient city of azure bricks at the center of the secret realm, Su Yu stood beneath the city walls, gazing up at the towering structure that reached a height of 1,000 meters. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, "These wretched aristocrats, even in death, must construct such opulent edifices. Who knows how many treasures lie within? The more there are, the better. That way, I can satiate my hunger, and those prodigies will have the motivation to challenge me." In Su Yu's mind, this secret realm held no allure whatsoever. His sole purpose for being here was to suppress his 3 sisters while accumulating villainous points against the fated children. Long before entering the secret realm, he had already observed that among the group entering, none were formidable. Once he exited the secret realm and elevated his power to the level of a law avatar, it would be time to return to the Su family. He had not heard from the imperial grave for a considerable time. Perhaps they were plotting something significant. Fortunately, the sacred realms were generally reluctant to venture into the outside world during the end of the law era, as it would deplete their foundations. At most, only quasi-saints would take action. Given his status, it would be quite reasonable to invite a peak master to visit his home. Setting aside these thoughts, Su Yu approached the enormous city gate, towering hundreds of meters high, and extended his hand to push the gate open. However, no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not budge the stone door even slightly. Must it be that a certain amount of time must pass before the gate opens? Su Yu pondered this idea, eventually deeming it plausible. After all, if entry were permitted from the outset, the prodigies would have likely arrived long ago. Yet, if he could not enter early, how could he suppress the prodigies? Contemplating this, Su Yu found himself troubled once more. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he promptly retrieved a mat, sitting cross-legged beneath the city gate. Since he could not enter, he would assume the role of a guardian. Anyone wishing to enter must first strike him. Reflecting on the prospect of offending a multitude of individuals by blocking the prodigies, Su Yu felt a surge of excitement. There was no way around it. To grow stronger, one must inevitably make enemies. Thus, Su Yu began a simple meditation. Time passed slowly. Soon, 2 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. By the evening of the 2nd day, sounds emanated from the forest. This must be the heart of the secret realm, right? Indeed, it is rumored to harbor treasures of quasi-emperors, even those of the imperial level. It is said that the most critical secret treasures have yet to be taken. Let us wait here and hope to gain an advantage. According to the ancestor, the gates would not open for 14 days, releasing the restrictions to allow entry. Let us wait a while longer. As the two emerged from the forest, preparing to wait beneath the city gate, they were instantly stunned at the sight of a figure seated below the gate. Who are you? Chapter 062. Youngster, what are you pretending? Do you really think you can block this place all by yourself? The two individuals approaching are young men, clad in identical attire, suggesting they're disciples of a prestigious sect. At this moment, they appear somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend why someone would dare to sit and cultivate at the city gate. Does he not fear being ambushed and killed? It is crucial to understand that once one enters this domain, no one adheres to the rules. This is a lawless land. It is only kind-hearted individuals like them who would inquire about the situation. You are obstructing the path when the city gate opens and the crowd swells. Be wary of being secretly plotted against, one of the young men kindly warns. Suyu glances up at the two, noticing both possess orange fate attributes indicative of the spirit manifestation realm, and chooses to disregard them. However, acknowledging their good intentions, he politely replies, "Thank you," before resuming his meditation. Observing Suyu's indifference, the two exchange glances and then wave it off. Forget it. Let us wait in the trees. They are neither close to Suyu nor obligated to intervene, so their brief exchange is a testament to their benevolence. The two retreat into the thicket, climbing a densely grown tree. In an instant, their auras vanish as if they had never existed. As time flows swiftly during cultivation, several days pass. By now, an increasing number of individuals appear at the periphery of the secret realm, each with diverse motives. Some seek to enter and discover the treasures of mighty warriors, while others plan to lie in ambush, intent on killing and plundering. Yet, none possess the audacity of Suyu, who boldly cultivates at the city gate. Naturally, some solitary cultivators, having experienced treachery, and a few exceptional disciples from sacred places, cast glances of murderous intent upon Suyu. In the chaos, we could take him out. With one less competitor, my chances of obtaining treasures increase significantly. Within the secret realm, unless bonded by life and death friendships, few form alliances. Even among fellow disciples, one might be betrayed for personal gain, as resources for cultivation are not infinite. Each item one acquires diminishes what is available for another. As the 8th day arrives, for figures traverse the forest. Upon witnessing the scene beyond the thicket, they are momentarily stunned. Sumuya exclaims in shock, "It's that little rascal Suyu. Is he sitting at the city gate, unafraid of death?" Su Wanqing furrows her brow, saying, "This reckless boy, there are better ways to seek death." With so many people around, does he think everyone from the 3 sacred places will refrain from striking him? No one outside will tolerate his arrogance. How can he still be so conceited after leaving home? Does he truly believe the outside world is like his family, where everyone fears his status? Once the city gate opens, we shall rush out to save him. Though I dislike that rascal, he is still our brother. Suingdinsais. However, with so many present, how can they rescue him? For a moment, the 4 fall into silence, compared to their concerns. Disciples from various peaks of the 9 heavens sacred land arrive, and upon spotting Suyu at the city gate, the disciples from Qishao and Danshao are taken aback. They quietly step back. Let us wait until the fight concludes before entering. Our little master is bound to go berserk. It is hard to disagree. The other peaks may not understand Suyu's volatile temperament, but these two certainly do. Their little master is quite cunning. Can mere numbers resolve this? When even the senior brothers of the spirit manifestation realm struggle against him, who here can contend with him? What are they thinking? The 9 heavens disciples cautiously withdraw, fearing that the ensuing battle might jeopardize their safety. Other disciples from the sacred lands notice their retreat and can't help but chuckle. Why are the 9 heavens disciples so timid? Let us disregard them. As the crowd grows larger, aside from those aware of their own limitations, searching for herbal remedies and various cultivation resources, there are already hundreds of individuals eager to enter the secret realm to seek treasures. Excluding the 9 heavens, a rough count reveals over 500 people, each a formidable presence in the spirit manifestation realm. On the morning of the 14th day, at the moment a miniature sun, conjured by a powerful entity, rises within the secret realm, and the first rays of sunlight pierce through, The immense ancient city of blue bricks glimmers under the dawn's light. The colossal stone gates, resembling a machine, automatically activate as energy surges. The once immobile gates slowly part, emitting an archaic fragrance. As the massive stone gates open, a surge of auras rises from every tall tree in the forest. The gates have opened. Let us go. I possess the map given by my master. I know the location of a treasure within. When my master entered before, he hesitated to retrieve the treasures due to formidable adversaries. Today, we shall recover them for him. Hundreds of eyes ignite with fervor upon witnessing the gates part. Treasures await. Within lies the secret hoard of a powerful being who stands at the pinnacle of the universe. Any item of decent quality could grant them a lifetime of benefit. This is the secret realm of a quasi-emperor, a realm so lofty that countless individuals can only gaze upon it in awe, like ants staring up at towering mountains. Charge! We must not allow others to seize the opportunity first. The ancient city is vast. Encounters are inevitable. Entering first grants us a greater chance. With a deafening roar, figures dash towards the stone gates, their eyes fixed solely on the treasures, oblivious to everything else. In the forest, upon witnessing the overwhelming rush towards the ancient city, Su Qingying and her companions are momentarily stunned, especially as they see Suyu remaining unmoved. This fool, the gates have opened, and he still doesn't know to move aside. This reckless boy will ultimately bring about his own demise. Sister, let us go. That idiot can only die by my hand. I have yet to avenge the humiliation of our broken engagement. The four women curse Suyu in their minds countless times. However, despite their grievances, he remains their brother, and they cannot bear to watch him perish before their eyes. Yet, just as they prepare to act, the next scene halts their steps. As the gates fully open, Suyu slowly opens his eyes, stows away his mat, stands upright, and presents his imposing figure before the hundreds rushing towards the ancient city. Surveying the crowd, Suyu grins and declares to enter the city. You must first pass my test. A mysterious pressure emanates from his being, momentarily stalling the advance of all. However, at that moment, from beside Suyu, a chilling voice breaks the tension. Kid, what are you pretending? Do you think you can stop everyone here alone? Prepare to die. With a crack, a figure wielding a spear lunges forth, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, striking decisively at Suyu's throat. Faced with the surprise attack of this adept assassin from the spirit manifestation realm, Suyu's smile fades. In the next instant, boom, a deafening sonic boom echoes, disrupting the momentum of countless individuals. Thud! In mere moments, the newly emerged spear-wielding adversary is torn asunder before the astonished eyes of the crowd. With a resounding crash, the remains of the body fall to the ground, split in two, the eyes still darting in disbelief and confusion. To enter the city, you must first pass my test. Chapter 63, Solo Battle. A single warrior takes on the entire assembly of the spirit-infused realm. In a fleeting moment, a formidable opponent from the spirit-infused realm. At the third level, lay slain, his dismembered body starkly contrasting against the ground. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Among the crowd, a cultivator specializing in physical strength within the spirit-infused realm swallowed hard, incredulously exclaiming, in a place governed by such rules, where one cannot employ movement techniques or traverse the skies, he has managed to break the sound barrier with sheer physical prowess. With his ability to shatter the sound barrier unscathed, his physique was akin to that of a humanoid war machine, specifically one of the Earth-grade caliber. To break the sound barrier with one's body is a rarity within the spirit-infused realm. Achieving such a feat requires not only astounding speed, but also a body capable of withstanding the instantaneous damage inflicted during the breach of the sound barrier. What is the rush? He may be strong, but he is merely one man. I refuse to believe he can withstand the might of us all. We are all spirit cultivators. Even if he is powerful, can he truly rival the likes of a transcendent being? Charge! Let's attack together. None among them were fledgling cultivators, nor were they delicate blooms nurtured in a greenhouse. They would not yield easily. In the face of treasured relics, even the weakest would bare their fangs against the strong. Clang! Weapons of warfare manifested in their hands, and without hesitation, they surged toward Suyu. Their singular intent was clear: to kill. Any who impeded their path to cultivation were sworn enemies. In a world where the strong devour the weak, those who obstructed deserved death. The cultivators who dared to venture into the ancient city at its inception were no weaklings. At the very least, they were spirit cultivators of the first level and above, emboldened to compete for a sliver of opportunity. Hundreds of spirit cultivators launched their assault, many bearing orange fates, and a select few even possessed the rare red fates of the destined. Such a formidable assembly would instill trepidation even in the most seasoned of spirit cultivators. The spirit-infused realm is not the holy realm, where one can dismiss the weak. There comes a time when even the strongest of spirit cultivators may find themselves overwhelmed. Should the swarming ants gather in sufficient numbers, even giants can be brought down. Dragon elephant mountain crushing palm. Cloud d'extrémité sword technique. Star shattering hammer. A myriad of martial arts erupted, disturbing the very currents of air around them. With hundreds of spirit cultivators unleashing their power simultaneously, the sheer force unleashed could tear apart even the mightiest of spirit sea cultivators. Yet, facing this overwhelming onslaught, Suyu exhibited no hint of fear. On the contrary, he felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the thrill of battle. If a fight was to ensue, let it be a glorious one. Come, if you have the ability. Strike me down. For reasons unknown, ever since he realized he could not lead a languid life as a minor lord, he had transformed entirely. Confronted by myriad threats, he could neither lie down nor retreat. Since retreat was not an option, he would let those who sought his demise crumble into nothingness, serving merely as the backdrop to his ascendance. Buzz. As the onslaught of hundreds bore down upon him, Suyu felt his blood boil, an unprecedented sensation igniting his heart. With a swift motion of his left hand, the great Luo blade seed materialized within his grasp. Whoosh! As the blade fell into his hands, Suyu's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only the roar akin to a fighter jet's engine. In mere moments, among those at the forefront, one was cleaved in two. A scream pierced the air but was quickly drowned out. There! I've spotted his position. Someone shouted. He moves with incredible speed. Be cautious. Do not let him close in. The instincts of spirit cultivators in battle should never be underestimated. Although Suyu had swiftly dispatched several foes, they quickly regained their composure. Dozens of cultivators unleashed sword and spear energies, launching a barrage towards Suyu from afar. Even a high-level spirit cultivator would find it prudent to evade such a concerted assault. Yet, Suyu, undaunted, chose to confront them head-on. Void Slash. With a great Luo blade seed in hand, he faced a multitude of diverse energies, a wild glimmer flashing in his eyes, sharp enough to pierce the very soul. Boom! With a horizontal slash, Suyu swept aside the incoming assault, as he obliterated the waves of sword and spear energies, before he could make his next move. A towering figure nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall charged forth, his massive fist aimed squarely at Suyu's face, bellowing, "I got you now, die." In the face of such a close-range attack from a practitioner of physical cultivation, even a typical 5th-level spirit cultivator would struggle to withstand the sheer force of such an onslaught. A weaker individual could easily find their abdomen pierced. How much more vulnerable was the human brain? Should that fist land, it would shatter his skull without question. However, in response to the impending blow, Suyu's reflexes were lightning quick. His gaze turned icy, and with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from the sea, his right hand shot forth, fingers curling into a claw-like grip, seizing the giant's head. With a resounding bang, Suyu slammed the giant's head into the ground. The sheer force unleashed was unrestrained, causing the earth beneath him to collapse, a massive pit of 100 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep forming in an instant. The giant's head shattered, bursting open like a watermelon. The headless corpse collapsed into the deep pit, its still functioning nerves causing the body to convulse uncontrollably. "You dare to ambush me with that physique?" Suyu remarked coldly. Not to mention the formidable hardness bestowed by the divine power of the golden devouring technique, even his body, with the qualities of the prison-settling body, was more than sufficient to withstand such an attack. An external practitioner of physical cultivation, lacking systematic training, no matter how strong their physique, remained a chaotic amalgam of strength. How could they possibly compare to him? "Ah, you arrogant boy!" Someone screamed, rushing forward with eyes ablaze with rage, clearly a comrade of the fallen giant. In response to this reckless assault, Suyu retaliated with a swift palm strike, the terrifying force erupting to obliterate the attacker into a mist of blood. For such adversaries, Suyu harbored no semblance of mercy. He might feel compassion for ordinary individuals suffering from calamities, but he would not extend such sentiments to those intent on killing him and seizing treasures. They had come with the very intention of murder. The path of cultivation is inherently brutal. To ascend to the pinnacle, one must tread upon the corpses of others, climbing higher and higher until reaching the summit. Divine deity, fusion. Observing Suyu's boundless combat prowess, the remaining cultivators refrained from underestimating him further, hastily summoning divine phantoms for fusion. The spirit-infused realm is not merely about nurturing deities. It serves as a critical threshold. Beyond nurturing deities, it allows for the fusion of the summoned divine phantoms, exponentially enhancing one's combat strength. A myriad of divine entities emerged, and with hundreds of spirit cultivators simultaneously calling forth their deities to fuse, the resulting surge of power was nothing short of terrifying. Gazing upon their rapidly escalating might, Suyu suppressed his cold demeanor. Under the inquisitive gazes of all present, he spread his arms wide, surveyed the gathering, and slowly uttered a few chilling words. The Heavenly Emperor appears. Chapter 064. 9 Heavens? What of it? A solitary figure faced hundreds, and even though Suyu possessed immense confidence in his combat prowess, he would never underestimate his opponents. If he was to engage in battle, he would do so with his utmost strength. As soon as Suyu's voice resonated, a towering and awe-inspiring phantom materialized behind him. Cloaked in imperial garb and adorned with a jeweled crown, its face obscured. The Heavenly Emperor, universally recognized as the most formidable deity of the human race. The ancient Heavenly Emperor. The moment the phantom of the Heavenly Emperor appeared, the overwhelming aura of the hundreds of spiritual realm cultivators before Suyu diminished significantly. Many, sensing the waning power of their own deities, were engulfed by dread. Those with keen eyes who discerned the divine shadow behind, Suyu could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "This is the phantom of the Heavenly Emperor, the #1 deity of all ages. How can he possess it when the Emperor's visage was thought to have vanished?" Legend has it that a spiritual realm cultivator who merged with the Heavenly Emperor's phantom could unleash earth-shattering power, capable of turning the sun and moon upside down. Though the Heavenly Emperor's phantom had long since faded from existence, tales of his grandeur have persisted through the ages. He was the most powerful being in human history, a singular force who established the heavenly court, commanded the universe, and brought all races to submission. Many of the deities that exist today are but shadows of those once enshrined by the heavenly court. Even a mighty dragon clan, a prominent race among the myriad, was subject to the heavenly court's authority in that era, often relegated to mere bureaucratic roles of weather manipulation. One can only imagine the unparalleled splendor of the heavenly court during its zenith. Even now, all races refrain from offending the majesty of the Heavenly Emperor, and this reverence endures. Acknowledging their astonishment, Suyu merely nodded, calmly stating, "Indeed, there exists the power to turn the sun and moon upside down." The crowd gasped in awe, and one individual, unable to restrain himself, shouted, "Quickly, strike! Do not allow him to merge with the Heavenly Emperor's phantom, or we will find it even more challenging to contend with him." The spiritual realm cultivators naturally drew upon the abilities bestowed by their deities, and the air was charged with an electric intensity as they unleashed their powers. As they surged forward, some transformed, their bodies igniting into flames, becoming living infernos that distorted the very space around them. Others called forth thunder, embodying the might of the storm. The simultaneous assault from hundreds would surely instill fear even in the most seasoned spiritual realm cultivator. For among them were several extraordinary prodigies capable of fighting above their weight class. In an instant, Suyu found himself enveloped by a cacophony of elemental forces, as if the very heavens were on the brink of explosion. Observing the onslaught of divine abilities unleashed by the throngs, Suyu lifted his gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips. Too late. With a resounding thud, Suyu stepped forward, and in that moment, the phantom of the Heavenly Emperor seamlessly fused with him. In an ephemeral instant, he radiated an imposing presence that rendered him nearly unapproachable. The ability he wielded, known as the sun and moon misaligned. With a flourish of his hands, the celestial bodies of the sun and moon manifested simultaneously in the sky above. The potent energies of the sun and moon cascaded down into Suyu's grasp, granting him dominion over the duality of yin and yang in that fleeting moment. As the sun and moon coalesced, the once formidable tide of opponents faltered, akin to a deflated balloon, teetering on the brink of collapse. This was not a literal inversion of the world, but rather a separation of their energies by the dual forces of the sun and moon. In that brief moment of disarray, Suyu's form expanded, towering nearly 4 meters in height. With a thunderous roar, he vanished from his original position. In the next heartbeat, he sees an unfortunate soul by their ankles, swinging them like a plush toy, smashing them against the ground with resounding thuds. After several bone-rattling impacts, those at the forefront of the attack were driven into the earth. Fortunately for the individual caught in Suyu's grasp, they were a practitioner of physical cultivation from the outside world. Otherwise, the sheer force of Suyu's onslaught would have reduced them to mere fragments. Yet, even so, their condition was far from favorable, their vitality rapidly dwindling, resembling a lifeless creature, utterly immobilized. Casually discarding the unfortunate soul, the now giant Suyu turned his gaze forward, grinning widely. "Come forth and continue the battle. This has just begun, and I shan't allow it to end so soon." He relished the thrill of combat, especially the exhilaration of overpowering the smaller adversaries. Witnessing Suyu's gleaming smile, many instinctively shivered in trepidation. A monster indeed. Even if they managed to inflict wounds upon him amidst the chaos, it appeared to have little effect. Suyu's body exhibited an almost supernatural rate of healing, and the combined efforts of hundreds of fellow cultivators had merely diminished his aura by a mere 20%. At this juncture, the ranks of those attempting to subdue Suyu had suffered considerable losses, injured or slain. Those who sought to vanquish him had all met their demise. One individual stepped forth, solemnly declaring, "Do you not fear the retribution from the various factions once you step outside? No matter how strong you are, with your propensity for violence, others will not tolerate you." At this moment, they began to reason. When they had not yet faced the brunt of Suyu's might, they had all been eager to charge forth. Now, realizing that they had been unable to subdue him collectively, they resorted to negotiation. Regardless of who they were, each person present hailed from different major factions, and they questioned whether one individual could truly afford to make so many enemies. Should your elders learn of this, they will surely not spare you. Seeing their assault wane, Suyu too paused, inquiring with a smile, "Is this a threat?" "This is not a threat. It is a fact. You are merely a spiritual realm cultivator. Do you believe you can withstand the wrath of those in the law manifestation realm or the sacred realm? The elders outside are at least of the yin-yang realm. The elders from the sacred lands are even at the quasi-saint level. The world of cultivation is a test of strength, and your background is a part of that strength. With a sufficiently powerful background, even a mere body refinement cultivator can command respect from the law manifestation masters, who would not dare defy your will." Some ordinary disciples from the sacred lands gazed at Suyu with piercing eyes, ominously declaring, "Should you obstruct our quest for opportunities, our elders will not let you off lightly. Your faction will face reckoning as well. Be wise and clear the path at once, or else." Before they could finish their threat, Suyu's light laughter interrupted. Or else your factions will seek retribution against me. Do the 9 heavens not know that external forces dare not act recklessly?" Upon hearing the name 9 heavens, all present fell silent. 9 heavens? What of it? Chapter 065. The familiar odor of a scoundrel. What is the matter? Even if you hail from the 9 heavens' holy land, do you think that offending so many people will go unpunished? Someone retorted fiercely, "The 9 heavens must uphold reason." Throughout the eastern wilderness, who does not know that the 9 heavens is the most reasonable? Usually, if one presents a valid argument, the higher-ups of the 9 heavens will listen. This time, however, after such outrageous actions, he was convinced that if he went to the elders of 9 heavens to lodge a complaint, they would not simply ignore it. However, Suyu merely curled his lips and replied, "What reason are we talking about? In the entire eastern wilderness, the 9 heavens and the Ziwei and Tianxian are the ultimate authority." As he spoke, Suyu gestured towards the 9 heavens disciples hiding in the jungle, beckoning them to come forth. Seeing this gesture, the 9 heavens disciples eagerly emerged. The disciple from Qishao Peak, who was in the spirit-gathering realm, grinned foolishly and asked, "Little uncle, what can I do for you?" With a sidelong glance, Suyu pointed to the group of people and chuckled, "Come, tell them who I am and whether my words represent the 9 heavens." Upon hearing this, the bald disciple immediately cast a glance at the crowd and shouted, "What do you want? Are you rebelling? My little uncle's words represent the will of the 9 heavens. Do you have any objections? If you do, go call your elders to speak." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was instantly struck with fear, retreating one by one, even those who had just recently fused with their deity avatars. Little uncle, those who could be called little uncle by these disciples must belong to at least the elder generation. In other words, he must be a direct disciple of some high elder. Upon hearing this, the disciples from Tianxian and Ziwei quietly withdrew their deity avatars and stepped back from the crowd. What a situation! If their masters found out they had acted against the little uncle of the 9 heavens holy land, they would surely face dire consequences. Few present knew Suyu. Those who did and were qualified to enter the secret realm were among the top 10 from the recent genius competition. They mingled in the crowd, unable to tolerate Suyu being coveted by the Holy Lands. They had initially hoped for a chance to strike, but the opponent's status was too high, and it seemed that the people from 9 heavens were quite obedient to him. They decided it was best to refrain from action. After all, they might end up losing more than they gained. Some outside cultivators, hearing such domineering words, were displeased and stepped forward to mumble, "What is wrong with little uncle? Can you really prevent us from entering?" However, the bald disciple from Qishao Peak instantly locked his gaze on him, then flashed forward with a blade, attacking without warning. "Who do you think you are? When has 9 heavens needed your consent to act? I'll cleave you in two." Boom! The flame-cutting blade erupted, a flaming blade aura extending dozens of feet. Its might not overly outrageous, yet the sheer volume of flames was indeed intimidating. The moment the blade struck, the speaker felt his scalp tingle. He exerted all his strength to barely withstand the assault. Even if he managed to block it, he still felt the heat, as its intensity could give even a third-layer spirit-gathering cultivator a headache, let alone him, a mere second layer. "Keep yapping, and I'll chop you down." The bald youth spat disdainfully. Then, he turned to Suyu, ingratiatingly asking, "Little uncle, how did I perform?" Suyu, observing the eagerness for praise plastered across his face, could not help but chuckle. "You did quite well. It feels delightful to have someone speak on your behalf." Of course, this little bald fellow was no ordinary character. The dark aura emanating from his head proved he was a genuine villain. "Excellent. I genuinely appreciate such talent." After praising this bald talent, Suyu finally turned his gaze to those who appeared unconvinced, saying calmly, "If you wish to enter, it is not impossible. However, I shall take 30% of your earnings this time. If you disagree, you may remain here at your leisure." With a metallic sound, Suyu drew out the Deluo blade and then sat down. The bald genius from Qishao Peak, displaying great acumen, promptly retrieved a chair from his storage ring and placed it behind Suyu, standing tall and proud in support. "Let us see who dares to oppose entry." Suyu's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. This group posed no threat whatsoever. Those who could genuinely threaten him were comfortably within the 9 heavens, while the disciples from 9 heavens could certainly enter. As for outsiders, maximizing benefits was paramount. Having dared to strike at me, should I not collect a little interest? There was no doubt that Suyu's domineering posture incited anger, yet they found themselves helpless, for it seemed they truly could not overpower him. Those capable of doing so were all allied with 9 heavens. The 3 great holy lands were intertwined, and if they could avoid conflict, they would certainly not engage lightly. After a prolonged silence, they discovered that no one dared to suggest a confrontation, for all the 9 heavens disciples had emerged, standing resolutely by Suyu's side. It appeared that engaging in combat would be futile. Most of the spirit-gathering cultivators were present, while those who dared not venture into the heart of the secret realm were the 9th layer of the condensing Dan realm, scouring the outskirts for treasures. Only a few who could surpass spirit-gathering dared to be here, and now they had all gathered. After a lengthy silence, finally, someone begrudgingly nodded, "Fine, I agree." Following this, one after another began to acquiesce. It was simple. Rather than wasting time here or going out to mine, it was far more reliable to search for treasures within the ancient city. Even if they had to part with 30%, it was still better than earning nothing outside. Of course, some spirit-gathering cultivators could not endure this humiliation and chose not to enter, opting instead to hunt those in the condensing Dan realm, seeking treasures outside. In this secret realm, finding treasures was a stroke of luck. Failing to guard them could even cost one's life, and that was destiny. Here, it was not unusual to commit bizarre acts. Before long, the majority chose to compromise and entered the ancient city of blue bricks. The ancient city would expel everyone on the final day, and those who attempted to remain would be directly obliterated by the secret realm's regulations once it closed. After those who were supposed to enter had done so, the disciples of 9 heavens excitedly followed suit. Observing the empty plain, Suyu turned his gaze towards the jungle and smiled. "Sisters, don't you wish to enter?" As his words fell, 4 figures emerged from the jungle, their faces marked with complex emotions. Suyu. Su Qingying began to speak, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Suyu. Suyu earnestly stated, "Although you are my sisters, you have seen my strength. However, since we are siblings, I shall give you a discount. I will only take 20% from you." The Su sisters? All right. He is indeed that familiar scoundrel. Just a little power, and he becomes insufferably arrogant. Chapter 66, This Punch, should not have sunk in. Su Miao gritted her teeth in anger, her beautiful eyes almost ablaze with fury as she glared at Suyu, saying, "You little rascal, don't go too far. You intend to deceive even us. What kind of scoundrel would anyone want as a brother? Better to take him out and be done with it." Su Wanqing looked on with contempt, remarking, "A jerk is a jerk. Can we really expect him to change? Hurry up and let us in. Others may fear Suyu, but we certainly do not. Can't defeat him? We must try before we know. Even if he is at the 3rd level of the spirit realm, we 4 are not without our fighting spirit." Chen Yunqi clenched her delicate fist, a fierce smile gracing her exquisite face. Enough of the chatter. A good thrashing will set him straight. I refuse to believe he can truly turn the tide. With a clang, Chen Yunqi drew her sword and lunged at Suyu, exclaiming, "Bastard, die! You dare to break off our engagement and humiliate me? Prepare to meet your end." Seeing Chen Yunqi charge forward, the other 3 did not hesitate and drew their swords to strike. Whether to kill was secondary. It was imperative to curb Suyu's arrogance. As his sister, it was essential to teach him the virtue of humility. Su Qingying unleashed her temporal manipulation technique, immobilizing Suyu on the spot. After extensive training, she had gained preliminary control over the Supreme Bone's abilities. While she could not directly reverse time or accelerate it to age an opponent, she could restrict them to repeating actions within a specific time frame. Divine Phoenix's true intent. Insight. Breaking invincible technique. After restraining Suyu, Chen Yunxi, Sumuyao, and Su Wanqing launched a synchronized attack. Their full power was formidable, even against a high-ranking spirit realm practitioner. After all, not everyone possessed the Supreme Bone and the Heavy Eye, let alone the reincarnation of a celestial maiden. Facing their onslaught, Suyu merely smiled slightly. In the state of merging with the heavenly emperor's deity, he effortlessly broke free from their grasp. Sun and moon in discord. In an instant, the sun and moon rose, and the magnetic fields of heaven and earth experienced a momentary disruption. Seizing this opportunity, Suyu shattered Su Qingying's temporal loop, leaping back and creating distance. As he steadied himself, he let out a thunderous roar, dark moon howl. This martial art, dominated by the essence of Yin, was fueled by the techniques of the corpse immortal's heavenly disaster. With a hint of corpse immortal energy, his Yin power was unparalleled. Waves of sonic energy radiated outward, causing the 4 to furrow their brows. While this sound wave bore no physical harm, it inflicted significant damage to the soul, momentarily halting their attacks. In that fleeting moment, Suyu's form vanished from sight, undetectable to the naked eye. Only the sound of his sonic boom and the accompanying shockwave signified his passage. "Oh, foolish girl, times have changed. You cannot defeat me now." A sinister grin stretched across Suyu's face as he seized Su Muyao's foot and hurled her into the distance with tremendous force. As Su Wanqing regained her composure and witnessed this scene, she attempted to evade, only to be caught by Suyu. With a thunderous crash, both sisters were ruthlessly flung away, their bodies smashing into tree after tree, the devastation akin to detonating thousands of tons of explosives against the mountains. The ground itself buckled under the impact. Take that. Xianxia harbored no thoughts of aiding her knockback teammates. Only by eliminating the enemy could she effectively render assistance. She could not afford to let indecision cost her life. With a deft stroke, Xianxia successfully thrust her sword forward. This was not an ordinary technique, but a sacred-level martial art, the breaking heaven sword technique. A single strike could sever the heavens. To withstand this blow through sheer brute force was impossible. It would only amplify the self-inflicted damage from the technique, unless one could unleash a force exceeding Xianxia's limits. Resistance was futile. This strike elicited a rare seriousness from Suyu. He was undeniably powerful, yet not excessively so, especially against someone of Xianxia's caliber. While he was confident, he could not afford to overlook her. Had he truly been self-assured, he would not have begun the battle while merging with the deity of the heavenly emperor. It was crucial to note that Xianxia had yet to merge with a deity. As Suyu gripped the Tao of the great Luo, a qualitative shift occurred in his aura. Previously marked by authority, it now radiated with an added sharpness and brilliance. Yin-yang cuts the heavens. Suyu bellowed fiercely. With a single slash, the powers of the yin and yang intertwined, their opposing forces merging perfectly, unleashing a might that compelled the surrounding spiritual energy to retreat. Yin and yang are born to intertwine. They typically manifest in dragon phoenix twins. If individuals of differing bloodlines awaken both yin and yang, they are destined to be a magnificent pair. Their offspring would not inherit a singular trait, but might become the legendary chaotic body. The combination of their strengths, one rigid and one supple, far exceeds that of any singular attribute. However, achieving balance between these two forces is no simple task. Suyu's ability to wield this technique was thanks to the immortal energy bestowed by the corpse immortal's heavenly disaster and the system rewards that provided him with foundational mastery. Otherwise, he would not have been able to unleash such a strike. Having not transcended the realms of yin and yang, he could not unleash this formidable power. Boom! The yin-yang blade energy shattered the breaking heaven sword aura, both forces nearly canceling each other out. Witnessing her attack effortlessly thwarted, Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. Yet, the situation left no room for distraction. In that brief moment, Suyu, the emotionless man, suddenly brightened with excitement. What an opportunity! With a powerful dash, Suyu closed the distance to Xianxia in an instant. As she realized he was before her, her expression changed. Just as she attempted to retreat, Suyu charged with a laugh. Petty-minded girl, today I shall strike you with a punch akin to a sandbag. Bang! In the next moment, the scene that left Su Qingying and her sisters in stunned silence unfolded. Suyu, moving with blinding speed, appeared before Xianxia, and that massive fist descended like a super truck equipped with rocket engines, crashing into her chest. Bang! A punch that should not have sank in completely. Chapter 067. Suyu, I am a man devoid of emotions. With this punch, Suyu held nothing back. In fact, the thrill of encountering an equally matched opponent ignited his excitement, causing his strength to surge to its fullest potential. When it struck Xianxia, the initial sensation felt odd, but soon transformed into a wave of relief, for everything was flattened. Boom! A single punch toppled everything. Xianxia's figure soared like a cannonball shot from its barrel, moving at such speed that the human eye could scarcely perceive it. This velocity even surpassed 3 times the speed of sound. A single punch, and it was a knockout. Standing in place, Suyu's tone was unprecedentedly jubilant as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Come on, let us continue the fight. Don't stop. This is the exhilarating feeling I've been craving. If I cannot subdue these girls, I shall be the one subdued. Indeed, one must never become complacent in the pursuit of strength. However, his words received no response, for Su Qingying and her sisters hurriedly rushed to Xianxia's side. Yunxi, how are you? Are you all right? The urgency in their voices was palpable. Over the past 3 years, they had trained alongside Xianxia in the Sacred Land, sharing countless conversations and growing ever closer, almost like sisters. Witnessing their dear friend in such a state ignited a fury within them. From the pit emerged Xianxia's feeble voice. Cough, cough. Fortunately, it seems I'm not dead. She crawled out, her once neat hair now resembling a lioness mane, tousled and chaotic. Relieved to see she was unharmed, the three girls sighed in relief. Yet, when xianxia stood before them, their expressions turned to stone. Seeing their dazed looks, xianxia couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why do you stare?" Su Miao opened her mouth, pointing at xianxia. "Yunxi, your body. Damn it, that scoundrel actually dared to hit me." xianxia rolled her eyes at Su Miao, retorting, "What's wrong with my body? I admit his strength is formidable, yet my flesh is equally resilient. After all, I am a celestial." But as she spoke, her gaze dropped, and in the next moment, a piercing scream erupted. "Ah, my body!" Upon seeing her current state, xianxia lost her composure. Her once curvaceous figure now resembled a vast plain, utterly devoid of shape. She could see her feet. Closing her eyes, she shrieked, "My body! Why has it become flat? Ah, that damn scoundrel! I shall kill you." After the initial shock, xianxia's eyes blazed with murderous intent. If looks could kill, so you would have been reduced to 1,000 pieces. How despicable! xianxia brandished her sword, ready to charge at Su Yu, but was restrained by Su Qingying and the others. "Yunxi, don't act rashly. We cannot win now. Let us not associate with this heartless scoundrel from now on. Let us pretend he doesn't exist as our brother and leave." With that, they all cast disappointed glances at Su Yu. This scoundrel. It was clear they could harbor no hope for him. His previous display of weakness had been nothing but a facade. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly exploit them to the fullest. If he were even stronger, today's outcome would have been entirely different. Perhaps he would have sought their bones, plucked their eyes, and drawn their blood. The mere thought sent a shiver down their spines. Could this cold-blooded creature truly be their brother? They began to question whether he had been possessed. Hearing this, xianxia ceased her struggles, nodding calmly. "All right, let us go, although I may be flattened. With a day of cultivation, I can restore myself. What is crucial now is that we have yet to master our powers and cannot compare Su Yu, this anomaly. To truly overpower him, one must attain the Dharma realm, or even the catastrophe realm. It is impossible at our current level." The four of them glanced back at the ancient brick city behind Su Yu, filled with opportunities they desired, yet they would never submit to Su Yu's exploitation. They would rather forego it altogether. If necessary, they would spend additional time seeking other alternatives. If they failed, they could always use the divine portrait from the Tianxian sacred land to cultivate their spirits. Ultimately, they could correct their paths later. There were myriad methods, albeit a tad troublesome. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and left. Not far away, Su Yu, still exhilarated, was taken aback by their expressions. Their unfamiliar demeanor sent a chill down his spine. It seemed to push too far. Su Yu realized that his earlier punch might have overstepped, provoking an overwhelming resentment from his sisters and xianxia. If this escalated, how would they compete fiercely in their cultivation without any contact with him? Would he truly have to tread the path of killing sisters for enlightenment and killing wives for enlightenment? Although xianxia was merely his fiancée, it still raised questions. No, Su Yu shuddered. The outcome was uncertain. Strength in the early stages did not guarantee continued superiority. By the time he reached the saint or emperor realms, xianxia, the reincarnated celestial maiden, would possess far more means than his humble self. At that point, he would undoubtedly find himself facing a dead end. With that thought, Su Yu wasted no time, swiftly taking action, his speed surpassing even 4 times the speed of sound. A deafening roar erupted, waves of sonic energy rippling outward. Wherever he passed, even the sturdiest trees were shattered and toppled by the shockwave. The sound reached xianxia and her companions, igniting an unbearable fury within them. "Enough! Su Yu, do not push us too far." Before they could finish, they felt enormous hands lift them. Suddenly, they found themselves spinning wildly. "Off you go!" Su Yu seized the four and hurled them toward the ancient brick city. What? Before they could comprehend, they were thrown into the city, disappearing from sight. After completing this act, Su Yu clapped his hands, exhaling in relief. "Fortunately, I can bully them as I please, but I cannot afford to have them harbor no feelings for me. One devoid of emotions is quite sufficient." In the next moment, Su Yu dashed toward the city gates of the ancient brick city. The premise for maximizing benefits is he must first secure the greatest advantages for himself. Chapter 68. The The 3,000 steps, a chasm that divides the talented from the mediocre upon entering the ancient city of blue bricks. Suyu's objective was crystal clear as he hastened towards the highest edifice of the city. A quasi-emperor had painstakingly crafted a small world to serve as his tomb, adorned with opulence and laden with treasures. Suyu was skeptical that a man standing at the pinnacle of power would exhibit such benevolence. An apex quasi-emperor, devoid of offspring or clan, would he truly possess goodwill towards the cultivators of the world? Certainly not. The construction of this secretive mausoleum must harbor deeper ulterior motives. Should he conceal a treasure or seek a successor, he would undoubtedly place his most prized possessions within his coffin's chamber. The most fitting location for such a tomb was undoubtedly the resplendent Golden Temple, which stood in stark contrast to the other structures of the ancient city. As he traversed the ancient city, he observed the constant ebb and flow of cultivators entering and exiting each building, searching for treasures. The Golden Temple was remarkably conspicuous, yet they chose not to pursue its riches. The rationale was simple. They felt ill-equipped to contend with it. Not only would they struggle against the mightier prodigies, but the dangers within the Golden Temple were beyond their capacity to confront. If this secret realm were truly a land of fortune, brimming with treasures, the various factions and sacred places would not have sent in so few individuals. While opportunities abound, the risk of death looms large. Among the thousands who entered, upon the realm's closure, the number who perished due to traps, beasts, and internal conflicts exceeded 2,000. In past instances, entire legions had nearly been annihilated, with over 10,000 cultivators reduced to merely 1,000 survivors. Thus, the majority of the current seekers were prudent, only scavenging for treasures within their limits. Unfazed by these treasure seekers, Suyu maintained his singular focus, aiming directly for the Golden Temple. As for their finds, they would be teleported outside the ancient city a day before its closure, leaving him with a portion of their spoils. As for offending others, what of it? I am already a villain. I dare to cross paths with those fated to greatness. What is there to fear from these treasure hunters? As long as I continue to grow in strength, none shall defy my will. Navigating through the throngs and streets, Suyu arrived at the foot of the Golden Temple. Gazing upward, he beheld the grand entrance towering above him, flanked by thousands of steps. Numerous cultivators struggled to ascend the steps. Redirecting his gaze, Suyu took a step onto the first step and immediately sensed its distinct nature. At that moment, he felt an imperceptible weight pressing down upon him. However, this burden was feeble enough to be dismissed entirely. A trial, perhaps. It appeared to be a test of physical and spiritual fortitude. Should one's body or soul fail to meet the standard, forcefully ascending would result in their immediate obliteration. The strong are not philanthropists. They ascend atop the corpses of others. If a trial does not claim lives, its purpose is rendered meaningless. With a smirk, Suyu mused, trials that threaten life are preferable, for they ensure I remain vigilant against all threats. With a steady gait, Suyu continued his ascent, appearing as though he were strolling leisurely. Within an hour, he had already traversed over 1,000 steps. Of the 3,399 steps, he had conquered 1/3. Those cultivators who lingered at the 1,000-step mark were disheartened to witness Suyu ascend with such ease, akin to a leisurely stroll. How infuriating! Wei toiled to reach just 1,000 steps, yet he appears to be wandering in a garden. Is his physical and spiritual strength truly so extraordinary? Could it be that if he were not exceptional, he wouldn't be able to stand against us all? Enough of this. If I continue, I fear I may perish. However, they were reminded that a premature exit would result in the loss of 1/3 of their cultivation. Better to withdraw after 2/3 than to risk losing more than just cultivation. The trial permits withdrawal, yet each exit incurs a corresponding penalty. A 1/3 distance withdrawal results in a loss of cultivation, while a 2/3 withdrawal could obliterate 2/3 of one's soul, reducing them to the innate realm and potentially impairing their intellect. Once, an overly confident prodigy from the outside world struggled to the 2/3 mark, only to be reduced to a state of near idiocy upon attempting to withdraw. Observing Suyu's effortless ascent, many succumbed to despair and chose to exit. Even if it meant losing 1/3 of their cultivation, it was preferable to risking death. Suyu paid no heed to their conversations, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the pinnacle of the Golden Temple. As he neared the summit, the pressure on his body and soul intensified. Upon surpassing the 2/3 mark, the The strain increased dramatically. An ordinary cultivator at his current position would be crushed into pulp by the pressure. The brown stains on the steps bore witness to the fates of those who had recklessly crossed the two-thirds threshold, only to be forever trapped in that final segment. In truth, those who could reach this point were prodigies in their own right, easily capable of overwhelming standard cultivators of their level and even contending with those of the fourth tier. Yet, they ultimately met their demise at this very juncture, a threshold that starkly delineated the talented from the mediocre. As so you step beyond this fateful divide, pausing firmly at that threshold, the expressions of the prodigies lingering at the two-thirds mark were a tapestry of astonishment and complexity. However, so you remained indifferent to their thoughts, pressing onward as if impervious to the mounting pressure, his pace unwavering. At this moment, only a handful of individuals remain ahead, barely a dozen able to enter the final segment. Each possessed an orange fate or higher, with some even bearing a red fate. But did this matter? All prodigies would serve as stepping stones beneath his feet. With determined strides, so you advanced towards the finish, effortlessly surpassing those struggling to move forward. Under the watchful gazes of those around him, as the third hour approached its conclusion, he finally set foot upon the final step. A resounding and crystal-clear chime echoed through time itself, resonating in that moment. Ding! Chapter 69. The Gift of a Near Deity. Little one, do you possess the interest to bear the karma and legacy of this emperor? A profound bell tolled, resonating across countless epochs to reach the present. Its sound permeating the entire secret realm. Even those laboring underground to unearth exquisite spirit stones paused to hear the penetrating chime. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the golden temple. Then, a grand voice devoid of emotion echoed, reaching the ears of every individual. Unparalleled talent, the qualities of a celestial. Breaking the record for the fastest ascent, each step a trial of limits. 3,399 steps. Should one reach the summit, they would possess imperial potential. With Siyu ascending before unleashing his full power, he shattered the boundaries of imperial aptitude. Countless individuals stood agape, shock etched on their faces. Celestial potential. This legendary quality had truly manifested? Was it not the end of the Law era? Why would one endowed with such talent appear at this moment? Should they not have been confined by their ancestral clans, awaiting the arrival of the Golden Age to emerge? Would they not fear squandering their potential by appearing now? Countless minds were bewildered, struggling to comprehend why such top-tier talent would arise in this era. The qualifications of an emperor could drive the sacred lands to madness. What then of the qualities of a celestial? Was the Golden Age to arrive prematurely? Would the end of the Law era soon be upon us? Did this imply that, with our talents, we too might achieve sanctity? Was a new wave of power reshuffling about to commence? Speculations abounded, each conjecturing various outcomes. Yet, Suyu harbored no desire to delve into such matters. Rumble. As Suyu pushed open the heavy golden door, a thunderous sound reverberated. Upon entering the golden temple, his gaze immediately fixed upon the front. In the very center of the grand hall, a high platform had been erected. Atop it stood a coffin, silently looming. Around the coffin, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, as if it housed a presence too great for even space to endure. Once standing at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the world was a formidable being. Even after countless years of death, their essence could still command reverence from heaven and earth. Could even space not withstand the might of their fallen flesh? Suyu's eyes burned with fervor as he stared at the coffin, murmuring to himself. Was this the terrifying aspect of a peak powerhouse? Even in death, they could not be buried by the heavens. In the realms of yin and yang, one cultivates the dual energies, merging them to become a celestial being. A celestial possesses a corporeal form, strength, divine soul, essence, and fate. Overcoming the 5 declines leads to the rebirth of the corporeal body, reshaping the innate physique. Surpassing all 5 declines results in the threshold of a quasi-saint. Those who transcend the 5 declines and are reborn see their corporeal forms remain undeterred for a millennium, their jade-like bones shining with an everlasting brilliance. Simultaneously, those who have traversed the 5 declines enjoy an infinitely extended lifespan. A quasi-saint can live for 2,000 years, a force unmatched. Beneath the saint realm, the maximum lifespan scarcely exceeds 1,000 years. Even those of the law form live only 600 years, and those cultivating the spirit merely 500. The phrase beneath the saint realm, all are, but ants is not mere rhetoric. It is an undeniable truth. Their lifespans are far too fleeting, no matter how dazzling. Without achieving sanctity, they are but ephemeral sparks, leaving no trace in the annals of history. Just like him, no matter how strong, he remains merely an exceptionally gifted young prodigy. If he truly wished to garner the attention of the mighty, without reaching the law form, he would merely be a remarkable talent, easily crushed. Despite the current warm and kind attitude of Xiao towards him, even the ancestors felt compelled to emerge from the divine source to guide him. Yet, where were they all this time? The restoration of the divine source took merely a few days. Its absence was merely to await his breakthrough into the law form, revealing the true potential to contend for the saint realm. So he was acutely aware of his trump card. Maintaining such an extraordinary pace of advancement was essential to garner the strongest support. Otherwise, stepping into the outside world could result in immediate obliteration. Even slightly powerful dynasties had the means to hunt him down. He felt his own weakness keenly. If one day he could reach such heights, no force would dare to act brazenly before him, would they? A deep sense of expectation and envy flickered in Suyu's eyes. It was precisely because he understood the cruelty of cultivation that he remained undaunted. As long as he could present the requisite conditions, even if he offended the world, there would be those willing to back him. Suyu would harbor no affection for anyone or any force, for everyone was merely utilizing one another. Even Xiao was simply placing certain hopes upon him. As for the Su family, Suyu understood that even if he lived an ordinary life, the Su family would ensure his safety. That seemingly benevolent father was easy to read. He merely wished for his son to live well. He felt affection for the Su family, but for Xiao, he felt no need for emotional ties. Everyone was merely using one another. He truly wished to grow stronger. Suyu clenched his fists, reflecting inwardly. He did not desire to live this way, yet felt powerless. For he was weak. Weakness was the original sin. Setting aside such thoughts, Suyu surveyed the opulent interior of the Golden Temple. Here, he even beheld statues carved from exquisite divine sources, elegant and imposing, with a faint imperial might lingering even after countless ages. Should an ordinary person stand here and gaze upon the statue, they would likely be compelled to kneel. In addition to the exquisite divine source statues, the hall housed various rare medicinal herbs, all perfectly preserved. Even after countless years, their properties remained intact. Even holy medicines could be found in dozens here. What a treasure trove! Suyu couldn't help but curse silently. Truly, the pinnacle was worthy of its name, with resources casually displayed that could enviously captivate saints. After scanning the area, Suyu found no particularly useful information. At last, he returned his gaze to the coffin. If nothing of value was found here, the most probable scenario was that treasures were interred as accompanying offerings within the coffin. Thinking this, Suyu strode confidently towards the coffin without hesitation. The closer he approached, the more the imperial might and oppressive aura weighed upon him. This pressure was several times stronger than when he ascended the steps. The outside world merely screened those qualified to enter. Here lay the true test. Suppress it. Within a meter of the coffin, Suyu was compelled to exert all his strength against the encroaching pressure, veins bulging, expression contorted, his throat constricting as he growled. A mere remnant of a corpse. Dares to make me kneel? In your dreams. Boom! Suyu unleashed his full power, resisting the overwhelming force. Making that final step. Crack! As Suyu took that step, the platform shattered, and the coffin plummeted. Immediately, a voice imbued with potent strength emanated from within the coffin. Celestial potential, truly commendable. Little one, do you possess the interest to bear the karma and legacy of this emperor? Chapter 070, Little one, are you now willing to take me as your master? As the words fell from the ruins of the collapsed high platform, a wisp of ethereal light emerged from a coffin crafted from the ancient starry tree. Gradually, a phantasmal figure began to take shape, revealing the image of an elderly man, slightly hunched with age. The old man opened his eyes and gazed at Suyu for a prolonged moment before breaking into a warm smile. Little one, I perceive your extraordinary talent. You possess the demeanor of a great emperor. Come, accept my inheritance and become the sole disciple of this emperor. Inheriting the name of the fighting heaven quasi-emperor and stir the winds and rains in the realm of Xianxia. The old man spread his arms wide, seemingly welcoming Suyu. Upon hearing the term fighting heaven, Suyu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment. He had heard of the fighting heaven quasi-emperor, a pinnacle figure from tens of thousands of years ago, who existed at the onset of the era of diminished magic, a time when spiritual energy was so feeble that even quasi-saints struggled to traverse freely. Yet, the fighting heaven quasi-emperor appeared to defy the odds, continuously overcoming challenges, wandering the outside world, or inadvertently breaching certain secret realms to achieve breakthroughs. Furthermore, he seemed unbound by the constraints of the natural order, consistently advancing amidst the era of diminished magic. In just a millennium, he attained the status of a quasi-emperor, at the pinnacle, a quasi-emperor of the highest order. Renowned for his formidable combat prowess, he even once pressured the great holy lands to the verge of breathlessness. Had he not existed during the most powerful early days of the diminished magic era, he might have had the opportunity to validate his path through sheer strength. He was a legendary figure, deserving of being recorded in the annals of the great holy lands. Yet, such a powerful pinnacle quasi-emperor had also met his demise. The phantasmal figure of the fighting heaven quasi-emperor observed Suyu, who appeared lost in thought, and gently coaxed, "Little one, I am the invincible quasi-emperor who roamed the universe 70,000 years ago. In that era, whether it be the top holy lands or the divine clans, all were suppressed under my reign. Take me as your master and learn my fighting heaven techniques, and you shall attain invincibility. Your unparalleled talent, combined with my methods, will surely allow you to become an emperor in this waning era, suppressing all." Though his words carried an enticing undertone, they were not without merit. The fighting heaven techniques were indeed deemed invincible in their time. Even the peak quasi-emperor ancestors of the Jinwu clan found it challenging to withstand 100 moves against him. His imperial title, Fighting Heaven, was not without reason. It was rumored that the Fighting Heaven quasi-emperor mastered a secret technique of the heavenly sovereigns. The fighting secret of the primordial heavenly sovereign, which was hailed as the ultimate in the world, unmatched in aggression. The fighting secret could replicate all forms of combat techniques and divine arts that he had witnessed, even simulating the combat skills of emperors. It was so powerful that it could be described as monstrous, most suitable for those with extraordinary physical constitutions, as they could leverage this replication to overcome the strong with the weak. With a sigh, the fighting heaven quasi-emperor expressed his regret. "Little one, had I not been ambushed back then, how could I have vanished so swiftly? Otherwise, even an emperor would have had to contend with me." As he spoke, his confidence regained its fervor. It seemed he reminisced about the past, his gaze lost in memories, before shaking his head and lamenting, "Now, I only wish for my fighting heaven techniques not to be severed. Of course, if given the chance. I also hope to cultivate an invincible being to pave the way for me into the forbidden zones." As he concluded, the fighting heaven quasi-emperor's demeanor grew serious, a fierce hatred flickering in his ethereal eyes, appearing far from faint. However, Suyu held skepticism towards his words. As the saying goes, one should only trust 3 parts of what others say. Regardless of who it is, one must retain a grain of doubt and never trust blindly. Especially when it came to the words of this old fox. He could not trust even a fraction. Meeting the old man's gaze, Suyu lifted his head earnestly, stating, "Is this truly the case?" Seeing that he seemed to believe him, the phantasmal figure of the fighting heaven quasi-emperor beamed even more brightly. "Of course. Otherwise, what do you think I could possibly do in this state? I am known as an honest man in the realm of fighting heaven." As he spoke, the old man's spectral form even rubbed his hands together, seemingly filled with anticipation. He beckoned Suyu closer, eagerly proclaiming, "Come, little one. Allow me to impart upon you the true methods of the imperial realm. A quasi-emperor is still an emperor, especially one so close to the realm of true emperors like myself. A fine seedling indeed." Observing Suyu's life force, which surged with vigor like a roaring furnace, the fighting heaven quasi-emperor could hardly contain his excitement. Such a young and vibrant physique was indeed a rare gem. At such a tender age, he already prioritized the stability of his foundation, truly exceptional. How tempting! Suyu, upon hearing this, displayed an expression filled with yearning, taking a step forward, inching closer. Just as he was about to draw nearer, the fighting heaven quasi-emperor's voice grew urgent. "Yes, a fine seedling, come closer. Allow your master to examine your physique." As Suyu stood 3.14 meters away from the fighting heaven quasi-emperor, he suddenly halted in his tracks. The old man, seeing this, became anxious. "Little one, what is the matter? Come closer, so I may pass down the supreme law to you." Thus, you shall become the man who suppresses all in this age. So you remained stationary, the yearning and daze in his eyes dissipating. His handsome face broke into a smile as he replied, Senior, your act is far from convincing. Look at you, you're practically drooling. How can I feel at ease approaching you like this? It was not that Suyu did not wish to continue playing along with this tiresome old fellow, but rather, this old man's acting skills were simply abysmal. Every little thought was written all over his face. He lacked the cunning to carry on his ruse. Hearing Suyu's words, the phantasmal figure of the fighting heaven quasi-emperor felt as though someone had pressed the pause button, freezing for a moment. Wait, is my acting really that poor? The old man's face stiffened, his tone subdued as he sighed. He believed he had performed admirably in the past. When he ventured into those secret realms, the spirits of those ancient beings were far less accommodating. Upon seeing him pass their trials, they would immediately rush forth to seize him. He had promised so many benefits. Yet, this little fellow was not taking the bait. So you spoke sincerely. It's not that it is poor, but rather that it is unbearable to watch. It is nothing like acting. His words were heartfelt. The fighting heaven quasi-emperor's performance was indeed quite poor, lacking any semblance of acting. This response plunged the spectral figure into a moment of desolation, appearing somewhat disheartened. However, this fleeting sorrow vanished in an instant. Cast aside those emotions, the old man's aura transformed completely. His presence surged like a vast ocean of stars, dazzling to the point of being blinding. His once hunched back straightened, and his visage shifted from age to youthful. He now appeared as a figure of grandeur, exuding an otherworldly charm. Tall and elegant in his flowing white robe, his long hair danced lightly, shining brilliantly. The restored fighting heaven quasi-emperor gazed at Suyu with a hint of condescension, a smile gracing his lips. Little one, are you now willing to take me as your master? Chapter 071. The inheritance 70,000 years ago, the unparalleled and resplendent Dotian, the Emperor of Combat. At this moment, the middle-aged figure of Wushuang truly embodies that supreme pinnacle of existence, shaking the cosmos as the Emperor of Combat. It is he who possesses the grandeur to look down upon the world, rather than the previously timid old man. This magnificent middle-aged figure, exuding an aura of imperial majesty, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Suyu with a smile. What do you think? Your foundation can progress at a faster pace, free from the constraints of external rules, allowing you to continuously elevate yourself. I will entrust everything to you. These words were spoken from the depths of his heart, devoid of any deceit. He is Dotian, a supreme existence daring to challenge the heavens. Possession? A trivial matter. Were he in the golden age, he would possess numerous methods to revive himself, to live his second life. However, years of solitary struggle have made him realize that alone, he could never reverse the tide. Those forbidden zones are far more terrifying than he had imagined. To pacify the forbidden zones, to break the rules, to shatter the barriers of families, sacred lands, and sex, is not a task that one can accomplish alone. He needs assistance. Upon hearing this, Suyu did not immediately agree, but instead inquired, Why choose me? What makes you believe in me? The Emperor of Combat countered with a question, Would you kill your kin for the sake of success? Those who have genuinely treated you well, would you choose to slay them in pursuit of the great path? Suyu replied without hesitation, Does the attainment of the great path require a heart of killing? If so, then I shall seek my own way to enlightenment. This question required no contemplation. He could answer it sincerely. To harm those who have treated him well? No, he cannot do it. No matter how ruthless his blade might be, he would never direct it towards those who have shown him kindness. That is his final bottom line. As for strangers, he could kill them without hesitation. Even the villain must adhere to principles. A villain, not a heartless demon. Even if the world were to perish, what concern would it be to me? I only need to protect them. The Emperor of Combat smiled brightly, a radiant grin illuminating his face. Ha ha! After laughing heartily, the Emperor of Combat squinted his eyes, seemingly delighted, and proclaimed, You see, you have already presented the most perfect answer. Your true heart is such. Why should I scheme against you? This little fellow is so much like I was in my youth, innocent and endearing. Yet, it is this very innocence that I cherish the most. Your heart has already satisfied me. I, Dotian, have lived my life without children, abandoned by my parents on the roadside, until a pair of ordinary couples took me in, preventing me from freezing to death that winter. They treated me exceptionally well. Though life was hard, it was also joyful. Unfortunately, they passed away due to a plague when I was 6. Thus, I lived as a vagrant begging for alms. Sometimes beaten, sometimes treated kindly. I do not blame life, nor do I resent my parents for abandoning me. I only harbor resentment towards those who bear malice. If someone seeks to abduct me with ill intentions, even in death, I would fight tooth and nail to take a piece of flesh from them. If someone offers me coarse bread, granting me the strength to survive, I shall repay their kindness in full. If individuals from the authorities come to bully them, I would risk my life to take 2 of them away. Even if I am hunted by the dynasty afterward, I would have no regrets. I live my life by my true heart, indifferent to right or wrong. If they treat me well, even if they are a demon, they are still the ones I must protect. For the sake of my true heart, I dare to challenge the heavens. The Emperor of Combat spoke calmly, succinctly recounting his life, elucidating why he chose the title of Do Tian. He could engage in battle with the heavens for what he deemed worthy. The top sacred lands, families, and forbidden zones could all be considered heavens. So you listened attentively, without any particular thoughts, only stating solemnly, "Will you take me as your disciple and impart your secrets of the Do character to me?" The Emperor of Combat, who had been reflecting, was caught off guard by this unexpected request. After a moment, he regained his composure and chuckled. "You little rascal, you certainly do not stand on ceremony. You directly ask for my secrets. The Do character secrets are not something one finds on the streets. This is the secret method from the mythic era, comparable to celestial arts. The most powerful secret technique in the xianxia domain. To obtain one of the 9 secrets is to claim kingship, to establish a sacred land, to declare oneself an emperor. Others would wish to kneel and offer everything just for a glimpse of the 9 secrets. Yet here you are, asking for them outright." So you scratched his nose, coughed lightly, and pretended to be serious. "If I were to stand on ceremony, would it not seem distant? After all, you're on the brink of death. If you don't pass it to me, do you intend to stir up trouble in the underworld?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Combat was taken aback, then glared at him fiercely, retorting, "You little brat, how crude. Who told you I am about to die? I am merely here to mend my body, awaiting the arrival of the Golden Age, the early stages of the end of the law. How could I possibly last until the end of the law? At that time, I merely raided a forbidden zone to steal an elixir of immortality and a piece of celestial essence, only to be nearly obliterated by the master of the forbidden zone. Fortunately, the rules of heaven and earth were at their strongest then, preventing the master from pursuing me. That is how I miraculously survived. Currently, I have only sealed my body with celestial essence, isolating myself from the passage of time. Even this golden divine temple was constructed from the divine essence I scavenged in the northern region. Even if the quality of the divine essence is not exceptional, it is still worth a fortune. Just the value of this golden divine temple could buy the lives of 100 small sacred lands. To maintain my immortality is already so extravagant. As for death, that is far too early. When the golden age arrives and the laws of the emperor lose their effect, I shall break free from the source and compete for the imperial throne at the first moment. Although my body is sealed with celestial essence, 70,000 years will still erode my vitality. The elixir of immortality is my contingency plan. Once the great age is imminent, I will break free and immediately consume the elixir, living a second life. The exclusive item of the emperor, wasted on a mere peak quasi-emperor, is indeed akin to a wild boar feasting on fine food. As he spoke, the Emperor of Combat waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, you passed my test, and my methods should indeed be passed to you. From now on, you shall quietly cultivate here for a year. I have a considerable amount to impart. If I were to give it all at once, your mind would surely burst, so you shall need to return several times." Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes were filled with perplexity. A considerable amount? To give it all at once? What kind of nonsensical talk is this? However, the Emperor of Combat paid no heed to his bewilderment, floating toward the temple's exterior, then waved his hand. "All unrelated individuals, get out." Buzz. The next moment, the rules of the entire secret realm began to manifest, with each cultivator being instantaneously transported out. When everyone finally appeared on the plain, their faces were still filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get out? Everyone looked utterly bewildered. Moments later, among the crowd, a light and melodious voice erupted in a panic cry. "Ah, my divine scroll. Chapter 072. Seizing Opportunities. Elder Qin's subtle thoughts on the plains outside the secret realm. Amidst a crowd that had been forcefully expelled, the sisters Su Wanqing and Su Qingying gazed sorrowfully at the now-sealed secret realm before them. Su Wanqing exclaimed in anguish, "My divine portrait scroll! I was so close." Just moments ago, she had nearly touched the divine portrait scroll, only to be abruptly transported away. What could have transpired? Were they truly destined to be denied such a formidable divine portrait scroll? Not only the sisters, but many others around them were overwhelmed with despair. Some kneeling on the grass, pounding the ground in frustration. Their hearts ached as if they were bleeding. A holy-grade divine essence the size of a human head, along with a sentient sacred herb that could escape, was almost within their grasp. Yet they were cast out. This profound sense of loss left them gasping for breath. Suddenly, 3 elders from the sacred land appeared in an instant, surveying the vast crowd, their expressions one of bewilderment. What has happened? There are still 12 days until the secret realm's closure. Why have you all emerged? An elder from the Zhouxiao sacred land approached a Zhouxiao disciple and inquired sternly, "What transpired within the secret realm that led to your expulsion?" The disciple, lost in confusion, replied, "I don't know. I was in the midst of seizing a holy martial arts manuscript, just halfway through, when I was transported out." He raised a hand holding 1/3 of the manuscript, his eyes reflecting an undeniable sorrow at its destruction. "Damn, this is sacred martial arts. Moreover, it is the original manuscript, from which countless copies could be made and sold. Even if submitted to the sacred land, I would have received substantial rewards. Now it's all gone. My greatest opportunity has been annihilated." Upon hearing the disciple's account, the elder wore a grave expression. He then began to search for the Zhouxiao disciples in the air. Ultimately, he found that none were missing except for Su Yu. A bold conjecture surged within the elder's mind. Could it be? This thought sent a shiver down the spine of the elder, who held a quasi-saint status. Absurd. Could it truly be this young man? Tell me, did you venture to the center of the secret realm? Did you encounter your little master uncle inside? The disciple vigorously nodded, saying, "I did. My little master uncle was incredibly powerful, blocking everyone from entering the center of the secret realm and knocking them all down. In the end, he made a serious threat. No, a negotiation, that to enter the center, one must surrender 30% of their gains." He then inquired, by the way, "Where is my little master uncle?" Before he could finish, the elder covered his mouth and said, "Quiet. Quickly inform them to return to the warship." Such words should not be spoken. If they discovered that Su Yu had not emerged, a throng would likely conspire for nefarious purposes. The disciple realized the gravity of the situation and nodded repeatedly, "Understood, elder." As he hurried to inform the other disciples, the elder wasted no time, directly locating several trusted disciples and discreetly instructed them to return. In no time, the agitated Zhouxiao disciples silently retreated. When all had returned to the warship, the elder immediately declared, "From now on, remain here and do not speak. I will investigate the situation, and then we will depart. This matter is serious. We must not let any information leak, or Zhouxiao will face dire consequences." Yes, elder, those capable of entering the sacred land were not fools. They understood that the root cause of this incident lay with their little master uncle, Su Yu. Perhaps this secret realm might become the private property of the Zhouxiao sacred land. After ensuring the disciples were settled, the elder wasted no time and flew out of the warship to meet with 2 other quasi-saint elders. "Any leads?" the elder asked. Elder Tianxian furrowed his brow and shook his head. "None. It seems everyone was transported out in an instant. However, we did learn that just before the incident, a bell rang within the Golden Temple, its sound echoing for miles." "How peculiar," Elder Zue murmured, then turned to Elder Qin. "Why have you arranged for your sacred land's disciples to return to the warship?" He surveyed the area and noticed that all Zhouxiao disciples had departed. This incident was sudden. Since the secret realm opened, such a situation has never occurred. "I dare not delay or risk the lives of my disciples," Elder Qin replied sternly. The creator of this secret realm was at least a peak quasi-emperor. Who knows what unexpected events could arise? If there are no leads, I can only return to the sacred land to report and await the Lord's decision. Hearing this clear and logical response, the 2 elders nodded in agreement. "You are correct. A peak quasi-emperor, even in death, could leave behind dangers that even we, as minor quasi-saints, cannot withstand." With that, the elders of Tianxian and Ziwei called out. All Tianxian Ziwei disciples, return to the worship and stand by. Once the orders were given, the disciples of the two sacred lands did not dare to delay and began returning to their respective worships. Upon hearing this command, Su Wanqing and Su Qingying could only suppress their disappointment. It seemed they were fated to part with these treasures. Let us return and see if we can find another divine portrait scroll to depict the deity. We cannot delay any longer. Cultivating a deity is an urgent matter, as it forms the foundation for their next realm. They must not be hasty, nor can they afford to be tardy in their breakthrough, lest it hinder their future cultivation. Stuck at the peak of the 9th stage of the Dan condensation was a precarious predicament. Prolonged stagnation could damage their meridians due to the accumulating spiritual energy. Sighing, the sisters left the crowd, their faces etched with disappointment. After the two sacred lands withdrew, others dared not linger on the plains, quickly retreating a safe distance. Ultimately, after the three elders questioned individuals in a bid to uncover the cause without success, they too had to pilot their warships away. The sudden closure of the secret realm necessitated a report to the Lord for a determination. In no time, the area surrounding the secret realm was cleared. No one dared to approach too closely, for none could ascertain whether the sudden closure was due to a malfunction in the realm's operational laws, potentially leading to its catastrophic destruction. An enormous secret realm exploding could level countless miles of territory. Once everyone had departed, the entrance to the secret realm quietly vanished, as if it had never existed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully seizing the opportunity of the child of destiny, earning rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully disrupting the child of destiny's resolve, earning rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the feat of making countless enemies, earning rewards. Chapter 073, Embracing the Legacy. The unmatched art of assault, the secret of the Do character. Within the resplendent golden temple, a series of system notifications echoed in Suyu's mind. Ding! Reward settlement. Gained rewards. Villain points 79,000. Dragon elephant mountain crushing fist, soul nurturing saliva, mountain driving technique. And the corpse sutra of the celestial seam. Dragon elephant mountain crushing fist, a martial art of the celestial realm. This fist technique unleashes the explosive power of the frail human body, rivaling the might of dragons and elephants. Soul nurturing saliva, a product of ancient soul beasts. It can nurture the spirit and restore damaged soul strength. Usable only by those at the sage level. Mountain driving technique, a divine method of the heavenly gang when mastered. It allows one to wield a whip to command mountains to part, capable of shifting 100,000 mountains. Invoking the ancient rites employed by the celestial court to appoint mountain deities. Corpse Sutra of the Celestial Seam, harnessing the great powers of heaven and earth as threads. It can stitch the corpses of myriad races, manifesting their former might and sewing together the essence of the world, ranked as an imperial grade technique. Upon seeing the rewards presented by the system, Suyu couldn't help but shudder, astonishment gradually illuminating his eyes. Imperial grade. Stitching corpses. He had finally gathered them all. The Celestial Sutra of stitching corpses, capable of resurrecting the might of the dead, yet he lacked the technique for stitching. Now, at last, he had acquired it. With the Corpse Sutra, Suyu could invest effort in raiding the tombs of powerful beings, excavating their remains to stitch them back together, allowing them to regain their former prowess. Even if they lacked their pre-mortem combat capabilities, it would still be advantageous. At the very least, he could summon countless fearless undead warriors to undertake most of his tasks. This was something any faction or sect would covet. He had it now. One person could rival a sacred ground. It didn't seem unattainable. Although the Corpse Sutra could only stitch together corpses of those weaker than himself. As long as he continuously improved his cultivation, once he reached the sage level, he could stitch together quasi-sage corpses. One person could create a sacred ground eternally abundant in sage-level beings. Exhilarating. At this moment, Suyu's spirit soared. Observing his sudden joy, the ethereal figure of the Do, Tian Sovereign couldn't help but reflect, youth is indeed a marvel, despite his prior demeanor of maturity. Witnessing my willingness to impart such knowledge moves him. This little fellow is truly easily satisfied. Just wait until I bestow upon you all my skills. How astonished you shall be. With this thought, the Do Tian Sovereign couldn't suppress a smile. He cherished such simple-minded youth, preferring them over those who plotted with ulterior motives. He even felt a certain aversion towards the latter. Thus, he favored straightforward individuals like Su Yu, who displayed their true nature openly. Had he encountered someone like him in life, he would have smiled and remained silent, rather than hastily extinguishing their existence. Youngsters should be pure-hearted. As Su Yu emerged from the system's space, regaining his focus, he observed the Do Tian sovereign's silly grin and couldn't help but mutter internally. Does this sovereign appear somewhat dim-witted? The fact that the Do Tian sovereign had been killed at the peak of his power suggested he had been lured into confronting top-tier opponents. After all, how could one at the pinnacle of the quasi-sovereign level possibly perish? One should have the sense to avoid death, especially when outmatched. Could it be that his intellect was somewhat lacking? Noticing Su Yu's gaze, the Do Tian sovereign retracted his smile, feigning seriousness, adopting an air of a hermit, and proclaimed, "All right, the stage is cleared. Now it is just you and me, little one. From this day forth, as you receive my teachings, you shall become my sole disciple, inheriting the name of Do Tian. Go forth and carve out your own path in this land." Su Yu, intrigued, inquired, "Inherit your name? Is there a legacy of yours in Xianxia? Will hold weight? If I step out as Do Tian, will your enemies target me?" Such confidence from a sovereign. However, it seemed reasonable, for the Do Tian sovereign was indeed a peak figure, already qualified to establish a premier sacred ground. It was only logical for him to leave a legacy. If that were the case, then perhaps the 9 heavens could wait. Yet, under Su Yu's expectant gaze, the pride on the Do Tian sovereign's face stiffened. Cursing inwardly, he cleared his throat. "Ahem, perhaps it's premature for you to bear my name and venture forth. When the golden era approaches, you may act without restraint. I have many enemies outside. If you carry the name Do Tian, I fear you might be smacked down before you even show your face." 70,000 years ago, during the end of La Era, although he was unafraid of the constraints of heaven and earth, resources were exceedingly scarce. To break through to quasi-sovereign, he had raided many sacred grounds for resources. Some of those sacred grounds might still exist. Who knew how strong they had become after 70,000 years of recuperation? If he ventured out now, Su Yu could very well be obliterated. Su Yu opened his mouth, brimming with a torrent of insults in his mind, yet in the presence of a sovereign, he opted to swallow them, ultimately transforming into a sigh. "Very well, you, a dead man, should teach me your skills. Indeed, one cannot trust a sovereign who has been slain. What they say is often less useful than mere wind." Though the 9 heavens' sacred ground also indulged in lofty promises, at least they provided tangible benefits. Upon hearing this, the Do Tian sovereign's expression twisted in indignation, his face reflecting a grievance. "What do you mean by dead man?" "This is called strategic self-preservation. When the golden era arrives, you shall see how formidable I truly am." "Huh, young one, in time, you'll understand that I, Do Tian, am your greatest pillar in this world. Once I recover, even the beings from a forbidden zone will be of no consequence." Su Yu nodded repeatedly, feigning enthusiasm. Yes, enough of that. Hurry along, for I have prepared a gift for you, and we shall see how effective your teaching is." The Do Tian sovereign, with a disdainful expression, retorted, "A gift? You, a mere fledgling, have a gift?" Despite his words, the Do Tian sovereign set aside his jest, adopting a serious demeanor. "Though you have not performed the formal rites of apprenticeship, I, being a half-dead man, shall forego such pretenses. Remember, by accepting my teachings, we are henceforth nominally master and disciple. Do you have any objections?" In that moment, he exuded an aura of authority and imperial presence. Su Yu's expression turned solemn. He stepped back 3 paces, bowed, and clasped his hands toward the Do Tian sovereign, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness. "Master, none at all." Seeing his demeanor, the Do Tian sovereign nodded slightly, a promising disciple indeed. In the next instant, the ethereal figure of the Do Tian sovereign flashed before Su Yu, extending a hand to gently touch Su Yu's brow. In the following moment, a torrent of vast information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Among it, Su Yu grasped the pivotal details. This technique was obtained from excavating the tomb of the heavenly sovereign. By mastering this method, one can simulate any attack technique, swiftly evolving the combat methods of others. Ultimately, at its pinnacle, it can even emulate the might of the most powerful imperial weapons. It is one of the 9 secrets, renowned as the Do character secret of unmatched assault. Chapter 074. Even if the heavens were to shatter, I shall uphold this vast firmament for you. Aside from the secret of the Do character, this emperor, in his youth, also created a quasi-emperor level martial art, along with several sacred realm techniques and various insights into the realms of yin and yang. Today, I shall impart all of this unto you. When the golden era descends, the name of Do Tian shall once again illuminate the heavens. Boom! As the words echoed, the secret of the Do character surged first into Su Yu's mind, accompanied by fragments of insight from the quasi-emperor Do Tian. Such profound insights and exceptional skills, whether in the outside world or within the sacred lands, would undoubtedly provoke envy from great sages, and even those newly initiated into the quasi-emperor realm. To receive the teachings from a peak quasi-emperor is beyond imagination. It is inconceivable to consider the heights that the chosen one might reach. The peak of quasi-emperors signifies the pinnacle of an era. Moreover, the level of quasi-emperor Do Tian emerged during one of the most severe times of the end of the Law era. In that age, not only were quasi-emperors rare, but even quasi-saints struggled to make breakthroughs. This is one of the reasons why Do Tian, as a quasi-emperor, was immortalized in history. His deeds were indeed extraordinary, deserving the description of defying heaven. The Qing Tian Jin martial art of the Yang realm is designed to refine the strength of one's arms, allowing for feats of celestial support. While somewhat exaggerated, at its peak, the Qing Tian Jin can unleash enough force to shatter any non-physically trained practitioner of the same realm. In his mind, Su Yu's spiritual avatar sat cross-legged at the center of his consciousness as the spirit of quasi-emperor Do Tian elucidated the martial arts techniques before him. Such a face-to-face transmission of teachings at the quasi-emperor level is a privilege that few would dare to dream of. In the sacred lands, aside from the sealed progeny of the great emperors and a few scions, it is virtually impossible to receive such dedicated instruction from a quasi-emperor. Not to mention quasi-emperors. Even a venerable elder of the sage realm would not provide such meticulous teachings. While Do Tian imparted martial arts and secrets, Su Yu focused on his meditation and practice. Here, he was free from concerns of being spied upon. Regardless of the commotion he might create, Do Tian would merely express surprise, without any ulterior thoughts. He also had no fear of Do Tian possessing him, for the latter's physical body lay within a coffin, nourished by various potent medicines and even everlasting elixirs. The resources devoted to his corporeal form were immense, comparable to the entirety of a sacred land's resources. For someone like Su Yu, aside from his unparalleled talent, there was little else to commend him, making him appear rather humble in comparison to Do Tian. The Do character's secret primarily revolves around simulation, with its essence being the ability to manifest that simulation into reality. So you set aside other martial arts to concentrate on the study of the Do character's secret. The notion of simulating everything, reminiscent of simulators from his past life, led him to wonder, could a person also be simulated? With a mental spark, Su Yu felt that this hypothesis held merit since simulating battle techniques and the might of the supreme imperial weapons clearly derived from what had already transpired. That which could not be simulated had never occurred. Thus, the true profundity of the Do character's secret must relate to time. Could it be that one retrieves results from the river of time? No. Perhaps it involves dissecting the essence of what has been observed, thereby outlining it according to the laws of heaven and earth. Realizing he might be in a misunderstanding, Su Yu acknowledged that he was still a little distance from truly grasping the Do character's secret, but not by much. Upon this realization, he opened his eyes and returned from his consciousness. Regaining control of his physical body, Su Yu swiftly executed the Do character's secret, albeit with some initial awkwardness. He recalled the details of his previous battle and focused on Lin Mo, the opponent he had faced. Boom! In the next moment, countless images flashed through Su Yu's eyes, as if he were dissecting the essence of battle techniques. Following that, he vanished in a flash and unleashed a powerful punch. Tian, thud! Su Yu's fist struck the column of the Golden Temple. Despite its construction from divine source materials, reinforced by formations, even his full-power assault failed to cause the temple to tremble. As his fist approached the column, a transparent barrier rose, absorbing the kinetic energy of his attack. His full force strike merely created ripples across the barrier. The martial art of the unparalleled physical body had successfully simulated, though he could not yet replicate its essence. It was already sufficient. Indeed, besides retrieving manifestations from time, the foundation of the Do character's secret enables me to rapidly analyze and evolve the essence of battle techniques, allowing me to activate specific meridians using the energy of the Do character's secret without needing to comprehend martial arts manuals. Suyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, filled with joy at his understanding of the Do character's secret. Even if he was merely at the threshold, it was enough. The 9 secrets were indeed extraordinarily powerful, deserving of the title of a heavenly technique. With my current cultivation and comprehension, evolving an unparalleled martial art is no issue. And I can even trigger the Lin character's secret to further activate the Do character's secret, allowing me to transcend realms and evolve martial arts of the yin and yang domains. At this moment, Suyu attained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. The Lin character's secret granted him the strength to step into the divine forbidden realm and slay foes beyond his level, while the Do character's secret endowed him with the ability to wield formidable martial arts. Sufficient. As Suyu basked in his elation, a voice filled with astonishment drifted from afar. Did you just utilize the martial arts activated by the Do character's secret? It has form and might, yet lacks soul. The figure of Quasi-Emperor Do Tian floated over, his ethereal eyes reflecting surprise and considerable agitation. This little fellow, his talent is exceedingly formidable. How long has it been since I imparted teachings? 4 months. In just 4 months, he has comprehended the Do character's secret and even managed to simulate it. Although he had to trigger it multiple times to succeed, this speed is incredibly astonishing. How long did it take me? It took me a full 5 years to grasp the divine secrets. So you learned it in just 4 months. His talent is indeed unparalleled. This statement holds true. As far as he knew, the fastest individual to grasp the Do character's secret before had been himself. Now, Suyu has reduced that record by more than tenfold. If this were to spread, the divine clans, and even the masters of the Forbidden Zones would undoubtedly send someone to bring him back for training. Hearing this, Suyu glanced at his personal attributes panel in his mind and discovered that the Do character's secret had been recorded in his martial arts section. He nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Yes. It is the martial arts of others activated by the Do character's secret." Haha, excellent. Now I have even more confidence in you. Upon Suyu's admission, a radiant smile broke across Do Tian's face. Before the arrival of the Golden Era, Suyu's ascension to Quasi-Emperor seemed all but assured. Subsequently, he tossed a storage ring towards Suyu, saying, "These are resources I gathered in the secret realm while you were cultivating. They are of no use to me now. I've calculated that, with your solid foundation, these resources will suffice for you to reach the sacred realm, or even the great sage level. Go now. It is time to leave. Otherwise, it may arouse suspicion. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, bring them here. I will ensure your safety." Suyu replied, "What if a Quasi-Emperor comes? Below the 4th level, all who come are merely nourishment for my secret realm." Do Tian responded with an air of dominance. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt reassured, accepted the ring, and nodded lightly. "Very well. I shall take my leave." Go. Do Tian waved his hand, then turned to drift back into the coffin. However, as he turned, Suyu respectfully performed a standard disciple salute, saying, "Though I have not formally apprenticed, our bond resembles that of master and disciple. I, Suyu, pay my respects to you, master." As the words fell, Suyu decisively stepped out of the golden temple, vanishing from sight. Within the hall, the ethereal figure seemed to exhibit a slight ripple, its tone imbued with a sense of helplessness yet tinged with appreciation. "You're somewhat perceptive, young one. With your lack of malice, go forth and create a stir. Even if the heavens were to be torn asunder, I shall bear the weight of this vast sky for you." Chapter 075. Returning to the 9 heavens, setting off for the celestial ceiling. In the depths of a forest, 1,000 miles away from the mystic plane, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings as Suyu's figure materialized out of thin air. Observing the desolate landscape and the sparse spiritual energy in the air, Suyu realized he had departed from the mystic realm. The outside world is truly barren, he mused. Compared to the Holy Land, even the Su family, which often mingled among the first and second-rate aristocratic clans, found the spiritual energy here to be exceedingly meager. Any cultivator who managed to reach the Dan formation realm in such a harsh environment would, in normal times, be capable of contending for the spirit convergence realm, or even the Dharma manifestation realm. I should return to the 9 heavens and report back, so you thought, having been away for so long. If I don't return to provide an explanation, there will certainly be repercussions at the 9 heavens. He understood well that although joining the Holy Land appeared advantageous, granting access to countless resources, it also imposed numerous restrictions. Take, for instance, this expedition to the mystic realm. He had directly acquired something immensely valuable. While the Holy Land might not demand its return outright, it would undoubtedly impose limitations upon him, potentially even preventing him from venturing outside. His seemingly unwise teacher, the Emperor of Battle, despite his lack of apparent cleverness, had foreseen this possibility. Thus, before his departure, he had discreetly placed a foundational technique and accompanying martial arts of imperial caliber within Suyu's storage ring. This was intended for Suyu to take back as a report. As long as he submitted this ring, the scrutiny he faced would lessen significantly. Moreover, he had cleverly buried a little trap within, having included a flawed manuscript of the Doozy's secret technique to ensure that the old geezers of the Holy Land would be too preoccupied to focus on him. So you could even claim a reward for having submitted a technique of such caliber. Months had passed, and it seemed that all major factions had yet to relinquish their interest in the mystic realm. The air above him was occasionally disturbed by sonic booms, caused by powerful cultivators heading toward the mystic realm. Retrieving his gaze, Suyu chose not to wander about, but instead took out a meditation mat, seated himself cross-legged, and then retrieved the space scroll provided by the Holy Land, crushing it with determination. Crack! As the scroll shattered, a vortex coalesced before him. This was a teleportation scroll. Unlike the first-rate noble family's teleportation scrolls, which could directly lead to designated locations, the Holy Land spatial scroll required an escort to guide the user. This was a precautionary measure to prevent seed-level disciples from perishing unexpectedly in the outside world. A day later, within the spatial vortex, several powerful presences emerged. Soon after, 2 elders at the quasi-saint level appeared. Upon stepping out of the passage and seeing Suyu seated before them, they were momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by expressions of joy. "Suyu, you've returned." Hearing the elder's voice, Suyu opened his eyes and nodded. "Yes, elder. Let us return to the Holy Land. I possess a treasured item and cannot wander carelessly." At these words, the 2 quasi-saint elders paused, then hastily replied, "Very well, let us return quickly." Stowing away the meditation mat, Suyu followed the 2 elders as they entered the spatial passage. During the teleportation, the 2 dared not ask questions, their curiosity directed toward Suyu. After a day of travel, they finally arrived at the teleportation point outside the 9 heavens Holy Land. The warship, prepared in advance, immediately set sail into the large teleportation array upon receiving Suyu. The Holy Land, concealed between the void and reality, required this process to reach it. Only during significant events would the Holy Land manifest in the physical realm. The journey to the Holy Land consumed considerable time, yet this was inconsequential. After traversing the void for over a month, the warship finally docked at the Holy Land's port, coming to a steady halt. As Suyu disembarked, the Holy Lord, along with the 8 peak masters and over 100 elders, stood ready, awaiting his arrival. Before Suyu could offer his respects, the Holy Lord, wearing a serious expression, commanded, "We must go to the Grand Hall of the sect." Immediately, everyone surrounded Suyu as they soared towards the Grand Hall. Observing this spectacle, many disciples of the 9 heavens were filled with astonishment. What has transpired? Has a top-tier, powerful figure come to our 9 heavens, prompting such a reception from the Holy Lord and the peak masters? Speculation abounded, but many concluded that such a grand occasion must involve significant individuals. This doesn't concern us common folk. Time to focus on cultivation. I have some sect tasks to attend to. Within the Grand Hall, hundreds of elders sat in the lower positions, while Suyu and the 8 peak masters took their seats beneath the Holy Lord. Once everyone settled, the Holy Lord, with a grave expression, addressed Suyu, "Junior brother, recount the events that transpired in the mystic realm and why it suddenly closed." This is a matter of great importance and must not be treated lightly. Suyu, upon hearing this, sipped some spiritual tea and succinctly recounted the unfolding events. Naturally, he concealed the crucial details, particularly withholding any mention of the Emperor of Battle. After concluding his narrative, He did not wait for them to digest the information, but instead removed the storage ring from his finger, presenting it solemnly to the dignified Holy Lord. This contains the foundational techniques I discovered while receiving a legacy in the mystic realm, a quasi-emperor level technique at the 7th tier, along with 3 accompanying martial arts. And at this juncture, Su Yu's gaze flickered subtly before he fell silent. Observing this, the Holy Lord's expression sharpened, and he grasped the ring, probing within its contents. When he encountered the incomplete scripture, his pupils abruptly constricted. With a swift motion, he stowed the ring away, and no further questions arose. The dignified Holy Lord offered Su Yu a warm smile. "Junior brother, you have accomplished a great feat. Feel free to request any rewards you desire." Without hesitation, Su Yu replied, "I hope to send 2 foundational techniques and accompanying martial arts to the Su family, along with resources to cultivate powerful beings in the Holy Realm, a late-stage quasi-emperor technique and martial arts, a copy of the flawed Duzi secret technique, and a fist-sized piece of celestial essence." Exchanging such resources was a trivial matter. The dignified Holy Lord promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well, this is certainly feasible. Your requests are quite reasonable, even modest. Moreover, since your requests are for the Su family, it puts everyone at ease. After all, who wouldn't want to benefit their own kin?" After arranging these matters, the dignified Holy Lord inquired, "Junior brother, do you know when the mystic realm will reopen?" "In 100 years, Su Yu asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, the dignified Holy Lord visibly relaxed. A century was a manageable wait. The mystic realm could save the Holy Land a significant amount of resources. If it were to be permanently closed, it would be a tremendous loss. Thus, its reopening was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. Once all questions were addressed, the dignified Holy Lord turned to Su Yu with a smile. "Since you have obtained the greatest opportunity, it may be challenging to achieve further breakthroughs in the Holy Land. How about accompanying Elder Gio to explore the newly emerged island?" Su Yu, taken aback, asked in surprise what island. Without waiting for the Holy Lord to respond, Elder Gio explained. "A month ago, a massive island comparable to a continent appeared in the sea under the jurisdiction of the 9 heavens. The Holy Lord has arranged for us to depart the day after tomorrow to conduct the celestial sealing ceremony there." Upon hearing Elder Gio's words, the dignified Holy Lord added cheerfully, "Junior brother, are you interested?" After processing the information, Su Yu's excitement surged. "Celestial sealing? This sounds exhilarating. Let's go." Chapter 76. Rather than entrust my fate to others, I shall take command myself. The following day, as the Holy Master and 8 Peak Masters watched Su Yu and Elder 9 depart on their warship, a faint smile lingered on the Holy Master's refined visage. He gently remarked, "Junior brothers and sisters, let us proceed to the Sacred Academy and ascertain the authenticity of the fragment of the demon script that our junior brother has unearthed." The greatest opportunity for a potential emperor had nearly been exhausted by Su Yu. The techniques and corresponding martial arts of a budding emperor were treasures of immeasurable worth. Moreover, the fragment of one of the world's most formidable 9 secrets, even if incomplete, held extraordinary value. Thus, any notions of Su Yu concealing additional treasures were largely dispelled. Even if he did, the items he had submitted were sufficient for everyone to turn a blind eye. A prodigy must not be provoked to desperation, unless they had already resolved to abandon him. However, they had glimpsed the hope of reuniting the immortal scriptures through Su Yu, making it even less likely for them to give him up. At the very least, in the present moment, no one else could be more suitable than Su Yu. They would continue to invest in him with unwavering commitment. Yet, before that, it was essential to foster a stronger sense of belonging to the Holy Land within him. The Lord of Qishao Peak turned to ask, "Brother, when will the ancestor emerge to guide him?" Others listened to such promises with eager anticipation. But as high-ranking members, they were acutely aware of the intricacies involved. The depths of the matter were profound. Without absolute talent, who would squander their own foundational resources? It was simply impossible. A prodigy remained merely a prodigy, not a true powerhouse. They were fragile, capable of being crushed at any moment. The Holy Master, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the profound vortex of space ahead and spoke slowly. To excavate a great sage-level elder for guidance entails a substantial cost. Unless our junior brother can break through to the Dharma aspect realm and manifest our most desired form of Dharma, the Dharma and divine powers are both indispensable. While his understanding is already sufficient, it ultimately does not equate to capital. Furthermore, according to the calculations of the current Holy Master of the Tianyan Holy Land and the Elder of the Tianji Tower, the influence of the last great era had begun to wane. At most, within a century, the golden era would dawn. Thus, to unearth an ancestor, the ideal scenario would be for our junior brother to break through to the Dharma aspect, or, at the onset of the impending great era, we cannot place all our hopes on our junior brother. We must also prepare for the emergence of the Emperor's son. At this juncture, a flicker of obscurity passed through the Holy Master's eyes. The golden era, indeed. He was still in his prime. With a century left, perhaps he could contend for the position of a potential emperor. Let us proceed to the Sacred Academy and gather the elders to collectively analyze this incomplete fragment of the 9 secrets. The Sacred Academy was the true sanctum of the Jiuxiao Holy Land, inhabited by contemporary and past sages, as well as those revered great sages of the sect. The 9 figures turned and soared deeper into the Holy Land, their gazes filled with reverence. At this moment, having just departed the Holy Land, aboard the warship traversing the void, Suyu stood on the deck, his eyes reflecting newfound resolve. Rely on no one. Instead, let my iron fists pierce through this vast firmament. Since arriving, though everything had proceeded smoothly, Suyu was acutely aware of the multitude of pressures looming over him. Dharma aspect, calamities of yin and yang, the 5 declines of heaven and man, potential sages, holy beings, great sages, and potential emperors. Not to mention, there undoubtedly existed ancient beings of the potential emperor realm within Jiuxiao. They were the true players on the chessboard. If I remain outside the sanctity, I am ultimately but a pawn. It is possible that I am merely a substitute, pushed forth by Jiuxiao to shield the emperor's son from harm. Nevertheless, I must strive to demonstrate my inherent worth. For it is only through this that I can avoid being sidelined or mistrusted, thus maximizing my chances for freedom. Take this journey into the heavens, for it seems I am not even needed. Yet, the Holy Master still mentioned it, merely seeking to investigate and scrutinize the items I presented. They wish to divert my attention, but so be it. It aligns with my desires. As I gaze into the ever-passing void, I murmur, when I possess the ability to command the void and traverse its depths, who would dare to underestimate me? Not even my 3 elder sisters, nor the so-called reincarnated fiancée E. The path converges. I, alongside all others, will emerge as rivals. Rather than surrender my destiny to them, I shall, myself, govern the fates of all. At this moment, Elder 9 stepped out from within the warship, observing Suyu standing on the deck. He gently urged, Suyu, please enter and cultivate. We are still 2 to 3 months away from our destination. If our mission proceeds smoothly, we may have half a year to dwell in the outside world. Elder 9 was indeed a genuine powerhouse of the Holy Realm, albeit somewhat of an outlier. When the time comes, you may return to the Su family to visit your kin. This leniency is reserved for true prodigies. Others do not enjoy such privileges. As the depth and resolve in Suyu's eyes faded, he turned to Elder 9, gratitude flickering in his gaze. Thank you, Elder 9. The Holy Master has bestowed considerable resources upon me. In these 3 months, I shall endeavor to break through to a higher realm of divine essence, striving not to drag the elders down. Observing Suyu's determination, Elder 9 smiled gently. Good child. Go forth, concentrate on your cultivation, and strive to master the 9 Peaks Heart method. In doing so, you shall truly secure your place within the Holy Land. Suyu nodded in affirmation, replying, Yes, Elder. He performed a respectful bow before entering the ship's cabin, though the momentary warmth of gratitude swiftly dissipated. Upon returning to his chamber, Suyu did not retrieve the resources prepared for him by the potential emperor. Instead, he produced another storage ring, a reward from the refined Holy Master. Beyond the additional offerings to the Su family, it was only fitting that he, recognized as the immortal seed by Jiuxiao, be treated with due consideration. The resources contained herein were ample enough for him to break through to the pinnacle of the divine essence realm. As for the Dharma aspect, they did not believe Suyu could break through to that level in the outside world. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Suyu settled onto a cushion, entering into a meditative state and embarking upon an intense cultivation process. This expedition into the secret realm not only allowed him to master the 9 secrets, but also equipped him with numerous battle techniques and insights from the potential emperor regarding realm comprehension. With the refined experiences of predecessors combined with his own foundation, Suyu's breakthrough could propel him to the pinnacle of divine essence in one go. Boom! In an instant, the entire warship began to vibrate significantly. Fortunately, this vessel was comparable to a sacred weapon. Otherwise, such a breakthrough might have veered them off course. Divine Essence Realm 4th Layer. Divine Essence Realm 5th Layer. Divine Essence Realm 6th Layer. Suyu surged forward, breaking through with remarkable momentum. His resilient meridians provided him with the utmost assurance. The commotion also astonished the Elder Nine and others controlling the warship. Truly, he was a prodigy chosen by the Elder. His breakthroughs were as effortless as drinking water. As time swiftly passed in the midst of this cultivation breakthrough, 3 months later, on a certain day, the ship emerged from the void, and Elder Nine's voice penetrated Suyu's ears, rousing him from his meditative state. We have arrived. Chapter 077, Measuring the Heavens. A single word determines life and death. This is the privilege of the strong. Upon hearing these words, Suyu opened his eyes, and the distorted spatial force around him gradually settled. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he folded his mat and rose from his chamber. Stepping onto the deck, Suyu saluted the ninth elder and cast his gaze outward, pondering, is this the edge of the eastern wilderness? Outside, the land was no longer visible, replaced by an endless expanse of sea, occasionally adorned with frothy waves. It resembled the ocean he had encountered in his previous life, an abyssal, deep blue sea. The ninth elder nodded, affirming, indeed, this is the eastern sea region. With a solemn expression, the ninth elder continued, you must remember, never venture into the sea alone. Beneath these waters dwell terrifying sea beasts. Without the cultivation of a saint, attempting to traverse these waters is akin to a fool's dream. Most sea beasts lack formal cultivation methods, yet the mysteries of the ocean allow them to evolve merely through consumption, attaining powers comparable to those of the celestial realm, or even approaching the status of a quasi-saint. He recounted a recent event. Not long ago, a quasi-saint, nearing his end, sought to cross the sea to a distant island in pursuit of longevity, yet merely flying 1,000 miles. He was devoured by a whale as vast as an island itself. Even I would not dare act recklessly. He gestured towards the warship, which was shielded by formations that concealed its aura, ensuring a smooth voyage. This is my Jiuxiao territory. Even the sea beasts must yield upon sighting our vessel. What is Jiuxiao's stature? One of the foremost overlords of the eastern wilderness. In this sea, even if demon tribes hold dominion, they remain in the distant depths, compelled to maintain cordial relations with Jiuxiao. Otherwise, how could the Holy Land dare to come here to measure the heavens? Suyu nodded, a smile gracing his face. I understand. Indeed, having a formidable backing in the early stages is exhilarating. It allows one to act without restraint, venturing anywhere. The warship sped forward at nearly 10,000 miles per hour, gliding over the sea without a single sea beast daring to leap above the surface. As Suyu peered ahead, a small black dot gradually materialized after more than an hour. That was the newly emerged island, although referred to as an island. Its expanse was vast, comparable to that of a continent. Upon witnessing its emergence, Suyu's curiosity piqued, and he inquired, Elder, what does measuring the heavens entail? To be honest, it was the first time he had heard of this. The ninth elder chuckled, stroking his beard as he elucidated. Measuring the heavens refers to assessing the territorial boundaries within our domain, incorporating it into our realm, and bestowing identity upon it. It allows these newly emerged primitives to communicate with regions like the eastern wilderness through Jiuxiao-controlled vessels. Suyu understood, recognizing the deeper implications behind the ninth elder's words. Though he framed it as such, the underlying intention was reminiscent of the age-old practice of claiming uncharted territories, dispatching professionals to develop lands, and extracting resources. Ultimately, all resources would be surrendered to the Holy Land, leaving only the mundane for the common populace. However, actions must appear justified, hence the term measuring the heavens. In truth, this was akin to the ancient celestial bureaucracy, where the celestial court sanctioned the entirety of the cosmos, while the Holy Land merely sanctioned its own territory. Before long, the small black dot expanded rapidly. Boom! Upon entering the island, the ship did not pause, heading straight for the center. As the vessel docked, the ninth elder's vast, saintly consciousness unfurled, enveloping the entire island within moments. After a brief interval, the ninth elder retracted his consciousness and declared, all is normal. The island harbors 3 kingdoms, with the strongest cultivator merely at the Dharma aspect realm. It remains an uncivilized land. Swiftly, the ship cruised above a bustling capital, its massive silhouette casting a shadow over the city. Countless ordinary residents gazed up in terror, bewildered by the sight. In a grand palace below, several powerful figures, exuding the aura of the spirit-gathering realm, shouted, "Who dares approach? Depart from the skies above the Xianxia capital at once." Without inquiry or hesitation, they unleashed their mightiest attacks. However, their assaults struck the ship, failing to stir even a ripple. Boom! The ninth elder snorted coldly, a suffocating pressure cascading down, causing the group of spirit-gathering experts to crash heavily to the ground. "What brings you here, immortal? What is your purpose in our Xianxia?" As the pressure intensified, an ancient voice echoed from within the palace, trembling with unease. Soon, a stooped elder of the Dharma aspect realm appeared before the warship, bowing deeply in reverence, lowering himself to the utmost degree. Yet, the ninth elder paid him no heed. Stepping forward, he leaped from the deck, ascending above the royal city, surveying the surroundings before proclaiming, "Measure the heavens." "Yes," responded several outer sect elders of the Calamity Sun realm in unison. Boom! In unison, they unleashed a powerful aura akin to the blazing sun, the pressure so immense that countless ordinary citizens fell to their knees, their eyes wide with reverence. Measuring tool, rise. The measuring tool, a sacred artifact utilized to assess the heavens and earth, will meticulously calculate and record the dimensions of this uncharted island. This would facilitate the arrangement of formations in the future. Buzz! The sacred measuring tool soared into the clouds, its majestic authority fully revealed. Soon, the data was relayed back. The outer sect elder of the Calamity Sun realm spoke with cold detachment, devoid of emotion. The island measures 43,723 miles in length, 31,097 miles in width. It is classified as a continental-level island, with low spiritual energy concentration. It is rich in mineral resources and spiritual wood resources. Rated as high value. Upon receiving this information, the ninth elder nodded, then shifted his gaze to the trembling Dharma aspect elder, stating indifferently, "This land falls within the territory of my Jiuxiao holy land. Henceforth, you shall all be subjects of Jiuxiao." Without waiting for the elder's consent, he commanded the outer sect elders, "Prepare the heavenly engineering shovel, extract the spiritual veins, seal them in the Qinquan bag, and transport them back to the Holy Land. Keeping 7 and leaving 3. Retain the low-grade resources, acquire the high-grade ones." Understood. Rumbling. Soon, the island trembled with significant force. This was the commotion caused by the extraction of spiritual veins. The disturbance instilled fear in the ordinary residents of the island, and even the cultivators gazed upon the celestial feats with deep trepidation. What transpired before them transcended their comprehension. Ordinary folk fell to their knees, fervently calling upon divine beings. Meanwhile, on the warship, Suyu silently observed it all, watching the once amiable elders now appear as deities before outsiders, rendered speechless. This was the true visage of the Holy Land, domineering, assertive, and indisputable. A single word determines life and death. This is the exclusive privilege of the strong. Chapter 078. A shift in mindset should indeed be so dominant. The colossal noise generated by the heavenly tool as it excavated the high-level spiritual veins reverberated throughout the entire island. Before the outer sect elders of the Calamity Yang realm, employing sacred tools to unearth spiritual veins was akin to a mountain deity relocating mountains, effortlessly displacing the lofty peaks perceived by mortals and revealing the hidden spiritual veins within. Massive spiritual veins floated in the air, subsequently being stowed away into the universe pouch. As the high-level spiritual veins were completely extracted, the density of spiritual energy in this locale seemed to diminish. What once could sustain the cultivation of those in the Dharma aspect realm now could only accommodate those in the spirit concealment realm. To break through to the Dharma aspect realm, one would need to remain within the royal palace of the dynasty, leveraging the dragon vein and several mid-tier spiritual veins to sustain their cultivation. Please, revered immortal, show mercy. With all these spiritual veins taken, how will our people live in the future? Without the suppression of the spiritual veins, even the winds and rains will become chaotic. The feeble elder of the Dharma aspect realm trembled, his voice quaking as he pleaded, "We are merely a remote corner of the world, unworthy of your esteemed presence." It was not that he did not wish to resist. Rather, in the face of these outsiders, he felt an unprecedented sense of dread. This feeling was akin to how mortals gaze upon their gods. To his astonishment, he found himself harboring such emotions. Clearly, the newcomers were terrifyingly powerful, instilling in him a fear that quelled any rebellious thoughts. Their methods were akin to those of deities. In response to his supplication, Elder Jiu merely cast him a sidelong glance and replied calmly, "Rest assured, Jiu Shao knows how to govern. You shall be allowed to continue your cultivation here, as this land falls under my jurisdiction. Henceforth, the seas will be tranquil, and we will arrange for individuals to come here to teach you more efficient methods of extraction and cultivation. You may leave now, revered immortal." The elder was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, wishing to say more, but was deterred by a single glance from Elder Gio. Boom! The elder's body seemed struck by a heavy blow, crashing back into the royal palace. This scene left everyone pale with fear. After all, this was the pillar of their dynasty, a eunuch martial master who had lived for 500 years and was their greatest reliance. If even he could not withstand a mere glance, how could they hope to resist? Sensing the terror among the crowd, Elder Jiu swept his gaze across the royal capital and continued, "You need not worry. By integrating into the domain of Jiu Shao, we shall send individuals every decade to recruit disciples. Those with sufficient talent may enter our ranks, and those with great opportunities will find it easy to break through their limitations. Rather than languishing in this small nation, you should aspire to embrace the path of the immortals." His words held a ring of truth. An island endowed with numerous high-level spiritual veins and rare mineral resources should not merely have its strongest practitioners at the Dharma aspect level. Under equal resources, the emergence of a sage would be reasonable. For ordinary people, entering Jiu Shao would indeed be a tremendous opportunity. However, for the ruling royals, this was less favorable. They would need to rekindle their fighting spirit to maintain their positions. Otherwise, they would inevitably face overthrow. Upon hearing Elder Jiu's proclamation, the commoners clad in coarse linen suddenly brightened, their expressions of fear diminishing significantly. Some even summoned the courage to boldly inquire, "Immortal, do we truly have a chance to join the immortal sect?" Elder Jiu smiled and replied, "Naturally. Jiu Shao is a sacred land that recruits exceptionally talented individuals from across the world as disciples. To enter such a sacred place ensures that even the least among you can become a leading powerhouse in this humble locale. As a sacred ground, Jiu Shao governed vast territories spanning billions of miles. Not only did they possess high-level spiritual veins and mineral deposits, but they also had countless resources at the divine seed level. Their expansion was aimed at cultivating gifted individuals within their domain and accommodating fresh blood into the sacred land, ensuring a continuous influx of resources. Evidently, this discourse ignited hope among the commoners. If they could join the sacred land, could they too become powerful like the immortals? In that moment, their fears dissipated. An hour later, several elders from the Calamity Yang realm returned, presenting Elder Gio with the universe pouches filled with spiritual veins and various high-grade mineral deposits. The high-level spiritual veins have been collected. 3 remain for basic operations, and the rest have been retrieved. Onward to the next location, Elder Gio nodded. Yes. Once the elders returned to the ship, Elder Gio finally turned his attention to the distinguished middle-aged figure clad in black and yellow robes below, speaking with indifference. "Soon, individuals from Jiu Shao will come to register. Should you dare to harbor any deceitful intentions, you shall face annihilation." Having delivered this warning, Elder Gio turned away, paying no heed to the reactions of the royal officials below. In his view, the scheming of these mere ants was inconsequential. Any act of defiance would simply be crushed underfoot. Before absolute strength, all machinations were but smoke, easily extinguished. Boom! The warship soared away in an instant, leaving behind a throng of kneeling commoners. To them, Elder Gio and his companions were as formidable as immortals, beings to be revered from afar. On the warship, Elder Gio glanced at Su Yu and smiled. "What is it? Do you feel unwell? This is your first encounter with such matters, is it not?" He understood Su Yu's thoughts at this moment. After all, witnessing such overwhelming dominance could indeed be quite startling for the young one. Even he had felt similarly intimidated in his youth. Yet now, he had grown accustomed to it. To Elder Gio's surprise, however, Su Yu gently shook his head and replied, "No, I find this entirely reasonable. Such seemingly indifferent actions are, in fact, the most effective. If one were to treat the rulers of the dynasty with soft words, they would surely harbor ulterior motives. Shattering their thoughts with thunderous force is the optimal choice. If I were in his position, I would do the same. The display of dominance and authority that Elder Gio exhibited served as the finest medicine to solidify Su Yu's resolve to embrace the role of the antagonist. He, too, ought to be so formidable. Seeing Su Yu's unexpected reaction, a flicker of surprise crossed Elder Gio's eyes, soon replaced by a sense of gratification. Indeed, such a mindset was essential for establishing oneself in the world of cultivation. Maintaining a Na'vi disposition within the ivory tower would lead only to being devoured whole upon venturing out. This child is worthy of guidance, Elder Gio thought to himself, nodding in approval. Truly, he is a remarkable young individual esteemed by the elders. Soon, the warship arrived at another royal capital, with operations proceeding as smoothly as they had in the Jing dynasty. After collecting the spiritual veins and mineral resources from this dynasty, the warship set course for the third dynasty. However, this time, they encountered an unexpected situation. As Elder Gio reiterated his previous assertions, a voice, tinged with anger, erupted. By what right do you take away the resources upon which our survival depends? With just a few words, you have downgraded our cultivation environment once more. By what right? Boom. Chapter 79. You possess only the qualification to challenge me. Beneath the royal capital, a resolute young man clad in a black robe wielded his sword, striking fiercely at the warship. His face was contorted with rage, reaching an apex of fury. Though his cultivation had yet to transcend to the realm of the Dharma manifestation, remaining at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering stage, the might of his sword strike was enough to instill dread in those of the Dharma manifestation level. He fought against the odds. We have never provoked you. What gives you the audacity to seize the very foundation of our existence at the slightest disagreement? The flowing cloud sword technique. Clang. This sword strike, capable of commanding the flowing clouds of the heavens, transformed the gentle clouds into a sharp blade aimed at the warship, a spectacle that dazzled onlookers. Yet, it was simply too feeble. Against a warship of divine weapon caliber, such an assault was utterly inconsequential. It barely stirred a ripple. Upon witnessing this, the young man in black was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could this be? This sword strike?" Even the patriarchs of the dynasty would commend for its ability to harm those of the Dharma manifestation. Yet now it felt akin to a cotton candy hitting a hard iron block without a single spark. Unyielding, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, yet still failed to breach the defenses of the warship. Observing his futile efforts akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, Elder Nine merely smiled faintly. Another remarkable prodigy has emerged. At merely 80 years of age, possessing the pinnacle cultivation of the spirit-gathering stage, along with the ability to fight beyond his level, such innate talent would be esteemed even in the sacred grounds. Moreover, the training environment on his island pales in comparison to the sacred grounds. Achieving such prowess marks him as a top-tier prodigy under the direct tutelage of a peak master. This sparked a flicker of admiration for talent within Elder Nine. However, a necessary reprimand was still in order. The smile on Elder Nine's face vanished as he stepped forward, his expression turning impassive the moment he breached the warship's defenses. Boom! A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the entire royal capital to tremble in fear. Countless individuals fell to their knees. Bang! The young man in black was no exception, sent flying and crashing heavily onto the streets of the royal capital. You speak of seizing the very foundation of your survival for a trivial disagreement? Elder Nine hovered in the air, casting a disdainful glance at the young man below, his voice devoid of warmth. Countless precious resources lie before you. Have you ever utilized them to their fullest potential? If survival were truly your concern, amidst such vast mineral resources, why is it that only a fraction of the populace here has transcended the spirit sea? Why do the majority of ordinary people not even practice the most fundamental body refinement techniques? You merely lament for your own interests. Why drag the millions of common folk into your grievances? Hearing these words, the young man's expression shifted slightly. A glance around confirmed Elder Nine's assertions. The majority were indeed ordinary citizens. Only the mansions of high officials and nobles housed cultivators. The young man in black opened his mouth to defend himself, but was interrupted by Elder Nine. The grievances you voice are merely for those lofty cultivators, not for the common people. The foundation of survival you speak of is, in truth, for the cultivators. Elder 9 let out a soft snort, his voice booming like thunder. The control of countless resources should benefit humanity, yet I observe your royal capital engaging in the suppression of martial arts and the destruction of martial classics, hoarding them for the elite. I ask you, in such an environment, do ordinary people have any opportunity to cultivate? If you hail from a noble lineage, this statement may not resonate with you. However, if you come from humble beginnings and speak thus, then you're merely complicit with those privileged individuals feasting on resources. Each word from Elder 9 struck the young man in black's heart, causing his expression to fluctuate. He indeed hailed from humble origins, yet had never considered the difficulty of accessing resources. After all, he possessed a system. Furthermore, he was a transmigrator. Throughout his time, he had relied on signing in at the palace for rewards, never partaking of the dynasty's resources. This time, he acted in the name of the people. Yet, he had never contemplated the reality on the ground, always gazing upward. Noticing his silence, the coldness on Elder 9's face dissipated, replaced by a smile. He spoke gently. Do you know that under my rule in the 9 heavens, everyone can practice basic martial arts, ensuring they are not easily starved? Every decade, I recruit disciples from various regions, with affiliated sacred grounds spread far and wide, thriving in martial pursuits. What does your situation amount to? Here, you may be considered exceptional, but within my 9 heavens, you are merely at the level of an inner disciple. There are those younger than you who can match your prowess. What grounds do you have for pride? Upon hearing Elder 9's words, the young man in black froze. He had always taken pride in his ability to break through to the spirit-gathering stage before the age of 100. After all, every Dharma manifestation elder on the continent was over 400 years old. He was undeniably a genius. Yet, hearing this, his mindset began to crumble. Impossible. No one could be this talented. The young man in black shook his head in denial. He could not believe it. He had a system. Moreover, after signing in at the palace for 80 years, he was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle. Yet now someone claimed he was insignificant. He refused to accept it. Seeing him fall into his trap, Elder 9 turned to Suyu, who was observing from the warship, and smiled. Suyu, teach him what it means to be a genius. A headstrong individual should be met with an even more formidable one. Suyu was the perfect candidate for this task. Coincidentally, during their journey, he had also broken through to the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering stage, making him equal in level to the young man in black. Upon hearing his name called, Suyu grinned widely. A most welcome opportunity. Boom! Suyu stepped forward, standing mid-air, exuding the full force of his pinnacle spirit-gathering cultivation. The air trembled, and his robes billowed in the gusts of wind. Suyu fixed his gaze on the young man in black, the latter's system evaluation data appearing before him. Name, Lin Cheng. Qualification, Prodigy. Fate, Golden. Character evaluation, 80 years of signing in at the palace, a eunuch of minor status. Breaking through innate limitations, invincible from birth, a script destined for the future martial sovereign emperor. Seeing this evaluation, Suyu chuckled. Finally, he encountered a golden-fated child of destiny again. And yet, he was a eunuch? Ha! Gazing at Suyu, who floated gracefully in his white robes, exuding an air of a celestial being, Lin Cheng's expression changed, filled with disbelief. How could this be? Someone younger than him was indeed stronger? He could perceive clearly that Suyu was merely 21 years old, yet possessed the same cultivation level as him. At this age, even those acclaimed as rare prodigies, like the crown prince of the dynasty, were merely at the spirit sea level. How could you be such a prodigy? Lin Cheng exclaimed. Is the outside world truly this formidable? I refuse to believe it. Lin Cheng grew agitated, raising his sword and soaring towards Suyu with fierce determination. In response to this unexpected assault, Suyu's lips curled into a smile, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable air of dominance and confidence. Do not compare the strongest of your island with me. They are not worthy. In the outside world, even those of your age, hailed as genius-condensing pill cultivators, are merely among the many I have defeated. Individuals like you possess only the qualification to challenge me at this moment. Yin Yang breaks the heavens. With his strike, embodying the essence of the dual forces of heaven and earth, a single blow shatters the myriad sword energies of the flowing clouds. Bang! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Chosen One, earning a reward. Chapter 080, A Swarm of Ants. Am I negotiating with you? This is a command. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward. Villain points 45,000, Law of Heaven and Earth, Sky Tilt, and Photostaff. Law of Heaven and Earth, a divine technique that transcends the realms, allowing one to simulate the expansion of heaven and earth, and can grow with the mastery of the spell, resulting in a geometric increase in cultivation and combat power. This is only applicable for those at the law manifestation realm and above. Sky Tilt, a sacred martial arts staff technique capable of overturning the very heavens with a single strike. Photostaff, a sacred weapon forged by the ancient great sage of Photo, crafted from gravity metal of immeasurable weight, adaptable to the user's power fluctuations, a top-tier sacred weapon. Upon seeing the reward of the law of heaven and earth, Su Yu's pupils constricted, a mix of astonishment and elation surged within him. The law of heaven and earth. This was the most renowned divine technique from his past life, and here, its power even surpassed the law manifestation realm itself. The law manifestation realm was the level Su Yu was about to break through, marking a significant milestone in his journey. The law manifestation, as its name suggests, allows one to step beyond the mortal realm by transforming the divine essence cultivated in the divine essence realm into a law manifestation, thereby enhancing one's combat prowess. By merging with the divine manifestation, not only could one augment their combat strength, but their physical form could also expand. However, this expansion has its limits. Historical records indicate that the highest achievement in the law manifestation realm can reach hundreds of meters in size, a characteristic of the giant spirit deities, who rank among the top 100 deities and possess immense strength. This is the known pinnacle. Nevertheless, the law of heaven and earth is fundamentally different from the divine manifestations, as it enables self-expansion through one's own power, rather than relying on the merging of a deity. In other words, so you could merge with the law manifestation and then unleash the law of heaven and earth. At that moment, how tall he could grow was beyond his imagination, especially since the power of the law of heaven and earth fluctuates with the size of the body. Simply put, the taller he stands, the more formidable his combat strength becomes. This divine technique lays the foundation for Su Yu's invincibility in the law manifestation realm. It could even be said that once Su Yu breaks through to the law manifestation realm, the only beings capable of threatening him will be those above the realms of yin and yang. Delight surged through Su Yu. It was simply exhilarating. In an instant, he cast a gentle glance at Lin Sheng, whom he had just defeated. How wonderful! Truly, the child of destiny is deserving of such bountiful rewards. The higher the cultivation of the child of destiny, the more substantial the rewards gained after overcoming them. At this moment, Su Yu remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Sheng was also a traveler like himself. In his eyes, Lin Sheng was merely a plump lamb providing villain points. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the palace below, a vast expanse of buildings collapsing, yet causing no harm to anyone. Soon after, Lin Sheng, clad in black robes, soared from the rubble, disheveled and devoid of the initial fury and pride in his eyes, only a lingering sense of loss. I have been defeated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully shattering the mindset of the child of destiny, earning a reward, 3,000 villain points. Lin Sheng gazed at Su Yu, who stood before him with a calm demeanor, a bitter smile spreading across his lips. It seems I truly need to venture out more. Though signing in at the palace is safe and devoid of concerns, my experiences have been too limited. Moreover, I acted recklessly without understanding the situation. Had I not encountered a reasonable person, I might have faced dire consequences. When he was struck down, he utilized his extraordinary consciousness to scan the entire royal capital, discovering that the facts aligned with what Elder Jiuxiao had claimed. The dynasty's prohibition of martial arts and the eradication of laws essentially meant that those martial texts had been moved to the palace treasury, divided among the powerful and affluent. As for the common people, they were merely ordinary. Their worth lay solely in mining spirit stone deposits for the nobility. In fact, within this royal capital, some commoners even faced hunger. He had signed in at the palace for 80 years, never once leaving, merely revealing a hint of his cultivation that led the current king to take him as a disciple in his youth, thus allowing him to live comfortably in the palace ever since. He had never anticipated that his initial intention to advocate for the people was so naive. The populace perhaps did not need him to fight for their order. They might yearn for cultivation. For cultivation not only strengthens the body, but also alleviates hunger, enhancing their chances of survival. Seeing Lin Cheng chuckle self-deprecatingly, Elder Jiu Shao slowly spoke. Now, do you submit? I, Jiu Shao, advocate for nationwide practice of cultivation. Do you have any objections? Controlling resources, establishing academies, and recruiting disciples. Do you have any objections? Lin Cheng nodded in response. I yield. I have no objections. As a fellow traveler, he understood how detrimental the ancient system was to the impoverished. Resources were hoarded by the elite, while the lower classes struggled to survive. The lower class lived in perpetual debt, let alone enjoying a good life. Although he was a slacker, he was ultimately a modern individual and a traveler with humble origins, and he could not condone the oppressive system any further. Clearly, the schemes of the powerful and affluent in the dynasty left him utterly disillusioned. While his words did not represent the dynasty, he was undoubtedly a gifted cultivator, and Elder Jiu Shao exhibited considerable patience toward him, seeking to persuade him with reason. Even if he were to refuse, it would not matter. Elimination would suffice. Anyone posing a threat to Jiu Shao could be killed. Elder Jiu Shao's expression brightened at these words as he said, Little one, your aptitude is remarkable. Would you be willing to join my Jiu Shao for cultivation and become my disciple? Lin Cheng glanced at Su Yu, then at Elder Jiu Shao, nodding, I am willing. The dynasty, to him, was merely a transitional phase. He too aspired to become a powerful being. Ha, splendid. Come forth. Upon witnessing this, Elder Jiu Shao laughed heartily, nodding in satisfaction. When Lin Cheng arrived by the warship, Elder Jiu Shao's smile faded as he turned to the frightened law manifestation and divine essence realm cultivators below, coldly snorting. Do you have any objections? I, Jiu Shao, have arrived to open the doors to nationwide martial cultivation. Do you have any objections? In the palace below, a middle-aged man exuding the majesty of an earthly emperor hesitated upon hearing this. The aristocrats who thrived under the prohibition of martial arts and eradication of laws were equally pained. However, before they could utter a word of defense, their hesitant demeanor incited Elder Jiu Shao's displeasure. Boom! Elder Jiu Shao struck down with a palm, and those in the law manifestation and divine essence realms barely had time to scream before being obliterated in an instant. The Grand Palace was reduced to dust and ashes. A swarm of parasites. Am I negotiating with you? This is a command. Since you hesitate, it proves you harbor ulterior motives. Your demise is not to be regretted. Chapter 081. The Transformation of the Su Family. All members of the Su family, emerge and face your doom. The ninth elder's gaze, cold and indifferent, swept over the ruins of the royal palace below, as well as the untouched palace maids and eunuchs. With a scoff, he declared a swarm of insignificant pests. Do they truly believe themselves to be of any consequence? I am a being of the sacred realm, a powerful entity from the nine heavens, confronting a mere island dynasty. Do they truly consider themselves worthy? This is not a negotiation. It is a proclamation. Still hesitating? For such disrespectful insects, I harbor no tolerance. I could crush them with a mere flick of my hand. After all, they are but a transient mortal dynasty. Supporting another is trivial. If they are obliterated, so be it. Once these thoughts concluded, the ninth elder's voice echoed throughout the capital, regardless of your royal lineage or status as prime minister within my nine heavens territory. All commands of the nine heavens shall reign supreme. Should there be any disrespect, that will be your fate to reckon with. No matter who sits upon this earthly throne, remember this. The decree of the nine heavens is the principle you must adhere to above all. In 6 months, individuals from the nine heavens will arrive. I hope you will behave accordingly. Boom! The oppressive aura surged once more, causing all those above the spirit sea realm to kneel in submission, their faces reflecting awe and reverence. At that moment, they comprehended the true essence of a sacred land and the might of a true powerhouse. Before absolute strength, all schemes and conspiracies are but ephemeral wisps. Among those unaffected, the lower-ranked cultivators and ordinary citizens, though their faces bore expressions of awe, were primarily filled with longing and exhilaration, for they could once again pursue martial cultivation. For a century, following the ascension of the new king, the dynasty had enforced laws to suppress martial practices, resulting in a significant decline in the number of cultivators among the populace. Those unregistered would face annihilation to survive. Sects either chose to retreat from the world, or individual cultivators became subservient to noble houses. In just a century, the flourishing martial arts had dwindled to a realm dominated by ordinary folk. They had thought there would be no opportunity for martial cultivation in their lifetimes, yet now, unexpectedly, such a chance had arisen. This led the common people to kneel and cry out for the immortal's longevity. Upon returning to the worship, the ninth elder inquired of the several elders of the sunlight tribulation, "How is the resource collection from the island?" Reporting to the ninth elder, "We have gathered 33 high-tier spiritual veins, 7 high-grade iron mines, along with several precious medicinal herbs and various resources suitable for those of the law manifestation level. We have left 4 high-tier spiritual veins and 2 iron mines, ensuring the preservation of the roots and seeds of the spiritual herbs, while the mid and low-grade veins remain untouched. High-tier spiritual veins are capable of nurturing beings of the sacred realm. Such resources would not be considered insignificant even in the sacred land. This harvest is indeed beyond expectations. To govern this island, one cannot leave too much behind. Producing a sacred being is the limit. Furthermore, bringing these resources back to the sacred land will enhance the number of strong individuals within the 9 heavens, allowing our disciples to live more comfortably." With this thought, the ninth elder nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, let us set forth." "Yes." After giving his orders, the ninth elder turned to the silent Lin Chung and smiled. "Young one, will you return with us to the 9 heavens or remain here?" Lin Chung bowed respectfully to the ninth elder and replied earnestly, "I wish to join the 9 heavens." He felt it was time for a change of environment. Staying on this island, as described by the ninth elder, would yield limited growth. He yearned to venture into a grander world for greater opportunities. "Haha, splendid. Then, let us return together." The ninth elder laughed heartily, stroking his beard with satisfaction. "With a prodigy like you joining us, the 9 heavens will flourish even more. Fresh blood brimming with youthful vigor. Joining the 9 heavens will allow you to thrive." "All right, the task of assessing the heavens has concluded. We have 6 months until our return. We can explore the outside world in the meantime." The ninth elder smiled at Suyu. "Let us visit your home first." For an ordinary person to host a being of the sacred realm would typically be a cause for immense joy. Yet in the elder's eyes, as long as Suyu did not perish prematurely, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. A great saint was anticipated, and should the great era arrive, even the position of a quasi-emperor was within reach. He was the true embodiment of a celestial prodigy. Visiting his home was merely a preemptive investment. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, elder. Let's depart." Boom! As the ninth elder's words fell, the warship surged forth like a wild steed, racing away from the island toward the coordinates of the Su family. At this moment, in the eastern wilderness, within the secret realm of the Su family, in the elder's council chamber, Su Yuxing sat at the head, observing the excited expressions of the elders below. He spoke earnestly. "Esteemed elders, resources from the 9 heavens have just arrived, including those that will aid my father in overcoming great tribulations, which have already been delivered. With the resources bestowed by the 9 heavens, not only will the Su family's strength soar, but they will also elevate to the status of a top-tier family. If my father can break through the celestial constraints and alter his fate, then achieving the quasi-saint level is within reach. Thus, the Su family will ascend to the ranks of quasi-saint families." Even Su Yuxing could not suppress his excitement. "Our esteemed young master is truly impressive. Having brought back resources capable of nurturing beings of the sacred realm after only a few years in the sacred land. Ha! Our young master is indeed remarkable, bringing such great fortune to our Su family. From a young age, I believed he was a true dragon among men." The elders of the Su family laughed heartily, showering praise on Su Yuxing, who relished the compliments. With a smile, Su Yuxing replied, "Let us remain humble. Although Su had caused some trouble in the past, there were few grievances among the Su family members, for they were all of the same blood. As long as he did not harm his kin, all was well. Otherwise, The Su family would not have been willing to engage in conflict with the Hu family. The Su family's protective nature was hereditary. They could quarrel amongst themselves. But any outside threat would be met with a united front. I wonder how that little one, you, is faring in the nine heavens. Su Yuxing glanced at the elders still engrossed in lively discussion, yet his gaze drifted to the window, filled with nostalgia and longing. He had hoped Su Yu would remain quietly within the Su family, but who would have guessed his potential was so vast? He had leapt over the dragon gate and truly become a dragon. Boom! At that moment, the entire Su family secret realm suddenly trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. In the council chamber, the faces of all the elders changed dramatically as they exclaimed, "Someone is attacking our Su family secret realm." To elicit such tremors, the assailant must be at least of the celestial level. Could it be the Hu family? Instantly, all the elders sprang into action, rushing outside. Not only them, but a group of frail, elderly figures with scarce hair crawled out from the Su family's ancestral tomb, hastening toward the outside world. All members of the Su family, emerge and face your doom. Boom! Chapter 82. What is there to say? Once you descend into hell, then tell me what you wish to express. Outside the Su family's secret realm, over 100 formidable beings of the law manifestation realm stood in unison, their presence unmistakably exuding the unique aura of the law manifestation great master, clad in the uniform attire of the Hu family. The leading middle-aged man, an elder, emanated a power that surpassed the law manifestation realm by countless degrees. Among them, one possessed a fluctuating soul force, strong at times and weak at others, indicative of a master in the fourth minor realm of the five declines of heaven, the decline of essence. The middle-aged man's strength was equally formidable, radiating like a blazing sun, illuminating the world and causing the surrounding spiritual energy to boil. Boom! The elder of the celestial realm remained silent, unleashing punch after punch towards the Su family's secret realm. The terrifying force unleashed caused the mountains to tremble. Su family, are you not coming out to face your demise? Bang! Another punch struck, revealing signs of impending collapse in the defensive formation protecting the Su family's secret realm. Just then, a streak of light shot out from the entrance of the Su family's secret realm, slicing towards the elder of the celestial realm. Hu Quanhua, you old dog, do you truly believe that breaking through to the fourth realm grants you the right to be arrogant? Get lost. A robust elder with short hair charged forth, wielding a blood-red butcher's knife and slashing towards the Hu family. A torrent of blood surged forth. The power so intense that even the law manifestation great masters felt a sting in their souls, causing them to involuntarily retreat several steps. Witnessing this, the elder of the celestial realm's expression changed, and he summoned a long spear to clash with the blood-red butcher's knife. Clang! The forces of the two celestial realm beings expanded in the air, devastating the trees within a 100-mile radius. Su Tianming, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike at the weak? Do you have no dignity as a celestial master? The celestial member of the Hu family bellowed in fury upon seeing his kin affected. You're truly deranged, devoid of any noble bearing. Hearing this, Su Tianming scoffed in derision. You dare bring your people to block my Su family's door, and if I do not exert my utmost to eliminate you wretches, would that not be a disservice to you? How about this? My shamelessness will allow you to boast later that the Su family is without shame. Am I not giving your Hu family an opportunity to tarnish my name? You should thank your ancestors for this. As he spoke, Su Tianming continued to strike with his knife, paying no heed to the possibility of harming innocents. In his eyes, those who dare to provoke him deserve no mercy. Let them die. Who cares if they perish? After enduring several blows, Hu Quanhua was incensed and retaliated with lethal strikes, unleashing widespread destruction. Su Tianming was indeed shameless. Very well, today I shall see how I can eradicate your Su family. The two celestial realm beings engaged in a battle that threatened to devastate hundreds or even thousands of miles if left unchecked, especially as both were in the realm of the decline of essence. Each of their strikes caused their soul force to overflow, leaving the law manifestation beings with throbbing headaches. The five declines of heaven entails a temporal weakening, sometimes powerful, sometimes feeble, at its weakest, even inferior to the spirit sea realm, yet at its strongest, comparable to the quasi-saint level. The five declines is a nascent realm, characterized by incremental rebirth. surpassing the decline of the physical body grants strength akin to a quasi-saint. Overcoming the decline of power offers similar prowess, but those yet to transcend their declines are only at the pinnacle of the robbery yang strength. Navigating the decline is simple. Accumulate strength, endure the passage of time while growing weaker, enhance one's might during these times of frailty, and then select the opportune moment to transcend the tribulation, ensuring that one is unaffected by the heavenly tribulations. Thus, one can safely pass through the decline. When Su Tianming once faced the decline of soul, he nearly perished due to a sudden weakness during the tribulation, resulting in a drastic reduction of his lifespan. However, with the treasures gifted by the 9 heavens, his soul force rejuvenated. Eradicate my Su family? You can choke on that boast. Su Tianming laughed heartily, his gaze sharpening. Today, it will either be your Hu family's demise or the extinction of my Su family. Spare me your grandiloquent words. Let us see who perishes. Annihilation blade technique, celestial slaughter. Boom! With this strike, the white clouds above were stained crimson, a murderous aura permeating the air with an overwhelming force. 8 extremes spear technique. Hu Quanhua refused to be outdone, coldly snorting as he engaged Su Tianming in battle. As their confrontation escalated, they eventually clashed amidst the clouds. The celestial beings not only signify the chasm between mortals, but also embody the capability to stir the energies of heaven and earth. Boom! The battle between the two celestial beings was nothing short of formidable. In the clouds, their combat resonated like thunder, instilling dread in the souls of living beings who cowered in fear. Observing his father leading the charge, Su Yuhang's expression turned icy. Gazing at the 100-law manifestation beings and a dozen from the yin-yang realm of the Hu family, he drew his battle blade and, in a cold voice, commanded kill. My Su family may perish, but we shall not allow these wretches to trample over us. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Su Yuhang unleashed his full power, charging forth. Kill! Seeing their family head and elder rush in a battle, the Su family's elders and veterans felt their blood surge, charging fearlessly into the fray. The Su family had never known fear in battle. Their stance had always been resolute. Any who offend the Su family must die. Should a clan provoke them, they would retaliate fiercely, uprooting them entirely, leaving not a trace behind. This was also why the Su family had repeatedly oscillated between first-rate factions and second-rate aristocracies since their ascension. They were simply too formidable. At times, even powerful adversaries would be wiped out, with no celestial realm beings remaining, nor any from the yin-yang realm. Yet before long, the Su family would again produce a celestial master, leading them back into prominence. By heavens, have these Su family members gone mad, launching an attack without a word? Observing the Su family charging forward, the Hu family's warriors were left dumbfounded. They could not comprehend the Su family's mindset. Could they not sit down and negotiate to avoid bloodshed? Why must they engage in a deadly struggle without even a hint of diplomacy? Charge! What are you waiting for? The Hu family members snapped back to reality, joining the fray against the oncoming Su family elders. Beings of law manifestation manifested, and dozens of towering giants appeared in the realm. A single punch shattered the air, creating a vacuum. The Hu family's peak robber yang patriarch, his face ashen, bellowed, Su Yuhang, cease your attacks and let me speak. However, in response to his entreaty, Su Yuhang merely sneered and delivered a decisive strike. You dare come to my Su family and wreak havoc. There is nothing more to say. Once you descend into hell, then tell me your grievances. D. Crack. Chapter 083. The Arrival of the Semi-Saint. The Crisis of the Su Family? At this moment, Su Yuhang's face was contorted with a fierce grimace, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, as if he were staring not at mere mortals, but at venomous serpents. He was determined to eradicate this brood of vipers, regardless of their justifications for their actions. In Su Yuhang's eyes, anyone who dared to lay a hand on a member of the Su family deserved to perish. As a peak expert of the robbery yang realm, Su Yuhang's spiritual power surpassed that of the Hu family patriarch. If the Hu family head's strength resembled a blazing sun in the sky, then Su Yuhang's was akin to the searing heat of the sun's surface. The clash of their powers obliterated the Hu family's leader's energy with overwhelming force. With a swift stroke, blood was drawn. The Hu family patriarch's attack was effortlessly cleaved in twain by Su Yuhang's blade, its momentum scarcely diminished as it struck true. The blow nearly severed the Hu family leader in half, causing blood to spill and sending shivers through the hearts of many powerful beings present. How ferocious! In just a single exchange, had their patriarch nearly been slain? Compared to the quaking hearts of the Hu family members, the morale of the Su family soared. What were these curs staring at? Did they truly believe that anyone could challenge the head of the Su family? Without the capability to dominate every member of the Su clan of the same realm, who would dare accept this patriarch's authority? Years ago, Su Yuhang had traversed the realm, defeating opponents far and wide before returning to claim his position as head. Moreover, had it not been for the previous patriarch, Su Tianming, sustaining injuries during the tribulation of the soul, he would not have even returned to this day. Su Yuhang had once possessed the strength to battle beyond his rank, and not against mere opponents from the outside world, but against those of equal standing within the sacred grounds. Su Yuhang was amiable because, as the patriarch, he could no longer afford to make enemies. What were they contemplating? After grievously wounding the Hu family patriarch, Su Yuhang stood tall in the void, facing the Hu clan, and coldly remarked, "Hu family, reveal all your abilities. If this is all you have to threaten the Su family, then you shall all perish here." As a warrior, the history of the Su family could not be unknown to them. Yet, such a weak force clearly did not represent the entirety of the Hu clan. They must possess other trump cards that emboldened them to brazenly trespass upon Su territory. Su Yuhang, you seek death. Do you truly believe that as long as the sacred grounds do not intervene, your Su family can remain invincible among first-rate factions? Hu Hao, the Hu family patriarch, roared with bloodshot eyes, "Today, I declare your Su family's annihilation." With a crack, Hu Hao's shout reverberated through the air. After employing pure yang spiritual energy to mend his injuries, he retrieved a scroll from his bosom and crushed it with great force. Boom! In an instant, the shattered scroll unleashed a surge of spatial energy, forming a pitch-black vortex before them. With a resounding thud, a terrifying pressure erupted from the spatial passage. This force sent those of the Dharma aspect realm spitting blood as they were hurled back, while those of the robbery-ine realm could only barely withstand it. This overwhelming pressure primarily targeted the two celestial beings hovering above the clouds. Before the gazes of the assembled crowd, two celestial beings tumbled from the cloud cover. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Su family felt a jolt of alarm. Had the celestials fallen? Had the adversary summoned a saint? The mention of the term saint sent shockwaves through the Su clan, for in this era, the title represented the pinnacle of power. In these times of decline, saints seldom ventured into the outside world. Only a true saint could possess even a slight advantage in traversing it. As Su Tianming plummeted from the clouds, a gloomy expression overtook him as he murmured, "It is merely a semi-saint. There is no need for excessive concern." Though the gap between the celestial realm and the semi-saint realm was not vast, the latter still bore the weight of the title. They had transcended the celestial state, having undergone the 5 declines and emerged anew. While celestials could rival semi-saints in power, they were merely akin to them. What audacity! A first-rate force from the outside world dares to speak so boldly before a semi-saint? A cold, mocking voice emerged from the spatial passage. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, a middle-aged semi-saint and an extraordinarily gifted young man stepped forth from the vortex. Upon their arrival, the surrounding spiritual energy instinctively retreated for dozens of miles, for they were saints. In this era of decline, mere mortals and spiritual beings could not approach a saint. As the middle-aged semi-saint emerged, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the Su family ranks before bellowing, "Where is Su Yu? Come forth at once." At this moment, both Su Tianming and Su Yuhang's gazes sharpened. Were they seeking Yu? Were these the enemies he had wronged? Before they could ponder further, the extraordinary youth beside the middle-aged semi-saint raised his head with a smile, saying, "Elder Yu, perhaps this fellow is aware of our impending arrival and has fled in advance. Alas, no matter where he runs, I shall find him and crush him." Boom! As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of spiritual refinement erupted from the young man, under the might of his presence. Even those newly entering the Dharma aspect realm felt a twinge of trepidation, for they sensed a sliver of threat emanating from him. A prodigy of this caliber, capable of posing a threat to those in the Dharma aspect realm, was indeed astonishing, and judging by his appearance, he seemed to be under a century old. A prodigy of the pinnacle of spiritual refinement, not even a century old, even among the grand sects of the sacred grounds or the imperial lineages. He could easily be the foremost direct disciple. Who are you? Su Tianming could no longer contain his voice, demanding an answer. Boom! Yet, as soon as his words escaped, his body was struck as if by a heavy blow, propelling him backward with great force. How dare a mere celestial, freshly mended in spirit, raise a ruckus before me? The middle-aged semi-saint merely stood in place and unleashed a punch into the void, sending Su Tianming, a celestial of the fourth realm, hurtling over 100 miles away. Such power was utterly astonishing. Recalling his hand, the middle-aged semi-saint then redirected his gaze toward the Hu family patriarch and Hu Quanhua, shaking his head in disappointment. TSK, TSK. I had hoped you would possess something extraordinary to aid me in opening the Su family's secret realm, yet you falter so easily. It appears you are not but a group of mediocre talents. Compared to the impending demise of the Su family, the gap was insurmountably vast. As a semi-saint, his perspective on matters was inherently different, allowing him to perceive the disparity between the Hu and Su families with a single glance. Even if the Hu family concealed one or two celestials, they were utterly lacking compared to the vitality and explosive potential of the Su family. One day, they would inevitably be struck down by the Su family. Hearing this assessment, the Hu family members hung their heads in shame, utterly unable to refute it, especially after their patriarch had been so easily vanquished. After finishing with the Hu family, the middle-aged semi-saint finally turned his gaze back to Su Yuhang, then coldly remarked, "Very well, since you refuse to reveal Su Yu's whereabouts, I shall first annihilate you insects, and then I shall search at my leisure. After all, we cannot linger in the open for too long." Boom! With that, the middle-aged semi-saint extended his right hand and grasped the void. In an instant, countless spiritual energies and heavenly forces were summoned, coalescing into a massive arm behind him, with a deafening crash. But before he could unleash a punch capable of obliterating the Su family's secret realm, his body was sent flying by a tremendous impact. This scene left everyone in shock, only to then witness the emergence of a colossal entity. Who do you think you are to dare attempt to annihilate my Jiuxiao disciple-S family? Chapter 084. The Revelation of Su Yu? Who are you if not Lin Yi? As the words fell, the crowd beheld a colossal warship, resembling a small mountain, materialize in the location formerly occupied by the quasi-saint. In an instant, a figure soared from the vessel, magnifying to the size of a giant. Seizing the quasi-saint that had been sent flying, an overwhelming and suffocating aura of holy might erupted, causing even the two celestial beings to tremble in fear. Despite being in the fourth decline, their spiritual essence rivaled that of a quasi-saint. Yet, before a true peak saint, their spiritual strength appeared as insignificant as that of an ant. Even the middle-aged quasi-saint was akin to a mere insect in his grasp. Who am I? It appears I have encountered a pack of rats from the imperial tomb, Elder Gio declared, revealing his saintly form and exuding the might of the saintly realm. In the moment he grasped the middle-aged quasi-saint, upon detecting the latter's spiritual essence, he discerned the origin of the newcomer's power, those from the holy land of the imperial tomb. This infamous sect was renowned for hunting down the strong. Many powerful factions often turned a blind eye to them, as these subterranean rats sometimes proved useful, particularly when it was inconvenient for their own members to act. Their spiritual attributes primarily revolved around stealth and explosive power, essential for assassination, requiring both an exceptional ability to conceal oneself and the means to swiftly eliminate opponents of equal standing. Thus, they were easily identifiable. Jiu Shao, the middle-aged quasi-saint's expression turned ghastly pale as he exclaimed, "How could you arrive so swiftly? This is impossible. Even if I have been exposed, even if the news of the Su and Hu family sudden conflict has spread, it should not have reached you so quickly. How long has it been since my appearance? Mea moments. Moreover, why is there a saintly presence among you?" Elder Jiu chuckled coldly. "That is of no concern to you. A mere rat. You shai di." He had no intention of engaging in idle banter. Instead, the head of this rat could serve as a fine offering to Su Yu. With that thought, Elder Gio felt a sense of pleasure wash over him. With a resounding bang, the middle-aged quasi-saint's head exploded like a watermelon, his physical form reduced to a mere pulp in Elder Gio's grip. The chasm between a quasi-saint and a true saint was monumental. No matter how powerful a quasi-saint might be, they were still merely quasi. In contrast, he was a genuine saint, and a peak one at that, standing on the threshold of the great saint level. To crush a quasi-saint was as effortless as blowing away dust. With a casual flick, he sent the remnants of the pulp flying away. Elder Gio's large eyes turned toward the young man who stood frozen nearby, disdain evident in his gaze. You explain. Why have you come to target the Su family? A quasi-saint would certainly yield little information, but a young man was far more susceptible to interrogation. The remarkable young man, upon hearing this, froze, yet before he could respond, Suyu's voice emanated from the worship. Elder Gio, these individuals are here for me. Suyu's calm declaration drew the attention of the crowd. Under their collective gaze, Suyu stepped from the worship, fixing his gaze upon the youth. You are the newly appointed son of the imperial tomb? Upon seeing Suyu, the young man immediately shouted, Lin Yi, you were nurtured by the imperial tomb since childhood. How dare you betray us? The elders are furious. If you do not wish for your entire Lin family to be annihilated by the Holy Land, you must take your own life at once to spare your kin. He understood very well that with a peak saint present, his chances of survival were slim. Although he was a holy son, the imperial tomb had trained many, and should he perish, another holy son would inevitably rise. As for an assassin from the saintly realm coming to his aid, in the judgment of the Holy Land, a peak quasi-saint elder was sufficient to eliminate any unstable elements. Who would have thought that a mere traitor could attract the attention of a peak saint like Jiao Shao? The utterance of his words left everyone present in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed they had not anticipated that Suyu had indeed been taken over by the holy son of the imperial tomb. Thus, the figure standing before them was not one of their own, but rather a representative of the imperial tomb. Even Elder Gio appeared momentarily stunned, though a glint of murderous intent soon flickered in his eyes. Yet, before any action could be taken, Suyu interjected with a smile, You refer to that soul entity? After only a few years of cultivation, do you truly believe a congenital soul entity could usurp me? You are mistaken. As for your mention of the Lin family, feel free to obliterate them. Turning their bones to ashes is of no concern to me. Suyu had initially anticipated some hidden card from his adversary, but it appeared they relied on such vile methods. However, the affairs of Lin Yi had no bearing on him, and whether they were annihilated mattered not. Upon witnessing Suyu's indifference, the young man was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into a mocking laugh. Very well, very well. The elders were indeed correct. You are quite the unruly brat. No wonder you have not responded to the Holy Land's messages all these years. Did you think we came prepared with only this? With that declaration, the young man suddenly produced an oil lamp flickering with an eerie blue flame. This is the soul lamp containing a fragment of your own soul essence. Let us see how long you can maintain your facade. With that, the young man directly employed the soul lamp to cast a soul curse upon Suyu, utilizing the essence of the soul as a medium to unleash a powerful curse capable of directly controlling the target's spirit, forcing them to experience a fate worse than death. However, no matter how he exerted his powers, even as the flame of the soul lamp flickered perilously close to extinguishing, Suyu remained utterly unmoved. What are you doing? Are you merely toying with a lamp? Put in some effort. Did you not claim I would reveal my true form? Suyu had initially harbored some concerns about potential repercussions. Yet, witnessing no adverse effects following the casting of the soul curse, his worries dissipated. How can this be? The young man gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide and filled with rage, unable to comprehend the situation. How could anyone withstand the damage of a soul curse? One must remember, as long as a fragment of your soul essence resided in another's possession, even an emperor could be easily manipulated by a mere weakling of the pulse condensation realm. You're not Lin Yi. The young man glared at Suyu, bellowing, Where's Lin Yi? If you're not him, then who was it that used Lin Yi's communication jade pendant to contact us? Suyu retracted his smile, taking a step forward and unleashing his full strength at the pinnacle of the spirit harmonization realm, shooting toward the young man. Boom! A deafening explosion échoued, snapping the young man back to reality. I told you, that soul entity you mentioned has been eradicated. I am Suing, the Suyu of the Su family. As his words fell, Suyu raised his right hand, clenching it into a fist. In that moment, a terrifying physical power surged forth. achieving speeds multiple times that of sound. Amidst this rapid momentum, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar reverberated. Dragon, an elephant collapsing the mountain. Boom! Chapter 085. Collusion with the Imperial Tomb. Those who offend the Su family shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. Su Yu acted with utmost decisiveness and ruthlessness. With a single strike, he unleashed his full power. What a holy son at the pinnacle of the spirit-wielding realm. Was he not also of that realm? If he could not vanquish even a holy son of a villainous faction, what purpose would his cultivation serve? How could he alter his fate? Such so-called antagonists needed but one of my kind. Were you to dare question my identity? Remember that so-called Lin Yi has long since perished? Indeed. I was the one who struck him down. Su Yu thundered as he delivered a punch. This blow was a complete manifestation of his strength. It was the power that could only be unleashed by possessing the utmost control over one's physical form, shattering space and breaking the sound barrier. The punch unleashed a roar that echoed like the cry of a dragon and the trumpet of an elephant. With such terrifying speed and might, the young man seemed to perceive an illusion. What charged toward him was not a mere human, but a true dragon and a divine elephant. Impossible. The youth shook his head frantically, drawing his weapon to engage. Bang! The crisp sound of shattering resonated as the youth's sword was obliterated in an instant by Su Yu's fist. Along with it, his head burst into a mist of blood. In sheer terms of strength, Su Yu had already transcended the pinnacle of the spirit-wielding realm. With this punch, even a law-manifesting great venerable could be slain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the child of destiny with a faint golden fate, earning rewards. 130,000 villain points. The Killing Blade, Sacred Light Technique. Heaven's Escape Talisman, and 3 Realm Advancement Cards. Killing Blade, a demonic blade nourished by blood, growing stronger with each life it takes. The more formidable the victim, the greater the power it accumulates. If it is nurtured with the blood of 100 law-manifesting beings, the Killing Blade, when fully activated, can cleave through calamities. Grade, Sacred Weapon, Sacred Light Technique. Created by the Empress of the 3rd generation, this technique simulates the methods of the chaotic body, capable of countering myriad laws, rendering defense invincible, and merging offense and defense. It is renowned for its invincibility among its contemporaries, the foremost secret technique beneath the Imperial realm. Heaven's Escape Talisman. Utilizing this talisman allows one to conceal their presence and escape millions of miles away. Grade, Sacred Realm. Due to failing to diminish the opponent's fate value upon slaying the child of destiny, the rewards are relatively minimal. Please take note. Su Yu paid no heed to the system's subsequent notification. For any existence that posed a threat to him, it should be eradicated at the earliest opportunity, rather than nurtured only to be killed later. The children of destiny were not beyond elimination as long as they did not pose any threat to him. He could treat them like sheep to be raised for eventual harvest. However, individuals like this new holy son from the Imperial Tomb were to be executed without exception. All who bore threats and murderous intent against him must perish. Su Yu's countenance was as cold as frost, revealing no emotion. He was uncertain how the others would perceive him after this incident, but it mattered little. He could escape. He had already been cautious enough to survive. If he were to lose everything because of this, it would not matter, for he still had a path of retreat. The vastness of Xianxia provided ample opportunities for his rise, as the sacred ground could not traverse freely beyond its confines. Worst case, he could follow the path of the quasi-emperor of heaven and attain enlightenment through extreme measures. Just after Su Yu had slain the new holy son of the Imperial Tomb, the previously silent elder Jiao finally spoke. So, are you the original body, or one of the Imperial Tomb's people? Although Su Yu had demonstrated that he was not under the control of the soul lamp of destiny, who could guarantee that the soul he presented was not a fabrication? While the likelihood of such deception was minuscule, there remained a sliver of possibility. Su Yu turned to Elder Jiao, smiling as he replied, Elder, I trust you possess means to verify whether I am the original body. It is quite easy to ascertain. The original body could easily be proven. Although a usurped soul could obtain all the memories of the original, the bond between soul and body would never be a perfect match. There would be flaws. Otherwise, soul snatching would have run rampant. Elder Jiao nodded in response. There are indeed methods, but I must inform you that should I discover your soul's compatibility to be lacking, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you here. At this, Elder Geo felt a pang of sorrow. After all, this was a prodigy with the potential to reunite the celestial arts. How could he simply perish? Yet for the sake of the sacred ground's interests, he had no alternative. Suyu nodded in understanding. After all, such suspicion would arise in anyone's case if proof could not be provided. However, within the Su family, Su Yuxing suddenly spoke up. Elder, that will not be necessary. I believe Yu has not been usurped. This statement caused both Su Yu and Elder Geo to turn their gazes toward him, particularly Su Yu, whose eyes flashed with surprise. Under their scrutiny, Su Yuxing spoke with a calm demeanor. If Yu had truly been usurped, he would not have returned this time. He understood well the nature of Su Yu and the imperial tomb. The people of the imperial tomb were cold-hearted, holding no regard for family ties. Only their own interests were paramount. Yet Su Yu had returned. Thus, he believed Su Yu had not been usurped. Elder Ju nodded discreetly, but maintained a serious tone. Your belief matters little. This concerns the interests of the sacred ground, and I cannot act so hastily. With that, Elder Jo's storage ring glimmered, and an ancient mirror appeared in his grasp. This was the source mirror, capable of revealing a person's soul origin. If all was well, it would reflect only the true form of the individual. Hearing this, so you could not help but murmur, isn't this akin to a demon-revealing mirror? It could unveil his true appearance. Upon saying this, Elder Geo raised the source mirror towards Su Yu and infused it with a trace of spiritual power. Let us see if you are indeed the original body. Buzz, as the source mirror emitted a mystical and gentle light upon Su Yu. He felt as though something deep within his soul was being probed. Yet, there was no discomfort whatsoever. Under the tense and expectant gazes of the others, the glow of the source mirror gradually receded. In the end, only Su Yu's current form remained within the mirror. There was not a hint of change. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Ju let out a sigh of relief, stowing the source mirror away, and then offered an apologetic smile. I am sorry. It seems I was overly concerned. The outcome of the source mirror completely convinced him that Su Yu was indeed the original body and had not been usurped. He trusted this result because the source mirror was a treasure of quasi-emperor grade, bestowed upon him by the Sacred Lord just before his departure. Its purpose was to provide him the means to verify whether Su Yu had been taken over by the master of the secret realm. The source mirror could reveal even the souls of quasi-emperors. Thus, Su Yu could not possibly deceive. The result was evident. The test had been passed. Su Yu smiled nonchalantly, waving his hand. It is best that Elder Geo remains so composed. This only serves to validate my innocence. After all, he had traversed worlds, not merely switched souls. Who could discern the difference? His only fear was that the memory vessel possessed a degree of spiritual power. Now it seemed he had indeed been overly cautious. The system would certainly not act so recklessly. With a shift in his focus, So you turned to the members of the Hu family who stood frozen in place, coldly declaring, however, now that my innocence has been established, it is time to clear this place. At these words, Elder Geo was taken aback. What do you intend to do? Su Yu laughed, then his smile faded, leaving only coldness and ruthlessness upon his face. Collusion with the imperial tomb. Those who offend the Su family shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. No mercy shall be shown. Boom! Chapter 086, Unbridled Fury, Treading Thunder, Manifesting Miracles. The heavens and earth bend to my will. So he took a deep breath. Although a tempest of rage brewed within him, he refrained from unleashing it directly. Nevertheless, he had ample justification to vent his ire upon these invaders. The accusation of collusion with the imperial grave was sufficient to warrant their annihilation. As anticipated, upon hearing Su Yu's demands, Elder Ju nodded slightly and responded, granted. This request was acceptable. After all, those families allied with the imperial grave had no reason to continue existing in the eastern wilderness. It was a fitting opportunity to assess the potential of the Su family. With 2 celestial beings, several yin-yang tribulation experts, and over 100 law manifestation realm warriors, their strength was perfectly suited to evaluate the combat prowess of the Su family. With permission granted, Su Yu bellowed, kill, leave none alive. Boom! As the words left his lips, Su bent his knees and surged forth like a bolt of lightning, gripping the slaughtering blade tightly as he cleaved toward his foes. Or the law manifestation realm. Today, let Su Yu's name resonate throughout the eastern wilderness. With countless enemies amassed, what did it matter? If need be, he would stand alone against the world. Seeing their young master act with such decisiveness, the elders of the Su family and the nearly decrepit Yin tribulation experts surged forth. Filled with fervor, Su Tianming, witnessing this scene, erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly, my Su family descendants are bold and fearless. Ukwanai, come fort. Today, I shall sever your head to rally support for my dear you. Boom! Though slightly injured, Su Tianming's fervor remained undiminished as he charged toward the celestial being of the Hu family. Upon witnessing this, Hu Chuanhai's face turned pale and ashen. Hearing Su Tianming's words, he sneered, "Today, our Hu family shall meet our demise, but before that, allow me to drag a few of your Su family members down to hell with me." Bang! At that moment, the two celestial beings unleashed their full power, communing with the heavens to condense their law manifestations, ultimately merging them into their own forms, enlarging their bodies several hundred times as they soared into the clouds. Su Yuxing also laughed. "It has been long since I last tasted blood. Today, I have pent-up rage to unleash. Not a single one of these scoundrels shall survive." The frustration was palpable. Although the Su family was a top-tier power in the absence of the Holy Land, the mere emergence of a quasi-holy being nearly brought them to the brink of annihilation. He too was furious. For the Su family to grow stronger, he, Su Yuxing, must also grow stronger. A mere holy realm? He could break through. The blade of the human slayer. Buzz. The blade hummed, radiating a dense aura of bloodlust as it cleaved toward the Hu family's Yin tribulation expert. In that moment, Su Yuxing transformed into a blazing sun, crashing down into the ranks of the Hu family. Although the Su family had fewer law manifestation realm members compared to the Hu family, their combat prowess instilled fear into the hearts of their foes. The members of the Su family fought like madmen. Fearless. Kill. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu also shed his concealment, his eyes ablaze with divine light, nearly igniting the very air around him. The void suppression blade. The power of the suppression body coiled around the slaughtering blade, unleashing the void blade technique capable of severing the void itself. The magnitude of this force would surely cause even those in the law manifestation realm to turn pale. Boom! With a single strike, Su Yu sent two nascent law manifestation experts of the Hu family flying. The sky above erupted in a spray of blood mist. Observing this ferocious scene, Elder Geo of the battleship, along with Lin Chung, were utterly astonished. How could each of them be such ruthless killers? Were all members of the Su family this formidable? Their combat quality was nothing short of that of born warriors. Elder Geo, witnessing their performance, nodded repeatedly. Indeed, their fighting qualities are exceptionally high, and each possesses commendable talent. This family holds immense potential, worthy of investment. In his discerning eyes, the Su family might ascend to be a holy realm family within a few centuries, possibly even rivaling the greatest holy lands. This was due to the solid foundation of the current family head, Su Long, whose yin-yang roots were in a perfectly stable balance. When the time of the 5 declines of the celestial beings arrived, he would undoubtedly traverse the threshold to become a quasi-holy being at an astonishing speed. Additionally, Su Yuxing, apart from Su Yu, boasted 3 daughters with imperial-level qualifications, all of whom had joined the Tianxian Holy Land. Coupled with such a familial atmosphere and 4 prodigious talents, the Su family. As Elder Geo pondered deeper, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If the Golden Era were to descend within a few millennia, the Su family might well aspire to ascend to the ranks of the great emperor families. Unbelievable! The great emperor families are those guarded by imperial weapons, with quasi-imperial ancestors emerging in every generation. They endure through the ages. The most enduring great emperor families are the Ji, Jiang, and Xianyuan clans. Each of these families constitutes a top-tier holy land. Even top-tier holy lands dare not provoke these 3 families too aggressively. The fortune of the Su family is truly flourishing to an extraordinary degree, Elder Geo marveled. not to mention a lineage of 4 great emperors. Even one would be exceedingly remarkable. To be revered by myriad races, anyone emerging from such a lineage is considered an extraordinary individual. In the conflict between the Su family and the Hu family, even without the intervention of Jiao Shao, the situation appeared overwhelmingly in favor of the Su family. The members of the Su family fought like rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing any adversary they encountered, instilling fear in the hearts of the Hu family's experts. In the skies above, the battle between the 2 celestial beings raged fiercely, scattering the heavy clouds into fragments. The moisture was evaporated, transforming into white mist that drifted downward. The pristine white vapor, upon descending to a certain height, was swiftly tainted red by the blood mist from the battlefield of the Law Manifestation Realm. Suyu faced 2 Law Manifestation Realm experts, his expression as cold as frost. Both of these experts were at the first level of the Law Manifestation Realm, yet they felt a twinge of fear creeping into their hearts when confronted by Suyu, who stood at the pinnacle of the spirit realm. Madman. This was the unanimous assessment of the 2. They had previously witnessed a Law Manifestation expert being cleaved in half by Suyu. Just as they found themselves in a dilemma, a furious roar jolted them back to clarity. You 2 join me. Kill this scoundrel. If it weren't for him, our Hu family would not have fallen to such a fate today. Boom! The next moment, an elder of the Hu family at the 3rd level of the Law Manifestation Realm charged forth. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Suyu's head, as he lunged forward with a spear, aiming to pierce through Suyu's skull. Die, you little bastard. This is all you're doing. Sizzle. The sound of air being pierced erupted as the elder barreled towards Suyu. Upon witnessing the 3rd level Law Manifestation expert break through the encirclement to attack Suyu, a group of Su family elders gasped in shock, wanting to rush forward to rescue Suyu, but were each held back by their respective opponents. On the warship, Elder Jiao and several outer elders sought to intervene and save Suyu, only to be forcefully interrupted. Do not save me. Suyu's eyes were icy. His voice as frigid as ice. Today, none shall stop me from claiming lives. It was infuriating to be casually suspected, to be confronted by others declaring intent to extinguish his lineage. Such occurrences were unbearably distressing. Suyu's gaze hardened, fixated on the oncoming elder as if he were staring at a dead man. Break for me. Suyu closed his eyes and then abruptly opened them, roaring with intensity. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, the atmosphere darkening. The thin spiritual energy of the surroundings was drawn by an invisible force, forcibly pulled towards Suyu. Even the spiritual energy from hundreds of miles away could not escape. Witnessing this scene, countless faces paled in shock. Elder Jiao exclaimed in disbelief. Is he breaking through to the Law Manifestation Realm? This boy, he can actually achieve a breakthrough in the external world and summon such a terrifying momentum? The phenomenon of external law manifestation is not particularly surprising. However, the ability to draw forth spiritual energy from hundreds of miles away remains an enigma. One cannot even claim such a terrifying breakthrough exists within the sacred grounds. A group of onlookers stood in astonishment, gazing at the unfolding spectacle. Above the heavens, countless thunderclouds materialized, rumbling with a deafening roar that momentarily shook the very earth. With a crack, several thunderbolts, as thick as barrels, descended upon Suyu's celestial gate. Confronted with the lethal power of these bolts, capable of obliterating one at the nascent stage of law manifestation, a fierce glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. He raised his head and unleashed a punch. Boom! The thunderbolts shattered, and the brilliance of lightning rendered it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. What a trivial, heavenly calamity. This power is unworthy even to tickle me. Upon hearing such audacious words, the hearts of all present quivered in response. Yet, as the lightning subsided, their gazes turned blank, their scalps tingling, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. For before their very eyes, Suyu surged through the thunderbolts into the heart of the storm. Resembling a deity of thunder, his might resonating with the cosmos. In the next moment, an immense figure began to coalesce within the thunderclouds, ultimately breaking through their confines. Bathed in the brilliance of lightning, arcs of electricity danced around him, embodying the essence of a true divinity, the manifestation of celestial law. The Emperor of Heaven's divine form. Arrive. Boom. Chapter 087. The initial form of the Dharma image. I shall be invincible. Amidst the torrential thunder tribulations, Suyu stood upon the layers of lightning, his eyes gleaming with a fervent madness and sharpness. With a resounding boom, in an instant, Suyu began to absorb the surrounding thunder tribulation energy into his body, while an inexhaustible stream of celestial essence surged wildly within him. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's stature soared to a height of 100 meters. Concealed within the 10 miles of thunderclouds lay a terrifying power. Should it unleash its full force, even a great master of the second layer of the Dharma realm would be instantly obliterated. Yet, this formidable energy could not sway Suyu in the slightest. He reveled in the sea of thunder, akin to a true deity of thunder, continuously absorbing its essence to empower himself. He was endeavoring to transcend boundaries, to take that pivotal step that would transform his very being. He sought to enter the realm of the Dharma image. He aspired to become a great master. Every strand of his hair stood erect under the influence of the thunderous power, wild and untamed, yet still exuding a sharp brilliance, while his eyes sparkled with flickering lightning. The heavens reflected his will. Suddenly, the world seemed to resonate with a stirring chime, echoing the rhythm of Suyu's heartbeat. With the celestial might of his Dharma, he strode forth, his form expanding further to 300 meters. Witnessing this spectacle, both the Dharma images and the powerful beings of the yin-yang second realm stood transfixed. Even the well-versed ninth elder, upon witnessing such a phenomenon, was left utterly astonished. To enter the Dharma image and reach a height of 90 zhang? No, wait, this does not seem to be merely a Dharma image. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in the ninth elder's eyes as he attempted to comprehend Suyu in his entirety. Ultimately, he gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is this child? To possess the power of divine abilities even at the entry level of the Dharma image? No, it should be said that he has merely entered the Dharma image. How can he wield such formidable divine powers? Divine abilities are not martial arts. They are innate gifts, bestowed upon those with exceptional physiques. Yet, divine abilities only manifest upon transcending the tribulations of yang, and most divine powers are merely of the earthly fiend level, or even human level. Suyu's capacity for self-empowerment clearly indicated a far superior and more terrifying heavenly gang divine ability. It is known that nearly 90% of cultivators only manage to grasp a natural divine ability after transcending tribulations and achieving a balance of yin and yang to reshape their bodies. But Suyu could activate it even in the Dharma image realm? What does this signify? Even those emperors etched in history seldom exhibited such monstrous talent. Only the legendary chaos body could possess such conditions. Yet, Suyu, the suppressing prism body, was not a chaos body. In this moment, the ninth elder felt his worldview shaken. Though his eyes reflected astonishment, they were more infused with fervor. This young lad must be nurtured. With him, the 9 heavens shall surely reign supreme, becoming the most powerful holy land. The Su family must forge a strong alliance. Even if not for the sake of the Holy Land, for his sake and that of his descendants, the Su family must establish ties. Should they miss this current period of vulnerability, when he becomes powerful, seeking to forge connections would be too late. While he was a staunch advocate of the Holy Land's interests, he also had his own family to consider, striving to carve out opportunities within the confines of the rules. At that moment, Suyu's status in the Ninth Elder's eyes soared immeasurably. He was an individual of boundless potential. If he does not perish, he will undoubtedly ascend to become an emperor. Many shared the same sentiments, yet the Hu family, opposed to Suyu, found themselves engulfed in despair. They had witnessed the rise of a prodigy at the cost of their entire clan's existence. Quick, we cannot allow him to break through so easily. We must interrupt him and inflict injury during the tribulation. Charge forth, heedless of death. The Dharma images of the Hu family screamed in desperation, attempting to sacrifice themselves to inflict harm upon Suyu. However, Most were met with laughter from the elders of the Su family, who would not allow such interference in their young master's breakthrough. He was the future son of the Su family. How could they allow these adversaries to extinguish the dawn of his rising brilliance? Observing the tumultuous battle below, Su Yu smiled, feeling the immense power surging within him, both dazed and exhilarated. This sensation was truly exquisite. His strength grew ever more formidable, and the feeling of destiny slipping into his grasp was utterly intoxicating. Divine abilities alone, and they were already in such a frenzy before he even fully melded with the Dharma image. Very well. Today, he would reveal a portion of his trump cards. Gazing at the throng of Hu family Dharma images charging toward him, Su Yu grinned. He then turned his attention to the thunderclouds, inhaling deeply as he declared, I establish my foundation upon myriad forms, laying down the unparalleled basis of eternity not merely for invincibility among peers, but for supremacy across realms. This was a trump card, but this Dharma image was not. Mirje. As Su Yu uttered the command, the energy coalescing behind him transformed into the towering form of the heavenly Emperor's Dharma. It loomed at 300 meters, its features obscured beneath a bejeweled crown, exuding an imperial might that none dared to confront. Clad in robes embroidered with celestial rivers and mountains, its overwhelming presence instilled a profound sense of pressure among all onlookers. But the imperial might, this is the heavenly Emperor's Dharma. Heavens above, the young master of the Su family has comprehended the foremost divine form of our human race throughout the ages. As the heavenly Emperor's Dharma materialized, the elders of the Su family trembled in disbelief, overwhelmed by the magnitude of joy that nearly drove them to madness. The universally acknowledged supreme Dharma, the heavenly Emperor's Dharma, had been comprehended by their young master. Such staggering fortune was akin to winning a lottery jackpot. To comprehend the heavenly Emperor's Dharma, should he not become an emperor, he would still ascend to greatness. But to become an emperor was a certainty. The Su family would flourish. In that moment, the elders of the Su family surged with renewed vigor, attacking the Hu family's Dharma images with unrelenting ferocity, landing blow after blow without mercy. Merge. With Su Yu's commanding utterance, the heavenly Emperor's Dharma coalesced into his being. In an instant, Su Yu's form expanded dramatically. Boom! 400 meters, 500 meters. Ultimately, his stature reached a staggering 1,000 meters before it ceased. Bang! The Dharma image had formed. Su Yu raised his fist, dispersing the thunder tribulation, before plunging into the battlefield of Dharma images, seizing two formidable adversaries of the fifth layer of the Dharma realm before they could react. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the two fifth-layer Dharma images, Su Yu unleashed his strength. A resounding crack echoed as he crushed their bodies into pulp. With the initial formation of the Dharma image, I shall be invincible. Today, any who dares to offend the Su family shall meet their demise. Boom! Chapter 088. How can you possess such extraordinary abilities? Upon entering the realm of law manifestation, having just transcended the thunder tribulation, the ability to effortlessly extinguish two formidable opponents of the fifth tier left everyone breathless. They could scarcely fathom what kind of prodigy could achieve such a feat, however. For Su Yu, this was nothing out of the ordinary. With a mastery of the celestial technique law of heaven and earth, combined with the fusion of an unparalleled ancient embodiment, it would be rather embarrassing if he could not accomplish this. If he were truly facing a prodigious genius of the fifth tier, he would undoubtedly struggle to dispatch them with ease. Yet, despite the strength of the Hu family, they were merely a clan of celestial beings, lacking even a divine being of saintly quality. What would they possibly compare? If tier alone dictated all combat prowess, then what necessity was there for him to toil over so many martial arts and techniques? Why would the ancestors have created such powerful martial arts? The tier is merely a foundational measure of strength defined by the ancestors, not an insurmountable chasm. For instance, if the basic definition of peak strength in the body refinement stage is set at 10,000 pounds, that is merely the foundational peak power of that realm, not the absolute limit. If one reaches this threshold at the 7th tier, they can also claim to have attained the pinnacle of body refinement, the fundamental physical strength. when enhanced by martial arts that harness the energies of heaven and earth, can indeed unleash forces exceeding 15 or even 20,000 pounds, rivaling the first tier of channeling. Is Su Yu practicing inferior techniques? Absolutely not. On the contrary, he is immersed in top-tier martial arts and techniques, and the cumulative power he possesses transcends conventional understanding. Furthermore, the law of heaven and earth is not merely about heightening one's physical stature. It elevates both the body and the strength to a higher echelon. Even if Su Yu is merely at the foundational level of law manifestation, through the empowerment of the law of heaven and earth, he can unleash the might of a third-tier law manifestation without even summoning his embodiment. When he does invoke his embodiment, augmented by such enhancements, effortlessly cutting through the seventh-tier law manifestation is a trivial matter. All of you perish. Su Yu roared, a thunderous cry resonating through the heavens. Boom! His massive physique contorted the very fabric of space with sheer physical force, nearly capable of tearing it apart. Moreover, his speed was astonishingly swift. Deathblade, a blade imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, manifested in his hand, and with a single horizontal slash through the void, the air trembled. The blade's radiance shone like a blazing sun, bearing the might to cleave through existence. With just one strike, several opponents of the law manifestation realm fell like fragile fowl, easily dispatched by him. Infusing the blood of the law manifestation into the Deathblade, he then appeared before a formidable sixth-tier law manifestation master, delivering a punch that shattered their corporeal form into fragments. The overwhelming bloodlust blanketed the entire battlefield, instilling fear in all who bore witness. The sight of this battle was nothing short of a massacre, a feast of dominance where no one beneath the law manifestation's higher echelons could withstand Su Yu's might. Only those of significantly higher tiers could instill even a modicum of caution in him. Yet, this was more than enough to validate Su Yu's strength. His potential and combat prowess were unparalleled, and every display of his power elevated the Ninth Elder's assessment of him. This aligned perfectly with Su Yu's intentions. For in this conflict, he had acted with unparalleled swiftness, accomplishing all that needed to be done before other factions could even react, thus allowing him to keep their secrets and place all bets upon himself. The Su family was far too weak, and he himself was lacking. He required the endorsement of a saint. The Ninth Elder, a peak saint, was the ideal candidate. In the clouds, the Hu family's celestial being, entangled with Su Tianming, witnessed the unfolding scene with a heart full of regret. The slaughter of his kin before his eyes was a torment greater than death itself. Had it not been for that wayward descendant advocating for the so-called new saint, the Hu family would not have descended to such depths. Hu Qianhai's voice was hoarse, regret evident in every word. He should never have trusted that reckless grandson who, under the pretext of a woman, led the Hu family into collusion with the imperial tomb against the Su family, thinking they could reap benefits without exposure. Who could have predicted that the current heir of the Su family was such an extraordinary talent, holding such a prominent status in the Nine Heavens sacred land? Su Tianming, seeing his distress, laughed heartily. Old man, how could a member of the Su family ever be usurped by the so-called saint of the imperial tomb? You shall not survive this day. I will celebrate the emergence of the true dragon of the Su family. Boom! Su Tianming was in an unprecedented state of euphoria and power. Never before had he felt such joy. Even if today ends in death, I shall ensure you do not find peace. Hearing Su Tianming's triumphant laughter, Hu Quanhai found it unbearably grating, his anger boiling over. Rest assured, your demise will bring me great relief. Su Tianming felt no fear in the face of this threat. Although his spiritual injuries had only recently healed and paled in comparison to Hu Qianhai's long-immersed strength, his fighting spirit overshadowed that of his opponent. Fearlessness in the face of death was more than sufficient. Annihilation. Boom! In the realm of calamity, Su Yuxing faced off against 3 late-stage calamity masters, his white robes billowing. Though somewhat disheveled, the blood dripping from the tip of his blade attested to the fact that he had slain more than one calamity adversary. Today, I shall slay you all, not only to celebrate my son's ascendance to law manifestation, but also to use your lives to confront the calamities of celestial beings. Su Yuxing shed all pretense, transforming into a harbinger of death, brazen and unyielding. He regarded his peers with utter disdain. Su Yuxing Yu. Yet, before the three veteran calamity masters could unleash their threats, Su Yuxing interrupted them with a furious onslaught. You old fools, take my blade first. Then we can converse. The three old men were left speechless. This battle, from the moment the Hu family invaded the Su family's secret realm to the present moment, had unfolded within the span of merely half an hour. As time progressed, within less than an hour, with the last of the Hu family falling, the conflict finally reached its conclusion. Thud! Su Yu descended from the sky, his towering figure gazing towards the warship. He clasped his hands in gratitude towards the ninth elder standing at the forefront of the ship. Thank you, ninth elder, for your assistance this time. Why speak of such things? Let us discuss further upon your return to the Su family. The ninth elder replied with a grin. Sujunadith, then glanced at the multitude of law manifestation corpses strewn across the ground. With a thought, a whip made of condensed divine power materialized in his hand. Divine technique. Mountain drive. Crack. The whip struck the surrounding mountains, causing them to tremble as if startled, shifting their positions to reveal a seemingly bottomless pit. As they quaked, the law manifestation corpses tumbled into the abyss. Once all the bodies had vanished, Su Yu cracked the whip once more, restoring the mountains to their original positions. Witnessing this astonishing display, the ninth elder's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. How can you possess such extraordinary abilities? Has the world gone mad? How can one person wield two divine techniques? Chapter 089. Why must you disturb the ancestral graves when all I asked was for you to relocate? While other matters might have been within the realm of comprehension and not so astonishing, the display of dual divine abilities truly left Elder Gio in a state of horror. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether this individual was a reincarnated celestial being. Not only were the martial arts of the Holy Realm proliferating, but their combat prowess had also reached an absurd level. One could engage opponents at the law manifestation stage immediately upon breaking through. Now, the revelation of dual divine abilities was simply beyond belief. Divine abilities are the hallmark power awakened only in the Calamity Yang realm, a means of transcending the mortal coil. A martial artist is typically endowed with but a single divine ability. It is unheard of for anyone to wield two. Faced with Elder Gio's astonished gaze, Su Yu merely smiled faintly and replied, "It is not merely that." With that, Su Yu suddenly drew a divine spear he had acquired from the battlefield, a weapon belonging to a formidable expert from the Hu family in the Calamity Yin realm, which he had casually picked up. This spear possessed a quality comparable to that of the heavenly tier, forged from precious metals. Crack. Under Elder Gio's watchful eyes, Su Yu placed the spearhead in his mouth and proceeded to bite it into pieces, chewing it as if it were a crisp snack. As he consumed the spearhead, a faint red glow emanated from his flesh, indicating the absorption and fusion of the rare metals through his divine ability. After devouring the divine gold, Su Yu sensed a slight yet unmistakable enhancement to his physical form. Gasping in astonishment, Elder Gio exclaimed inwardly, "Three abilities. Are you truly not a reincarnated celestial being?" To chew divine gold and simultaneously strengthen one's physique is an unprecedented method. If one were to assess the grade of divine abilities, from Elder Gio's perspective, this constituted a earthly fiend-level divine technique, and due to its capacity to enhance physical strength, it could easily rival typical heavenly gang divine abilities. Yet, this was no longer the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that this young man could master and wield three divine abilities. Su Yu shook his head, affirming, "I assure you, I am not." Thus, my display of intent is to convey to Elder Gio that I do not wish to reveal too many of my trump cards to the Holy Land. However, here with you, Elder Gio, I hold nothing back. You are well aware that the Holy Land does not require my involvement, nor is it my place to interfere. I merely need to fulfill my responsibilities and gather the celestial scriptures that the three great holy lands desire. The remaining tasks are beyond my concern. Coming from a prestigious family, I must consider my clan in all matters. As you are not from the core lineage, we each have our respective families. Within the bounds of the Holy Land's principles, I hope you, Elder Geo, will extend your protection to the Su family. Once I or my three sisters have attained significant progress in our cultivation. At this point, Su chose to remain silent, for his meaning was abundantly clear. Further elaboration would be superfluous. Elder Geo stared at him in a daze before nodding solemnly. I agree. As long as it falls within the regulations of the Holy Land, I can comply with all your requests. Protecting the Su family? That is a simple matter before the great calamity arrives. Even saints find it difficult to traverse the outside world. The higher one's realm, the greater the threats encountered. Prolonged exposure could lead to irreversible damage to one's foundation. For beings like him, a month in the outside world is the limit. Should a great saint appear, death would come within a week. He could also sense that the era of diminishing spiritual energy in the world had been weakening year by year. In a century, even peak saints might be able to remain outside for a year. It was time for him to start making plans. The current threat to the Su family stemmed from the watchful eyes of the Imperial Tomb. However, if he were to spread the word himself, the Imperial Tomb would redirect its attention to him and Su. Once he discreetly relocated the Su family to a small secret space he had opened in the Nine Heavens, they would be largely safe. This was within his power to accomplish. Moreover, given Su's rapid advancement, it would not be long before he had the opportunity to reach the quasi-saint realm. Goodness. Su had only been in the Nine Heavens for a few years and had already broken through to the law manifestation stage. He started with Dan condensation, spent 3 years cultivating his spirit, and then achieved law manifestation. All this transpired in a mere 5 years. Such a rate of cultivation is beyond abnormal. Anyone claiming he lacks the potential to break through to the Emperor realm would find Elder Geo as the first to refute them. Then I must thank you, Elder Geo. Upon hearing his agreement, a radiant smile spread across Su's face. This was sufficient, as long as he could protect the Su family for a time. In the future, even without the three sisters achieving their full potential, he could safeguard them single-handedly. He would, in this waning era of spiritual energy, gradually challenge his limits, until no one could suppress him any longer. Elder Geo waved his hand, stating, "Let us proceed inside and discuss the details further." A large group entered the secret realm of the Su family, making no stops and heading straight for the main hall. The premises had already been tidied up by the Su family. Once everyone was seated, Elder Geo wasted no time and addressed Su and Su Tianming. Masters of the Su family, now that the Imperial Tomb has set its sights on you, you will undoubtedly feel like a thorn in your side. After all, who knows when this venomous serpent will strike? Therefore, I propose that your family relocate to a small secret realm I have opened. Though my family resides there, there is ample space for you to live comfortably. Upon hearing this proposal, Su and Su Tianming exchanged startled glances, and before they could fully process it, Su interjected, "Father, grandfather, we can follow Elder Geo and take refuge. After a period of protection, I will ensure you find a new clan territory." While he possessed the authority to enter the secret realm of the Do Tian, he was uncertain whether he could accommodate others. He needed to find a moment to return and check. Until then, it was best to allow the Su family to vanish from the world. All right. The promptness of this agreement momentarily stunned both Elder Geo and Su. Was it truly this easy to relinquish their ancestral grounds? This was a secret realm painstakingly established and fortified by generations of their family. Seemingly uninsignificant, Su's replied lastly, "No matter how splendid the ancestral grounds, they cannot compare to the lives of our family members. If there's a place to go, we naturally have no objections." Su Tianming cast a glance at the elders and commanded, "You all, accompany me to the family cemetery. We shall exhume the ancestral graves and relocate them for reinterment later. Dig up everything that can be moved." Understood. Without delay, a large group of elders followed Su Tianming out of the Grand Hall and headed toward the family cemetery to excavate the graves. Su's father, too, stood up and said, "I will gather the clan members and assemble in the family square." As they witnessed the Grand Hall swiftly becoming desolate, both Elder Geo and Su were left dumbfounded. "Wait, all I asked was for you to move. Why are you exhuming the ancestral graves? Must even the ancestral graves be relocated? Chapter 090, for me. Even in nine heavens pose risks. The actions of Su Yuxing and his father, Su Tianming, were remarkably swift. One notified the family members, while the other led the elders to exhume the ancestral graves. Although it was termed as digging up graves, it was more accurately the act of transferring them into a vast storage space. The efficiency of the Su family was commendable, from notification to assembly. It took merely an hour to complete the task. Such execution was impressive even to Elder Nine, who couldn't help but marvel at the unity of the Su family. No one questioned the reasons. They simply understood that when the family issued a command, it had to be executed unconditionally. This principle had been ingrained in the Su family's very essence, forged through countless cycles of rise and fall. Every family command must be followed without question, for it was the only means to carve out a glimmer of hope in desperate times. Once everyone gathered in the square, there were no lengthy speeches or excessive words. Instead, a fleet of purple-gold battleships continuously descended. Board the ships. With a single command from Su Yuxing, the Su family members boarded the vessels in an orderly manner. After all the thousands of Su clansmen had embarked, Elder Nine and Su Yu also stepped forth, emerging from the secret realm. At that moment, no outsiders had yet arrived, as their movements had been remarkably quick, and the Su family's location was indeed somewhat remote. With a loud rumble, as soon as all the battleships soared out of the Su family's secret realm, Elder Nine, at the behest of Su Tianming, the patriarch, shattered the Su family's ancestral grounds, a place they had relied upon for many years. After completing this act, Elder Nine returned to the Nine Heavens battleship and instructed Su Yuxing, "Next, follow my lead as we traverse the void." Understood, Su Yuxing nodded. As Elder Nine regained control of the ship, a beam of guiding light shot forth from the vessel's rear, entwining several of the Su family's purple-gold ships. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, Elder Nine piloted the ship, opening a void passage and leading the Su family members into it, causing them to vanish from sight. After several hours had passed in tranquility, an area near the Su family's secret realm suddenly twisted, revealing several figures cloaked in black robes. Their presence was eerie, as if they had melded with the very essence of the world, rendering them nearly undetectable. Like phantoms, they possessed no physical form. Observing the shattered secret realm before them and the debris strewn across the ground, it seemed that someone beneath the black robes furrowed their brow. The aura of a sacred realm expert. But where are the bodies? Both Elder Yu and the sacred prince's presence had vanished without a trace, and the air bore no scent of the former sacred prince. Buzz! Almost instantaneously, a colossal wave of spiritual power surged forth, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. Such immense spiritual might could unearth even the ants concealed within tiny grains of sand. In the presence of such formidable power, nothing could escape detection. The black-robed figure's emotions shifted slightly as they probed beneath the ground. Underground? This should not be within the capabilities of the sacred realm. To have moved such a vast area and buried so many manifestations. Swish! As the words fell, the figure in black twisted and, in the next moment, appeared in mid-air, their form expanding infinitely before they struck the ground with a tremendous fist. Boom! In an instant, mountains crumbled beneath the might. The earth fractured, revealing a massive black crevice. The black-robed figure descended into the chasm, using brute strength to pry it open. Only after it was fully opened did they leap out, resuming their human form. Accompanied by several other black-robed figures, they descended into the fissure, and upon witnessing the corpses of manifestations and those of the yin-yang realm, their expressions showed no signs of emotion. They simply approached a patch of bloodied soil and knelt. It was the blood of Elder Yu and the sacred prince. As expected, they were both dead. The sacred prince's demise was not at the hands of the same individual. He could sense within the remnants of the sacred prince's blood a faint trace of peak spiritual essence. This was certainly not the work of someone from the sacred realm. One of the three black-robed figures, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "Then who could it be? The former sacred prince?" The one who had taken over the former sacred princess body was named Su Yu, the champion of the Eastern Wilds Grand Tournament. At the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea, to leap into the realm of spiritual essence within a few years. Impossible. No one possesses such talent unless they are the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Then who else could it be? I do not know. To unravel this mystery, our immediate priority is to locate the Su family members. Damn, we have lost another candidate with a moon shadow physique. Should another perish, our cultivation plan will fail, and the Master-S grand scheme may be postponed indefinitely. As the golden era approaches, if we cannot cultivate a successor, speak cautiously. Let us depart. A cadre of black-robed experts, having gleaned the essential information, wasted no time and swiftly exited the crevice, vanishing into the ether. After their departure, waves of first-rate families from the Eastern Wild hurried to the scene. Upon witnessing the devastation, they could not help but gasp in shock. Quick, return and report to the sect. The Su family's secret realm has been destroyed. A multitude of experts retreated in haste, fearing that lingering could subject them to a surprise attack from the lurking assailants, who might mistake them for members of the Su family and eliminate them all. In no time, news of the Su family's destruction and the disappearance of its members spread far and wide. Countless individuals were left dumbfounded, as in such a brief span, a first-rate power had been obliterated. Only a force from the sacred realm could achieve such a feat, and the sacred realm was solely possessed by the sacred grounds. The wild saints of the outside world had all perished. Even if some survived, they were likely hiding within the secret realms they had established, too fearful to make a move. Days passed, and the news of the Su family's destruction reached the Xianxia sacred grounds. The three sisters, still in a state of closed-door cultivation, were forcibly awakened by their fellow disciples, who informed them of the calamity. Their hearts trembled with shock. After a moment of stupor, they frantically resolved to return to the Su family to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the turmoil of the outside world continued to simmer within a limited scope. After cautiously traversing the void for several days, the party finally arrived at their destination, a secret realm located within the jurisdiction of the Nine Heavens. This was a sanctuary established by Elder Nine. Once the Su family members were settled here, Su Yuxing felt a sense of security. After ensuring everyone was properly accommodated, Su Yu followed Elder Nine out of the secret realm. Elder Nine, I will leave the people here for half a month. After that, I will return personally to fetch them. Outside the secret realm, Elder Nine regarded Su Yu's earnest demeanor, gazing at him for a long moment before speaking. Are you not at ease? Su Yu slowly nodded. Indeed, I will not place my vulnerabilities in a perilous location. For me, even the Nine Heavens pose risks. These words render the air thick with tension. Do you truly believe so? Chapter 91. I hope this one investment in my life will be a true dragon. Elder Jiu gazed at Su Yu, his eyes reflecting a blend of sharpness and complexity, which ultimately transformed into a deep sigh. He murmured, Do you realize that your words provoke thoughts of violence within me? All my cultivation and achievements are bestowed by the sacred land. Before me, no one can defame the sacred land. None shall do so. For those who act against it are my foes. He exemplified the rise from obscurity, from a starving refugee to fortuitously encountering a group that disseminated the foundational cultivation methods of the sacred land. Through luck, talent, and relentless effort, he ascended the path of cultivation, emerging victorious from the 100 Dynasties War to attain his current status. He felt fortunate to tread the path of cultivation and deeply grateful for the sacred land's teachings. After all, without the guidance of that senior brother on that fateful day, he would not be the person he is today, nor would he possess the revered cultivation of sage. Thus, he could not permit anyone to speak ill of the sacred land in his presence. Not a single word. In the past, should anyone have dared to utter such words before him, they would have been silenced without hesitation. Yet today, he found himself unable to act thus, for he had witnessed Su Yu's character and disposition. If the sacred land did not pose a threat to him, he would not undertake actions detrimental to it. Su Yu dared to voice such sentiments before him, which could only imply a belief in himself. Meeting Elder Jiu's profoundly intricate gaze, Su Yu chuckled softly, his tone turning somewhat somber as he replied, Elder, you must understand that the sacred land is beyond our reach. Even if we are sages or great sages, we remain powerless. The peaks of the 9 mountains are buried with ancient sages and venerable figures, even those on the verge of becoming emperors. They are the true rulers of a sacred land. No matter how formidable we, the prodigies from the outside world, may become, we cannot shake their standing. Of course, that is not my point. I merely wish to convey to Elder Jiu that I do not aspire to contend for control over the sacred land. I seek only to walk my own path. I am well aware of the kindness bestowed upon me by the sacred Lord and my senior brothers. Everyone anticipates that I will manifest the celestial scriptures, and if I possess the ability, I shall certainly repay the sacred land with a complete scripture. Accepting the consequences tied to the sacred land, I shall inevitably repay all debts. However, this does not mean I will expose my weaknesses to the sacred land, allowing others to manipulate me. This applies to the outside world as well. Su Yu's earnest tone was devoid of any insincerity. Yet, there was one truth he refrained from revealing. He was striving to protect certain fates and individuals. If he could not safeguard them, and someone sought to threaten him, he would be willing to wager his life. Elder Jiu regarded Su Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he sighed softly and remarked, "After all that, you are not even willing to offer something as a bribe? This young man is indeed quite exceptional. Others in your position would have already presented treasures as a bribe, yet Su Yu relies solely on his words. Am I so worthless?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu beamed a radiant smile, responding, "Rather than a bribe, I believe Elder Jiu prefers heartfelt conversations. I trust that you lack for resources." "You certainly know how to flatter," Elder Jiu retorted with a chuckle, then grew serious, stating, "This is a one-time concession. I will pretend I have not seen this. I will only grant you a half-month delay. This area falls under my jurisdiction. All I can offer is a buffer of 2 weeks." With that, Elder Jiu turned and strode toward the secret realm. Yet halfway through he paused and, after uttering a remark, finally entered the secret realm. "If you succeed, I hope some of my descendants will follow the Su family." Watching as Elder Jiu's figure vanished, Su Yu's handsome visage radiated an even brighter smile. Every individual harbors personal interests, and sages are no exception. Elder Jiu's loyalty to the Jiuxiao sacred land is unquestionable, yet he understands the tumultuous currents and the depths of the waters involved. He too desires alternative paths for his descendants, so they are not left with no options in dire times. The struggle for power is inherently ruthless, and a moment of carelessness could lead to irreparable ruin. No one dares to wager whether they will be the next casualty. He may die for the sacred land, but his descendants must live. This is the constraint. For an upright man, family is the sole vulnerability. He has displayed such potential not merely to seek greater benefits in the eyes of the sacred land's upper echelons, but also to enable Elder Jiu to choose him, to trust him, to believe that he could be the next chosen one. His potential has already been unleashed to such an extent. Whether for his own sake or the sacred lands, he would, to some degree, indulge Su Yu. For instance, this time, he aims to remove the Su family from public scrutiny. However, while this method is feasible, it is not infallible, for there will always be those who harbor thoughts of extinguishing genius. Winning once is sufficient. What follows rests upon my own abilities. Before the dawn of the Golden Era, there remains much I can accomplish. Yet once that era arrives, even if I break through to transcendence or quasi-saint, my voice will hold little authority. For that will be an age when prodigies reign and the strong emerge in droves. Su Yu understood all too well. His current standing is not solely due to his extraordinary talent, but also because the Golden Era has yet to arrive. Those imperial heirs and celestial seeds sealed away by divine and celestial sources have yet to emerge. Can a top-tier sacred land, after countless years, truly lack the appearance of peerless prodigies? It is inconceivable. He intends to capitalize on this temporal disparity, striving to secure sufficient benefits for himself during this interval. Until the great era commences, he will carve out a genuine place for himself. With this thought, Su Yu departed without looking back, hastening toward a secure location, the domain of the quasi-emperor Do Tian's secret realm. Now, it hinges on whether this informal mentor, quasi-emperor Do Tian, can prove to be of assistance. Once Su Yu departed, Within the secret realm of Elder Geo, he surveyed the world and family he had diligently built over the years, his gaze laden with complexity. Alas, with age comes the inevitability of selfishness. Yet, this young man is not one to be merely a puppet, easily manipulated. I hope that this singular investment in my life will yield a true dragon, rather than a mere four-legged earthworm that falters on the path to transformation. Chapter 092. Allow me to teach you the path of strength on your journey to immortality. As Su Yu departed, time swiftly passed. Amidst the escalating turmoil, Su Yu and his companions vanished without a trace. The outside world was rife with speculation regarding the identities of those who had annihilated the Su family. Following the destruction of the Su family's secret realm and the subsequent disappearance of all personnel, it was soon revealed that the Hu family had also been entirely wiped out. Countless individuals pondered whether a sacred place had intervened, for only a being of such caliber could extinguish a first-rate power. During their investigation, 3 days later, Su Yu arrived at a desolate location where he could sense the presence of the Do Tian's secret realm. It seemed that merely approaching this life-restricting zone allowed one to feel the existence of the Do Tian's secret realm. The Do Tian's secret realm appeared to encircle this life-restricting area, a place that even great saints dared not approach. With a flash of determination, Su Yu sensed the Do Tian's secret realm and, without hesitation, activated the relic left for him by the Do Tian quasi-emperor. In an instant, amidst flickering light, Su Yu's figure abruptly vanished from its location. After experiencing a familiar sensation of weightlessness, he opened his eyes to find himself within the golden divine temple. You left not long ago. How have you returned so soon? The handsome, middle-aged visage of the Do Tian quasi-emperor sat cross-legged atop a colossal coffin, his chin resting in contemplation as he gazed intently at a chessboard before him. This was an ancient stalemate known as the constrained dragon game. It was said that solving this predicament could pave the way to the immortal realm via the immortal rainbow. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. But one fact was clear. The individual who left the constrained dragon was an immortal. I encountered some matters and decided to come in, Su Yu spoke softly. What matters? Su Yu proceeded to recount the events of his recent experiences and his thoughts, hoping to discern how the Do Tian quasi-emperor, who had faced death, would respond. Initially, Su Yu believed the Do Tian would agree with his perspective. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. After hearing Su Yu's narrative, the Do Tian quasi-emperor released the chess piece he held between his fingers, turned to Su Yu, and chuckled. You wish to arrange for people to come into my secret realm? That is a splendid idea,